Half a bottle of original urine is priced at 1 billion, yet people are fighting to get it. A bucket of instant noodles is considered a dowry, and people are fighting over it as well. All this because the survival island has descended upon the world, and humans are randomly born on an island to start their survival journey. While others are still struggling to build their homes, you are already holding the beauty Diao, chatting about life in a warm cabin. All this because you have awakened, bringing the dead back to life, with the ability to resurrect ancient figures by your side. Suddenly, a strange voice echoes in everyone's mind. Welcome to the National Island Survival Game. This is your new home and your only destination from now on. We will give you a new body, ensure your limbs are intact, and provide all players with a fair starting point. This land holds infinite possibilities, so cherish every corner. Endless treasures await your discovery. As the voice fades, you open your eyes to find yourself lying on a beach with a vast blue sea ahead. Just as you are feeling confused, a voice in your head announces that the game system is granting you a talent. Congratulations, you have obtained the talent of resurrecting the dead. When opening any treasure chest, you will receive a certain amount of resurrection coins used to revive ancient figures. The rarity of talents is divided into 6 levels: common, rare, extraordinary, epic, legendary, and mythical. Currently, only characters from the Three Kingdoms era can be revived, but unlocking characters from other dynasties is possible after obtaining key items. The thought of resurrecting ancient figures fills you with excitement. The possibilities seem endless. You decide without hesitation to use all your resurrection coins to summon an S-level character. Congratulations, you have successfully resurrected the beauty Diao. Her name is Diao, with a strength level of mortal. Her combat power is evaluated at 10, and her talent is the unparalleled beauty, a mythical blessing. With a spatial fluctuation, a heavenly beauty emerges before you. Her face is as beautiful as a poem, her skin smooth and fair like a lily about to bloom. Her cheeks blush with a hint of peach color, captivating and pitiful. Diao is dressed in plain clothes, her eyes sparkling like water lilies. She smiles gracefully and bows before you, asking for your command. As you gaze at Diao in awe, you never expected that the first character you would resurrect would be the renowned beauty Diao from the Three Kingdoms. Shouldn't an S-level character be a fierce warrior like Xiao Yun or Lu Bu? You are puzzled. Although Diao beauty is undeniable, you wonder how she earned the position of an S-level character. Diao, noticing your silence, feels a bit uneasy. My lord, is everything alright? Why no reaction upon seeing me? Have I lost my charm recently? She wonders, her heart filled with concern. Having been summoned by the system, all memories from her past life have vanished unseen. In the cognition of the beautiful lady Diao, she was just a personal maid in Jiangyang, not knowing her husband LV Bu at all. In ancient times, maids had a very low status, not favored by their masters, and were likely to be abandoned. This was exactly what the beautiful Diao was worried about. But at this moment, you were completely absorbed in reading the talents of the beautiful Diao, completely ignoring her thoughts. The myth of the peerless beauty had not yet taken effect, providing a permanent 10% to 40% combat power boost for her husband. The active skill of Prayer Legend granted a one-day blessing status to a character from a noble family, with a 60% chance of receiving double rewards when opening a treasure chest. The cooldown time was 1 day. Seeing this, you were so shocked that you couldn't speak. The first talent of the Peerless Beauty not only provided a combat power boost but also had very impressive values. The other talent of Prayer doubled the rewards when opening treasure chests, making it a divine skill at any time. Possessing 2 extraordinary talents was enough to show that the beautiful Diao was not just a vase among S-tier characters. However, due to not being married to the beautiful Diao, the Peerless Beauty talent was not yet effective. Therefore, marrying the beautiful Diao became a necessary choice. At this point, you looked at the beautiful Diao, and your gaze changed as she willingly addressed you as her lord, undoubtedly a good start. My lord, have I done something wrong? Diao furrowed her delicate eyebrows, sounding somewhat anxious. You wore a warm smile on your face, gently caressing Diao's exquisite face. The only thing you've done wrong is being too beautiful. Just because you are so beautiful, one more glance, and I will be lost in it. Diao blushed, lowering her eyes and eyelashes. This scene made your heart race, finally understanding why Dongzhuo was loyal to beauty. Diao's affection for you increased to level 6, and your bond as intimate friends grew stronger. It was so simple, conquering Diao was imperative. Charles, follow me to the island. This will be our home from now on. Yes, my lord. A man and a woman walked side by side on the beach, heading towards the depths of the island. The island was only 3 square kilometers in size, surrounded by nothing but the vast blue ocean, with no other islands in sight. It was a deserted island, posing a transportation challenge. In your mind, you accessed the system, with a dense interface of functions that gave you a headache. Checking the territory, the Lord's territory of Jianyang was barren with abundant treasure chest resources, covering an area of 3 square kilometers with no special facilities. It seemed that this place needed to be explored more to prosper early on, relying on treasure chests. You immediately devised a strategy. Diao-chan, our goal today is the treasure chest. As soon as the words fell, you and Diao-chan headed towards the central grove. Not far into the walk, your running shoe hit something hard. Bending down, you discovered a bronze treasure chest buried under the sand. Hey, another chest just a few steps away. What luck! Chant, please cast a prayer for me. No problem, my lord. Diao-chan gracefully moved to an open space and began a beautiful dance, smiling softly as she performed elegant steps, accentuating her graceful figure. Diao-chan cast a prayer on you, allowing the chest to be opened within 24 hours with a 60% chance of double rewards. Empowered, you suddenly remembered a phrase. Under the gaze of Diao-chan, you began frantically digging into the sand. In no time, you flipped the entire bronze chest onto the surface. With a click, in your anticipation, the chest slowly opened. Congratulations, you triggered double rewards. Your face lit up at the 60% chance of double rewards. Unexpectedly, you triggered it on the first try. The chest was fully opened, revealing 2 ordinary quality iron axes, 2 portions of 300 grams of compressed dry rations, and 4 bottles of 2-liter purified water. Congratulations, you received 100 resurrection coins, doubled to 200 in total. Wow, even resurrection coins can be doubled. Thanks to your help, Diao-chan, we both have weapons now. Axes are essential for survival. The artifact, as known to those who have watched survival shows, is said that to get rich, one must first stroke the tree. The beautiful lady Diao-chan, and the brother smiles with peach blossoms on his face. My lord, you really overestimate me. Without you, there is nothing left for this little lady. After collecting the spoils into your pockets, you continue forward. This time, your pace has slowed down significantly, your eyes starting to search carefully. The two of you search for treasure chests, and your efficiency is much higher than that of a lone wolf player. In less than 20 minutes, the beautiful Diao-chan finds the second treasure chest. Focus on this side. The beautiful Diao-chan waves her delicate hand, happily greeting with a well done. Diao-chan, you're amazing. Taking a big step forward, rolling up your sleeves and running wildly, soon a bronze treasure chest comes into view. Unfortunately, this time it didn't trigger double rewards. The box is fully opened, revealing a blue blueprint. Congratulations, you have obtained a blueprint to build a small house. The small wooden house requires 200 units of wood. Ding, congratulations, you have received 100 resurrection coins. With the building blueprint, you can easily construct a shelter. So today's goal is to chop wood. While you were searching for treasure chests, you already learned about the blueprints function from the chat channel. Building things with blueprints is much easier than in reality, and the quality is much better than what players build themselves. Without much thought, you head straight to the forest with Diao-chan. Today's task is 200 units of wood. After walking a considerable distance on the mountain road, the two of you find a pot of clear spring. This spring is about 30 square meters, filled with clear rainwater. There is a stone mountain nearby with a cave underneath. You enter the cave with an axe and find no dangerous creatures inside, the environment relatively dry. It's a good temporary shelter. Diao-chan says, this will be our storage room in the future, where we can store food, wood, and stones. You nod in agreement. After obtaining the blueprint, should we go chop wood now? You shake your head, suggesting to rest first. We need to balance work and rest. The cave is incredibly cool inside, a good place to take a break. Outside the cave, there are many tall trees. You tear off several large plant leaves to make a simple leaf bed. You lie down on it, leaving half the space for Diao-chan. The temperature today is around 35 degrees Celsius, the sunlight casting a hazy glow on the ground. An hour has passed since the survival began, and you are covered in sweat. Resting is necessary, as heat stroke is a real risk. Diao-chan, who has walked a long way, is also sweating. Seeing you lie down, she hesitates to rest and stands at the cave entrance to cool off. Come in and rest, Diao-chan. I'm here, so there's no danger, you say. Diao-chan turns back, smiles, and says, with you around, I can endure anything. You've noticed Diao-chan's dilemma. It's not that you doubt her abilities, but you feel she's pushing herself too hard. After your patient persuasion, Diao-chan finally agrees to rest. Thank you, my lord. I won't do this again, she says, sitting down close to you. A fragrant breeze blows by, and you reassure her, don't worry, your master is not an ordinary person. I've got everything under control. Diao-chan smiles warmly. Diao-chan's affection level towards you increases to level 700, a trusted friend. After resting for 50 minutes, the weather turns cloudy, the sun hiding behind the clouds. The ground instantly cools down, and you and Diao-chan start working with axes, vigorously chopping down nearby trees. The brief and loud sounds echo through the forest as several small trees fall with a creak, turning into a pile of wood. Each small tree yields about 5 units of wood, requiring more than 10 chops. 3 hours later, in front of the cave, Fong Duo cleared a space where a small wooden mountain had formed with 195 units of wood so far, only 5 units short of building a small wooden house. Wiping the sweat off your brow, you prepared to continue working when suddenly, a cracking sound echoed from dozens of meters away as a small tree fell. "My lord, I have felled another tree," announced a dirt-streaked beauty, Diao-chan, as she approached carrying a pile of wood. Noticing her fatigued steps, you hurried to take the wood from her, not wanting Diao-chan to strain herself. "Thank you, my lord," she said gratefully, handing over the wood. Diao-chan's fondness for you increased to level 750, a trusted friend indeed. Placing the wood carefully on the wooden mountain, you excitedly took out the blueprint from your pocket and laid it in front of the cave. Material inspection complete. "Do you wish to build a level 1 wooden house here?" You took a deep breath, confirming the decision. In the next moment, the woodpile vanished, replaced by a brand new wooden house. Witnessing the birth of the house, you and Diao-chan danced with joy. The house not only provided shelter from the elements but also defense against wild beasts. Opening the 2-meter-high wooden door, you entered a room of about 15 square meters with a wooden bed, 3 stools, a bench, and a hearth. Though modest, the furniture was practical. Diao-chan, accustomed to modern technology, was astonished by this ancient yet innovative craftsmanship. "Shall we spend the night here, my lord?" she inquired, eyeing the wooden bed. You coughed awkwardly. "Yes, there's no other place." Diao-chan's joy at serving you in such a manner was evident. After inspecting the furniture, you stepped out of the house to see dark clouds gathering in the sky, signaling an impending storm. "We should search for more treasure chests outside before the rain starts pouring," Diao-chan suggested. "All right, my lord," you agreed. After storing the supplies in the house, you and Diao-chan headed north with your axes. As you left, you noticed a protrusion nearby and hurried to investigate. Suddenly, a strange sound caught your attention, and you realized there was a snake nearby. Warning Diao-chan, you turned around cautiously, scanning the surroundings. Soon, you spotted a large snake camouflaged against a tree, its gray-black body blending with the trunk. Tense, you gripped your axe as you and the snake locked eyes for a tense moment before it slithered away, hissing softly. Breathing a sigh of relief, you both escaped unscathed. Reflecting on the day's events, you realized the dangers of nature, even in seemingly smooth endeavors. The low probability of venomous snakes in the game did little to ease your nerves. Diao-chan, visibly shaken, stayed close as you continued exploring. With the snake gone, you finally relaxed and approached the buried treasure chest. Using an animal skull conveniently found nearby, you started digging until a silver chest emerged, revealing its rarity among wooden, bronze, silver, and gold chests. The chest, marked with a question mark, is still out of reach. As you find the chest's opening and slowly lift it with your hands, you realize it's quite heavy. This instantly heightens your anticipation. Congratulations, you've triggered a double reward. The double reward then triggers a blessing. Truly a legendary miracle. Your face lights up with joy. Upon hearing those words, you are ready to accept whatever comes next. But the moment you see the reward items inside, your heart skips a beat. What on earth is this? Only 2 strange metal spheres were lying inside the treasure chest. Zhang Chen reached out and held them in his hand, trying to guess their purpose. One of the metal balls had a prominent protrusion that seemed like a switch. Upon opening it, a number appeared on the screen in the center. "I see, could this be a treasure chest detector?" Zhang Chen seemed to have figured something out. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining 300 by 2 revival coins, totaling 600. Remaining revival coins, 900. The silver treasure chest contained a whopping 300 revival coins, which doubled to 600. Zhang Chen paid no attention to the voice and eagerly confirmed his thoughts. Holding the metal ball, he started walking around and noticed that the number turned to 0 once he was 20 meters away from the treasure chest. Indeed, once the metal ball is more than 20 meters away, it can't detect the treasure chest. So, the range of this treasure chest detector is at least 20 meters. With one for me and one for Diao-chan, won't we be able to quickly find all the treasure chests in this area? Zhang Chen knew he had struck gold. Such items were not easy to come by. They were so rare that no one had listed them in the exchange. Zhang Chen examined it closely and noticed a number displayed in the top right corner. After a short while, the number decreased from 100 to 99. This device has a limited number of uses, and it will become ineffective once used up. It's better to use it sparingly. After handing the other one to Diao, the two continued their journey. With the treasure chest detector, their search speed increased significantly. Diao would activate the device every 40 meters, not daring to slack off. Jiang Chen remained vigilant, responsible for inspecting their surroundings. Before long, the detector's number lit up. One Diao exclaimed in excitement. "My lord, the number has turned to 1, there might be a treasure chest within 20 meters. Jiang Chen quickly surveyed the area. It was filled with tall weeds, except for one conspicuous spot. Finally, he dug out a treasure chest under a small tree. It turned out to be a bronze treasure chest. Jiang Chen slowly opened it and was pleasantly surprised by what he saw. "It seems like we're off to a great start today." In front of him were 3 flints and a multifunctional pocket knife. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining 100 revival coins. Remaining revival coins, 1,000. What Jiang Chen needed most at the moment were fire and a knife. This start feels a bit too dreamy. He was overwhelmed with excitement. The importance of fire to humans was self-evident. It could not only repel insects and wild animals but also provide warmth. A pocket knife was essential for crafting certain tools, a function that an axe could not replace. Jiang Chen happily stowed away the knife. Suddenly, a thunderous sound echoed through the sky. Boom! A strong wind suddenly picked up around them, tousling their hair, indicating an imminent downpour. Jiang Chen promptly decided to head back home, collecting dry wood and hay along the way. "My lord, let me gather the hay," Diao quickly offered. Jiang Chen glanced back and gave her a thumbs up. "I'm counting on you." The two cooperated, swiftly collecting the dry wood and hay on their way back. Diao chest was full of hay, her face covered in bits of straw, yet her beauty remained undiminished. Jiang Chen carried dozens of pounds of dry wood in his arms. The journey back was smooth, without any mishaps, and they soon returned to the small wooden house. The wood and hay were stored in the driest spot to prevent dampness. Boom! After a startling thunderclap, heavy rain suddenly poured down. Fortunately, the two had entered the wooden house before the rain arrived, otherwise, they would have been drenched. Sizzle! With a series of friction from the flints, a flame rose in the center of the fire pit. Jiang Chen added one piece of wood after another to the flame, allowing the warm firelight to fill the room. The gradually brightening fire illuminated the dark wooden house. Phew, this place truly feels like a secluded paradise. Jiang Chen sat on a wooden stool to rest, taking out the compressed dry rations nearby. After a busy day, it was time to eat. Diao also received a portion of compressed dry rations, carefully enjoying it with pure water. The way she puffed up her cheeks while eating was very cute. "We managed to find 2 portions of food all day. It's a bit difficult. After the rain stops, I don't know if we'll have time to go out and look for more." Jiang Chen swallowed his food with a sip of water, sighing. Diao stopped eating halfway through the dry rations and handed the rest to Jiang Chen. "My lord, Diao is full, I really can't eat anymore." Jiang Chen, feeling drained, had indeed a bit of hunger left after consuming 300 g of biscuits. He didn't take the dry rations but declined, saying, "You keep these for now, eat them when you're hungry." Diao felt a warmth in her heart, feeling slightly guilty towards her lord. She carefully put away the dry rations and leaned against Jiang Chen's shoulder to rest. "My lord, I want to help you more." Jiang Chen smiled. "Have you not helped me enough? Don't joke around. Without you, we wouldn't have this little cabin. Don't underestimate yourself." Diao smiled, like a flower blooming in the rainy night. A fragrance drifted towards Jiang Chen. Ding! Diao affection level towards you has risen to 800, level, admiration, ding! You can enter into a marriage contract with Diao, please make a wedding ring for her. Jiang Chen was dumbfounded upon hearing this. What? Things are progressing so quickly? Getting married on the spot with a ring, this development was indeed a bit beyond expectations. Although he had some complaints in his heart, Diao eyes seemed sincere. She was looking at Jiang Chen affectionately, as passionate as lovers. Gulp! Jiang Chen subconsciously glanced at Diao body and couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. She was truly charming now, exuding tenderness between her brows and eyes. Just one look, and he was almost entranced. Ahem! Jiang Chen coughed, easing the momentary awkwardness. How did he end up spending the day with Diao in such a state of mind? Why did he suddenly feel like he was living in paradise? How to describe this feeling? In 4 words, ethereal and dreamlike. He forced himself not to look at Diao, picked up a twig at his feet, and began to carve it carefully. A ring! I need to make her a ring now. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. Soon, he restrained his expression and became extremely focused. The wooden ring in his hand quickly took shape. But just as he was about to hand it over, Jiang Chen hesitated. Was it really appropriate to give this wooden ring? Marriage should have a sense of ceremony, at least he should get a silver ring. Ding! The rarer the ring, the higher the bond formed between the two parties, the higher the combat power bonus provided by Peerless Beauty. Is that so? He suddenly remembered Diao-chan's talent, and it dawned on him. So, those fluctuating parameters of 10% to 40% in Peerless Beauty meant this. Jiang Chen silently put the ring in his bosom, ultimately deciding not to give it away. This was a major event for both of them. There was no rush. At that moment, Diao-chan, leaning on his shoulder, let out a soft breath. She was too tired and fell asleep. Jiang Chen carefully lifted her body onto the wooden bed without waking her. The rain continued to pour without a break. Jiang Chen, feeling bored, started browsing the chat channel. Urgently need wood. Can anyone support me? Zhang will definitely reward you in the future. This rain is damn heavy. Luckily I have an umbrella made of banana leaves. I envy you. I can only hide under a big tree, shivering. Guys, where are you on the map? I'm at the bottom right of the world. Let's meet up if you're free. Meet up my foot. I can't even see a shadow on the nearest island. Only players born on archipelagos can team up. We solitary island warriors are destined to grow old alone. Are there any players born on the Big Sea Island? If so, deduct 1. 111. The characteristic of this island's resources is the abundance of flora and fauna, spanning a total of 20 square kilometers. That's awesome. It must be like treasure chests everywhere. We won't starve at all. You're thinking too optimistically. This place is crawling with snakes, insects, rodents, and ants, not to mention crocodiles in the water. Do you dare to try? Each player's situation is different. Based on their place of birth, they are roughly divided into 3 types of starting points: solitary islands, archipelagos, and large islands in the sea. An hour later, the heavy rain gradually subsided. Jiang Chen stepped out of the hut to search for food. Besides treasure chests, there must be other means of foraging, or they would soon run out of supplies. Gar! His stomach growled with hunger. Starvation could make people lose some of their sanity, which was dangerous in the wilderness. Jiang Chen suppressed the hunger and headed straight to the seaside. Gazing at the endless ocean, Jiang Chen fell into contemplation. If only there were fishing nets. Jiang Chen opened the trading post and searched for fishing nets, but only a few scattered results appeared. The cheapest fishing net required 800 units of wood. The best one was priced at 2,000 units of wood, but there were no takers. It seemed hopeless to buy one. If all else failed, should he try making a fishing rod? Jiang Chen was a man of action and immediately decided to give it a try. He ventured into the forest to find a suitable small tree. Making a fishing rod required flexible materials. Jiang Chen crafted several fishing rods based on survival shows he had seen on TV. Then, he tried using shellfish meat as bait by the shore. Since he had no fishing line, he had to make a makeshift one using tree bark and vines. As for the hook, he fashioned one from a stone. Come on, fish. Jiang Chen eagerly cast the crude fishing line into the sea. After 20 minutes with no results, he changed fishing spots in disbelief. Finally, a fish took the bait. Jiang Chen pulled hard, only to find the fish had escaped, leaving behind scraps of shellfish meat. Failure. This outcome was expected, but Jiang Chen couldn't help feeling disappointed. By the time he returned to the small wooden house, night had fallen completely. Diao-chan had been waiting in front of the house for a while. My lord, I found a treasure chest nearby. She joyfully handed the treasure chest detector to Jiang Chen. It displayed a prominent number 1. Were there still some hidden treasures here? Jiang Chen picked up a burning piece of wood and hurriedly searched the surroundings. However, after searching for a while, he found nothing. This doesn't make sense. We've combed this place thoroughly. How could a treasure chest suddenly appear? He pondered. The surrounding trees had been chopped down, leaving only a small wooden house with no other suspicious places. Could the treasure chest be buried underground? That seemed to be the only possibility. Jiang Chen searched for a shovel in the trading post, but the prices were mostly around 300 units of wood, which he couldn't afford at the moment. Jiang Chen decided to leave this matter for tomorrow. Channer, it's getting late. Let's leave this for tomorrow. Let's discuss it tomorrow then. Diao-chan nodded as if she had understood something. That's true. It's already late, we should rest. It was already 7 o'clock in the evening, and darkness had completely enveloped the surroundings. The chirping of insects could be heard, and a sudden cold wind blew, lifting their hair. It was a sign of cooling temperatures. While they had been wearing short sleeves and shorts during the day, they now needed to wear coats at night. Fortunately, there was a fire in the small wooden house for warmth, and the two of them huddled together comfortably. However, Jiang Chen, being a man, was feeling a bit tormented. A man and a woman alone in a room. Moreover, the woman was the beautiful Diao-chan. They lay together in an awkward position, feeling each other's body heat and the warmth from the fireplace. Although there were no inappropriate actions, Jiang Chen struggled to control himself. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. Amit ba, Amit ba. By 9 o'clock in the evening, he couldn't resist any longer. Just as he was about to lose control, Jiang Chen quickly got up from the bed and lay down by the fire, trying to distract himself. Diao woke up groggily and saw the scene before her. "My lord, why not come and sleep on the bed with me? It's cold on the floor, you might catch a cold," she said, shaking her head. Jiang Chen shook his head repeatedly. "This wooden bed is too small to accommodate my grand sleeping posture, you don't need to worry about me." Diao heard this and didn't bother him anymore, falling into a deep sleep. She was too exhausted today, too tired to argue. Pitter-patter. The heavy rain started falling again, the sound of raindrops outside the wooden house mixed with the chirping of insects and rustling of leaves, making it hard to fall asleep. Jiang Chen boredly checked the chat channel. Most players had turned into drowned rats, almost spending the night sleepless, with very few players able to lie in the small wooden house by the fire. Those who could stay in the small wooden house either awakened better talents or were survival masters from before. Many players had truly practical talents. For example, cutting trees to get double or triple the wood, using one stone as 2 or 3, or fishing with 100% accuracy. In the early stages, these talents were undoubtedly good transitional choices, giving them a significant advantage. Among so many players, very few could awaken extraordinary talents. Jiang Chen knew he couldn't reveal his talent to avoid jealousy. I wonder how many people have awakened mythical level talents. So sleepy, time to sleep. After confirming the situation, Jiang Chen fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, Jiang Chen was awakened by a game announcement. Game Day 2 announcement. Today is foggy, low visibility, not suitable for going out to sea, temperature 8 to 29 degrees. Important message, we have launched the game survival score leaderboard. Players staying on the leaderboard will receive corresponding rewards. Please work hard and strive for a high ranking in this area. Currently, only regional rankings are open. World rankings will be opened in the future. Please be informed. As soon as the announcement ended, the regional chat channel caused a stir. What's going on? What's this leaderboard thing? It's the game's PvP mechanism, quite normal. Where can we see the specific rankings? What can we do if we're on it? The announcement comes with a table below. Each player on the leaderboard will receive different rewards. What are the rewards? Can't you see for yourself? It's at the bottom of the table. I'm ranked over 30,000, the reward is a bronze chest. I'm ranked 10,000, the reward is 3 bronze chests. Envious, why are you all on the list and not me? How are these scores calculated? Any specific rules? There are explanations below the ranking table. It's too long, read it yourself. It's related to your performance anyway. Come on, everyone, hurry up. Waves of messages kept bombarding the brain. The game leaderboard, Jiang Chen was quite familiar with it. Once this thing goes online, players will have to grind even if they don't want to. The development team of this survival game is really a bunch of villains, just wanting to see us harm each other. The appearance of the leaderboard is usually not a good thing. At least for the weak, it's not. As long as rankings are tied to rewards, the situation of the strong getting stronger easily arises. Jiang Chen nervously opened the leaderboard. The densely packed electronic text entered his sight. The feeling at this moment was similar to checking exam results, nervous to the point where the heart was about to burst out of the chest. The table only listed the names of players on the leaderboard, kindly hiding other information. At the top was a line of explanatory text. Dear player, Jiang Chen, hello, you are currently in the number 6666 area, where there are a total of 100,000 players. 6819 players who have died will not appear on the leaderboard, please rest assured. Tisk TSK, even though you are still in the 3-day newbie protection period, there are still 6,819 players who have died. Jiang Chen couldn't help but think of the snake from yesterday. If he hadn't heard the other parties hissing, he might have perished as well. Terrifying. He couldn't help but shiver on the floor. Calming his mind, Jiang Chen carefully examined the leaderboard. The majority of those listed were foreigners, with unfamiliar and difficult names occupying nearly half of the table. Many renowned survival experts from Hua country were also included. Jiang Chen noticed that as long as the score reached 100, one could rank around 30,000. Making it to the leaderboard guaranteed at least a bronze treasure chest reward. This score was influenced by factors such as how many chests a player had opened, tools crafted, buildings constructed, as well as physical and mental states, living comfort, and various other elements. Of course, it also included an overall assessment of a player's combat power. This covered personal strength level, number and strength level of companions, weapons, armor, defense facilities, and more. Companions referred to third-party creatures like Diao. Teaming up with other players did not increase points, instead, it lowered one's score. Jiang Chen murmured, so, having multiple players huddle together will decrease the score. It makes sense. Living together will surely lead to conflicts, as human hearts are complex and ever-changing. If one's strength is strong enough, one can survive well alone. Jiang Chen thought of a wilderness survival show that celebrities participated in. Survival with multiple people was actually much harder than going solo. Having a teammate with a holier-than-thou attitude could spell disaster. Surviving on such a strange and isolated island was even more challenging. In a situation already lacking resources, how to distribute them was a big deal. Many would argue over this, leading to team breakdowns. Jiang Chen carefully reviewed his performance from the previous day. Yesterday, I opened a total of 3 bronze treasure chests, 1 silver treasure chest, and built a small wooden house. With Diao Chan's talent, she will surely earn me a lot of points. If I had also built a campfire, it would have been perfect. Unfortunately, I didn't catch anything with the fishing rod yesterday. It was a waste, or else I could have scored even higher. Thinking about this, he eagerly scrolled the leaderboard to the top. Jiang Chen had never felt so nervous. It wasn't until the list reached the top that he froze. Thump. His heart raced, beating wildly at 200 times per minute. Am I first on the leaderboard? Jiang Chen's body straightened up from the wooden floor, his eyes filled with disbelief. After confirming multiple times, he finally recognized that familiar yet unfamiliar name. Ranking first, Jiang Chen. Is this really me, or could it be a case of the same name? Don't get too excited yet. He forced himself to calm down and look towards the back of the table. After confirming again, he realized it was indeed himself. A few seconds later, when he saw the total score in the last column, he gasped. Total score, 971. I'm truly a leaderboard boss. And I'm leading the second place by a whopping 300 points. The second place was a player from Hua country named Guan Yu Spars. His score was 652. At the same time, all players in the region channel also noticed this. What's going on? Is the first place cheating? How can they be 300 points ahead of the second place? Guan Yu Spars, unfair, I demand a rematch. Yesterday, I built a small wooden house at the fastest speed, made a fire, caught several big fish, even opened 3 bronze treasure chests. How can I be ranked below him? Guan Yu Spars? That name sounds familiar. Oh my god. Isn't he the expert who often appears on wilderness survival shows? I remember now, he's the tough guy who defeated a certain bald naked man in Wilderness Showdown. Ha! Such a strong person only ranks second. Who is this Jiang Chen? Never heard of him, but he must be some low-key expert, or else he wouldn't have such a high score. It's too terrifying. Scoring over 900 on the first day. Could this god have found a treasure at the start? So lucky. Treasure? What's that? It's the treasure hidden on the island. I heard on the global channel that someone found the treasure on the first day, scoring over 1,000 points in that area. Do any of you have Jiang Chen's ID? I want to add him as a friend. Jiang Chen, are you there, the great master? A little lady is sending you a private video. Can you spare me some food? I haven't eaten anything all day. Jiang Hano, great master, please take me along. I'm a soft and cute girl, and I can send a voice message as proof. Guli, Jiang Chen, I'm the campus belle of Jibei University's Film and Television Department. I can make a video as proof for you. Can we chat privately? All players are looking for Jiang Chen. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen himself is stunned on the ground, unable to speak. His feelings at this moment are beyond words. This unexpected turn of events has slightly altered his mindset from wanting to lay low. A little effort is already the limit for everyone. I finally understand what it means to have a protagonist's halo. Jiang Chen collected his thoughts inside in this way. But I just wanted to mess around. How did it turn into this? Things are heading in a strange direction, leaving him bewildered. Yet, amidst the surprise and apprehension, there is more of a sense of delight. Right, there are still rewards to be given out. What could it be? Let me check. Excitedly, Jiang Chen filled in the last column on the form. It was an exceptionally complex and detailed form, dividing rewards into several tiers. Lowest tier, ranks 30,000 to 40,000, receive only 1 bronze chest. Players ranked below this will get nothing. Ranks 20,000 to 30,000, 2 bronze chests. Ranks 10,000 to 20,000, 3 bronze chests. Ranks 1,000 to 10,000, 1 silver chest. Ranks 100 to 1,000, 1 silver chest and 1 bronze chest. Ranks 10 to 100, 1 silver chest and 2 bronze chests. Ranks 2 to 10, 3 silver chests and 3 bronze chests. First place, 1 golden chest, 1 random reward. Jiang Chen silently read out this astonishing reward content. Gulp. Swallowing hard, he felt his mouth go dry. The golden chest was already precious enough, and the random reward made it even more mysterious. Sounds like it's not simple. Just as he was contemplating, Diao opened her eyes and got up from bed. My lord, are you awake? Jiang Chen turned his head on the floor and saw Diao walking towards him from the bed. You're just in time, we're going to prosper today. Diao looked puzzled. Jiang Chen quickly explained the situation to her. After listening, Diao beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. She covered her lips with her hands, seemingly incredulous. As time slowly approached 9 o'clock, amidst their anticipation, a noise came from outside. Bang! The sound of a huge object landing. Jiang Chen hurried outside and saw a magnificent golden chest, with a parchment paper placed on top of it. The reward has arrived. Could this parchment paper be the legendary treasure map? Jiang Chen quickly went to check, and as soon as he touched the strange parchment paper, it disappeared. A notification sounded in his mind. Ding! You have unlocked a treasure location. The target position is marked on the nautical chart. Please check it promptly. Target star rating, 1 star. Treasure rarity level, 1 star, 2 stars, 3 stars, 4 stars, 5 stars. Indeed, it was a treasure map. Instead of immediately checking, Jiang Chen examined the golden chest before him. The time for blessings is still on. It would be great if I could trigger double rewards. There was still 1 hour left for the blessing status to be effective. He had to strive for a wave of double rewards. Nervously, his hand touched the smooth surface of the chest. The icy sensation quickly calmed him down. Open the chest. After a shout, Jiang Chen slowly opened the chest. Ding! Congratulations on triggering double rewards. Jiang Chen's mouth curled up slightly, filled with immense joy. The blessing had worked. Double rewards, acquired. Amidst the anticipation of both, the golden treasure chest was fully opened, revealing its contents. A flash of silver caught their eyes. 2 shiny silver shovels lay inside. These were 2 gleaming silver shovels, broad and sturdy, with a tough and shiny surface. Embedded with several pieces of broken silver on the handle, they sparkled in the light. Excited, Jiang Chen checked the properties. Silver shovel, medium-grade essential artifact for treasure hunting, with a certain attack power, quite handy for hitting people too. Wow, it's a medium-grade item, unexpectedly high, 2 levels above the axe. Looks like it can be used for a long time. He chuckled, swinging the shovel in his hand like a stick. The smooth feel and effortless use made it not only a divine digging tool but also suitable for combat. What more could one ask for? After setting down the shovel, Jiang Chen's gaze refocused on the treasure chest. There were other rewards left unchecked. Such a huge chest surely held more than one prize. This treasure chest actually has a layered design, quite clever, almost made me miss something. Jiang Chen carefully inspected it and found a round button. Pressing it, a clicking sound came from inside the chest. What could it be? I'm so curious. In Jiang Chen's expectant eyes, 2 handsome ship models appeared. The gray models were about 70 centimeters long, 10 centimeters wide, and 15 centimeters high. Symmetrically equipped with large caliber main cannons on both sides, each cannon barrel was meticulously depicted. Masts and passageways extended in an interlaced manner, logically laid out. It's actually ship models. Could it be some kind of collectible? Fortunately, the blessing doubled at 2, should fetch a good price, right? Jiang Chen was a bit uncertain. It looked more like an art piece. Would anyone really want it? As he reached out to touch the ship model, it vanished instantly. Ha! Where did it go? A voice sounded in his mind. Congratulations on obtaining 2 sets of Beiyang ship models. Collect all Beiyang ship models to unlock and build the 4-star battleship Beiyang. Current progress, 20%. Beiyang, one of the special warships secretly built by the Beiyang fleet, showcasing the strongest combat power of the Beiyang fleet, the invincible warship that countless captains in Hua would dream of. Warship grades, 1 star, 2 stars, 3 stars, 4 stars, 5 stars? So it's a prop to unlock ships, quite interesting. The progress is only 20% now, meaning I still need 8 more ship models to unlock Beiyang. That's quite challenging. But I've never heard of Beiyang, a secretly built warship. Is it stronger than those 7 Yuan-class vessels? Imagine a powerhouse from the 3 kingdoms commanding Beiyang. It's truly fantastical. Jiang Chen couldn't help but fantasize. Ganxingba, such a grand stage awaits you. When will you come? Ding! Congratulations on receiving 1,000 resurrection coins *2, total 2,000. Remaining resurrection coins, 3,000. Woohoo, resurrection coins surpassing the 3,000 mark. 3888 away from the next S-rank character. With the loot collected, Jiang Chen opened the nautical chart in his mind. Ding! The treasure's location has been marked for you, please check. A voice entered his ears. Jiang Chen opened the map of the number 6666 area. As the system said, a large red cross was marked on the fog-covered map. The red cross was right at Jiang Chen's current island. Could it be that the spot beneath my feet is the treasure trove? It can't be this coincidental. Jiang Chen was speechless at the astonishment in his heart. How could one good thing follow another in such a way? It defied logic. This wouldn't even be dared in online novels, right? Gurgling. Just then, his stomach growled. He was hungry. Diao Chan keenly noticed the sound and quickly brought over the remaining half-piece of compressed dry food from yesterday. My lord, please don't go hungry. Don't be at odds with Diao Chan. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Chen was deeply moved. He tried to decline with a wave of his hand, but Diao Chan's determination was unwavering. If you don't eat, I will starve myself. Diao Chan's beautiful eyes were filled with decisiveness, showing no sign of backing down. Her words were not in jest. Her gaze was full of love and determination towards Jiang Chen. Seeing Diao Chan's frail figure, Jiang Chen felt a pang of heartache. In this place, every bit of food and water could determine a person's life. Seeing Diao Chan's concern for him, he was overwhelmed with emotion. After a moment, Jiang Chen finally relented. Although she was a woman, her inner strength was undeniable. He carefully took the food, holding Diao Chan's delicate hand. After a day of hard work, calluses had formed on her once delicate hands, with small cuts and bloodstains. Your hands are bleeding. Rest well today. I am a man, I should handle the heavy work from now on. Diao Chan's eyes were firm and stubborn. No, Diao Chan will share your joys and sorrows, my lord. She picked up a silver shovel nearby, showing no signs of retreat. She had the look of someone who would stand by her lord through thick and thin. Jiang Chen wanted to scold her loudly, but his tone softened before the words left his mouth. All right, just be careful. It's not good if you get hurt. Without further ado, he started eating the dry food with the water left from yesterday. While eating, Jiang Chen stole glances at Diao Chan. She was staring intently at him, ready to eat him up if he didn't finish his meal. Surprisingly, as a lord, he was being controlled by Diao Chan. Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile wryly. However, he didn't feel awkward at that moment. Instead, he felt a rare and peculiar emotion. This was love. A familiar melody played in his heart. It was a foggy day with visibility limited to about 5 meters. It would be difficult to find food outside, so Jiang Chen decided to explore what was underground first. After finishing their meal, the two began to wield their shovels underground. With enough energy, Jiang Chen's movements were faster than before. He instructed Diao Chan to tidy up the soil dugout. Digging was hard work, and without strength, it was impossible to do it. An hour later, they had dug a large pit 7 meters deep. Just then, a notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Your blessing status has ended. Jiang Chen stopped digging and wiped the sweat off his brow. In that hour, he had dug up many stones, thinking it would slow down their progress. Surprisingly, the silver shovel could easily crush them. Its strength exceeded Jiang Chen's expectations, saving him a lot of effort. Truly a superior tool, it feels like cheating. The air was filled with the scent of soil, and both Jiang Chen and Diao Chan's faces were covered in yellow mud. They exchanged a teasing glance. Why do you have a black frog on your face? My lord, how can you laugh at me when you have a brown turtle on your forehead? Jiang Chen retorted. A turtle means longevity. Diao Chan giggled, covering her mouth. My lord, you don't want to turn into an old turtle, do you? Jiang Chen was annoyed by her remark. What strange ideas has this game system instilled in you? Diao Chan chuckled, covering her mouth. My lord, there's still a lot Chain our nose. Well, someone just turned 18 this year. Jiang Chen's face darkened instantly. Hearing this phrase from an ancient person felt off. After playing around for a while, they regained their strength. Clang! The sound of shoveling echoed. When Jiang Chen dug to nearly 15 meters deep, there was finally a clanging sound from below. The silver shovel hit a metal box. Got it! Jiang Chen accelerated the swinging speed of the shovel, and the surrounding soil was cleared in an instant. A quaint, huge black box came into view. The box was extremely large, big enough to hold several people. I wonder what's inside. I have a feeling it will be a great find. Jiang Chen continued to fumble inside the box, and finally found the switch in a corner. He didn't intend to open the box because the blessing had ended. It would be best to wait for Diao Chan's blessing cooldown in a day before opening it for the double rewards. Just then, a creepy laughter echoed from the pitch-black box. He. Jiang Chen broke out in a cold sweat, slowly tightening the silver shovel in his hand. Could there be a monster inside? A hint of unease crept into his mind. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen walked out of the pit and went to contemplate by Diao Chan's side. Diao Chan tugged at his arm, fear evident in her voice. My lord, is there something bad down there? Jiang Chen was also uncertain about the situation. He frowned. I don't know, but it seems better not to open it for now. He then started gathering information about treasures in the area channel. Hello, everyone, I'm Jiang Chen, a player from Huaxia. Can anyone tell me about the treasure? Jiang Chen's words immediately caused a stir. The number 6666 channel was soon flooded with messages. Jiang Chen? Why does that name sound so familiar? Damn, he's a top player, the one who got the highest reward. Ha, he found the treasure so quickly? It's only the second day, isn't he going too fast? Looks like he'll secure the top spot tomorrow too, he's really amazing. Oh my god, brother Jiang Chen is so handsome. I want to have his babies. Seriously, I feel like I have a couple vibe with him. I've fallen for him, brother Jiang is my idol. Master, which area are you in? Let's team up. +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 in an instant, many people sent him private messages. Some wanted to add him as a friend, some asked to be carried, and some even resorted to personal attacks. Numerous beautiful girls vied for his friendship, offering to do anything, and friend requests quickly reached 99+. Naturally, Jiang Chen chose to ignore all of this. With Diao Chan, who was as beautiful as a celestial maiden by his side, these benefit-seeking women were not worth his attention. As the saying goes, vision determines everything. Ha, you bitches think you can add me as a friend, no way. Jiang Chen sneered in secret. He rejected all friend requests without exception, no room for negotiation. As for the borderline videos that were sent, after a brief review, he decisively deleted them. These women twisted and turned in the videos, but in reality, they were hard on the eyes. Without the beauty filters, these girls were back to their natural selves. Now, natural beauty reigns supreme. Of course, there were a few girls who barely made the cut. Jiang Chen gave them a thumbs up and then promptly sent a templated rejection. Don't send these next time, I'm a married man. The other party made a pitiful expression and said, Big brother, don't be like this, I have many talents to show without hesitation. Jiang Chen immediately blocked her. If it's a talent, keep it for yourself. After finally dealing with all the messages, he realized that no one could answer his question. Jiang Chen continued to leave a message. If you don't have any information about the treasure, please don't come to me, I'm very busy. To all the girls who want to add me as a friend, please stop sending me private videos. If you want to survive, you should rely on yourself, not play the savior. I know you are all literally hungry for words, but I'm not that kind of person. Be careful, or I'll block you. Soon, a woman started to cry. Among them was a woman named Roland, a well-known female bodhisattva in Huaxia. After being blocked by Jiang Chen, she immediately came out to seek sympathy for herself. Roland, whoa, how can Jiang Chen be so heartless to me, and even call me a welfare girl? Roland, everyone, please stop sending me private messages, I feel very upset, crying I'm about to lose my little pearl. After a few words, many bootlickers began to criticize Jiang Chen. Isn't it just luck that got you to the top? What's so great about that? Did my sister Roland offend you? Why did you block her? She is our moonlight. Where else can we find such a good girl? Do you eat oil cakes? Why are you being mean to my wife? You upstairs are going too far, Roland is clearly my wife. Hee, I gave her 3 cans that I worked hard to get. What did you give her? I gave her companionship at night. Can you offer that, you needle mushroom? A quarrel broke out on the scene. Jiang Chen shook his head helplessly. No hope. It seems like I won't find any information today. He had hoped to find information related to the treasure here, but now his expectations were dashed. Just then, a woman named Yu Xiaoqian added him as a friend. Jiang Chen clicked on it with an indifferent mood. The message on the private chat read, Great Jiang Chen, hello, I'm Yu Xiaoqian, I have some information about the treasure that I believe will help you. Jiang Chen checked the person's information. Yu Xiaoqian was a quiet-looking girl, probably around 20 years old. She didn't seem to be in the same category as those welfare girls. Jiang Chen accepted the friend request with mixed feelings. I hope she can provide some useful information. After a few seconds, Yu Xiaoqian took the initiative to greet him. Hello, great Jiang Chen. Thank you for accepting my friend request, I'm so excited. At this moment, on an island, Yu Xiaoqian exclaimed. Jiang Chen had really added her as a friend, he was the top god. She was beyond happy at this moment. Now countless people couldn't add Jiang Chen as a friend, so she was ecstatic. After waiting for 10 seconds, Jiang Chen sent a message. Hello, just call me Jiang Chen, no need to be so formal. Are the coins you mentioned things from the treasure? Yu Xiaoqian quickly replied, yes. The treasure mainly contains coins. Coins can indeed be used for trading, but the main trading partners are the indigenous people here. On the other side, Jiang Chen was stunned. Indigenous people? Are you kidding me? Yu Chaoqian patiently explained, it's true. But these indigenous people are not human, they are like ghostly beings. They are called ghost merchants. They come and go without a trace. The things on the ghost merchants are rare, such as space rings that can store items, mysterious tobacco that can heal, in short, a wide variety. Every night, they randomly appear at a certain location on the island, and they will leave after morning. Jiang Chen suddenly realized. So, there were such mysterious beings in this world. Storage rings, healing tobacco, it all sounded so intriguing. It would be great to get them. He continued to ask, do you know what kind of monsters will appear in the treasure? Jiang Chen was most curious about whether there would be any danger. Yu Chaoqian replied, Great God, you are really cautious, resisting the temptation of opening the treasure. Of course, there are monsters, such as burial people who have turned into zombies, small animals, and so on. Generally, in a one-star treasure, as long as you have weapons like axes, shovels, picks, you can easily deal with the monsters, there's nothing to be afraid of. But I heard that the higher the level of the treasure, the more powerful the monsters that appear. I don't know if the information is true or not. Big brother Jiang Chen, are you satisfied with my answers? Jiang Chen pondered for a moment before replying, thank you very much. If you have any more information in this regard in the future, please feel free to tell me. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they both exited the private chat channel. Jiang Chen got the information he needed, and Yu Chaoqian secured a good friend position. Both sides gained something. It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Jiang Chen stretched lazily in place and looked around. The thick fog still hadn't dispersed, giving the whole area a sense of gloom. It seemed unrealistic to go out exploring. He might not even find his way back home. How to deal with dinner tonight? Jiang Chen's stomach growled again. It was hard to sleep on an empty stomach, so he decided to scavenge for some food at the exchange. Chaner, what do we have in our inventory now? Jiang Chen asked with a smile. Diao Chan had been promoted to the position of head steward today, managing all the resources, which saved Jiang Chen a lot of trouble. She happily counted on her fingers, 2 axes, 2 treasure chest detectors, 4 bottles of almost empty water, 2 silver shovels, 3 flints, and a small knife. That's all we have. The silver shovels could be used for digging or in combat. The treasure chest detectors were essential and had to be kept. Although the 2 axes were slightly worn, there was still a need for woodcutting at this stage. As for the small knife, there was only one, and it was quite precious. All in all, the only item that could be spared was the flint. We only need 1 flint for now, so we can consider selling the remaining 2 to exchange for food. The rest of the items are useful, and we shouldn't sell them off easily unless absolutely necessary, Jiang Chen pondered, stroking his chin. In his impression, flints seemed to fetch a decent price. After all, items that could start a fire were rare in the wilderness. Fire could not only boil water but also cook meat, repel insects and wild beasts, provide warmth, and more. In an environment like this island, clean freshwater resources were hard to come by, making boiled water the preferred choice. Many people fell ill on the first day due to consuming raw water and meat, and these cases were increasing rapidly. Once one fell ill in such harsh conditions, life would only get harder day by day, leading to a vicious cycle. With fire, everything could change. Let's check the prices first. Maybe many people have found flints by now. Jiang Chen curiously opened the exchange and searched for information on flints. Searching for relevant information, please wait. After a few seconds, the regional exchange page appeared. There were only a few listings related to flints. 1 flint for 500 units of wood. 1 flint for 450 units of wood. 1 flint for a basic water filtration device. 1 flint for 10 high-quality canned goods. 1 flint for 16 bags of 300g compressed biscuits. Wow, flints are even more expensive than axes. Jiang Chen noticed that the options were limited, indicating that players' food reserves were not very abundant. 10 cans may not be enough, but they have a long shelf life. Considering 16 bags of 300g compressed biscuits, but they need water to go down, or they're impossible to eat. Currently, we have fire, so it might be more cost-effective to get some meat. Jiang Chen's idea was simple, to eat meat. Canned goods were expensive mainly because of their preservative ability. Most could last for over a decade, but they weren't very cost-effective. Compressed dry rations needed to be consumed with water, tasted bad, and were not considered. Right now, Jiang Chen needed to replenish protein. Meat was the first choice. He carefully searched for trades on the page and also posted a message. 1 flint for any type of meat, please PM if interested. The trade message was immediately engulfed in a sea of dense information and then disappeared. Finding a seller depends on luck. I hope those female bodhisattvas and their followers don't come looking for me again. Since blocking a group of female bodhisattvas last time, many people have been sending him malicious messages. There were all kinds of personal attacks, even mocking images. The private message page was chaotic and unpleasant, hurting his eyes. Fortunately, before adding a friend, only one private message could be sent, otherwise Jiang Chen would have been annoyed by these people sooner or later. Jiang Chen calmed his mind and continued to check the exchange. After looking through all the pages, he still hadn't found anyone willing to trade meat for a flint. Just when he was about to give up, a private message came through. Who could it be? Hopefully not those who come to blow up unicycles again. Jiang Chen boredly opened the private message box. A person named Mo Weiyong sent a trade message. Great Jiang Chen, I heard you need meat now, and I happen to have a lot of fish meat. Do you need it? After reading this message, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He quickly added this person as a friend. Ding! Friend request sent successfully. Ding! The other party has agreed to add you as a friend. Mo Weiyong appeared in the friends list. A few seconds later, his profile picture started flashing. Great one! You finally agreed to add me as a friend, I'm happy. Jiang Chen replied, don't call me Great One, just call me Jiang Chen. I heard you have a lot of fish meat. Did you get a fishing rod on the first day? It was highly likely to catch fish and get a fishing rod within just 2 days. Mo Weiyong sent a grinning emoji. Yes, but my fishing skills are too poor. I only caught 2 fish yesterday. Today, luck was slightly better, maybe due to the weather, the fish were biting like crazy, and I had a great catch. Jiang Chen replied. You managed to catch fish in such thick fog today, that's impressive. The entire area was shrouded in dense fog, making things blurry even at a distance of 5 meters. Fishing under such conditions was not easy. Mo Weiyong proudly said, this is actually related to my extraordinary talent, Eagle Eye. With this talent, I can see things 300 meters away through the thick fog, including the fish in the water, so it's convenient for fishing. I didn't see many fish yesterday, but today a large group came, which surprised me. Luckily, I found a wooden fishing rod in a chest yesterday, so today was a good catch. Hearing this, Jiang Chen felt somewhat surprised. This Eagle Eye talent could actually see through thick fog. Mo Weiyong's talent should be among the top tier. Jiang Chen congratulated him. Congratulations. Your talent is really good. Make sure to use it well. So, how much fish meat do you have now, and how much can you give me? Let's make it clear, I only have this one flint. If I give it to you, I won't have it anymore, so the price won't be cheap. To sell at a good price, he decided to hold back. If he mentioned having 3 flints, the other party might lower the price. The consequence of doing so might be skipping a few meals of meat, greatly reducing the quality of life. For Jiang Chen and Diao Chan, meat was extremely precious. It should be noted that the expenses of 2 people were much higher than that of 1 person. Mo Weiyong pondered for a moment. Then he quoted a price. How about this, 1 flint for 20 pounds of fish meat, what do you think? The flint is indeed important to me. I don't want to eat fish every day, it wouldn't be good if I fell ill. Actually, many people asked me for fish meat just now, but I refused them all. If this price isn't satisfactory, we can negotiate again, but someone else might snatch it first. Upon hearing this figure, Jiang Chen began to calculate in his mind. 20 pounds of fish meat was not a small amount, enough for 2 people to eat for 4 or 5 days. He couldn't deny that he was somewhat tempted. As for the following sentences, they were basically bargaining tactics, nothing to be concerned about. The last 2 sentences are probably just excuses. If he really had other buyers, he probably wouldn't come to me. I'm somewhat of a celebrity in this area, so let's hook him for a while. Jiang Chen suddenly fell silent. On the other side, Mo Weiyong nervously stared at Jiang Chen's profile picture. There was no reply for a long time. Would he think it's too little? Or are there others competing for this deal with me? Those who can secure the top spot are definitely big shots, with talents mostly above the ordinary, worth getting to know. If I can successfully climb this big shot's leg, my future days will be even better. Mo Weiyong was very shrewd and immediately understood the pros and cons. He quickly came up with a solution. Master, how about this? I can do without the flint, but I'll provide you with some fish meat every day. You cook them and send me a portion, how about that? This way, he could spend time with Jiang Chen in the long term and also get cooked meat for himself. Maybe by then, the other party would take a liking to him and make him a little brother? Then the 2 of them could enjoy the good life together. Upon hearing this proposal, Jiang Chen couldn't help but exclaim, clever, I didn't know about this approach? This way, I keep the flint and get free fish meat. With cooked meat, he avoids bacteria and parasite infections, so it's not a bad deal. There's only one question in front of us, can cooked meat be traded? Jiang Chen replied. Bro, your proposal is good, I agree. Bring over 2 pounds of fish meat first, let me see if I can trade you the cooked meat. Mo Wei-yong sent a grinning emoji. Alright. The next second, the two sides began to trade. Ding! Mo Wei-yong has sent you a trade request, please choose to accept or reject. Accept/reject, of course, I accept. Ding! Checking the trading environment for you. Trading environment check successful, connecting you to the trading partner. After a moment, a trading panel appeared in their minds. Mo Wei-yong placed a fish in the item slot. Then both clicked confirm. Ding! Trade successful. The sound disappeared. A fish appeared in front of Jiang Chen. It was a small sea fish weighing over 2 pounds, with beautiful blue patterns all over its body. The fish had just died not long ago, and the flesh looked quite fresh. Its eyes still emitted a strange light, as if telling Jiang Chen something. Fish, doctor, I think I can still be saved. Jiang Chen, yes, I plan to use fire therapy. Fish, thank you. Jiang Chen swallowed a mouthful of saliva, delighted. Diao-chan, go inside and start a fire, we're having grilled fish today. Yes, my lord. Diao-chan excitedly ran into the house and began to operate the flint. Under Jiang Chen's guidance, she had learned many things. Flint for fire, a piece of cake. Click. In no time, a bright yellow flame appeared in the hearth. Diao-chan picked up some firewood from the side and threw it in as fuel. Crackling sounds. Sparks flew, and the flame gradually rose to over 10 centimeters high, like a hot dancing girl. My lord, the fire is ready. A soft voice entered Jiang Chen's ears. Jiang Chen carved 2 wooden sticks with a small knife and slowly skewered the whole fish. Alright, grilled fish is coming up. Holding the small fish, he placed it on the stones at both ends to roast. Sizzle. The steam evaporated from the fish, followed by the aroma of the fish meat. Diao-chan, fetch some water from the pond, we need to store some drinking water. Jiang Chen ordered. Since yesterday, the 4 2-liter bottles of water obtained from the bronze chest had been consumed. After a day of rain, the spring water pool next to the small wooden house was almost overflowing. It was time to boil some water. Diao-chan brought the water bottle over. The pond water was mixed with a lot of mud, looking somewhat turbid. Even so, the water can still be consumed after boiling, at least it won't be infected with parasites or bacteria, much better than drinking raw water. In the wild, drinking such water directly is very risky, one must not be careless. Gurgle, gurgle. Diao-chan bent her willowy waist and filled the 4 empty bottles with water. Altogether, it was a total of 8 liters, enough for 2 people to drink for 2 to 3 days after boiling. What kind of container should we use to boil water? Diao-chan, with her hands on her hips, began searching for bowl-shaped stones nearby but couldn't find a suitable container. Jiang Chen came out of the small wooden house and suggested a solution. If we can't find a container, let's make one out of clay. Shape them into bowls, then put them in the fire to bake. Making bowls out of clay was a childhood pastime for him in the countryside. With Jiang Chen's guidance, Diao-chan went to the edge of the water pool and started shaping clay bowls. The yellow and soft clay here was sticky and just right. With her nimble hands, she quickly grasped the technique, and the clay danced in her hands. Soon, the shape of a bowl was completed. 1, 2, 3. In just half an hour, 3 clay bowls made of yellow clay were already formed. Diao-chan handed them to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen carefully placed the clay bowls next to the pit and slowly baked them over a low flame. High temperatures could cause them to crack, so he had to fill any cracks with clay during the process to ensure a perfect shape. Under the heat of the flames, the clay bowls gradually hardened and soon took shape. 3 neatly shaped clay bowls were quickly finished. Done. Jiang Chen used a stick to remove the clay bowls and set them aside to cool. Lord, the fish smells so good. Diao-chan sat on a wooden stool, licking her rosy lips. The fish had been roasting for nearly 40 minutes, emitting a tantalizing aroma that stimulated their taste buds. Both of them swallowed hard, unable to wait. Since arriving on the island, it was the first time they had smelled the aroma of meat, instantly making their mouths water. Meat was the main source of protein. To have the strength to work, one must eat meat. Compressed dry rations could fill the stomach but couldn't provide a large amount of protein and were hard to eat. Eating the same thing every day was not a good idea and could easily lead to malnutrition. Eating meat could build physical strength. So far, very few players had the chance to eat meat, let alone cook meat. Jiang Chen carefully turned the fish, making sure not to burn any part. Most of the fish's skin had turned golden, shimmering with a captivating light. Juices spread over it, occasionally bursting with a crackling sound. After a long 50 minutes, the fish was finally fully cooked. Jiang Chen placed the golden fish on a clean stone slab and eagerly started using chopsticks. The yellowed fish melted in his mouth, the sweetness hitting him instantly. After the first bite, he quickly took another. Delicious. It was the best thing Jiang Chen had ever eaten. Diao-chan, on the other hand, was more refined in her eating manners. She tremblingly placed the fish on her lips and gently bit into it. The aroma of the fish exploded in her mouth. After swallowing a bite, she almost cried at how delicious it was. It was too tasty. Without saying a word, they focused on their meal, and the fish on the stone slab gradually disappeared. Halfway through the meal, Jiang Chen suddenly remembered something. He quickly covered Diao-chan's chopsticks and said, "Stop, we need to save the rest of this fish for Mo Wei Young." There was still about half of the over 2 pounds of fish left. Jiang Chen and Diao-chan were already 80% full, which was enough. Diao-chan blushed slightly, almost forgetting about this. On the other side, Mo Wei Young, who had been anxiously waiting, finally received a message. Ding! Jiang Chen has sent you a trade request, please choose to accept or reject. Accept/reject, finally, here it is. Without hesitation, he chose to accept. Ding! Checking the trading environment for you. Trading environment check successful, connecting you to the trading partner. A trade window appeared. Jiang Chen immediately placed the fish on the stone slab. After confirming the trade, a half-eaten grilled fish appeared in Mo Wei Yang's hand. He quickly messaged Jiang Chen in excitement, "Success, master. The fish smells so good, I can't wait to dig in." Before the words had even settled, he started eating the grilled fish without hesitation. The delicious fish meat entered his mouth, emitting a burst of sweetness. It was simply heavenly. Jiang Chen then messaged, "Brother Mo, how's my cooking? Do you have more fish over there? Eating just one isn't enough, can we have another smaller one?" 1 pound of fish was still not enough for the two of them. Mo Wei Young happily exclaimed, "Your skills are amazing. I've never tasted such delicious grilled fish before." "No problem, as much fish as you want, I'll give you another one. After we finish eating, I'll go fishing later. I'll make a fortune selling fish sooner or later." After a while, Jiang Chen caught another fish. He and Diao-chan exchanged smiles. "Tonight, we'll achieve grilled fish freedom." Diao-chan excitedly clapped her hands, her eyes shining brightly. Yay! After a busy period, Jiang Chen had another string of grilled fish in his hand. The 3 clay bowls were filled with boiling water. Although the color was a bit off, at least it was safe to drink. To make the water taste better, Jiang Chen even added some plant leaves for decoration. A simple bowl of tea, along with a string of golden grilled fish. The joy of survival was just that simple. Jiang Chen was responsible for grilling the meat and sharing half of the food, solving the meat source issue. Mo Wei Young was in charge of fishing, getting half of the grilled fish and also gaining favor with the other party. This was undoubtedly a win-win choice. In the future, the two would engage in more trades, not limited to just meat. They would gain more things by then. Jiang Chen knew that connections were crucial in this world, and resource exchange often led to the highest benefits. Returning to the present, after enjoying a meal together, the two began to look towards the future. Jiang Chen lay on the wooden floor, licking his lips. "If we could have grilled fish every day, that would be great. Just thinking about it makes me feel moist." Diao-chan boiled water by the fire, revealing her bright eyes and white teeth to Jiang Chen. "Lord, your grilled fish is the most delicious food Diao-chan has ever eaten in her life. If I have the chance, I'd also like to catch many big fish for you." Jiang Chen teased with his legs crossed. "With your small frame, you want to catch fish? I'd be grateful as long as you don't get dragged away by a big fish." Diao-chan pouted cutely, looking displeased. "I don't even bother with small fish, my goal is the big catch." Hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh. Well, it seemed that he couldn't let Diao-chan near a fishing rod in this lifetime. With that stubbornness, she might be dragged away by a sea monster one day, and that would surely break Jiang Chen's heart. Boom! Just then, a thunderous sound came from the sky. A heavy rainstorm was about to arrive. Staying in this place has its downsides, it rains at the drop of a hat. Jiang Chen changed his position on the ground, complaining. The next moment, he hurried out to gather dry firewood. 20 minutes later, Jiang Chen returned to the small wooden house just before the downpour, carrying several tens of pounds of dry firewood in his arms. Tonight's fuel was definitely sufficient. As soon as he stepped into the house, a heavy rain began to pour down. Boom! The sky rumbled with thunder, and large raindrops fell on the ground, accompanied by strong winds. The temperature dropped suddenly to around 5 to 10 degrees, catching them off guard. It's 7 o'clock, the night is falling faster than yesterday. I wonder how the others are doing now. Jiang Chen and Diao-chan leaned against each other for warmth, sharing body heat. They were inseparable, like a true couple. The rustling rain drowned out the crackling of the fire, which was quite overwhelming. "Diao-chan, why is this rain even heavier than yesterday?" Jiang Chen exclaimed loudly in her ear. Only in this way could his voice be heard by the other person. Diao Chan shook her head helplessly, indicating that she didn't know, and continued to play with the mud bowl in her hands, focusing on being a water-boiling maid. Jiang Chen lay down bored, quietly feeling the drum-like sound of the rain. The small wooden house, the bonfire, the beauty, the grilled fish, undoubtedly created a very beautiful scene. Since we can't do anything, we can only chat and boast. It would be great if we had a phone right now. Bored, he opened the local channel. There was a lot of wailing here, everyone was complaining about the weather. It's raining, everyone hurry up and collect water to drink. Even if you collect water, without a bonfire to boil it, would you dare to drink it? I'm not afraid, I'm in great shape, I'll drink it anyway. I just recorded a video. In the video, there was a big man covered in sunscreen mud. The middle-aged man lifted a can of bright yellow water over his head and shouted, "Ollie! Cheers, brothers! Glug glug!" The whole bottle of water was chugged down. Amazing, bro, you're really something. Oh my god, bro, you just drank a leech. Ha! No wonder my throat feels itchy. Don't worry, leeches are afraid of salt, just drink seawater and you'll be fine. Fine? Fine my foot, instigating others to drink seawater, serves you right to get hit by a car when you go out. Oh no, barbecue time, folks, I can't find my way home. You dare to go out in this foggy weather? Are you trying to get yourself killed? I'm starving, luckily I went out and opened a chest, got 2 days worth of food, taking a chance to upgrade from a bicycle to a motorcycle. If you don't come out, you'll die waiting. I don't want to end up like some people, staying in a dark corner watching a lady dance. So hungry. Can someone give me something to eat? So cold, I feel like I'm seeing the little match girl. Most players endured this day in torment. Many players were already losing their minds and barely holding on. When Jiang Chen saw this, he felt tired. Luckily, I lacked nothing. With the warmth of the fire, he closed his eyes and fell asleep. When he woke up, it was already broad daylight. The third day of the game, exactly 8 o'clock. The official voice rang out on time. Announcement for the third day of the game. Today is sunny, temperature 14 to 32 degrees, high visibility, all things are suitable. The leaderboard has been updated, please check carefully, rewards will be distributed later as scheduled. Important reminder, after midnight today, the newbie protection period will end, the game difficulty will increase, players, please be prepared. The voice remained indifferent and clear. This triggered a frenzy of complaints from many players. When Jiang Chen woke up from the ground, he felt incredibly energetic. He stretched lazily and turned to see Diao Chan already up, boiling a bowl of hot water by the bonfire. Steam rose from it. My lord, would you like some morning tea? Diao Chan smiled as she brought the mud bowl to him. Jiang Chen took it slowly and savored it. There was a sweet taste in the water. Ah, delicious! Jiang Chen exclaimed, genuinely. A warm bowl of plain hot water in the morning was incredibly refreshing. After drinking the water, he found Mo Wei Yong in his friends list and asked him for a fish. Without hesitation, Mo Wei Yong threw a fish into the trade box and confirmed the trade. Soon, a white smoke rose in the small wooden house, and a golden grilled fish appeared in sight. Jiang Chen and Diao Chan picked up their chopsticks and began to enjoy the delicious breakfast, their lives enriched. After finishing half, he returned the rest to Mo Wei Yong as usual. Then Jiang Chen checked the leaderboard. He thought his ranking would drop, but to his surprise, he was still in first place. Yesterday's score was 971, and now it's jumped to 2,200. Just opened a golden chest, and my score increased so much. Jiang Chen quickly figured out what had happened. It must be the double blessing effect that worked. A golden treasure chest is equivalent to 2, that's why the score is so high. Then wouldn't I be able to dominate the leaderboard every day using this method? If he could get a golden treasure chest every day, plus a super multiplier, the top spot would be within easy reach. Jiang Chen's gaze at Diao Chan became even more intense. She truly was his future wife. As he looked further down, he noticed that the second place was taken by a foreigner. Smith, never heard of this person, but he must be a fierce foreigner. 1,400 points, not bad. It was also quite rare to get a total of 1,400 points the next day, especially in the midst of heavy fog. Jiang Chen was leading by a large margin, feeling quite pleased with himself. It seems that as long as I put in a little effort, it's already the limit for others. At the same time, many foreigners suddenly appeared in the regional channel. Early in the morning, they were engaging in verbal battles with the players from Huagua. The foreigners' opinions were generally unified, all believing that Jiang Chen was cheating. You Huagua people are despicable, always cheating on the Steam platform, now in a survival game, still cheating. Exactly, that Jiang Chen ranked first must be cheating. I demand an official rematch and the publication of the score details, otherwise I will report to the military court. The Huagua players began to defend Jiang Chen. Ha, What else can you Huagua people do besides barking in incompetence? A bunch of clowns. Right, how can you cheat in a real survival game? If you don't have the ability, just stay out of it. Jiang Chen, the great god, must have awakened talents above the extraordinary level, and will definitely dominate you all in the future. A bunch of idiots. You foreigners are just envious, jumping with anger when you see Huagua people doing well. The one above is right, these bird people can't stand to see us doing well, all those associated with Laomi are a bunch of bad guys. Jiang Chen, feeling somewhat speechless, saw the absurdity of these foreigners' accusations. The verbal battle between the two sides intensified. Players from the entire channel were drawn into it. The debate over the leaderboard never ceased, but instead escalated. The cheating label was forcefully pinned on Jiang Chen by the foreigners. No matter what you say, Jiang Chen is definitely cheating. Yes, we simply don't believe you Huagua people have such abilities, no use arguing. Just a cheating nobody, Huagua people are all a bunch of useless people. Soon after, a well-known Laomi came out to speak. Without further ado, he issued a direct order to hunt down Jiang Chen. Hello everyone, I am General MacDonald of the 5-star Army of Laomi. Jiang Chen is a historical criminal adept at stealing achievements, and should be condemned by people all over the world. Dear allies, if you see him, make him pay a painful price. I have asked God for you, this action will lead you to heaven. Faced with his condemnation, many Laomi allies joined in. I represent the Stick Country and agree. I represent the Eagle Country and agree. I represent the Rainbow Country and agree. I represent the Yamato Country and agree. Waves of voices rose like war cries, as if Jiang Chen had truly become a criminal of stealing achievements. Jiang Chen watched this scene, finding it somewhat amusing. At the same time, his gaze became extremely cold. Alright, let's play this game. One day, I will make you feel what true fear is. For the insults the people of Huagua have suffered in the past, I will repay them 100-fold. Since the other side chose to treat him maliciously, Jiang Chen would naturally retaliate accordingly. He continued to scroll down the messages. Gradually, these foreigners not only began to denounce him but also started targeting all the players from Huagua. A female politician from Yamato, Kawashima, appeared. She spoke truthfully. Dear General MacDonald, these scum from the Hua country are not worthy of living in this world. Can we consider blocking the trade routes of the Hua country people? As soon as these words were spoken, many of Old Mi's allies immediately agreed. Yes. Why didn't we think of that? These Hua country people only know how to exploit loopholes. It's a good idea to do this. I, on behalf of the Stick country, agree with this decision. Blocking the trade routes of the Hua country people is urgent. Tremble, you damn Hua country people. Jiang Chen silently remembered the name of the woman called Chuan Daozi. This woman will be dealt with in the future. MacDonald left a message. This is a good idea, I accept it. Fellow citizens of the Melee Sword country, and my allies. It is time to launch the first round of sanctions against the Hua country people. I, 5-star General MacDonald, hereby declare that all trades with Hua country players will be considered evil and destined to be sanctioned by the Lord. Only by doing this can we make the Hua country people feel our freedom and democracy. For freedom and democracy. Many allies began to get excited. For freedom and democracy. For freedom and democracy. For freedom and democracy. At the same time, all Hua country players began to counterattack. A bunch of lunatics, you shout about democracy and freedom, but behind the scenes, you are engaged in unspeakable activities. Everyone in the world knows your true colors, no need to pretend anymore. All Hua country people unite and take down these foreigners, we've been eyeing them for a long time. This trash, I awaken talents related to combat, just waiting for a place to use them. Me too. Xiaoli, if we had ships to sail far away now, I would have gone out to fight with you long ago. Jiang Chen, come out and represent us, you're the only Hua country person left on the leaderboard. Jiang Chen, come out quickly, even Gu Changqing has been pushed down, these foreigners are truly despicable. The Hua country people were furious and began to speak out in support of Jiang Chen. Many people were calling for Jiang Chen to come out and say a few words. Faced with this situation, Jiang Chen naturally did not back down. In the midst of everyone's expectations, he spoke, I just want to say, you losers are not even worthy of me cheating. Middle finger. JPG. There was a strong sense of disdain in his words. Jiang Chen's retort immediately made MacDonald and others blush. This was too blunt, leaving them no face at all. MacDonald immediately retaliated, Jiang Chen, don't think we can't find you. Do you think this sea area is vast? You are mistaken. You are too naive. If you admit to cheating now, and hand over the rewards you received, it's not too late. Otherwise, all Hua country people will suffer because of you. The woman from the Yamato country, Chuandaozi, chimed in. Zhang Chen, no matter how you try to argue, it's useless now. Admit your mistake honestly, and the Lord will forgive you. If you persist, the Alliance will impose even harsher sanctions on you. Don't try to go against us. Zhang Chen sneered inwardly. It had to be said, the shamelessness of Old Me and its allied countries exceeded all expectations. For these shameless monsters, conventional methods of defense were no longer applicable. If it's war they want, then war it shall be. Zhang Chen had initially thought of being polite to them, but now he saw no need. He immediately retorted, since you all believe I'm cheating, that's fine. I do plan to cheat to the end. I've secured the top spot. As long as I'm alive, you worthless scum will never rise. Come for revenge, come directly at me, don't play those mind games. Come 10, I'll kill 10, come 1,000, I'll kill 1,000, I won't show mercy. Dealing with you little lackeys like cockroaches, I could wipe out a whole bunch with just a snap of my fingers. Zhang Chen's retort was incredibly powerful, angering many. Consequently, a barrage of verbal attacks ensued. Players from Hua Nation unanimously supported Zhang Chen, engaging in a war of words with the others. Chaos reigned, and Zhang Chen exited the channel feeling satisfied. As a chosen one with mythical-level talents, he found this group insufficient to challenge him. He was confident he could crush them even if more opponents joined. As long as he could summon more powerful allies, they wouldn't stand a chance. Just then, a massive object fell from the sky. Under the sun's rays, the object gleamed with a golden light. Boom! A huge golden chest landed right next to the pit, startling Zhang Chen as he emerged from the small wooden house. Winning the battle was fun, but opening the chest was even more thrilling. He hadn't even had a chance to see yesterday's top prize yet. Yesterday, Zhang Chen had received a golden chest and randomly obtained a treasure map. Today's reward would naturally be different from yesterday's. What exactly had he randomly acquired this time? Zhang Chen cautiously approached to investigate. Diao also stepped out of the wooden house, curiously observing everything. My lord, did you secure the top spot again today? Zhang Chen proudly replied, of course, with a wise assistant like you, not clinching the first place would be difficult. Diao blushed shyly. Last night during their rest, Diao had learned about the leaderboard. Hearing that Zhang Chen had once again claimed the top spot, she was naturally delighted. Zhang Chen nervously circled around the chest but found no treasure map. Could this time's random reward be inside the box? He speculated, stroking his chin. Lost in thought, he heard Diao reminder. My lord, it seems like there's something beneath the chest. Zhang Chen lowered his gaze as suggested. Indeed, there was a golden paper under the chest. Upon picking it up, a prompt appeared in his mind. Congratulations on obtaining the blueprint Territory Stone, level 2 3000 units of stone, Territory Stone function. Upon completion, the territory will upgrade to a level 2 domain, and the builder will become the true lord of that territory. Tip: after the territory upgrade, all resource points, including chests and treasures, will refresh. True lord? What did that mean? Wasn't I already the lord here? Zhang Chen pondered as he read the description. The system promptly provided an explanation. A true lord can manage resources and companions in the local area, while a lord is akin to a guardian residing on the island, without actual management rights over the territory. A true lord can grant lord-related management permissions, bearing all risks independently. The difference between a true lord and a lord lay in authority, similar to that of a king and a lord. This system resembled a feudal system, where each lord was a puppet of the king but possessed their own sphere of power. I didn't expect this game to have such intricate considerations. It feels like I've stepped into a strategic simulation game. To Zhang Chen, this so-called island survival game had transcended mere survival. In the later stages of the game, numerous super empires might emerge. War was the main theme of humanity. With this in mind, Zhang Chen couldn't help but entertain a fantasy. What would it be like to build an empire from scratch? A fierce fire ignited within him. Establishing a country is no simple matter. Aiming for that goal somewhat contradicts my original intentions. But one thing is certain, those scum in the channel will definitely be sacrificed. Allowing them to develop would be detrimental to me. Zhang Chen thought of the Rice Nation and their allies, his gaze turning increasingly cold. He had never forgotten the offense these people had caused him. His thoughts returned to the present. Zhang Chen carefully handed the territory map to Diao, instructing her to keep it safe. Chan'er, this map is very important, please don't lose it, he said sternly. Diao naturally dared not disobey, solemnly tucking it away. Understood, my lord. As the Grand Internal Manager, she couldn't afford to be careless, she vowed to handle this matter well. Zhang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He now had more things to consider. Diao was meticulous in her work, making her the perfect choice to safeguard it. With more tasks at hand, the role of a wise assistant became evident. As the saying goes, behind every successful man stands a woman. The woman behind Zhang Chen was Diao. After finishing the task, Zhang Chen checked the time with the system. Diao blessing still had a 2-hour cooldown. Waiting for the blessing to cool down successfully would be the moment to open the treasure in golden chests. Whether there would be double rewards at that time would be crucial to dominating the leaderboard. Zhang Chen already had a plan on how to spend these 2 hours. In short, he decided to go play by the seaside. He took Diao hand and grinned, "Shaner, after 2 busy days, it's time to relax." After digging in the ground all day yesterday and chopping trees the day before, they were truly exhausted. Diao nodded in agreement, looking lively. "My lord, can we really go play by the seaside?" Without further ado, the two of them ran to the beach to the south. Zhang Chen took the lead, gazing at the sea, then stripped off his clothes and pants without hesitation, not even leaving his underpants. "Let's go!" He paid no attention to Diao shy eyes and ran straight towards the distant horizon of the sea. His steps were swift, like a wild monkey in the mountains. A grown man running naked on the white sandy beach filled with shells looked like he was going crazy. Diao couldn't bear to watch. She covered her eyes the whole time, only peeking through a tiny gap. When her gaze accidentally fell on certain parts, Diao blushed furiously. "My lord, you're such a shameless rogue. If other women saw this, it would be very inappropriate." Little did she know, Zhang Chen was indeed eager to let loose. This was his first time on a seaside vacation in his life. Running wild on the beach was his wildest impulse. He had always suppressed himself for survival, never allowing his mind a moment's rest. Even in his dreams, he would be planning for the next day. This was clearly not in line with his original intention to relax. Today, Zhang Chen decided to truly let go and forget about everything. The warm water gently enveloped his body as he waded into the sea, raising his hands to feel the noisy wind. Waves of pleasure erupted from his heart. There was only one word to describe this moment: bliss. Diao anxiously shouted from afar, "My lord, please put your pants back on. What if the fish down there bites your—" "You know." Zhang Chen laughed heartily. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I am the king here, who dares to challenge me?" He extended his arms, provocatively staring at the sky. The waist-high seawater splashed against his body, but he stood firm. "Shaner, do you want to come down and play too?" Zhang Chen called out to Diao swimming in the sea, but ancient beliefs made her more conservative. She hadn't bathed in 2 days and felt uncomfortable. Despite the mental suppression, she finally decided to act upon Zhang Chen's call. "My lord, please don't make fun of me." She bit her lip, slowly walking behind a rock. There was a rustling sound of clothes being removed. A few seconds ago, Zhang Chen was lazily lying in the water. But when his gaze shifted to the right, his eyes widened in shock. Diao stepped out from behind the rocks with lotus-like grace, her perfect figure fully exposed to the sunlight, shattering all reason with her exquisite beauty. No words could describe her loveliness. Blushing, Diao took a shy step and slowly walked into the sea. The seawater splashed against her, dampening her silky hair. Her fair skin shimmered faintly on the sparkling water. Her graceful figure was perfectly displayed, like a celestial maiden descended from the heavens to be by Zhang Chen's side. "My lord, am I beautiful?" Blushing, Diao asked as she approached Zhang Chen. Her soft voice drifted into his ears, completely disrupting his thoughts. The woman's fragrance filled his nostrils. Gulp! Zhang Chen subconsciously swallowed, momentarily at a loss. With what seemed like all his strength, he slowly uttered one word, "beautiful." The next moment, Zhang Chen kissed her. Their lips met, sweet nectar flowing into their mouths. They embraced tightly, their bodies merging in a dance of love in the sea. In those 2 hours, they ignited sparks like dry tinder meeting a fierce fire, colliding in ultimate passion. Zhang Chen's suppressed emotions were completely released, as was Diao Chan's. Their feelings had reached a critical point, just one step away from culmination. The joyful time lasted for 2 hours, not brief. All good things must come to an end, and the two figures in the sea concluded their battle in a moment of breathlessness. As a modern man, Zhang Chen had taken the lead throughout. Yet, facing such a beautiful fairy, he still struggled to contain himself. Thankfully, he possessed a robust body, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to stand now. The beauty's face flushed, lying quietly on the man's chest, refraining from any unnecessary movements. Diao feared that any carelessness might trigger the man's imagination. In her understanding, Zhang Chen was never a rough man. But just now, he seemed to have turned into a beast. In the first half of their intimate encounter, Zhang Chen kept demanding, his eyes filled with possessiveness. Surprised, Diao tried to respond accordingly. It wasn't until the latter half that Zhang Chen regained clarity and gentled his actions. After a brief rest, they both dressed. Diao Chan put on a plain garment, concealing her exquisite figure. Her cheeks were rosy, like a ripe peach, avoiding the man's gaze. Jiang Chen coughed a few times, realizing he had lost control. Besides self-blame, he felt a hint of relief. Diao Chan had never rejected him, instead accepting his rough behavior with love. Despite initial obstacles, he finally restrained his impulses later on, and Diao Chan's eyes began to enjoy the moment. Their compatibility was undeniable. "Channer, no need to be shy. We just did the most natural thing between a man and a woman." Jiang Chen comforted Diao Chan, embracing her from behind. Diao Chan turned around, captivatingly beautiful. "Brother Jiang, this was bound to happen between us." In fact, Diao Chan was prepared long ago. "If you hadn't accepted me, I would have been troubled." She shyly ran her wet fingers through her hair. A sea breeze blew, carrying the scent of her hair. Jiang Chen's expression turned joyful, no longer concealing his desire. Their eyes met, and they shared a deep kiss. Returning to the small cabin, it was already noon. Time for the enjoyable unboxing ritual. Unfortunately, Diao Chan was too exhausted to complete a dance. Unable to perform the ritual, the unboxing plan was postponed. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen messaged Mo Wei Yong. "Bro, free now? Let's grill a fish, I'm hungry." If there was nothing else to do, they would grill a fish. Keeping their strength up was the key to survival. Mo Wei Yong quickly replied, "Of course I have time. I'll catch some fish for you. I'm out collecting wild fruits." "Jiang Chen, your comeback today is awesome. These people are really a bunch of scoundrels, actually accusing you of cheating. They have no shame." Jiang Chen replied, "It's nothing. Dealing with these people requires toughness, can't be weak. You also be careful, I heard these people have started targeting us Chinese players." In the brief pause between battles, he took a few glances at the regional channel. The American players and their allies had officially initiated a trade blockade. Chinese players lost their trading routes, and many resources could only circulate within the country. Countless people were affected negatively. Fortunately, Chinese players also fought back, uniting instantly. The trade war had begun. Mo Wei Yong replied, "It's okay, I'm a solo island player, basically self-sufficient. It's only the third day, everyone can only stay on the islands, it's impossible for them to come bother me. I fish while challenging foreigners, it's entertaining." Jiang Chen, you have to be extremely careful, even if you build a boat, don't easily leave the island, it wouldn't be good if you expose your location. Western countries are scouring the world looking for your trace, they all want to capture you alive. Jiang Chen understood this truth well. But he wasn't very afraid of these people, as he said, he would kill as many as came. In humility, he thanked Mo Wei Yong for the reminder. "Alright, I got it. Rest assured, unless absolutely necessary, I won't reveal my location." Mo Wei Yong sent a grinning emoji. God, climb the leaderboard a few more times and slap their faces hard. "I've been eyeing this group of people for a while." Jiang Chen replied, "Don't worry, with me in this world, they don't stand a chance. Today, I aim to score over 5,000 points, let's see who can surpass me." Mo Wei Yong exclaimed, "Damn, 5,000 points. God, you're too amazing, how did you do it?" "Oh, I remember, did you really find a treasure?" No way, no way. Finding a treasure within the first 3 days is extremely rare worldwide." Mo Wei Yong knew about Jiang Chen's encounters with the female bodhisattvas. It all started when Jiang Chen sent out a message about treasure information. If he hadn't encountered a treasure, he wouldn't ask that question. Initially, Mo Wei Yong thought he was just showing off, who wouldn't brag? Now he was completely convinced of the authenticity of this news. Jiang Chen must have found the treasure without a doubt. In his understanding, those who obtained treasures could soar to the top. Reaching the leaderboard was a normal thing. Jiang Chen replied, "It's just luck, nothing special. To be honest, this treasure was practically handed to me on a silver platter, I didn't exert much effort. As long as you explore more, you'll definitely hit the jackpot like me." And indeed, that was the case. But to Mo Wei Yong, this was pure modesty. "God, you're too modest. Those who can get treasures are the strongest of the strong, they won't be ordinary people in the future. It's an honor to know you." Jiang Chen scratched his head awkwardly. Why didn't the other person believe him when he was telling the truth? But he didn't dwell on it too much. Whether they believed it or not was irrelevant to him. After some small talk, Jiang Chen received a sea fish weighing over 2 pounds. After expressing his gratitude, he left the chat channel to start a fire and grill the fish. At that moment, a friend's private message came in. It was from the quiet girl, Yu Chaoqian. "Jiang Chen, I met a Chinese team leader today. His name is Zhang Wei, the 15th ranked Chinese player on the leaderboard. He said he wants to get to know you. I heard Zhang Wei say he wants to nominate you as their vice captain." When Jiang Chen saw the word team, he felt a slight resistance. Sorry, but I don't want to join any team right now. But adding a friend is fine, we can share information or trade with each other. There are benefits to joining a team, but not many. Wanting him to be the vice captain is even more impossible, because it means he would have to be guided by others, which is absolutely unacceptable. Yu Chaoqian sent a mischievous expression. Alright, then I'll have Big Brother Zhang Wei add you as a friend first. You guys can talk about this slowly on your own. Jiang Chen replied. Okay, there's no problem getting to know each other. As players from Hua country, exchanging ideas will be beneficial for future development. Maybe this relationship can come in handy later. No matter what, being in the top 1,000 out of 100,000 people is not easy, showing immense potential. Zhang Wei ranking 15th clearly has his own strengths. A few seconds later, Zhang Wei took the initiative to send a friend request to Jiang Chen. Hello, I'm Zhang Wei, ranked 15th on the leaderboard. Jiang Chen checked Zhang Wei's information. Neat buzzcut, broad shoulders, sturdy and tall figure, and a stern and fierce facial features. Undoubtedly, a tough guy in real life. In such a harsh environment, people like him can usually thrive. Without hesitation, he quickly accepted the friend request. Ding! Zhang Wei has become your friend. A message quickly came from the other side. Zhang Wei said, Hello, I'm Zhang Wei. Are you Jiang Chen in person? Jiang Chen replied. Nice to meet you. I am Jiang Chen, so just say what you need. Zhang Wei sent a handshake emoji. Here's the thing, I am the captain of a small team from Hua country. Most of our team members were born in the Mandela Islands, a place rich in resources and great for development. As Yu Chaoqian mentioned, we want to nominate you as the vice captain. Of course, I am the only overall captain, and together we will lead the team to make a name for Hua country. Are you interested in this proposal? Jiang Chen declined. Sorry, my answer is no. I don't want to join any team at the moment because it doesn't benefit me. Once you join, it's hard to leave. Without a good reason, he would never agree. Zhang Wei said, talented people like you should be in a team, shouldn't they? Surviving alone on an island will inevitably be inefficient. Teamwork is necessary after all. Jiang Chen's attitude was firm. Thank you for your advice. But you're overthinking it because I am the whole team by myself. On another island, Zhang Wei and his companions were hunting wild rabbits with wooden bows. After reading this, he sighed in annoyance and said to the men and women beside him, It's just a first place, I didn't expect him to be so arrogant. Everyone, Jiang Chen refused to join the team, so this plan is off. Zhang Wei's words caught everyone's attention. People around looked at each other, discussing. No way, Jiang Chen really rejected Big Brother Zhang. Is this the arrogance of being number one? He just got lucky, if he doesn't come, he doesn't come. Yeah, we follow Big Brother Zhang, and one day we will surpass him by far. Zhang Wei also felt indignant hearing these words. Born on the islands, he became a leader with his strong abilities. Under his leadership, the team flourished and became a major force in the Mandela Islands, controlling the eastern islands. The resources here were enough to sustain them for a long time. Achieving this in a group of over 500 players was truly remarkable. Zhang Wei himself is very strong. Even with so many people, he can still rank 15th in the regional leaderboard. He doesn't actually have much admiration for Jiang Chen. The idea of bringing him into the team was also suggested by the team members. Seeing the other party's refusal, Zhang Wei was a bit impatient. If it weren't for leading the team, my ranking would have surpassed yours long ago. What are you pretending for? Seeing Jiang Chen's refusal, Zhang Wei became a bit aggressive. Jiang Chen, you must be a lone player, right? Even if you get the treasure, so what? Are we players inferior to you? Let me give you a piece of advice, listen to advice and eat your fill. Don't think you're invincible, such thinking is very dangerous. Jiang Chen could see the pettiness between his lines. He replied, I don't need you to teach me how to do things. In any case, I definitely cannot accept your invitation. Considering you are from Hua country, I will temporarily overlook this offense. If there's nothing else, I'll leave now. I still have grilled fish to eat later. After saying this, Jiang Chen decisively left the channel, ignoring any further messages from the other party. Zhang Wei sent several messages in a row, but received no response. This made him extremely frustrated. Frustrated that the other party was not in his territory, he could only seethe in impotent rage. Damn Jiang Chen, why won't he listen to reason? It's good enough for you to be a vice captain. What more do you want? Wait until I lead the team to become the overlords of the sea, then we'll see how arrogant you can be. Zhang Wei roared in front of everyone. In his eyes, Jiang Chen was completely ungrateful. The teammates around him also showed a sycophantic attitude, speaking up one after another. This person is arrogant and will come to a bad end sooner or later. Not listening to good advice will lead to losses. Jiang Chen still hasn't seen the situation clearly. What can a lone player develop into? Once he exhausts the resources on his island, we will have long become the overlords of the archipelago. By then, our progress will be several times higher than his. When the time comes, we'll sail over to find him. I bet we'll see him gnashing his teeth. Being on the leaderboard, his talent and resources are probably only useful in the early stages, nothing much. Hearing these words, Zhang Wei couldn't help but feel a bit complacent. Yes, he didn't need to worry about him at all. The other party's actions would only lead to their own downfall. Once they controlled this archipelago, dominating this sea area would be within reach. At that time, they would have the final say in this region, and Jiang Chen would have to follow their lead. The other party's resources would eventually fall into his hands. Zhang Wei understood everything and suddenly felt enlightened. He laughed. Jiang Chen, let's see how long you can be arrogant. On the other side, Jiang Chen fell into contemplation. I thought players from Hua country were all united, but now it seems there are many different colors among them. It looks like I need to be more cautious in my future interactions with others, or I'll be taken advantage of sooner or later. From this incident, he realized he had been too naive. Jiang Chen understood one thing, that he had become a thorn in the eyes of many. A slight misstep could make him a target. Jiang Chen made a decision. He would no longer pay attention to people like Zhang Wei in the future. His focus returned to the grilled fish. Anyway, he hadn't had lunch yet. He skillfully cut 2 skewers and inserted the prepared fish meat. The flames were already burning brightly, just need to grill them. Sizzle, bang. The sound of evaporation mixed with explosions. After a while, a hot smoke and fire rose from the golden grilled fish, indicating the fish was cooked. The two of them enjoyed the fragrant grilled fish. After tasting it, the remaining half naturally went to Mo Wei Yong. After eating and drinking their fill, the two rested in the small wooden house. Finally, Diao had regained her strength. She danced a dance, bestowing blessings upon Jiang Chen once again. Ding! Diao has bestowed blessing upon you. Within 24 hours, there is a 60% chance of receiving double rewards when opening a treasure chest. The familiar notification sound filled her with excitement. With the help of the blessing, Jiang Chen could securely maintain his top position. The auspicious time has come, good luck in opening the chest. He rubbed his hands together, his gaze fixed intensely on the golden treasure chest. With Diao Chan's anticipation, Jiang Chen slowly opened the chest. Creak! A pleasant sound echoed. Ding! Congratulations, you triggered double rewards. Ding! Congratulations, you received 1000 resurrection coins *2, totaling 2000. Remaining resurrection coins, 5,000, stable. It was another double reward. The resurrection coins also surpassed the 5,000 mark, only 1666 short of summoning an S-rank character. Jiang Chen's excitement knew no bounds. If triggering double rewards when opening the treasure later, wouldn't that be delightful? His gaze eagerly turned towards the treasure chest. Unlike the silver shovel last time, this time, 2 silver pickaxes emerged as he opened it. The silver pickaxe's silver body shimmered in the sunlight. Silver pickaxe, medium grade. Is your head harder or my pickaxe? Not only can it be used for mining ore, but also as a weapon. Large stones had to be broken into small pieces before use, a special rule in the survival game. With the pickaxe, stone collection became more convenient. Building the territory stone can now be prioritized. Jiang Chen held the pickaxe in satisfaction. It was slightly lighter than the silver shovel, making it easy to wield. It could be considered a short weapon stronger than a small knife. He tested it on a nearby large white stone. Bang! 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 After 3 powerful strikes, the entire stone cracked into small pieces. Each piece of stone weighed about 3 caddies. Even Diao could move them. Building the territory stone requires 1000 units of stone, which is not a small number. Jiang Chen moved the stones into the cave. It served as a storage room for the stones. After finishing, the two approached the golden treasure chest again. Other spoils were still hidden beneath the grid. Jiang Chen, as usual, opened a hidden switch. 2 familiar ship models appeared on the lower level of the chest. It's the ship model of the Beiyang, again. At this rate, won't I soon have its blueprint? Jiang Chen felt extremely excited. With trembling hands, he touched the 2 ship models, which instantly disappeared. Congratulations, you obtained Beiyang ship models *2. Collect all Beiyang ship models to unlock and build the 4-star battleship Beiyang. Current progress, 40%. Beiyang, one of the special warships secretly built by the Beiyang fleet, showcasing the strongest combat power of the Beiyang fleet. It is the invincible warship that countless captains in Hua would dream of. The familiar voice rang out. Jiang Chen composed himself and shifted his focus to another spoil. There was still a 1-star treasure nearby that hadn't been opened. After a few seconds, the two entered a 15-meter deep pit with their tools. Jiang Chen held the silver pickaxe and carefully opened the adjacent switch button. Creak! A metallic friction sound echoed. The dark treasure chest began to operate in the soil. Jiang Chen and Diao Chen stood close together, gripping their medium-grade silver pickaxes tightly. Diao Chen, if you see any monsters later, don't hesitate, just hit them on the head. The things inside are all lifeless, don't treat them as humans. Diao Chan's eyes were sharp as she spoke solemnly. Yes, my lord. Despite her words, her hands were still sweating profusely. After patiently waiting for a moment, the treasure chest emitted a terrifying roar. Roar! A strong stench filled the air. Under the gaze of the two damp humanoid monsters rose from it. Their movements were slow, resembling zombies. Upon closer inspection, their faces were covered with densely packed shells. Beneath the shells were dark, lifeless eyes and skin. The two monsters were highly decayed all over, but their attire remained intact. One of them stood nearly 1.7 meters tall, with an extremely slender body. It was clear that he had been a man in his lifetime. He was dressed in a captain's uniform, holding a military knife in his hand, with 2 pipes and a telescope hanging from his waist. The other person was nearly 1.6 meters tall, dressed in luxurious sailor clothes, his body as round as a ball. He held a musty diary in his hand, with a military knife strapped to his waist. Scattered beneath the two creatures were sparkling gold coins, incredibly tempting to look at. There were quite a few, at least a few hundred. As the creatures rose to their feet, Jiang Chen heard a sound. Ding! Congratulations, you triggered double rewards. Ding! Congratulations, you received 3,000 by 2 resurrection coins, totaling 6,000. Remaining resurrection coins, 11,000. Oh my, resurrection coins doubled. Jiang Chen was ecstatic. Without hesitation, he swung the silver pickaxe in his hand towards the creature in the captain's uniform. Take this. Both of them struck at the same time. Crack! The sound of a shattered skull echoed. Due to being mentally prepared, this blow was precise and resulted in an instant headshot. The creature in the captain's uniform was killed instantly, its body falling to the ground. Diao Chen, equally unwilling to show weakness, decisively swung the silver pickaxe in her hand. The fat creature was struck on the forehead by the pickaxe and fell like a kite. Having easily dealt with the creatures, Jiang Chen still felt unsatisfied. Is the difficulty so low? Is that all? Jiang Chen shrugged. However, Diao Chen did not relax at all. She pointed at the bodies. My lord, you were too careless. As she spoke, she raised the pickaxe and struck. Crack! A creature hidden under the captain was about to ambush but had its skull crushed by her, falling stiffly to the ground. Jiang Chen suddenly turned around and found another living creature under the fat one, rising towards them. Rewards doubled. I didn't expect the creatures to double as well. Before the other could act, he took the initiative and swung the pickaxe. Bang! The crisp sound of bones cracking resounded once more. This time, Jiang Chen learned his lesson and didn't boast immediately. Thankfully, Diao Chen was astute, otherwise, they might have been in trouble. Who knew what strange illness one could get from being scratched by these pitch-black creatures? After confirming there were no more creatures, Jiang Chen crouched down to search. The 4 creatures had many items on them. Combined with the gold coins from the treasure, it was undoubtedly a windfall. Connor, thanks to you, we've hit the jackpot today. Looking at the pile of loot on the ground, he couldn't help but sigh. Diao Chen pinched her nose, frowning. Hurry up and count, it stinks here. I'll have to take a bath again later. It took them quite a while to count all the loot. Jiang Chen's head was spinning. He first searched through everything on the captain. There were 2 telescopes in total. They were in excellent condition, without a hint of rust, indicating their precious material. Telescopes were essential for sailing and could also be used for exploring islands on ordinary days. It could be said to be a magical tool for exploration. Considering the difficulty of making them, the price would certainly not be low. Most importantly, it could not only see the scenery but also some internal things. Ghostly Telescope possesses excellent observation abilities, with a maximum visual range of 1,500 meters. At night, it can also observe ghosts and spirits. Reading the description towards the end, Jiang Chen couldn't remain calm. Ghosts and spirits do exist in this world after all, and Yu Xiaoqian's ghost merchant really exists. Initially skeptical about the credibility of the ghost merchant, he was now filled with anticipation. Jiang Chen suddenly looked forward to the arrival of the ghost merchant. Gathering his focus, he shifted his gaze to the next item. 2 quaint pipes were casually thrown on the ground. Jiang Chen picked one up and examined it closely. Vitality Pipe, medium-grade smoking restores stamina and slowly heals minor ailments, effective when paired with Vitality Tobacco. This thing could be used for healing? The system's introduction left him dumbfounded. It seems like a special item, its price must be high. In any case, it's quite a significant gain. Jiang Chen then rummaged through the captain's belongings and eventually found 8 bags of intact tobacco in a pocket. Vitality tobacco slowly restores vitality after ignition, can be used to treat minor ailments. 2 medium-grade vitality pipes, along with 8 bags of vitality tobacco, were all handed over to Diao for safekeeping. Next were 2 military knives. They appeared to have some years on them, yet remained exceptionally sharp. The handles were simple and old-fashioned, covered with aged fingerprints and scratches, indicating they had seen many life and death struggles. Jiang Chen discovered that both were medium-grade weapons of superior quality, perfect for combat and hunting. Antique pirate military knife, medium-grade. A battle-hardened military knife, still incredibly sharp when held in hand. A surge of power emerged. Jiang Chen wielded the knife by a small tree to test its sharpness. In just 3 or 4 strikes, he cut through a 5-centimeter thick tree, displaying astonishing power. If used on a person, the consequences would be unimaginable. After appraising the weapons, they came to the gleaming gold coins. The surface of these treasures exuded a golden hue, thick and dazzling. The edges were sharp and clear, with a vivid lion image embossed on the front, lifelike. When held up to the sunlight, the coins sparkled with a sense of wealth and grandeur. The gold coins they found in the treasure pile formed a small mountain, totaling several hundred pieces. Each coin was heavy, with a high gold content. Jiang Chen specially crafted several large clay jars to store these coins. Diao even washed them, removing any stench of death. The final count was 322 coins. Cling. The coins fell into the clay jars, emitting a clear clinking sound. Jiang Chen filled each coin into the jars, his face beaming with a smile throughout. If he could bring back these coins to the past, who would need to work anymore? He could experience what it felt like to be a capitalist. Unfortunately, he couldn't bring them back. I wonder what these coins can be exchanged for. Jiang Chen hoped to encounter those legendary ghost merchants soon. After counting the coins, he had no desire to do anything else. With so much wealth in front of him, surely everyone would go crazy. If it were anyone else, they would have spread the news long ago. But Jiang Chen knew he couldn't do that. There were many eyes secretly watching him. He gathered his spirits and began to contemplate the resurrection coins. Unknowingly, I already have 11,000 resurrection coins. Should I try resurrecting an S-level character? Here it comes, the big transformation. Now with only Diao around, things were getting a bit overwhelming. Only by resurrecting more S-level characters could they keep up with the pace, or they would soon be surpassed by higher-level teams. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen activated the talent of resurrecting the dead. Ding! Opening the dead resurrection system for you. Please enter the number of resurrection coins you want to invest. Quantity 99, summon C-level character quantity 666, summon B-level character quantity 1888, summon A-level character quantity 6666, summon S-level character quantity 2333, summon S-level character exclusive item. The higher the character level, the stronger the talent, and the higher the growth limit. The result of each summon is completely random, drawing the same character. Seed of Destiny +1, drawing the same exclusive item. Refinement level +1. Jiang Chen decisively chose the S-level character. Ding! Consuming 6666 resurrection coins, resurrecting a random S-level character for you. Ding! Congratulations on successfully resurrecting Xiao Yun, automatically displaying character information for you. Name: Xiao Yun. Strength level, Rock Combat Power Evaluation, 120 talents, Brave in Battle, Myth, Spearmaster, Legend, what? Zhao Zilong, the god of war at Changbanpo. Upon hearing this name, Jiang Chen immediately recalled various deeds of Xiao Yun. 7 in and out of Changbanpo, cutting through the river to save Adu, single-handedly rescuing the Lord, taking Guiyang. Each one was a great feat that ordinary people admired. A wave of spatial fluctuations. A handsome young man appeared in the small wooden house. The man had sharp features, exuding a sense of toughness between his brows and eyes, with a somewhat lofty and imposing air. Standing at over 1.8 meters tall, he was muscular and emanated a strong sense of heroism. Xiao Yun was dressed in coarse cloth, carrying an iron-tipped spear in his hand. Approaching Jiang Chen, Xiao Yun knelt down slowly in respect. Lord Jiang Chen, I am the new personal guard, Xiao Yun. I am willing to serve you with utmost loyalty. Jiang Chen was so moved that he struggled to speak, finally managing to utter a single word, good. Since childhood, Xiao Yun's name had been deeply engraved in Jiang Chen's heart. Seeing his childhood idol before him, Jiang Chen was at a loss for words to describe his emotions. Diao, seeing a new person suddenly appear in the room, turned pale. Lord, who is this person? She timidly hid behind Jiang Chen, looking at Xiao Yun with a mix of fear and suspicion. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and explained, Diao-chan, this young man is Xiao Yun, our new companion from now on. Rest assured, as long as he is here, we will never be in danger. Xiao Yun gladly accepted the task, kneeling before Diao-chan. Xiao Yun, I am willing to serve my lady with unwavering loyalty. In his mind, she was his mistress. If it were the Three Kingdoms era, Jiang Chen would be akin to Liu Bei, and Diao-chan would be like a mistress to him, naturally requiring obedience. Xiao Yun's loyalty was unquestionable, evident to all creation, witnessed by the heavens and earth. If Dong Zhuo or Lu Bu were to be resurrected, Jiang Chen would worry every day. Today was truly a stroke of luck. Diao Chan's face was pale, but she slowly accepted this arrangement. Alright, since Lord Jiang Chen said so, I will definitely get along well with him. Your name is Xiao Yun, right? Xiao Yun raised his head slowly and replied with a respectful fist salute, Yes, Lady Diao-chan. You can call me Zhulong in daily life, and I will always be at your service. Hearing the term mistress again, Diao-chan blushed to the roots of her ears. You're just making things up. I'm just the Lord's maid. Jiang Chen coughed. Ahem, Zhulong, you have a good eye. This lady will be your future mistress. Channer, there's no need to be so formal. Do we need to say more about our relationship? Getting married is just a matter of time. Diao-chan blushed even more intensely, her mind blank, unsure how to respond. Under Xiao Yun's gaze, Jiang Chen gently embraced Diao-chan. A perfect match of talent and beauty. Xiao Yun, beaming with joy, sincerely congratulated Jiang Chen. Xiao Yun wishes Lord Jiang Chen and Lady Diao-chan eternal happiness, a harmonious union, and everlasting bliss. Faced with Xiao Yun's blessings, Jiang Chen couldn't be happier. At this point, he finally had a great general under his command. Xiao Yun excelled in character, combat prowess, loyalty, and more. Handsome and truly so. He could almost rival Jiang Chen. No, he might even be a bit stronger. With Xiao Yun on board, things became much simpler. The three of them discussed survival matters in the small wooden house. Jiang Chen took out his pipe, pondering what to do that day. Zhulong, you urgently need a place to stay, and this small wooden house is where Diao-chan and I reside. The two of us will be responsible for cutting wood today, aiming to build another small wooden house by the end of the day. As for Diao-chan, she will gather some firewood and hay nearby, just in case the temperature drops. Xiao Yun quickly responded, I can handle the woodcutting alone. Lord, don't worry. Soldiers on the march are not that picky. Even sleeping on the ground is fine. Xiao Yun had extensive combat experience and endurance from years of warfare. For him, Jiang Chen personally taking part as the Lord was a bit burdensome. It was a neglected duty as his personal guard. Jiang Chen shook his head. Zhulong, to me, both you and Diao-chan hold equal positions in my heart, with no distinction of lowliness. Although you are a personal guard, I would rather you consider me as a comrade in arms. We are fighting for survival, so we shouldn't care about status and hierarchy. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun was truly moved. As a nameless soldier, it was rare to hear such words from a lord. Diao-chan softly agreed from the side. Zilong, you should follow brother Jiang Chen, he is a trustworthy lord. Anything he says, I believe. After 3 days of getting along, their understanding had reached a certain level. Diao-chan's voice was captivating, combined with her fairy-like beauty, it was easy to be convinced. Xiao Yun looked at Jiang Chen with inquiring eyes. His gaze was sincere, firm, and gentle. Feeling warm inside, he realized he had found a good lord. Xiao Yun solemnly clasped his hands in gratitude towards Jiang Chen. Zilong understands. I will definitely repay the Lord's kindness in the future. A drop of water shall be returned with a gushing spring. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, joyful. Good. Let's rest for a bit, then we'll go chop wood. This can wait, you go ahead and take care of your own matters. Xiao Yun planned to take a walk around the surroundings to familiarize himself with the area. My lord, I'll go outside to assess the situation and understand the condition of this land. Jiang Chen nodded in approval. Good, as long as you have the intention, go ahead and do it. For a soldier, intelligence was crucial, and Jiang Chen followed him. Being proactive as a survivor was commendable, much better than those who idly awaited death. Jiang Chen recognized Xiao Yun's seriousness and felt deeply gratified. Diao-chan also left to gather firewood and hay. The small wooden house was now empty, with only Jiang Chen left. He then began to examine Xiao Yun's attributes panel. System, check Xiao Yun. Ding. Unfolding character information for you. Name, Xiao Yun. Strength level, rock. Combat power assessment, 120. Talents, brave in battle, myth, spear king, legend. Jiang Chen's gaze focused on the strength level. He had not paid much attention to this attribute before, but now he intended to study it carefully. My own combat power assessment is 30, Daochan's is 10, and Zilong has reached 120. It seems that surpassing 100 in combat power elevates the strength level. The lowest is mortal, the second tier is rock. So, what is the third tier? Combat power assessment was a term often used in online games. It generally represented the player's approximate combat power range, making it prominent and convenient. System, how is this combat power assessment calculated? Zhang Chen inquired. After a moment, the system provided an answer. Combat power assessment, a numerical value based on the target's strength, agility, defense, stamina, talents, etc. For comprehensive evaluation, strength level, mortal, 0, 100, rock, 100 to 400, bronze bone, 400, 1000. In the system's explanation, each tier upgrade signified a qualitative change. A value of 101 meant significantly higher combat power than 100, while the difference between 100 and 99 was minimal. This aligned with Zhang Chan's understanding. Challenging 101 with 100 meant a cross-tier challenge with low chances of success, which was understandable. The limit an ordinary person could reach was mortal 100. Xiao Yun's value exceeded this range, reaching the second tier, rock. This means his combat power must be terrifying. Someone like me would probably be defeated in just a few moves. Of course, external factors like weapons and armor also play a role, so it's not absolute. Weapons and armor were external elements that did not factor into combat power assessment but significantly influenced actual combat power. When facing humans, one needed to consider both combat power and equipment. When facing creatures, combat power assessment was the primary factor. So far, no one had found an item capable of identifying combat power. Even the exchange hasn't listed such items. We are still in the newbie protection period, can't say after today. Zhang Chen began inspecting Xiao Yun's talents. A mythical level talent and a legendary level talent. Wow, they both look strong no matter how you look at it. With Xiao Yun protecting me, how can we lose in battles in the future? Zhang Chen excitedly activated the skill Fighting Spirit Rises. Fighting Spirit Rises, mythical slowly increases all attributes after entering combat. The more intense the battle, the more significant the effect, with a maximum limit of 300%. Hiss. Truly a super awesome combat talent. The increase in all attributes, this effect is so explosive, it's heavyweight in any game. As long as we remain undefeated, we will become stronger and stronger. Just like an indestructible cockroach, it's simply outrageous. Xiao Yun is a slow-warming warrior, and this talent suits him perfectly. It can only be said that he truly deserves the title of the God of War at Changban Slope. Zhang Chen was ecstatic. Xiao Yun's strength is his strength, how can he not be happy? Wait, there's still a legendary level talent to look at. Calming his mind, he continued to check. Gun King, legendary increases combat power by 30% when using a gun-type weapon, reduces stamina consumption by 50%. From the effects, it's a passive skill for endurance. Xiao Yun likes to use guns, and this talent is undoubtedly very suitable, with very high benefits. Combined with the first talent, only 2 words can describe it. Perfect. A slow-warming warrior, getting stronger as he fights, the king of guns. These 3 terms stacked together make Xiao Yun an absolute powerhouse. Zhang Chen's eyes were shocked, feeling as if he had found a treasure. Just then, Xiao Yun lightly knocked on the wooden door with his hand. Master, I'm back from the inspection. Zhang Chen collected his thoughts, smiling as he spoke. Come in, I was just looking for you. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the two arrived at a small forest to the south. Following Zhang Chen's orders, Xiao Yun skillfully wielded his axe to chop down trees. His movements were extremely skilled, clearly not on the same level as Zhang Chen. Xiao Yun, being from a farming background, naturally handled such tasks with ease. Creaking sounds. After a few chops, the small tree was cut into 3 units of wood, which Xiao Yun efficiently stacked aside. His efficiency was more than double that of someone else. Not one to back down, Zhang Chen found a small tree and began chopping, the axe in his hand moving swiftly. Clang clang clang. After a fierce operation, a medium-sized tree was felled, yielding 5 units of wood. Zhang Chen bent down to pick up the wood, then glanced at Xiao Yun, only to find he had already felled the 4th tree. Damn, how is he so fast? Zhang Chen wanted to show off his strength in front of Xiao Yun, but was immediately slapped in the face. The reality was that they were not on the same level at all, with a huge gap between them. Seeing this, Zhang Chen decisively changed his strategy. Let's get to work. If not now, then when? With Xiao Yun, the tireless lumberjack, he had no work of his own. He opened the exchange and began searching for blueprints. By the 3rd day of the game, many players had built level 1 small wooden houses. On the market, there was a plethora of blueprints for small wooden houses, with at least dozens of results. The prices were not cheap, requiring at least 140 units of wood or stone. Jiang Chen's items were all valuable and he didn't intend to trade them. The wood collected by Xiao Yun was just right, perfect for exchanging for blueprints. An hour passed. In order to save energy, Jiang Chen stopped chopping wood and focused on bargaining with merchants. He thought Xiao Yun would tire out, but he only grew stronger with each chop. 130 units of wood had been collected. Jiang Chen immediately exchanged them with a player for the blueprint of a small wooden house. By 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Xiao Yun had an extra 200 units of wood in hand. The two returned home. Shortly after, a small wooden house appeared in an empty space. The furniture arrangement was not much different from Jiang Chen's. Xiao Yun stood by, radiant, watching as Jiang Chen conjured a wooden house out of thin air, truly feeling amazed. Truly worthy of being the master. Jiang Chen led Xiao Yun into the small wooden house, feeling proud. From now on, this will be your home. These are the only furnishings we have, don't find them lacking. Rest assured, as we grow in the future, our little wooden house will eventually return to its roots. Remember, this is our starting point, not our end point. Xiao Yun felt a surge of pride in his heart. Lord, where is our end point? Jiang Chen laughed heartily. Our end point is in the vast expanse of the stars and seas. This tiny piece of land is ultimately too impoverished. Although we are slightly ahead of others now, it's still not enough to live a good life. Zilong, your arrival has given me great confidence. With Xiao Yun by his side, Jiang Chen's thoughts underwent a more resolute transformation. A comfortable life beckoned to him. We can delay the grand opening for a while longer, it's not too late. Xiao Yun's expression was filled with anticipation. Lord, Zilong is with you for life. Jiang Chen patted his shoulder, solemnly saying, good. Very spirited. But don't overwork yourself, falling ill wouldn't be good. You were chopping trees too vigorously just now, look at all this sweat on you, quickly find a place to freshen up. Xiao Yun promptly agreed, yes, my lord. Jiang Chen's concern touched Xiao Yun. Without hesitation, he went to the pool outside to clean himself. His muscular body, unblemished torso, all indicated his extraordinary nature. Jiang Chen secretly observed from the shadows. Indeed, not a single scar. No, Zilong is truly too outstanding, I must quickly improve myself as well. Faced with such a subordinate, he also felt a slight sense of crisis. As a lord, he least wanted to see his subordinates surpassing him in every aspect. This indirectly motivated Jiang Chen to strive harder. He returned to his small wooden house, contemplating his next actions. Once the small wooden house is built, the next goal is to construct the territory stone. Before that, we must thoroughly explore this island. The treasure chests haven't been fully discovered yet. Constructing the territory stone will refresh the treasure chests. As a precaution, it's best to secure these treasure chests first. 10 minutes later, Xiao Yun appeared in front of the wooden house. The dirt on him had been cleaned off, and he looked refreshed. Jiang Chen stepped out and handed him a treasure chest detector. Zilong, this device is called a treasure chest detector, I'll teach you how to use it later. Later, we'll head to the West Island to try and secure all the treasure chests there. The island is only 3 square kilometers in size, with a small grove to the west. The treasure chests there have not been explored yet. With Xiao Yun's formidable combat strength, Jiang Chen prioritized the exploration plan. After a brief demonstration, Xiao Yun quickly learned how to use it. Subsequently, the two set off armed towards their destination. Just as they left the camp, they encountered Diao returning with a bundle of firewood. Jiang Chen explained their purpose to her. Lord, be careful. There are definitely many snakes over there. Last time they went that way, they encountered a large snake. Diao was exceptionally sensitive to that scene, hence her warning. Jiang Chen grinned, don't worry, this time we're not afraid of anything. Right, Zilong. With that, he patted Xiao Yun's broad shoulder. Xiao Yun clasped his fists, rest assured, Lady Diao, Zilong will surely protect the Lord and prevent him from getting hurt. With his assurance, Diao felt much more at ease. But upon hearing the term lady, she still felt quite shy. Well then, you two go on, remember to come back early, I still need to fetch firewood. After bidding farewell, the two men set off on the road once again. As they walked, Xiao Yun led the way with a long spear in hand. His gaze was calm, his steps light. The long spear in his hand was just an ordinary weapon, but in his hands, it seemed like a divine weapon, bringing immense reassurance. Jiang Chen followed behind, searching for treasure chests, his mental state vastly different from the last time. With such a war god leading the way, they faced any challenges with confidence. After a while, they passed by the silver chest that had been opened last time. 300 meters away, the chest detector showed a reading. Jiang Chen and Xiao Yun searched for a while and found the target hidden in a patch of grass, a bronze chest. Beside it, there was a large snake, the same one Jiang Chen and Diao had encountered before. Hiss! The snake hissed. Xiao Yun took the lead, approaching with his long spear. My lord, we'll have snake meat for dinner tonight, Jiang Chen reminded. Be careful, Zhulong, snake venom is not easy to treat. With limited medical supplies, they had to be cautious. Xiao Yun nodded slightly, showing his understanding. He raised his spear slowly, swiftly aiming at the snake. The spear cut through the air, heading straight for the snake. Thud! The spear hit the snake's heart accurately, killing it instantly without a sound. Jiang Chen was amazed. He gave Xiao Yun a thumbs up. That was damn accurate. After killing the snake, it was time for a rewarding harvest. Jiang Chen pushed aside the grass and lifted the bloody snake. Weighing it, he found it to be at least 30 pounds. I hope this snake meat isn't poisonous, Jiang Chen said as he inspected the snake's mouth, the foul smell of its huge fangs filling the air. He quickly asked Xiao Yun, Zhulong, have you dealt with snake meat before? Will it be safe to eat? Xiao Yun picked up his spear from the ground, chuckling. My lord, this creature is edible. Just clean the meat thoroughly, remove the organs and parasites, then cook it well to make it safe. Soldiers often had to eat unconventional things, including snakes. Xiao Yun explained the benefits of eating snake meat, such as boosting immunity, anti-aging, nourishing blood and qi, and more. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up, realizing they had food for the next few days. He instructed Xiao Yun to carry the snake while he approached the bronze chest. Creak! The chest opened slowly. Ding! Congratulations on receiving 100 resurrection coins. Remaining resurrection coins, 4434. Unfortunately, there was no double reward this time. Jiang Chen remained calm. Sometimes luck was not on their side, but it was all part of the game. He reached in and pulled out an item. In the sunlight, Jiang Chen examined the structure of the item, a basic water filter. It consisted of 3 parts, the filter material, the casing, and the inlet and outlet pipes. The filter material used layered sand and carbon with different pore sizes to remove impurities. The inlet and outlet pipes connected to the casing for water flow. Jiang Chen smiled. They needed a water filter. There was a pond near the cabin, but the water was muddy. The filter would solve this problem. They took the filter and continued their journey, moving slower this time. There might be other dangers around, so they had to stay alert. Xiao Yun scanned the surroundings with his spear, his gaze sharp, not missing any detail. Jiang Chen focused on using the detector. Soon, they found another bronze chest in a corner. Opening it didn't trigger a double reward either. Inside was a cotton pillow and 100 more resurrection coins. The pillow was filled with high-density cotton, soft and warm to the touch. It was a standard rectangular shape, big enough for 2 people. Jiang Chen chuckled. To think we could find bedding in a chest, Diao will be thrilled. If only we could get a blanket too, we wouldn't have to keep a fire going in the cabin on cold nights. A cotton pillow might not have been valuable before, but now it was precious. In the wilderness, sleep was essential. Jiang Chen was still using leaves as a pillow a few days ago, but now things have changed as he upgraded to a bird feather pillow. His quality of life visibly improved. Xiao Yun smiled faintly and congratulated, My lord, this pillow looks very comfortable. With it, I'm sure the lady of the house will be very pleased. Whether there was a pillow or not didn't matter to him, as long as his lord was happy, it was undoubtedly a good thing. With the pillow on their backs, the two set off again. Unfortunately, there were no more treasure chests to be seen around. So, they turned back home. Today's harvest included a large snake, a pillow, and a water filtration device. As the sky slowly darkened, a cluster of dark clouds drifted in from the south, indicating a possible change in weather. Jiang Chen quickened his pace. However, just as the two were walking on the road, a sharp whistle suddenly came from the sky. Swoosh! Jiang Chen and Xiao Yun looked up simultaneously, and a black dot in the sky gradually grew larger in their sight. What kind of creature is that? An eagle? If I'm not mistaken, its flight direction is towards us. Xiao Yun frowned slightly. My lord, we might be in trouble. They are not eagles, but vultures. They must have their eyes on the large snake on us. As soon as Xiao Yun finished speaking, he placed the snake's body on the ground and drew his long spear from his back to face the enemy. Jiang Chen was surprised. You say these are vultures? But vultures shouldn't attack humans. Aren't you being a bit suspicious? Vultures are scavengers, yes, but they are good at competing for food with other predators. In Jiang Chen's understanding, vultures were much weaker than eagles. It was even more unlikely for them to snatch food from humans because that would be inviting trouble. Just as Jiang Chen was puzzled, the black dot in front gradually enlarged, and 3 more black dots appeared behind it. There were a total of 4 vultures in the sky. Before Jiang Chen could even marvel at it, the 4 black dots were already above them. They finally got a clear look at the appearance of these vultures. Each vulture was as tall as an adult, with a wingspan of 4 meters, and none of them looked friendly. Their heads were deeply set between their shoulder blades, with no feathers around their chin and neck, showing flesh-colored skin. The most striking features were their long, curved black beaks and black claws, adding a touch of ferocity to their appearance. Jiang Chen swallowed hard. As it turned out, Xiao Yun's concern was justified. Swoosh! The vultures flew over the 2 of them, circling and making loud calls. Jiang Chen's scalp tingled, looking at this group of airborne bandits with vigilance all over his face. Turtle, are these vultures possessed? Why are they so big? Didn't they say vultures are not as good as eagles? This is not quite what I imagined. They had initially thought they were dealing with just a small fry, but it turned out to be a gang committing crimes, and each one was a large bird with a wingspan of 4 meters, with a fierce physique and sharp claws. Just then, the system issued a warning. Warning! You have encountered elite-level creatures, Vulture Bandit Gang, Battle Difficulty, Hell, Creature Level Classification, Normal, Elite, Lord, Domain Lord, King, Warning. Creature level is too high. Within the novice protection period, the system will ensure your safety. They will not attack actively. Do not attempt to provoke and start a fight. Upon hearing this warning, Jiang Chen felt his heart pounding. Elite-level monsters. They didn't seem like easy opponents. From the system's description, the monster level corresponded to the player's strength level. Mortal equals normal level. Rock equals elite level. Copper bone equals lord level. Jiang Chen was at the mortal level, with a combat power assessment value of only 30, which was at the lowest level. It would be suicidal to try to fight them. At this moment, Xiao Yun's voice came, "My lord, fight or not? I can keep at most 3 of these 4 vultures, the remaining one will probably flee." Vultures are usually social creatures. If it goes back for reinforcements, things will get complicated. Jiang Chen turned to look and suddenly felt much relieved. Right, Xiao Yun was still here. How could he forget about this war god? Wait, you said you could leave 3 of them behind. Are you sure you're not joking? Jiang Chen suddenly realized the key point. Xiao Yun turned back, confident. Lord, do you doubt me? Jiang Chen nodded without hesitation. Of course, I trust you. Show your skills. You can kill these vultures however you want, Xiao Yun said with a slight smile. Alright, then I'll go at ease. As soon as he finished speaking, he threw the long spear in his hand towards the sky. The iron-tipped spear turned into a sharp white light, shooting upwards at an incredible speed. Shie! Under Jiang Chen's gaze, a vulture circling in the sky was instantly pierced, feathers scattering in the air. Chirp! The vulture flapped its wings weakly, slowly descending, blood continuously splattering on the ground. Despite Jiang Chen's low cultural level, he couldn't help but blurt out 2 dirty words in his excitement. Damn! The other 3 vultures screeched sharply. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Seeing their companion in trouble, their eyes changed. How dare this human hurt our companion, he must die. The vultures flapped their wings and began to dive towards Xiao Yun. At that moment, a strange halo appeared around Xiao Yun. His first talent, growing stronger in battle, the mythical talent was officially activated. Crack, crack, crack. Xiao Yun's body shot straight towards the injured vulture descending, the wind beneath his feet, as if aided by a divine force. Seize the opportunity when the enemy is weak. This injured vulture had to be dealt with first. The vulture was not foolish either. Seeing Xiao Yun flying towards it, it started to struggle in the air and flew towards a distance. However, Xiao Yun's speed increased, and the dense thorns below couldn't stop his figure at all. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of moving through the grass continued. The insects, snakes, rodents, and birds scattered on the ground, disappearing in an instant. Soon, Xiao Yun was close to the vulture, leaping into the air, rising 3 meters high, perfectly catching the opponent's talons. Come down, beast! He exerted great force with his big hand, veins bulging, pulling down forcefully. This sudden force made the vulture feel uneasy. Chirp! The vulture let out a miserable cry, looking back with fear in its eyes. Don't come near me! However, impaled by the spear, it had no resistance, and the next moment, Xiao Yun pounced on it on the ground. Before it could react, Xiao Yun's iron fist had reached its head. Bang! The vulture's head hit the ground, falling into a deep sleep like a baby. After knocking out the vulture, another one quietly approached. As it neared its target, it stretched its neck, its beak with black hooks eagerly aiming at Xiao Yun. How could Xiao Yun let it succeed? He swiftly pulled out the long spear from the vulture's body, twirling and dancing with it in a split second. Swish, swish, swish. The spearhead struck the air in rapid succession, the long spear making a continuous piercing sound, accurately hitting the vulture's chest. In an instant, the vulture let out a fierce cry, blood gushing out wildly. It flapped its wings and fled to the upper left, no longer entangling with Xiao Yun. The first attack failed, and the second one followed. Another vulture screeched as it dived from the sky, aiming to attack Xiao Yun's head by surprise. Xiao Yun had already sensed it, completely calm. He pretended to be dumbfounded in place, quietly waiting for the prey to arrive. The next second, as the vulture swooped down, extending its black claws. Succeeded! The vulture let out a happy screech, but the next moment, Xiao Yun's figure suddenly disappeared. The vulture's attack missed. I was waiting for you, fool. Hearing this voice, it realized it had been tricked. The vulture landed in place, hastily flapping its wings, trying to escape. Shie! However, the next moment, its chest had been pierced by the spear. A piercing pain surged into its brain, the vulture's massive body trembling uncontrollably in agony. It struggled for a few seconds before succumbing to death. Xiao Yun didn't take any chances, pulling out the long spear to face the next enemy. At this point, there was one injured vulture left, and one intact vulture. Both large birds did not dare to attack, instead, they began to circle in the air. The strength of this human has exceeded expectations, clearly not something they can handle. The vulture was scared. Xiao Yun seized the opportunity and once again used his throwing technique on the injured vulture. The long spear swung out again, cutting through the air in a beautiful arc. The vulture trembled in fear, flapping its wings in an attempt to escape. However, Xiao Yun, being clever, precisely aimed at its escape route. With a swift motion, the long spear accurately hit its chest, causing blood to splatter. Already wounded by the spear in the chest, blood still flowing, this blow directly took its life. The vulture felt a piercing pain, exerted all its strength to fly away, but this only worsened the wound. Soon after, it slowly descended onto a grassy field, never to rise again. Chirp! Only one vulture remained in the scene, emitting a piercing cry, as if sympathizing with its companion's fate. But Xiao Yun knew it was merely eyeing its companion's corpse. As a scavenger, a companion's corpse was also considered a delicious meal. Vultures were not picky eaters. However, when its gaze fell on Xiao Yun, it became fearful once again. It was a fear from deep within, unavoidable. After evolving into an elite-level creature, a certain level of intelligence would awaken. The vulture's intelligence was already not low, and after enhancement, it was closer to humans, hence its hesitation. Xiao Yun approached the vulture's corpse and slowly removed the long spear. Blood splattered on him, staining his clothes with a terrifying crimson. Come on, you beast. If you dare, come for your companion's corpse. Xiao Yun pointed at the other two bodies, his expression provocative. The vulture let out an angry screech, seemingly provoked. It extended its claws and seemed ready to attack. However, after circling for several seconds, the vulture regained its senses, unfazed by Xiao Yun's provocations. Moments later, the vulture reluctantly flapped its wings and flew away. The companions' corpses were not worth it. Life was more important. Under Xiao Yun's gaze, the vulture turned into a small black dot, disappearing into the west. Xiao Yun breathed a sigh of relief and checked his body. No injuries. Jiang Chen emerged from behind a small tree, his eyes filled with astonishment. Killing 3 elite-level human vultures without injury was indeed terrifying. Xiao Yun's combat power was simply terrifying. His gaze shifted to the 3 bird corpses. They're dead, now it's time to happily collect the spoils. These were 3 elite-level creatures, there must be many valuable items. Following his orders, Xiao Yun gathered the vulture corpses on the ground. Looking at their broad wings, Jiang Chen sighed in amazement. Zilong, these 3 beasts were unlucky to encounter you. I feel like killing them was as simple as slaughtering chickens for you. This statement was not false. In Jiang Chen's eyes, these vultures were like serving dishes, with no room for resistance. Xiao Yun modestly smiled. My lord, I overestimated these beasts. I thought they would be strong, but it turns out they were just putting on a show. If my lord had come, I believe it would have been just as easy. Jiang Chen thought to himself. Xiao Yun's words were clearly praising himself. If the lord had really come, he wouldn't have survived 3 seconds. Jiang Chen squatted down, took out a small knife he carried, and began to dismember the vultures. When the blade touched the vulture, its body disappeared. Large creature detected. Does the system need to break it down for you? Yes/no. Note, when the system automatically breaks down, some meat will be lost. Ding. The system is automatically breaking down the elite-level vulture for you, please wait. Jiang Chen exclaimed in joy. The system can actually help me automatically break down animals. This is great. If I had to do it with a knife, it would have taken half a day. Stacked up, the 3 vultures were as tall as a small mountain, making the dismemberment process quite troublesome. Jiang Chen decisively chose yes. Moments later, a prompt came to his mind. Congratulations on receiving the following items: 312 kilograms of foul-smelling vulture meat, fluorescence of blood and flesh, 612 low-grade bird feathers, 6 low-grade bird claws, 2 blueprints for a second-level stone house, 1 blueprint for a black feather warbow, low-grade, and 1 inside-eye talent orb, rare. The long list of loot dazzled Jiang Chen. Talent orb, what is this? The final item displayed caught his attention. The system promptly provided an answer. Inside-eye talent orb, rare, a drop from elite level or higher specific creatures. Using it grants the corresponding talent inside eye, rare level talent, doubles vision, can check the combat level of most creatures. As the notification sound ended, the vulture carcass in front of him disappeared. In its place lay a pile of meat scraps and items, neatly arranged together. Among them, the most eye-catching was a small blue ball. Bending down, he carefully picked it up and examined it closely. Under the sunlight, the blue ball emitted a brilliant green light, incredibly mystical. This must be the inside-eye talent orb. But how should I use it? At first glance, the talent orb looked no different from a toy glass ball. The system provided a hint. Host, swallow it to use. You're not kidding, are you? You want me to swallow this thing, and it won't get stuck in my throat? Jiang Chen scoffed. The talent orb was about 2 centimeters in diameter, not looking edible. Nevertheless, Jiang Chen followed the instructions. For the new talent, he was willing to take the risk. Under Xiao Yun's astonished gaze, Jiang Chen opened his mouth and inserted the orb. Gulp! The orb went down his throat without the expected blockage. It turned into a mass of nutrient liquid flowing into his stomach, causing a comfortable shiver in his body. Ah, so comfortable. Jiang Chen's eyes showed a hint of ecstasy. Xiao Yun, wide-eyed, swallowed nervously and asked, "My lord, how could you swallow that bead? Are you really okay? Won't it block your esophagus?" In his eyes, Jiang Chen seemed like a reckless madman. This action left Xiao Yun utterly dumbfounded. Jiang Chen turned back nonchalantly. "No problem. My body is very strong. This little thing is nothing. It will be digested by tomorrow." Xiao Yun looked puzzled. "Can this also be digested? Is your stomach made of iron?" But seeing Jiang Chen's face showing no signs of discomfort, he gradually relaxed. It seemed that their lord was truly extraordinary in some aspects. Just like the disappearing corpse earlier, it was indeed a vivid lesson for him. What a perfect example of a walking corpse. Jiang Chen never expected that his actions would have such a profound impact on Xiao Yun. This was the advantage of being a modern person. With a lot of novels read, anything that happened could become commonplace. Jiang Chen couldn't help but think of the app called Dragon Tail Novel on his phone. After a short wait, the notification sound rang again. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring the new talent Inside Eye, rare doubles vision, can check the combat level of most creatures, automatically opening your character panel. Name, Jiang Chen, strength level, mortal, combat power assessment, 30, talents, resurrection of the dead, mythical, Inside Eye, rare. Just before the voice ended, Jiang Chen's eyes changed. He found himself able to see much farther. Objects within 200 meters could be observed in detail. Things within 400 meters were clearly visible. Objects within 800 meters were a bit challenging but still discernible. Objects within 1,500 meters could be vaguely identified. Such powerful vision was already extraordinary for a human. Jiang Chen focused his gaze and stared into the distance. On the beach by the sea, a turtle was crawling. This turtle was incredibly plump, its shell shining like a mirror. A notification sounded in his mind. Neutral unit detected, Centennial Little Turtle, Combat Power Assessment, 5, Jiang Chen subconsciously licked his lips. It seems like I haven't tasted turtle meat so far. He was hungry. Sensing a perverse gaze, the turtle slowly retracted into its shell. Everything seemed peaceful, yet it couldn't shake the feeling that someone wanted to harm it. "No, I'm just over 100 years old, still watching Baby Bus, spare me, hero." Jiang Chen chuckled and ignored it. "I'll let you go today, little turtle." Adjusting to his current vision, Jiang Chen began to scheme. "I thought I would rely solely on talent, but unexpected gains have come my way. It seems like hunting elite creatures and getting rich through talent spheres might not be a bad idea in the future." With the divine Xiao Yun around, there was nothing to fear. After examining the talent spheres, he started counting other spoils. His gaze fell on a pile of foul-smelling flesh and blood. Vulture flesh, totaling 312 kilograms. Vultures were scavengers, and their flesh exuded an extreme stench. The meat looked unappetizing and impossible to swallow. Jiang Chen had to give up, holding his nose. In his view, the meat had to be buried to prevent other vultures from coming back. Or maybe it could be used for fishing? After some thought, Jiang Chen instructed, "Zilong, see if there are suitable containers nearby. We can store this flesh and blood for fishing." Xiao Yun agreed and suggested, "My lord, the open treasure chests can be used to store the meat." Zhang Chen's eyes lit up. "Yes, why didn't I think of that? Zilong, you're truly clever. You're strong, perfect for this task." Using the open treasure chests as containers was indeed a good idea. Zhang Chen was too weak to move the chests, and with his limited resources, he hadn't considered this before. Now that he was wealthier, storing items became essential. With Zhao Yun's help, the empty chests found a purpose. All the flesh and blood could be brought home for future use. As for whether the vultures would return to disturb them, they would deal with it later. "Yes, my lord." Without hesitation, Zhao Yun ran towards the previously searched chest. His immense strength allowed him to carry the bronze chest on his shoulder effortlessly. With each step, he left a footprint on the ground, indicating its weight. Zhang Chen helped him load all the flesh and blood into it. Xiao Yun set off again, carrying the large box towards the camp. Despite the hundreds of pounds on his back, he walked steadily. Veins bulged on Xiao Yun's body, showcasing his strength. Zhang Chen looked envious. "If only I had such a physique." He refocused and continued inspecting other items. There were 4 blood-red orbs on the ground. Upon picking them up, he found they were 4 primary blood essence. Primary blood essence, when consumed, it enhances physical qualities. Best when consumed with special ingredients. Basic introduction: blood essence condensed after a creature reaches a certain level, a great supplement. Indeed a tool for enhancing the body. Zhang Chen guessed upon seeing the orbs. The reason the vultures coveted their companions' bodies had to be for a reason. Besides enjoying a meal, it could also strengthen their own bodies. Zhang Chen's attention shifted to the latter part of the description. Best when consumed with special ingredients, meaning the later, the better. Now that I have Zilong, I don't urgently need to enhance my combat power, so I'll keep them for now. Similar to using talent spheres, consuming the blood essence would suffice. To maximize benefits, Zhang Chen decided to save them for later use. For him, each blood essence was invaluable. This was a basic rule of survival. There were still 4 types of spoils left. The items obtained were 612 low-grade bird feathers, 6 low-grade bird claws, 2 level 2 stonehouse blueprints, and 1 blueprint for the black feather war bow, low-grade. The low-grade bird feathers are materials for making arrows and are essential for crafting the black feather war bow. In addition to these, crafting the black feather war bow also requires a suitable bowstring and special wood, both of which Zhang Chen currently lacks. "I'll see if I can find them at the trading post later," he thought. Having a ranged weapon was necessary. Without Xiao Yun's accurate spear throwing, dealing with these vultures would be impossible. After all, the enemy had the advantage of flight and could outmaneuver you in space. Zhang Chen wouldn't dare provoke another S-class character to fight. Not everyone was as skilled as Xiao Yun. With a bow and arrows, hunting would be much easier. Zhang Chen remembered that Xiao Yun was not only skilled with a spear but also proficient with a bow. His gaze then fell on the bird claws. Vulture claws were sharp and could be used to make melee weapons, but specific blueprints were needed for them to be effective. Zhang Chen currently had no need for melee weapons. His silver shovel, silver pickaxe, and 2 military knives were sufficient for now. Xiao Yun also had a sharp iron-tipped spear that could handle most situations. Therefore, Zhang Chen decided to sell the bird claws for something else. After putting away the claws, his attention turned to the 2 blueprints. Stonehouse, level 2 upgrades a small wooden house to a stonehouse, requiring 3,000 units of stone and 1,000 units of wood. The stonehouse was an advanced version of the small wooden house. Its construction required a massive amount of stone and wood, which was staggering. With the 3,000 units of stone from the territory stone, Zhang Chen currently had a shortfall of 9,000 units of stone. After living in the small wooden house for a while, Zhang Chen noticed its drawbacks. It was drafty, swayed in strong winds, and leaked during rainy days. The advantages of the stone house lay in its stability, insulation, and security, making it more than twice as strong as the small wooden house. The weather on the island was unpredictable. A level 11 hurricane could strike at any time and destroy the small wooden house completely. Losing shelter was one thing, but losing one's life was another. Zhang Chen didn't want to see that happen. Upgrading to a stone house was the only way to withstand such impacts and survive longer. Stone, stone, and more stone. Stone is becoming increasingly important now. My head itches, I need to think harder. Zhang Chen rubbed his head, feeling a headache coming on. The island's stone resources were scarce, mainly due to the erosion caused by seawater. Stones that didn't meet the required hardness standards were useless for construction, as they would break into pieces. Therefore, building 2 stone houses posed a significant challenge. Food was not currently a problem, with Mo Wei Yang's trade and a pile of snake meat available. If necessary, there was also vulture meat. As for water, finding a filter today meant that water scarcity was unlikely in the future. So far, stone had become a rare commodity, pushing everything else aside. Jiang Chen sighed and put away the blueprints. There was much to be done next. Returning to the camp, it was already 6 p.m. The sun was setting on the horizon, and the weather had cooled considerably. Dark clouds were gathering in the sky, indicating an imminent rain. Diao was inside the small wooden house, starting a fire. Seeing Jiang Chen return, she greeted him with a smile. "My lord, did you find anything good today?" Jiang Chen honestly presented the water filter and pillow. "Here, these are for you. You can use this to fetch clean water in the future, no need to bathe in that dirty pond anymore. This pillow is also a rare find, it's very comfortable to sleep on." In the scorching weather, not bathing for a day was unbearable, especially for Diao. The rainwater pond was filled with yellow mud, and even when the water was clear, it would turn muddy when it rained. The seawater was too sticky, making the body uncomfortable after washing. The filtered clean water could be used not only for drinking but also for bathing, killing two birds with one stone. Apart from being a bit slow in filtering water, there are no other drawbacks. Diao eyes lit up when she saw these two items. After listening to Jiang Chen's introduction, she couldn't wait to use the filter and casually placed the pillow on the wooden bed. Drip, drip, drip. The bright yellow water flowed through the inlet, and clear water streamed out from the outlet, dripping into a clean bottle. With just a bit of patience, you could get 99% clean water, which was really nice. During the waiting period, Jiang Chen handed all the drawings to Diao for safekeeping. Diao, not one to be outdone, placed them in the golden treasure chest inside the house. The golden treasure chest was Jiang Chen's ranking reward, which he placed in front of the house after opening it. Xiao Yun moved it inside and turned it into a storage box. After finishing everything, Jiang Chen opened the friend interface and found Mo Wei Yong. "Bro, bring a fish weighing over 5 catties. I want to treat a new friend today." Xiao Yun had a big appetite, needing to eat at least 3 catties of meat to maintain his peak physical condition. Besides snake meat, he also wanted Xiao Yun to try his grilled fish. Mo Wei Yong was surprised to hear this. Fishing by the seaside, he quickly replied, "Jiang bro, do you have a visitor on your island? Is he from Hua country, and does he mean no harm to you?" He subconsciously thought that Jiang Chen had encountered trouble with Americans. Jiang Chen explained, "Yes, he is from Hua country, and he is very strong in combat. Today we hunted a big snake. I want to grill a fish for him and satisfy your cravings too." Mo Wei Yong chuckled. "Great. No problem, I just got a fishing haul, and there happens to be a big fish in it." Seeing that Jiang Chen was fine, he felt relieved. Driven by curiosity, he asked, "Jiang bro, what's the name of this player from Hua country? Can I meet him? His talent is extraordinary, can you tell me more? We can add each other as friends and take care of each other in the future." As the top-ranked player, Jiang Chen naturally had high standards for choosing teammates. Mo Wei Yong estimated that this player from Hua country also had extraordinary talent. Jiang Chen chuckled. Extraordinary talent was nothing compared to Xiao Yun's mythical and legendary talent. If the truth were revealed, it might scare him. He casually replied, "His name is Xiao Yun, a low-key and honest man. Xiao Yun said he currently doesn't want to add you as a friend, so I declined on his behalf." Mo Wei Yong was surprised. Why did that name sound so familiar? Right, isn't Xiao Yun a famous character from the Romance of the Three Kingdoms? Who wouldn't know the 5 tiger generals? It was quite a coincidence that this player shared the same name. Mo Wei Yong would never have thought that the Xiao Yun Jiang Chen mentioned was the real deal. Jiang Chen had no intention of explaining this. After exiting the chat channel, the two initiated a trade. As usual, Mo Wei Yong gave a fish. Jiang Chen accepted the fish and casually asked, "Bro, do you still need flint?" Mo Wei Yong made a wry smile. "No, flint is getting scarce. Once it's on the trading post, it's gone in an instant. But it's okay, survival has just begun on the 3rd day, take it slow." Jiang Chen pondered for a moment. After receiving so many fish for free, it was time to give something back. Mo Wei Yong was also straightforward and a rare good person. Helping such a person was a good investment. After thinking it through, Jiang Chen replied, "I happen to have a spare piece of flint, I'll give it to you." Mo Wei Yong was astonished. "Jiang bro, flint can sell for 500 units of stone, are you sure you want to give it to me?" Jiang Chen replied, "It's fine, after opening the treasure chest, I'm quite well off now." Mo Wei Yong was taken aback. Damn! He really did get a treasure chest, no wonder he's so generous. Flint was one of the hardest items to obtain, as confirmed by the market, no doubt about it. Jiang Chen's luck was like cheating, getting 3 from 1 treasure chest, while he felt it was just ordinary. If others knew the truth, they would probably be jealous. Mo Wei Yong sent a grinning emoji. Thank you, brother Jiang. The two engaged in another trade. Jiang Chen tossed the flint over. It was 7 o'clock in the evening. After the sun had set, the sky roared with thunder and lightning. Jiang Chen was resting in the house with his eyes closed when he suddenly heard the sound of rain. Diao Chan had a roaring fire going, busily grilling fish. Inside the small wooden house, the aroma of fish filled the air. Outside, the world was shrouded in mist, like two different realms. Xiao Yun entered the wooden house carrying a smooth stone. My lord, the snake meat has been sliced and is ready for roasting at any time. He shook off the rainwater and quickly set down the stone. Jiang Chen took a closer look and saw the 10-centimeter long meat slices neatly arranged on the smooth stone. Impressive knife skills. He couldn't help but praise. An hour ago, Jiang Chen had Xiao Yun dissect a large snake and then chop it up with a small knife. After removing the bones from the 30-gene snake, about 20 gene of meat remained. Jiang Chen planned to turn most of it into dried meat. Standing up, he instructed, Zilong, tonight you will dry 18 gene of snake meat, leaving no moisture behind. Xiao Yun promptly replied, yes, my lord. Zilong will complete the task. The ancients knew that only by dehydrating meat could it be preserved for a long time. Jiang Chen, as a modern man, was no exception. Soon, the meat slices were neatly hung on wooden railings. Smoke rose continuously from the fire, carrying away the moisture from the meat above. As long as the fire was kept burning, there would be plenty of dried meat the next day. Meanwhile, Diao Chan was focused on roasting the snake meat. The plump snake meat sizzled and oozed oil. Combined with the aroma of the grilled fish nearby, it was truly appetizing. At 8 o'clock, the three of them sat down in the small wooden house to enjoy the grilled fish and snake meat. It was a sumptuous feast. Just then, many players began to complain about the weather. They had thought it wouldn't rain today, but they ended up getting soaked as usual. Wasn't it supposed to be sunny today? Why the heck is it raining again? Being by the seaside, not catching any fish, I become the fish instead. I haven't eaten in 3 days, I'm going crazy. So hungry, can someone give me something to eat? I'll call them daddy. Luckily, my weight loss plan failed. At 300 gene, I can resist hunger like a boss. Folks, help me check if this mushroom is edible. I've been starving for 3 days, can't hold on anymore. It's okay, having mushrooms to eat is already good. Today I ate earthworms raw. The burst of juice was so satisfying. The person upstairs is hardcore. Jiang Chen lifted a mud bowl and drank a sip of pure water. He didn't join the discussion but quietly savored the moment. Everyone was having a hard time, so being able to stay in the small wooden house eating grilled meat was truly fortunate. While the outside world was tumultuous, inside the small wooden house was warm and cozy. Xiao Yun and Diao Chan sat contentedly in their chairs, quite pleased after being satiated. 2 gene of snake meat and most of the 5 gene grilled fish were finished, leaving fish bones scattered on the ground. The remaining 2 gene of fish meat was processed as usual and given to Moyong. By 10 o'clock in the evening, the rain outside showed no sign of stopping. Jiang Chen had wanted to go out exploring but had to give up. He glanced at the 2 clay jars in the wooden house. Over 300 gold coins still remained unspent. The plan to find the ghost merchant had to be postponed until tomorrow. At 11 o'clock in the evening, Xiao Yun was still tending to the fire, adding more firewood constantly. Jiang Chen and Diao Chan were exhausted, so they grabbed pillows and went to sleep in Xiao Yun's room. The temperature dropped to around 10 degrees at night. They chose not to make a fire but instead made a bed out of the 600-odd bird feathers. After placing cotton pillows on top, a simple bird feather bed was completed. The two curled up and embraced each other, falling asleep peacefully. The next morning, Jiang Chen woke up groggily. He hadn't slept well last night because the wooden house was leaking. The leak was right above his forehead. The rain had fallen until 3 o'clock in the morning, and a strong wind had blown in the middle of the night. The small wooden house had swayed, but thankfully, it had withstood the fierce wind and not collapsed. Diao Chan was awakened in the middle of the night and clung tightly to his chest. After waiting for 2 hours, the heavy rain slowly subsided. Upon getting up, Jiang Chen immediately pushed open the small wooden house. The small trees in front of the house were all blown crooked, and the ground was damp. The mist once again enveloped the area, with visibility being a cause for concern. Jiang Chen's insight talent came into play. Within his field of vision, he could still clearly see things about 15 meters away. For an ordinary player, they would probably be in trouble, only able to see objects within 5 meters. Players in the area channel were all complaining. Damn, the meat I hung outside was blown away. Woke up to find myself lying in a puddle, with a water snake practicing gratitude. The small wooden house was moving all night, couldn't sleep at all, it's too hard. I don't want to stay in this ghostly place anymore. Who can give me a knife to end it? It's a disaster, I really can't hold on anymore. Let me go back, I can't stand it anymore, I want to go upstairs and make love to the mistress. Someone's small wooden house collapsed, and they even recorded a video. Damn it, the home we just built yesterday only stayed for one night and it's gone. In the video, a small wooden house was leaning on the ground. A person was roaring in the raging storm. Damn you, God, give me back my small wooden house. Then a lightning bolt struck behind the person, almost giving them an electric shock, which was quite terrifying. There were many similar situations. The best case was leaking rain, the worst was losing the house, and the worst was losing a life. Jiang Chen was among the lucky ones. After going out, without saying a word, he went to the original small wooden house. This small wooden house was not so lucky. It was leaning below, the beams swaying in the wind, on the verge of collapsing at any moment. Rainwater accumulated on top, dripping into the house. Jiang Chen saw a wisp of smoke drifting out from inside. Is Zhilong still inside? He hurried forward, pushed open the wooden door pressed by the beams, and stepped inside, seeing the still burning fire pit and the half-soaked Xiao Yun. The entire small wooden house was leaking. The only dry place was the central fire pit and grill. Xiao Yun, with dark circles under his eyes, shielded the grill with his broad body to ensure the jerky was not invaded by rainwater. Only a few pieces of snake meat were left on it, about to dry out. Seeing him enter, Xiao Yun turned around with a tired smile. My lord, I have not failed you. Excitedly, he went to the golden treasure chest and opened it to check. Jiang Chen looked closely and found it was filled with dried snake meat. He couldn't help but exclaim, Zhilong, you've worked hard. In hot weather, meat is easily spoiled by moisture. It would be a pity if so much snake meat got soaked, but Xiao Yun didn't give up and guarded them all night. Xiao Yun calmly wiped off the rainwater. My lord, this little storm is nothing. I care more about the task you've given me than my own safety. This meat is a valuable resource we've obtained with great difficulty, and we can't give up easily until the end. Jiang Chen was moved in his heart, not knowing what to say for a moment. He nodded slowly and praised, Zhilong, thanks to you, we have accumulated at least 3 days' worth of meals. This is a great achievement. The small wooden house could no longer be lived in and had to be dismantled. Dismantling the building was simple, just needed to summon the system to operate. After a while, the small wooden house turned into 160 units of wood. Recovering the building could only return 80% of the materials, with 40 units of wood being lost. Jiang Chen moved the fire pit to Xiao Yun's small wooden house. The short-term goal was to build another wooden house. After all, Xiao Yun couldn't sleep outdoors. Jiang Chen searched for blueprints in the exchange. He found that the price of the small wooden house blueprint had increased. It had now risen to 400 units of wood, almost doubling. Fortunately, Jiang Chen was well off. The low-grade bird claws from the Vulture can now be sold. Low-grade materials are rare now, and the selling price is around 150 units of wood. Soon, a buyer was found. It was a Snow Country player named Sophia. She purchased these bird claws to make weapons for hunting or self-defense. Sophia ranked 18th on the leaderboard yesterday, undoubtedly a strong player. Jiang Chen could tell she was extraordinary just by looking at her profile picture. Snow-white skin, a straight nose, soft golden hair, delicate features, and a graceful figure. Undoubtedly, she was a beauty. Ding! Sophia has sent you a trade request, please choose to accept or reject. Accept/reject, accept. Ding! Checking the trading environment for you. Trading environment check successful, connecting you to the trading partner. In the interface, Sophia placed a blueprint. Clicking to view, it was indeed a blueprint for a small wooden house. Jiang Chen placed 3 low-grade bird claws on it. Curious, he asked, Sophia, are you currently living in a wooden house or a stone house? Jiang Chen was curious about the progress of these foreign-strong players. Sophia replied, a small wooden house. I haven't found the blueprint for a stone house yet. By the way, I have information on the American players, do you need it? Jiang Chen sent a teasing expression. Of course, Sophia replied. The Americans are looking for your location. They have sent several sailboats, roaming the world, hunting down players from Hua country. To be able to manufacture sailboats so quickly, someone must have awakened the talent for shipbuilding. And daring to sail in this weather must have some kind of auxiliary tool to help, you must be careful. Jiang Chen's expression turned serious. It seemed the Americans were determined to confront him. As Sophia said, sailing in foggy weather was very dangerous, not to mention the possibility of sudden downpours. At such times, the corresponding talents became particularly important. Jiang Chen had seen fog dispersers in the trading post, but had no idea how to make them. As for his own safety, he wasn't very worried. This sea area was vast, with more than 100,000 islands, and the distance between territories of two players could be as short as a few kilometers or as little as a few hundred meters. Whether the sailboats could find him was another matter. And even if they found him, it wasn't certain who would prevail. Xiao Yun could handle elite creatures, let alone these small fry. Zhang Chen wasn't afraid at all. The only thing that puzzled him was that the other party had managed to build sailboats. In the modern world, a ship wasn't a big deal, but now it was definitely impressive. Building a sailboat not only took time and effort but also resources. Making a sailboat required at least a few thousand units of wood, not a small number. Only powerful forces could afford it. In any case, this situation needed to be handled carefully. If he revealed his location, he might never have peace again. The other side had sent more than one group of people, and if there was a first attack, there would be a second. That was inevitable. It was just unfortunate for those neutral players on the way. They would probably also fall victim to their schemes. The Americans were very likely to come under some pretext and do some dirty work. Zhang Chen was deeply convinced of this. Overall, Sophia's information was very important, and Zhang Chen was very grateful. He promptly replied, "Thank you, Sophia, this information is precious to me. I have a total of 6 low-grade bird claws, all for you." Keeping the bird claws was useless, so it was better to give them away as gifts, a gesture of goodwill. Sophia sent a happy expression. "No need to thank me, it's the least I can do. Don't worry, our Snow Country warriors will teach the Americans a lesson. As long as they dare to pass through our territory, they will pay the price, no mercy for them." Zhang Chen grinned. "Alright, I believe in you. Snow Country players, ready to fight anyone who disrespects them." The Americans were their enemies, so they wouldn't show any mercy. The transaction ended immediately, and Zhang Chen had an additional blueprint of a small wooden house in his hand. Xiao Yun happened to collect 40 units of wood in the forest, completing the total of 200 units. After a series of actions, another wooden house appeared on the ground. It looked exactly the same as before, without any changes. After finishing the work, the three of them started eating dried snake meat. It was a wonderful day that began with eating meat. The chicken meat tasted crispy and delicious. Diao brought them 2 bowls of clean water. There was not a single impurity in the water, thanks to the filter. Compared to the yellow water from the previous days, the taste had improved more than twofold. Glug glug. Each of them drank a bowl, feeling refreshed. Ah, so comfortable. Zhang Chen's eyes were satisfied, feeling like he had returned to modern times for a moment. After finishing the water, the two of them gratefully handed the bowls to Diao. Diao took the empty bowls, immediately went to the water pool to fetch water, and then filtered it. Now, she took care of all the simple household chores. From lighting the fire, filtering water, gathering firewood, to organizing the house, she was proficient in everything. She even knew ancient massage techniques and warming the bed. Most importantly, she was beautiful and very caring. Zhang Chen didn't have to worry about household matters anymore. Being able to live such a good life with Diao and Xiao Yun felt like a dream come true. But Zhang Chen made it happen. After a brief breakfast, Zhang Chen decided to take a nap. Xiao Yun also lay down on his bed, exhausted from staying up all night. Diao sat beside Zhang Chen, massaging his legs and shoulders, as gentle as a loving wife. Resources determined everything. With all the essential elements for survival in place, they didn't need to work themselves to exhaustion every day. Preserving energy was key. Survival was a long-term battle, sometimes requiring rest. Enjoying Diao massage, Zhang Chen patiently waited for the system's announcement. 9 a.m. The announcement for the 4th day of the game was slower than usual. Today is foggy with low visibility, temperatures ranging from 3 to 26 degrees. The newbie protection period has ended, and the game difficulty will gradually increase, please be aware. At the same time, we have changed the ranking rewards, please check them. Furthermore, players in the top 100 of the rankings will have the right to hide their names. In the next few days, we will open up other game features, so please prepare actively as it concerns your survival. Zhang Chen pondered with his hand on his forehead. The most important thing was the modification of the ranking rewards and the option to hide one's name. Ding! Your ranking has entered the top 100, do you want to hide your name? Zhang Chen smirked. Was there any need to hide it? Obviously not. So he chose not to. Ding! Your name has been reserved, and this option cannot be changed for a period of time, please be aware. Zhang Chen opened the announcement and then checked the rankings. He scrolled directly to the top and found that almost all players in the top 100 had chosen to hide their names. At that moment, his private messages started exploding, reaching over 99 plus. Such a situation usually meant one thing. He had reclaimed the top spot. Confidently, Zhang Chen swiped up. Ranking 5th, Zhang Wei. Survival points, 2456. Ranking 4th, Hidden. Survival points, 2562. Ranking 3rd, Hidden. Survival points, 3712. Ranking 2nd, Hidden. Survival points, 4312. Ranking 1st, Jiang Chen. Survival points, 15945, surging to the top. Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel excited. In just one day, he had gone from over 2,000 points to over 15,000 points. What kind of progress was this? It was simply unimaginable. He took a deep breath, recalling yesterday's achievements. 1-star treasure, double rewards, 2 high-quality military knives, 2 vitality pipes, 8 units of healing tobacco, 2 ghost binoculars, and over 300 gold coins. Golden treasure chest, double rewards, obtain 2 silver pickaxes, 2 Bayon-class ship models. 2 bronze treasure chests, obtain a water purifier, a cotton pillow. Summon an S-class character, Xiao Yun. Kill a large snake, harvest 20 pounds of snake meat. Kill 4 elite-level creatures, harvest Black Feather War Bow Blueprint, 2nd level Stonehouse Construction Blueprint *2, Flesh and Blood Essence *4, Inside Eye Talon Orb, and so on. Each of the above deeds would cause a great stir among players. Anyone who can accomplish any of the above tasks undoubtedly can make it to the leaderboard. Getting a few bronze treasure chests should be no problem. With good luck, maybe you can squeeze into the top 1,000. So far, few people have seen a golden treasure chest. A 1-star treasure, that's even more of a luxury. As for getting companions, killing elite creatures, those are things one wouldn't even dare to think about. Jiang Chen's chest was pounding, his heart rate suddenly reaching over 200. These Americans are probably going to be furious. The more he thought about it, the happier he became, casually opening the regional chat channel. There were many people online, a total of 60,000. Players were discussing today's leaderboard. Jiang Chen once again topped the list, becoming a hot topic. Players from Huaguo were feeling proud. Why aren't the American losers coming out to speak today? Didn't they say Jiang Chen was cheating? Well, if you can't beat them, join them. Not only did he take first place, but he also boldly revealed his name, unlike those old-timers who chose to hide. Cowards! The Americans gritted their teeth but didn't know how to retort. Jiang Chen's actions undoubtedly humiliated them. Even the 5-star General Mactang chose to remain silent. The Japanese player Kawashima was also being ridiculed like crazy and didn't dare to join the conversation. As for those fair-weather allies, they also chose to remain silent. Jiang Chen directly confronted Mactang, saying, "Mr. Mactang, weren't you all excited yesterday? Why so quiet today? Sorry, as you all said, I'm just a cheater. So how do you plan to deal with me, calling for a United Nations meeting to sanction me again? It's the modern era, stop dreaming. But I'm not a devil either. If you call me dad, I might let you take the top spot." On the other side, on a large island, Mactang in military uniform saw this and was almost knocked out by anger. He immediately retorted, "Damn Jiang Chen, how dare you insult me like this? It's outrageous. You better watch out, I still have some influence in this world." Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold. Mactang was obviously the mastermind behind sending out the ships. Sophia's information seemed accurate. Jiang Chen replied, "Don't think I don't know what you're scheming. Do you think you're the only one with allies? Don't be naive. Attention all players, Mactang has sent out many ships, intending to harm you. If you see any ships approaching, remember to hide, they have numbers and many skilled players." He decisively relayed the message to all players. This immediately caused a commotion. "I never expected Americans to be so cruel, we must be careful in the future. Jiang Chen's words are very trustworthy, we must not be careless. Yesterday when I was fishing, I saw a small boat pass by, luckily I had nothing here, they just glanced and left. Americans can build ships now? Why are they progressing so fast? I've only just built a small wooden house, are Americans maxing out their technology points? They probably awakened shipbuilding talents. Do we in Huaguo not have similar talents awakened? Of course, but building a ship requires a lot of wood, it's difficult to build. Americans are a bunch of bandits wherever they go, now I can only pray they don't find me." Mactang saw the scene, looking surprised. How did Jiang Chen know about his plan? Could there be traitors among the American masses? Impossible, absolutely impossible. For a moment, he was somewhat uncertain, filled with fear towards Jiang Chen. This child must be eliminated. Mactang entered the group of his good friends and found the group chat. In these few days, he secretly formed a group, all his allies inside. Great Japan, Korea, Eagle Country, Tuo, different colors, Woklan, all influential people from various countries were present. Mactang spoke, "Jiang Chen's development is just too fast, it terrifies me. How many ships have we dispatched to search for him?" Kawashima spoke. General, we have dispatched a total of 15 ships, with a total of 216 people. The personnel on the ships have abundant food, as well as fog repellents and windproof devices, all provided by our great Japanese people. Mactang asked, how strong are these people in combat? Can they deal with Jiang Chen? I believe he has awakened talents above epic level. Park Youngin, a politician from Korea, said. Rest assured, General Tang. Our combat strength is not bad either. Each person is at the peak of mortal level, with an average combat power of over 80. As long as he is not a master at the level of a rock, he's basically doomed. In terms of supplies, we have also provided a lot, and rewards will definitely be prioritized for us. Mactang sent a triumphant expression. Good. Very good. Excellent. I wish you all great success in battle. If we successfully capture Jiang Chen, I must personally slaughter him. All the allies echoed in unison. Yes. We guarantee the completion of the mission. Seeing Mactang ignoring him, Jiang Chen knew the other party must be up to something in secret. Who knows what they are plotting? Mo Wei Yong sent a congratulatory message. Zhang Gu, you are truly amazing. Going from over 2,000 points to 15,000 in a day, how did you do it? Could it be that you are really cheating? In Mo Wei Yong's eyes, Jiang Chen was becoming more and more mysterious. To pull ahead by over 10,000 points from the second place was simply unbelievable. The combined points of the second to fifth places couldn't even match Jiang Chen. Apart from cheating, there was simply no other way to explain it. Jiang Chen replied, thanks to my companion, his presence has been a great help to me. With Xiao Yun around, many things can be easily resolved. Mo Wei Yong curiously asked, what is brother Xiao Yun's talent? I'm really curious. Jiang Chen mysteriously replied, I can't go into details, but I can tell you, he possesses combat talents above epic level. Mo Wei Yong was stunned. The fishing rod in his hand couldn't stop trembling. Talents above epic level? Higher than his extraordinary level talent. No wonder he received praise from Jiang Chen, and even managed to team up with him. Jiang Chen left the channel, waiting for the rewards to come. Starting today, the rewards sent by the officials have changed. Rewards no longer appear in the form of treasure chests. This can be considered as indirectly weakening Jiang Chen's ability to dominate the rankings. At the same time, it also caused some trouble for Jiang Chen. I still need 6 more models of the Beiyang ship. How am I going to get them in the future? The golden treasure chest almost guaranteed a ship model. He thought he would get the blueprints in a few days, but now it seemed unlikely. However, he didn't feel regretful. The Beiyang ship is massive. Whether he can build it is another matter. It requires many sailors and crew members, at least a few hundred to set sail. Even if it's built, it's just there, not much use. Just then, a prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Please choose the corresponding reward from the following options. 1. 2,000 units of stone. 2. 2,000 units of wood. 3. A set of lure fishing gear, medium quality. 4. 20 kilograms of spicy beef jerky. 5. A 1-star treasure map. 6. A set of premium velvet bedding. The myriad of options was dazzling. Undeniably, each one was a good item with significant effects. Jiang Chen first ruled out option 6. Bedding is too luxurious for now, there's no need for it. The simple bird feather bed in the small cabin is quite comfortable to sleep on. Option 5 seems a bit distant for now. If the treasure is far away, it would be a big loss. Without a boat now, there's simply no way to sail far, and the treasure might be taken by others first. Option 4 is quite tempting though. 20 kilograms of spicy beef jerky is enough to last for many days. There's never too much food at any time. But on second thought, option 3 is better. As the saying goes, it's better to teach a man to fish than to give him fish. Jiang Chen's retirement dream before was to be a fisherman by the sea. If he catches a few fish every day, the long-term benefits will definitely be better than beef jerky. Jiang Chen's heart stirred, and he asked, System, what's included in the lure fishing gear? Host, lure fishing gear includes fishing rods, fishing lines, fish hooks, bait, floats, line holders, floats, tackle boxes, fish guards, and other tools. Wow, everything is arranged. The series of tools feels professional. Jiang Chen decisively made his choice. System, I choose option 3, a set of lure fishing gear. Ding! Reward distribution in progress, please wait. Reward distribution successful, please check outside. As soon as the words fell, a breaking sound came into his ears. Whoosh! Jiang Chen and Diao Chan walked out and saw a large black box falling from the sky. Upon opening it, there was a complete set of fishing gear inside. Since he had never fished before, Jiang Chen first picked up the instruction manual. The moment he touched it, the manual disappeared. A large amount of knowledge rushed into his mind. Jiang Chen instantly grasped many mysterious fishing methods. How to choose fishing spots, how to judge the direction of fish based on temperature and air pressure, and so on. This feeling was mysterious and inexplicable. He learned, but not completely. Nevertheless, Jiang Chen suddenly felt motivated. Today, he would definitely have a big catch. Congratulations on comprehending the talent Novice Fisherman. Novice Fisherman, common growth type talent, gaining corresponding experience points for each fish caught. Current upgrade progress 0%. Talent effect, small fish have an extremely small probability of actively gathering around the bait. Seeing the effect of the talent, Jiang Chen chuckled. Air Force? Impossible. Without any hesitation, he and Diao went to the seaside. Today was foggy, Zhulong was resting, not suitable for going out, perfect for fishing. They each brought a chair. Jiang Chen sat on it, manipulating various tools in his hands. His technique was extremely professional, like a seasoned fishing master. While handling the tools, he also instructed Diao. Channer, fishing requires skill. But for me, getting the fish hooked is a simple matter. As a modern person, he wanted to give Diao a little surprise. Diao face lit up with excitement, eager to try. My lord, I want to play too. Jiang Chen said sternly, fishing is not a game, watch carefully. As he spoke, Jiang Chen cast the fish hook baited with vulture meat into the sea. The hook drew a beautiful arc in the air and dropped onto the sea surface 10 meters away. The fog was too thick for Diao to see the situation in the water. Jiang Chen's insight came into play. Through the sea surface, he spotted several plump sea fish swimming slowly. Steady! Jiang Chen confidently opened the champagne in advance. In less than 10 minutes, I will reel in the first fish, watch closely. Diao licked her lips in anticipation. Alright, my lord. The thought of having fish to eat at night made her extremely happy. However, after 10 minutes, there was only silence. Strange, why aren't the fish biting? Jiang Chen furrowed his brows slightly. Could it be because of the temperature? You lazy bones, make a move. The sea fish all instinctively chose to avoid. They didn't even glance at the fish hook. The bait specially prepared by Jiang Chen for them turned out to be ineffective. Just a little more waiting and it will be successful. Without any impatience, Jiang Chen remained calm as ever. Another 30 minutes passed. There was still no movement on the water. Jiang Chen scratched his head. Strange, there were fish passing by just now, why aren't they biting? Can't figure it out, absolutely can't figure it out. Could it be a problem with the fishing spot? Or is it related to temperature and air pressure? Diao yawned, squinting her phoenix eyes. Lord, it's been so long, why haven't we caught any fish yet? Jiang Chen said calmly. Don't worry, don't worry. Fishing requires patience. Although he said that, he was actually anxious inside. After a while, he finally decided to change positions. This spot won't do, let's move. The two moved to another location. Jiang Chen looked closely and saw schools of fish swimming in the sea. It was simply too easy. The reason was found, they had just chosen the wrong fishing spot. Jiang Chen sat down on a stool, confidently casting his line. Channer, within 10 minutes, 2 consecutive catches, 5 pounds each, watch closely. Diao looked puzzled. Why was he suddenly so confident again? Who would have thought that 10 minutes later, there were still no fish biting? Something's wrong, something's wrong. It must be that I used the wrong bait. Jiang Chen scratched his head vigorously, analyzing the reasons frantically. He reeled in the fishing rod and replaced the bait with a different one. Fresh large corn, let's see who can resist it. Jiang Chen confidently cast his line. 30 minutes later, still no response. Jiang Chen was so frustrated that he directly gave up fishing. Fishing is not for me, not even a dog would do it. Let whoever loves fishing, fish. By early afternoon, they ended up empty-handed. Just then, Diao suddenly spoke up. Lord, how about I give it a try? Jiang Chen handed her the fishing rod and instructed, it's okay if you can't catch any fish, this is not something an ordinary person can do. Diao nodded excitedly, understood, my lord. Jiang Chen ignored her and fell asleep by the seaside. And then, 20 minutes later, a loud splashing sound came from the sea. What's going on? Jiang Chen was awakened by the noise. Upon getting up, he saw Diao struggling with a big fish, almost being dragged into the sea by it. Holy cow! A giant! He hurried to help, grabbing the fishing rod. Splash! The fish leaped out of the water, a huge one weighing about 20 pounds. After struggling for a long time, the two of them couldn't subdue it even with all their strength. Diao, go find Xiao Yun. With his command, Diao quickly ran back to the small wooden house. A few minutes later, Xiao Yun dragged Jiang Chen, who was almost pulled into the sea, out. With a long spear, Xiao Yun knocked out the 20-pound big fish. Jiang Chen looked at Diao with suspicion. Could it be? He couldn't catch fish because he wasn't good-looking enough? This sea fish weighed around 20 pounds, over a meter long. After waking up, he was not idle in the fish guard, full of energy. Since we can't control it, let's hit the road early. Zhang Chen ordered its death sentence. Xiao Yun killed it, then dissected it, and finally carried the large chunks of fish meat back for roasting. After seeing off Xiao Yun, Diao Chan sat steadily on the fishing platform. Zhang Chen stood by, becoming a fisherman. Diao Chan had just sat down when the fish in the sea seemed to be in a frenzy, biting the hook vigorously. With the experience from the first catch and her previous observations, Diao Chan's movements became skillful. Reeling in, casting, and hooking were all done with great proficiency, showing the demeanor of a master. She's clearly a newbie among newbies. Why is this happening? Zhang Chen felt extremely frustrated. Splash, splash. Seeing fish being hooked so easily, his eyes gradually glazed over. Is this the so-called newbie luck? He thought the big fish at the beginning was the limit, but Diao Chan's fishing didn't require any skill, just cast the hook, and within 30 minutes, fish would definitely be caught. 100% success rate. It was too unbelievable, it felt like a dream. Zhang Chen, on the other hand, was busy fishing, having lost count of how many fish he had caught. Diao Chan's face was flushed, her excitement growing with each fish caught. Fishing is so much fun. The fishing rod in Zhang Chen's hand has never caught a fish. The two of them fished until 5 o'clock and finally decided to call it a day. When they arrived at the fishery, they found at least 12 fish. Each one was lively, weighing at least around 4 catties. The total weight was around 50 catties. Zhang Chen quickly opened the exchange and searched for fish-related transactions. 1 catty of fish could be exchanged for about 30 to 40 units of stone, or 40 to 60 units of wood. If lucky, someone might even offer a high price. In any case, it was a big fortune. At least it could be exchanged for 1,500 units of stone. If Diao Chan fished for another day, wouldn't she be able to exchange for a stone house? Zhang Chen marveled, his efficiency was simply terrifying. He finally understood that these fishing tools were carefully prepared for Diao Chan, and he had nothing to do with it. The time was 6 o'clock in the evening. After closing the fishery, Zhang Chen cruelly confiscated Diao Chan's fishing gear. Master, I still want to fish for a while, why don't you go back first? Diao Chan looked reluctant, her eyes full of pleading. Zhang Chen didn't hesitate at all and directly refused. No, you are the only mate I have. What if the fish drags you away? This was not a false statement. If Zhang Chen had fallen asleep on the beach at that time, with Diao Chan's stubborn character, she might really have been dragged away by the fish. The thick fog gradually dispersed, visibility improved significantly. The temperature began to drop rapidly. The two of them carried the black box back to the wooden house and saw Xiao Yun roasting fish meat by the bonfire. On the makeshift rack made of branches, there were strips of meat. The heat rising from the bonfire dried out the moisture in them. Today was undoubtedly a great harvest day. Xiao Yun, with a joyful face, asked about the harvest. Master, how much fish meat did we catch today? Diao Chan proudly answered first, at least 50 catties, all caught by me alone. Zhang Chen nodded in agreement. Yes, that's right. This is all thanks to Diao Chan, I didn't do anything useful. Xiao Yun smiled. Master, don't be so discouraged, Madam's contribution is equivalent to the team's contribution. Without Master, there wouldn't even be these fishing tools, let alone talk of a bountiful harvest. There was a strong sense of comfort in the words. Zhang Chen felt a pang in his heart. Zhilong understands me. It was 7 o'clock in the evening. The sun had completely set, replaced by darkness. The temperature dropped to around 5 degrees, extremely cold. The three of them gathered by the bonfire, roasting fish and drinking fish soup, without a care in the world. After being full, they all burped contentedly. Xiao Yun continued to dry the fish. Diao Chan was exhausted and went back to the wooden house to rest. Zhang Chen finished eating, took out the 2 ghostly telescopes, and with the wide view and sparse stars tonight, it was a good opportunity to look for ghost merchants. Zhilong, bring those 2 jars of gold coins, we'll go out to find the ghosts later. Zhang Chen rubbed his hands and said so. Xiao Yun exhaled a cold breath, puzzled. Master, what are ghost merchants? Zhang Chen explained everything from beginning to end. In short, they are the indigenous people of this world. They will trade some useful items, and we happen to have gold coins to exchange with them. Xiao Yun was half believing. Zhang Chen took his military knife, hung the telescope around his waist, and had a vitality pipe hidden in his arms, fully armed. Xiao Yun held a long spear in one hand and the jar of gold coins in the other, following behind. After leaving the small wooden house, the two headed east. The full moon soared, and the starlight was like a sea. Walking through the bushes, everything was quiet. Zhang Chen occasionally took out the telescope to check and found many blue footprints in the field of view. Some of these footprints were in the sea, some on the beach, coming from the north of the island. The ghostly telescope is indeed effective. These were the footprints of the ghosts, Jiang Chen was sure of it. After careful observation, he found that these footsteps were intermittent, without any pattern. After a while, when they reached a banyan tree, Jiang Chen looked up and happened to see a ghost. 30 meters away, at the top of the banyan tree, the ghost was staring at him with a curious gaze. It was wearing a mysterious blue coat, its body transparent and almost invisible. Zilong, look over there, Jiang Chen swallowed, pointing in a direction. Xiao Yun looked up, squinting his eyes. My lord, it seems like there's nothing there, right? In his view, there was nothing in the air. But through Jiang Chen's telescope, the ghost's body was incredibly clear. Strange, the people around you have no souls. A voice echoed in his mind. Jiang Chen knew it was the ghost speaking to him. Curiously, he asked, what do you mean by no souls? The ghost's body vanished into thin air, suddenly reappearing in front of Xiao Yun. Jiang Chen slowly lowered the telescope, now able to see the figure with his naked eyes at close range. Detected neutral unit, ghost. Combat power assessment? The Eye of Insight couldn't identify the ghost's combat power. Xiao Yun looked puzzled, seeing nothing ahead of him. But Jiang Chen, with a horrified expression, gazed at the spot. My lord, what's wrong with you? He asked, puzzled. Jiang Chen gestured for him to be silent. The ghost wandered around Xiao Yun for a few rounds, accidentally passing through his body. It then slowly approached Jiang Chen and said, your companion is a strange being. He seems dead, yet alive. How is that possible? Jiang Chen blurted out, tell me, will there be a reward? The ghost chuckled. You're quite humorous, but ending up here is also pitiful. Curiously, Jiang Chen asked, where is this place, and who are you? Why am I pitiful? The ghost sneered. You'll find out the truth after you die. It's too early now, after all, the game has just begun, hasn't it? With that, he slowly opened his coat. You brought gold coins to trade with me, right? Just so you know, my items are not cheap. Jiang Chen focused and noticed various items hanging on the ghost's body, a map, a compass, papers, materials, and all sorts of rare items, albeit in limited quantity. Jiang Chen didn't inquire about the price immediately but asked, is this all you have? The ghost merchant looked proud and disdainful. Do you have a lot of gold coins? To be honest, with your measly amount, it's not worth me revealing all my treasures. Jiang Chen looked astonished. So, you have more items hidden? No need to play games with me. I won't rob you. The ghost merchant shook his head. Provocation won't work on me. Although I'm a ghost, I'm not a fool. If you're willing to spend more with me, I'll consider dealing with you. But for now, you're still a bit green, he gestured with his pinky finger. Jiang Chen sighed. Alright, can you explain these items to me? I don't quite understand them. The ghost merchant nodded and first presented a map. This is a magical treasure hunting map, a top-tier item that can reveal all special locations nearby, including the positions of treasures and chests. It covers a radius of about 30 nautical miles and self-destructs after use. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. This was definitely a valuable item. The range of his current treasure detector was only 20 meters, making it less efficient in finding chests. The map's scanning range of 30 nautical miles was on a different level. Curiously, Jiang Chen asked, what's the price for this? The ghost merchant held up 3 fingers. 300 gold coins, no room for negotiation. Hearing this number, Jiang Chen was shocked. He only had a little over 300 gold coins, and buying this treasure map would leave him broke. The ghost merchant asked, do you want it? If not, I can introduce the next item. Jiang Chen fell into contemplation. 300 gold coins is not a small amount. After buying it, whether it can generate considerable profits is still unknown. If the nearby islands only have bronze and silver level treasure chests, it would probably be a loss to take them later. Besides, without a boat now, long-distance voyages are not possible. If you want to go out exploring, you have to plan carefully and not focus your energy on this. Jiang Chen replied, show me something else first. The ghost merchant clicked his tongue. He slowly put away the sea chart and took out a compass. A stubborn compass, belonging to the category of medium-grade tools. You should be familiar with its function. The one in my hand can resist any mysterious influences and will never be disturbed. Price, 100 gold coins, non-negotiable. A compass is an essential tool for sailing at sea. But for now, it seems somewhat redundant. Jiang Chen decisively chose to give up. The ghost merchant then brought out other items. These are magical citrus seeds. They will mature and bear fruit in half a month after planting. Their fruits have a miraculous effect on nourishing the body. When consumed with essence of blood and flesh, they can significantly increase physical strength. Of course, you have to cultivate them alive, otherwise, everything will be in vain. Using magical fertilizer in combination will greatly improve their survival rate. As he spoke, he took out a bag labeled JKL of fertilizer. Jiang Chun unconsciously muttered, "Golden Luster?" He was very familiar with this name. The ghost merchant, rubbing his chin, exclaimed, "Correct, you actually recognized its origin at a glance. The name of this bag of fertilizer is Golden Luster. The price of the seeds is 30 gold coins, and the price of Golden Luster is 10 gold coins. Purchasing both together will cost 35 gold coins." Hearing this, Jiang Chen was truly tempted. Citrus fruits are essential for humans. Not only are they rich in vitamins and organic acids, but they also quench thirst and cool the body, enhancing the quality of life. Moreover, they only take 15 days to mature when planted. It's worth noting that a regular citrus tree takes 3 to 5 years to grow. The difference is significant, several tens of times. Most importantly, citrus fruits, when combined with essence of blood and flesh, can enhance physical fitness. Gulp! Jiang Chun unconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The delicious citrus fruits were beckoning to him, making it hard not to be tempted. The ghost merchant urged, "Are you buying or not?" Jiang Chen decided to hold back for now. "Let me see something else, no rush. What if there are better things later on?" The ghost merchant put away the items and once again brought out other goods. "This is an old revolver with 6 bullets inside. Just shoot once at a target, and creatures below elite level will be killed instantly. Price, 500 gold coins." Jiang Chen's eyelids twitched. A gun is good, but how could he possibly afford it? 500 gold coins, it's impossible to come up with that amount even by emptying everything he had. Next, the ghost merchant put away the gun, muttering, "Such a bother. Here, this is a blueprint for a level 3 building, a blacksmith shop. I don't need to explain the function of a blacksmith shop, only those with manufacturing talents can use it. Price, 700 gold coins, non-negotiable." Jiang Chen shook his head directly. "Can't afford it." The ghost merchant looked puzzled. "How much money do you have in total now?" Jiang Chen honestly replied, 322 gold coins. The ghost merchant pretended to think for a moment. He conjured up a ship model from his pocket and said, "This is a hunter sailboat, exactly 300 gold coins. Not being able to sail is not a problem. I will give you a basic sailing talent sphere. Just so you know, this hunter sailboat's durability is only half, so you better repair it before setting sail." Jiang Chen asked in confusion, "Can this hunter sailboat with only half durability still be launched?" The ghost merchant clicked his tongue. "Of course, if it wasn't half broken, I wouldn't sell it to you so cheaply. The hunter sailboat is truly a fast ship, not something ordinary sailboats can compare to. He can carry up to 12 people, with a maximum speed of 25 knots, specializing in agility, suitable for close combat. In perfect condition, the price can be sold for 600 or even 800 gold coins." Jiang Chen suddenly realized. Close combat means boarding for melee, and fast ships with faster speeds and more agile turns are suitable for this tactic. At sea, fast ships are much faster than ordinary civilian or commercial ships. None of the ships used by pirates are of this type. Jiang Chen asked, "What does this ship need for repairs? Can I do it with my current abilities?" The ghost merchant replied, "Not much, just 500 units of medium wood and 3,000 units of common wood. Once you learn the basic sailing talent, you can immediately repair it with resources." Hearing this, Jiang Chen was excited. Medium wood is an advanced material from common wood. The current island does not produce this type of wood. The good news is that he can buy it. Jiang Chen is wealthy and should be able to manage it in a short time. A ship is of extraordinary significance for survival games. If you want to conquer others or explore, it is undoubtedly a necessity. Jiang Chen was undoubtedly tempted. 300 gold coins for a reparable ship plus a talent sphere, it seems like a great deal no matter how you look at it. Jiang Chen spoke up, "All right, I'll take this ship, but I also want the citrus seeds and gold fertilizer." The ghost merchant calculated, after buying the hunter sailboat, you only have 22 gold coins, which is not enough. Jiang Chen quickly said, "I can exchange with items, what do you think?" The ghost merchant fell into thought. "Tell me, what do you have that might interest me?" Jiang Chen listed his possessions, revealing his entire wealth in one go. 2 medium-grade military knives, 2 axes, 2 silver pickaxes, 2 silver shovels, basic water filter, 2 flints, level 2 stonehouse blueprint, territory stone blueprint, black feather warbow blueprint, low grade, 8 units of healing tobacco, 2 ghost binoculars, 2 treasure chest detectors, 2 vitality pipes, essence of blood and flesh, and the remaining 22 gold coins after buying the ship. The ghost merchant was somewhat surprised. "You have such good stuff. Well, it seems you've been doing quite well among outsiders." The transaction concluded. Jiang paid 322 gold coins and a silver shovel for a hunter sailboat, a bag of citrus seeds, and a bag of gold fertilizer. The ghost merchant also included a basic sailing talent sphere as a bonus. After everything was done, the ghost merchant left with a parting sentence before disappearing on the spot. If there's another chance in the future, I'll come find you again. Next time, make sure you have enough gold coins. Zhang Chen waved goodbye to him. Xiao Yun scratched his head in confusion throughout, only seeing him talking to the air. To him, Zhang Chen seemed like a lunatic, smiling one moment, frowning the next, and sighing at times. It was simply terrifying. After the conversation ended, he suddenly noticed a ship model, a blue crystal ball, a bag of seeds, and a bag of fertilizer appearing on the ground. Xiao Yun was greatly surprised. So there really are ghosts selling things in this world. Jiang Chen grinned. Zilong, there are many things in this world that you don't know about. But don't worry, with me here, you have nothing to fear. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun's eyes were full of admiration. Truly worthy of being my lord. Jiang Chen smiled proudly, bent down, and picked up the talent sphere. As usual, he placed it in his mouth. Gulp! The talent sphere turned into liquid and entered his stomach. Warmth surged through his body, nourishing Jiang Chen's physique and soul. The comfortable feeling washed over him once again. After a moment, a voice sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring the new talent Basic Navigation. Basic Navigation, common a talent that promotes growth, mastering the basic knowledge of navigation, immune to seasickness, increases sailing speed by 20%, upgrade progress 0%. Automatically opening the character panel for you. Name, Jiang Chen. Strength level, Mortal Combat Power Evaluation, 30 talents, Resurrection of the Dead, Mythical, Eye of Insight, Rare, Basic Navigation, Common, Novice Fisherman, Common. Changes occurred in the talent panel. Jiang Chen was overjoyed. So far, he has obtained a total of 4 talents, and the path to leveling up is smooth. Next, he picked up that ship model again. The information of the Hunter sailboat automatically appeared. Name, Hunter sailboat level, 1-star durability, half-damaged full crew, 12 maximum sailing speed, 25 knots maneuverability, good impact force, 25 usage, summoned by placing it in the water, cannot be retrieved. Jiang Chen held the ship model in his hands, observing carefully. This sailboat is relatively small, capable of changing course flexibly to chase or evade other vessels. Currently, it is somewhat damaged, with half of its durability lost. It requires 500 medium wood and 3,000 regular wood for repairs. Although he could set sail now, Jiang Chen had no intention of taking risks. It's not too late to launch it after repairs. Caution is the key. He put away the ship model and began examining the bag of seeds and fertilizer. The citrus seeds were no different from regular seeds, indistinguishable to the naked eye. However, there was a faint sour smell. The bag of golden poo fertilizer had a picture of a black man on it. Jiang Chen felt like he knew this person, but couldn't recall the name. A slogan popped into his mind: mix golden poo in the fertilizer, wheat yields 1800 per moo. Magical citrus seeds, harvestable in 15 days after planting, high yield rate, must be planted in nutrient-rich soil. Golden poo fertilizer, fertilizer from another world, effectively improves soil quality. After collecting everything, the two returned to the camp. Starlight sprinkled on the earth, illuminating a clear world. It was 10 o'clock at night. Jiang Chen tidied everything up, quietly closed the door, then lay down next to Diao. The fire had just burned out, leaving the room warm. After a moment, Jiang Chen drifted into dreams. The next day, the sun rose as usual. The 5th day of the game arrived on time. While Jiang Chen was still asleep, he suddenly felt a sticky sensation on his face. It was as if something was licking his face, like a gentle and moist dog's tongue. There was also a foul smell. Stop it, dog. Jiang Chen mumbled, dreaming of his childhood companion. It was a dog named Da Huang, who liked to sneak up on him while he slept. However, in the next moment, the sweet dream was instantly shattered by reality. Something's not right. How could there be a dog here? Jiang Chen abruptly opened his eyes and saw a black bear staring at him. A man and a beast, locking eyes. They stared at each other. Oh, damn. Jiang Chen sat up abruptly, startling the person next to him. Ah! Diao, still half asleep, saw the black bear and screamed. Their voices reached Xiao Yun's small wooden house, waking him up. My lord is in danger. He immediately grabbed his spear and leaped from the bed with agility. At that moment, Jiang Chen had already come into close contact with the black bear. Roar! The black bear let out a roar of anger. Then it stood up tall and straight, intimidating. It had initially thought Jiang Chen was dead, but he suddenly stood up, scaring it half to death. The infuriated bear raised its massive paw to strike Jiang Chen. Unable to dodge in time, Jiang Chen took the blow with his body. Diao was behind him, forced to bear the attack, or she would be the one injured. Swipe! The sharp claws left several bloody marks on Jiang Chen's chest. Fortunately, Jiang Chen did not have the habit of sleeping naked, and his clothes protected him from most of the injuries. Enduring the pain, Jiang Chen bent down to pick up the military knife hidden under the bed. Holding it in both hands, he swung it with all his might. The sharp blade collided with the black bear, injuring it. Chirp! The black bear's arm was cut deeply, blood splattering and scattering in the small cabin. Jiang Chen stared at it with a fierce expression. Come on, beast! Detected hostile unit, adult black bear, combat power assessment, 88, in pain. The black bear quickly fled from the cabin, hesitating unexpectedly. Jiang Chen wielded a superior-grade military knife, far more powerful than ordinary weapons. However, the bear, hungry, had to eliminate this human. Roaring, the black bear ran towards Jiang Chen with its round legs. Just then, Xiao Yun arrived. Evil beast, take this shot. A cold light flashed, followed by a dragon-like shot. Chirp! Xiao Yun thrust a spear outside the cabin, hitting the bear's hindquarters deeply. The spear pierced deeply, causing the black bear to howl in pain. It tried to struggle but couldn't escape Xiao Yun's strong pull. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Chen moved in with the military knife for a finishing blow. The knife left scars on the bear's head, blood flowing profusely. The bear's deep howls continued, and it finally fell unwillingly into a pool of blood. Jiang Chen dropped the knife and checked his own wound. There was a wide and deep wound in the center of his chest, but overall, it was a minor injury that could be healed. Surviving a bear attack without serious harm was considered lucky. Tearing off his clothes, Diao bandaged his wound. Jiang Chen took out his pipe, filled it with vitality tobacco, and lit it. The vitality tobacco had healing properties, which were now needed. Xiao Yun stood guard in front of the house, not daring to be careless. Lord, I thought you were almost dead. Diao sat beside Jiang Chen, her eyes red and filled with fear after the recent ordeal. Seeing Jiang Chen risk his life for her made her feel guilty and worried. Jiang Chen took a deep drag from his pipe and reassured her. Don't worry, I'm tough, I won't die. Despite his words, he felt a bit scared inside. If he had woken up a little later, both of them would have surely perished. Having spent so long on the island, this was the first time Jiang Chen faced such a deadly threat. The last time they encountered a vulture, they managed to survive. This time, danger came knocking in the morning without any warning. Fortunately, Diao was unharmed, and Xiao Yun arrived in time. It was a false alarm. Jiang Chen had doubts at this moment. When did black bears appear on this island? They had patrolled multiple times with Xiao Yun and never found traces of large animals. Could this black bear have been hit by a big truck and crossed over? Perhaps. It was indeed possible. After all, in this world, anything could happen. Feeling a dull pain in his chest, the sensation of death was palpable. Jiang Chen slowly got up and walked to the door. Lord, take it slow, let me help you. Diao carefully accompanied him, not allowing any mishaps. Standing next to the bear's corpse, Jiang Chen angrily kicked it. Just because I didn't lock the door properly at night, I almost let this beast succeed. The forceful kick tugged at his wound, causing Jiang Chen to wince in pain. Seeing him so lively, Xiao Yun knew he was fine. Lord, I'll go check the surroundings later. This black bear appeared out of nowhere, there must be a reason. Unusual occurrences must have a cause. Jiang Chen nodded. In this world, anything can happen. Xiao Yun, later we'll go together. Let Diao and me stay here, it's not safe otherwise. Xiao Yun suddenly realized. That's true. Jiang Chen and Diao had no combat power, and if they encountered similar dangers again, they would likely be in trouble. It was safer to stick close to Xiao Yun. After finishing his smoke, Jiang Chen noticed that his wound wasn't as painful. Gently lifting the bandage, the wound had stopped bleeding and was beginning to scab over. The effect of vitality tobacco was better than expected. Jiang Chen moved his body a bit and carefully squatted down to touch the black bear. Large creature detected. Do you want the system to break it down for you? Yes/no, yes. Note, when the system breaks down automatically, some meat will be lost. Ding! Automatically breaking down a common level black bear for you, please wait. Congratulations on obtaining the following items: black bear meat *120 kg, black bear claws *4, black bear skin, black bear tendons, black bear gallbladder. Seeing the ground full of bear meat, Jiang Chen turned sorrow into joy. This black bear must be delivering takeout. With 120 kilograms of bear meat, it would last for over 10 days. But it had to be made into jerky, or it wouldn't last long. This time, he estimated he would need to set up 3 piles of fires to smoke the meat simultaneously, with Diao and himself joining in. Luckily, it wasn't raining today. Black bear skin could be used to make clothes or quilts, warm and comfortable. Jiang Chen just needed to find the blueprints in the trading post. Black bear tendons could be used to make bowstrings, perfect for crafting the black feather war bow. Only a suitable piece of tough wood was missing, which would be next on the agenda. As for the black bear gallbladder, it could only be sold, as it currently had no other use. Following Jiang Chen's instructions, Diao Chan sorted the items and stored them accordingly. Then, the three of them armed themselves, closed the wooden door, and headed east. To the east of the island was a vast high tree forest, occupying half of the island. Jiang Chen and Xiao Yun had previously inspected it in passing but found nothing. This time, they slowed down and brought a treasure chest detector, ready to search thoroughly. It was around 7 o'clock when they set out, with an hour left before the announcement. The sun had been up for a while, and the temperature was around 30 degrees, scorching hot. Walking through the forest, they were occasionally exposed to the sun. The area was well lit, allowing them to see everything clearly. Xiao Yun led the way with a gun, Jiang Chen in the middle, and Diao Chan at the rear. 10 minutes later, Jiang Chen spotted a trampled hay nest. It was marked by a black bear, with a pile of dung nearby. Xiao Yun frowned. There was no nest here when we passed by the day before yesterday. It seems that, as Lord said, this black bear appeared suddenly. Jiang Chen smirked. Well, now that we know, we just need to be more careful. Although black bears are scary, the things on them are valuable. With Xiao Yun around, it was probably like receiving a delivery of 10 black bears. But from now on, they would have to lock the door tightly when sleeping. With the source of danger identified, the trio's focus shifted to finding treasure chests. This area had not been thoroughly explored yet, so there were likely some overlooked treasures. Indeed, 10 minutes later, Jiang Chen found a bronze treasure chest. They chose not to open it on the spot but had Xiao Yun carry it back to the camp. Diao Chan's blessing talent was still on cooldown, so they didn't get double rewards for now. After Xiao Yun returned, they resumed their search. In the end, they obtained 3 bronze treasure chests and 1 silver treasure chest. With this, the largest area of the island had been cleared. Only a small stretch of beach to the north remained unsearched, likely empty and not worth exploring. By 9 o'clock in the morning, the trio returned to the camp. The system had not yet issued an announcement. Jiang Chen lay down to rest and started browsing the trading channel. Searching for tough wood, he found only a few pages of results. Materials for making bows and arrows were scarce, with high-quality tough wood costing 1,000 units of wood. Jiang Chen set his sights on a particular piece of tough wood and added the seller as a friend. The black feather war bow was a must-have today. Ding! You have sent a friend request to Li Chengfeng. After a brief wait, ding! Li Chengfeng has accepted your friend request. Li Chengfeng was a player from Hua country. Seeing Jiang Chen's friend request, he was both surprised and delighted. Li Chengfeng had held the top spot for 4 consecutive days, earning Jiang Chen's admiration. Jiang Chen rubbed his chin, recalling that Li Chengfeng had been ranked 57th on the leaderboard, a low-key expert. He took the initiative to send a message. Hello, I'm Jiang Chen. Li Chengfeng was an introverted person, not very good at communication. After much contemplation, he finally replied, Hello, I'm Li Chengfeng. Jiang Chen inquired, I want the good tough wood you have. Besides tough wood, do you have other wood available? I have a large demand for wood on my end. Half a minute later, Li Chengfeng replied, Yes, how much do you need? Jiang Chen directly stated his requirements, 500 units of medium wood, and 3,000 units of regular wood. After a while, Li Chengfeng sent an awkward expression, That's too much demand, I only have 2 hands, delivery will take a few days. What will you use for payment? Jiang Chen promptly replied, Bear meat, do you want it? Li Chengfeng was shocked, You killed a bear? Jiang Chen shrugged, It's no big deal, as long as you have hands. Li Chengfeng sent a string of question marks. After a conversation, the top quality tough wood was exchanged for 5 kilograms of bear meat. As for the medium and regular wood, the price would be settled upon delivery. After the deal was settled, Li Chengfeng was the first to exit the channel. Jiang Chen is truly remarkable, developing so quickly. Jiang Chen placed such a large order, surely indicating ambitious plans. Moreover, the other party was generous, giving him 10 kilograms of bear meat as a deposit. Logically, he could easily back out now and freeload. But Li Chengfeng dared not do such a thing. Anyone who dares to confront the Americans directly is not to be trifled with. And Jiang Chen's points had already made a statement. Li Chengfeng possessed extraordinary talent, barely reaching 1,800 points on the 4th day, ranking 25th among nearly 100,000 people, which he considered a great achievement. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chen had already surpassed 15,000 points. Leading by over 10,000 points, what kind of monster is this? Facing Jiang Chen, one must be cautious and not easily offend. On the other side, Jiang Chen exited the trading channel. Swish! A wave of spatial distortion, and the top-quality tough wood appeared in his hand. With the tough wood, bird feathers, and bear tendons, he could now use the blueprint to craft the black feather war bow. Eagerly, he took out the blueprint and began the process. Ding! Material check complete. Do you want to craft the black feather war bow, low grade? Yes. Ding! Crafting successful, please check. All materials disappeared instantly, revealing a black war bow. The system thoughtfully provided 30 black feather arrows. Jiang Chen tried it out. Even though his combat power was only 30, he could easily draw the bowstring. The wound on his chest wasn't as painful, so he decided to test it. Leaving the small wooden house, Jiang Chen found a tree to test its power. Standing 10 meters away, he mimicked the educational TV shows, drawing the bow and aiming. Swish! The first shot missed. Swish, swish, swish. The second, third, and fourth shots all missed. Despite the short distance, each arrow narrowly missed the tree. Unwilling to accept this, Jiang Chen continued to try. All 10 arrows were shot, but only one hit the target. Diao stood nearby, covering her mouth and laughing. My lord, your aim is so off, it's impossible to watch. Jiang Chen retorted, I'm just a newbie, hitting one shot is already good. Not far away, Xiao Yun, who was roasting bear meat, felt the urge to try. He approached Jiang Chen, taking the black feather war bow. My lord, let me give it a shot. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up, handing him 10 arrows. Zilong, show us your skills. Xiao Yun modestly said, I'll do my best. In a flash, an arrow was released. His movements were graceful, exuding a sense of beauty as he drew the bowstring. Swish! The arrow flew straight and hit the tree's center accurately. His accuracy was tens of times higher than Jiang Chen's. If it were rated out of 10, Jiang Chen would score a 9. 9. One part fearing Xiao Yun's arrogance, one part making oneself appear petty. Diao clapped in approval. Jiang Chen shook his head with a wry smile. Xiao Yun's eyes remained calm as he shot another arrow. Swish! The next moment, the arrow unexpectedly collided with the previous one. They merged together, side by side, miraculously. Jiang Chen and Diao were left speechless, not knowing what to say. Following that, the third arrow, the fourth arrow, the 10th arrow. Each arrow precisely landed to the right of the previous one, neatly aligned side by side like soldiers in formation. Jiang Chen and Diao mouths hung open wider and wider, their eyes nearly popping out. Xiao Yun looked satisfied as he gently lowered his bowstring. My lord, this bow is good, but the power of the arrows still needs to be increased. Jiang Chen swallowed and asked, coming back to his senses. Zilong, have you studied archery with Hui? Xiao Yun? After that incident, Jiang Chen never touched a bow and arrow again. He had the self-awareness that he simply didn't have that talent. Xiao Yun happily accepted the black feather war bow, thrilled. For him, it was a great reward. His admiration for Jiang Chen grew even more. After testing the war bow, it was already 9:30 in the morning. Finally, the system issued an announcement. Day 5 announcement of the game. Today is overcast with moderate visibility, temperatures ranging from -2 to 20 degrees. A cold wave is expected at night, please keep warm. The invasion system was activated yesterday, and players must have noticed by now. In the future, more creatures will invade your territory, so be prepared. To avoid invasion, you must build a territory stone to become a true lord, spread the word. Invasion system. No wonder there was a bear out last night. Jiang Chen suddenly understood everything. It was all the doing of the game operators. The activation of the invasion system meant that monsters could appear in the territory every day. The black bear from last night was a product of the invasion system. With a combat power of 80, it posed a significant threat to players. Jiang Chen couldn't even imagine what other creatures might appear in the future. How could they announce such an important thing only today? This crappy game is ruining my life. Jiang Chen was a bit angry. He had finally started a good life with Diao, almost being taken down by the black bear. The system provided guidance, which was to build a territory stone. Jiang Chen happened to have the blueprints, he just needed the materials to construct it. To make his territory safer, he had to prioritize it. Just then, the system issued a notification. Congratulations on achieving first place in yesterday's leaderboard. Without a doubt, Jiang Chen had secured the top spot again. Checking the leaderboard, his score had reached 17,124. The second place name was hidden, with a score of 5,100. The third place name was also hidden, with a score of 4,611. Overall, Jiang Chen was still leading by over 10,000 points. It was almost impossible for anyone to catch up with him. Jiang Chen recounted his achievements from the previous day. Caught 70 pounds of fish, bought a hunter sailboat and citrus seeds, and golden corn from the ghost merchant. This morning, I killed a bear, found 3 bronze chests, and 1 silver chest. When Diao-chan's blessing takes effect again, and I open these chests, I'm sure to stay at the top tomorrow. Jiang Chen was feeling quite pleased with himself. The Americans were feeling extremely uncomfortable seeing Jiang Chen dominating the leaderboard. Upon seeing the news, McDonald immediately entered the ally group and scolded everyone. "You useless bunch! When will you find Jiang Chen for me?" Kawashima replied, "General McDonald, I know you're anxious, but please be patient. The ships we sent out have already captured several islands and are actively expanding our territory." McDonald replied impatiently, "But the progress is too slow. When will we be able to capture Jiang Chen?" Kawashima advised, "General McDonald, haste makes waste. Please provide us with more wood materials. My subordinates can build better ships," McDonald complained. "I have already allocated over 20,000 units of wood to you, I can't give more. Your ships only have a speed of 15 knots, the technology is too outdated, it's simply unacceptable. A speed of 15 knots is equivalent to 27.78 kilometers per hour, or 7 meters per second. The speed is not too slow, but they still couldn't find the island where Jiang Chen was located. The sea area was too vast, searching for someone was like finding a needle in a haystack." McDonald was impatient and directly criticized the shipbuilding technology of the Great Harmony as rubbish. However, in reality, it was the best ship so far. Of course, Jiang Chen's hunter sailboat was exceptional, with a speed of 25 knots completely surpassing other ships. Chuan Daozi dared not oppose and tried to persuade with kind words. The two sides argued for a long time, and in the end, McDonald angrily left the channel. "A bunch of useless people, only know how to suck my blood." McDonald, relying on the loyal subordinates he had cultivated before, was expanding his power in a frenzy. Even if he did nothing, he could still be supported by his subordinates and develop into a powerful force in no time. But seeing his allies so incompetent, he was helpless. At the moment, he could only watch Jiang Chen dominate the leaderboard, almost giving him a heart attack. On the other hand, Jiang Chen was not proud or complacent because of his ranking. He was currently carefully selecting his reward. Please choose the corresponding reward from the following options: 1. 2,000 units of stone, 2. 2,000 units of wood, 3. Fine lighting decoration, medium quality, 4. 3 boxes of Kongshir Fu sour cabbage beef noodles, 5. Novice farming talent sphere, ordinary, 6. Sturdy beach chair, low quality, *3. Undoubtedly, the most lacking resource at the moment was stone, so he decisively chose the first option. System, give me option 1. Ding. Reward distribution in progress, please wait. Reward distribution successful, please go out to collect. Stepping out of the small wooden house, he happened to see a white box falling down. The box landed in an open area. Jiang Chen opened the box and found neatly arranged stones inside. 2,000 units of stone, looking very impressive. He only needed 1,000 more stones to build the territory stone. Without much thought, Jiang Chen chose to exchange 1,000 units of stone with bear meat. There was still 105 kilograms of bear meat left, more than enough. He opened the trading post and searched for stone. Pages and pages of stone sellers, with prices ranging from 40 to 50 units of stone per pound of bear meat, not cheap. Jiang Chen was overwhelmed by the options, so he decided to directly shout in the channel, "Bear meat for stone, PM me." Starting from 1,000 units of stone, can establish a long-term supply relationship. This statement immediately astonished all players. Jiang Chen, the great god, needs so many stones, looks like he's going to build a stone house. He's not ranked first for nothing, being so generous, that's bear meat. Envious, I'm still living on coconuts. Brother, you still have coconuts to eat, I've been hungry for 3 days. With so many units of stone, how long will it take to mine with a stone pickaxe? I have an iron pickaxe, but I only have over 300 units of stone on me. It's insane to need 1,000 units at once. Jiang Chen looked puzzled. What's the big deal about needing 1,000 units of stone? After waiting for a while, all the sellers came to trade one after another. Trade requests quickly exceeded 99. Jiang Chen carefully selected and finally chose a player from Hua country. Ding! Wang Yan has sent you a trade request, please choose to accept or reject. Accept/reject, accept. Ding! Checking the trading environment for you. Trading environment check successful, connecting you to the trading partner. Wang Yan directly placed 1,000 units of stone in the trading box. Jiang Chen casually said, "Brother, you're generous." Being able to take out 1,000 units of stone at once was no simple task. Wang Yan made a sly smile. Funny thing is, I snatched all these from the Americans. Hearing this, Jiang Chen's interest was piqued instantly. Oh, that's impressive. Are those McTang's lackeys? Wang Yan denied. No, in America, they have many factions too. McTang is just the loudest. These people wanted to rob me but got eaten by my sea beasts. I plundered their island's resources, so I'm eager to make a move. Jiang Chen asked curiously, what do your sea beasts look like? Can I see them? Wang Yan showed him a picture. Jiang Chen saw a huge sea lion, over 2 meters tall, with sharp teeth and a body carrying a dead American with fair skin and blonde hair. Sea beasts were diverse and powerful, often persecuting players with their peculiar temperaments. Wang Yan's ability to tame sea beasts showcased his exceptional talent. Returning to the trade, Jiang Chen discussed with him and settled on a price. 40 units of stone for a pound of bear meat, totaling 25 pounds of bear meat for 1,000 units of stone. They also became friends in the process. After the trade, the ground instantly gained 1,000 units of stone. So far, they had accumulated 3,000 units, just enough to build the territory stone. Jiang Chen found Diao and asked her to find the blueprints. After a search in the wooden house, Diao found the target item in a bronze chest. Holding the blueprint, Jiang Chen approached the stone pile. Ding! Material inspection complete. Do you want to build a level 2 territory stone here? Jiang Chen took a deep breath and said, yes. Ding! Construction successful. The voice disappeared. The stone pile vanished, replaced by a floating diamond-shaped boulder. Master, hello. You can call me assistant, steward, or any other name, a voice echoed in Jiang Chen's mind. Ha! Stones can talk? Detected name suggestion, Stone. Do you want to name me Stone? Jiang Chen widened his eyes. An artificial intelligence stone. He decisively answered, let's go with 01. Detected name suggestion, 01. Do you want to name me 01 Foot? Jiang Chen replied, yes. Naming successful. Master, how can I assist you with 01? Jiang Chen asked, what can you do for me? Answering Master, my functions include 1. View territory status 2. Upgrade territory 3. Manage territory permissions 4. Manage resource points 5. Activate/deactivate invasion system. Master, you have the power to upgrade the territory once. Do you want to use it now? Jiang Chen curiously asked, after upgrading the territory, there won't be any invading creatures here, right? 01 replied, that's correct, Master. The invasion system is off by default, and you can choose to activate or deactivate it. Whether the invasion system was on depended on the player's will, catering to the battle-crazy players. How could one refuse free bear meat? Jiang Chen inquired further, what changes will occur in my territory after upgrading it? This was his primary concern. 01's mechanical voice rang out, upon upgrading the territory, the area will double in size, chests will refresh, and there's a chance of generating resource points. Common resource points include grasslands, swamps, lakes, or veins, forests, rocky mountains, and more. Special resource points include wonders, mysteries, enchanted forests, sacred springs, fiery mountains, snowy plains, and so on. Jiang Chen was exhilarated. Upgrading the territory has so many benefits. Just as he was getting carried away, 01 poured cold water on him. In addition, after upgrading the territory, the surrounding sea areas will change. 1. Generate other islands. 2. Refresh sea resources points. 3. Emerge pirate dens, treasure troves, sea monster lairs, whirlpools, and other dangerous locations. 4. Trigger mysterious events or related tasks. The detailed descriptions were dazzling. Jiang Chen was dumbfounded. If that's the case, I might lose my life because of this, 01 replied. These are all low probability events, so please don't worry, Master. Jiang Chen suddenly realized. I shouldn't be that unlucky, right? Thinking of Xiao Yun's strong figure, he strengthened his resolve. What is there to fear? Just level up. 01, upgrade the island for me immediately. Received. The voice disappeared, and Jiang Chen felt the ground tremble slightly. It's an earthquake. At that moment, the area of the island underwent drastic changes. In a place unseen by Jiang Chen, countless lands appeared out of thin air. What was once the sea now turned into forests and grasslands. Seconds later, the earthquake ended. The transformation was completed in an instant. In a daze, Jiang Chen noticed a change in the scene before him. The pond next to the small wooden house had turned into a vast lake, spanning thousands of square meters. The rocky cave behind him vanished, replaced by a rocky mountain. 01's voice resurfaced. Congratulations, Master, the territory has upgraded to level 2, and all treasure chests have been refreshed. The territory has unlocked the following resource points. Level 1 Lake, Level 1 Rocky Mountain. Lake, no maintenance required, automatically expands daily, producing fish, poultry, amphibians, etc. Rocky Mountain, no maintenance required, automatically expands daily, producing stones, medium stones. Territory information unfolding for you automatically. Territory level 2, True Lord, Zhangchen, Lord, Zhangchen, territory characteristics, level 1 Rocky Mountain, level 1 Lake, abundant treasure chest resources, area, 6 square kilometers, special facilities, none, warning, warning, warning. A pirate gathering point has appeared in the surrounding sea area, please be prepared at all times, pirate gathering point, pirates frequent this area, and they may hide treasures nearby. Zhangchen's face darkened. 01, didn't you say it was a low probability event? 01 replied, who knows, dear Zhangchen hurried to the seashore to look into the distance. Several islands appeared in the previously empty sea, large and small, totaling a dozen or so, near and far, all located to the south of the island. Even with Zhangchen's insight, he couldn't tell which island the pirates would appear on. This is troublesome. Without intelligence, it meant he would be under constant threat. The good news was that the pirates probably didn't know about Zhangchen's presence. Zhangchen was in the dark, they were in the light. This gave him room to grow. Without hesitation, Zhangchen immediately informed Xiao Yun and Diao about the situation. Diao expression turned serious. My lord, we must be careful these days and not attract their attention. Xiao Yun nodded in agreement. Madam is right, we can't be sure when the pirates will come ashore. We need to assign someone to keep watch by the sea and understand their movements. Zhangchen pondered. You're right, we need to be vigilant now. We only have 3 people, and if it comes to a fight, we might not necessarily be their match. The pirates' combat strength was unknown, so they couldn't afford to be careless. It's time to summon the third person. Zhangchen silently made up his mind. There were still 4,434 resurrection coins left, just over 2,000 more, and they could summon another S-rank character. The treasure chests on the island had just refreshed, so they could explore again. But for now, there was one thing that needed to be done. Planting oranges. The magical orange seeds had to be planted today, with a harvest time of 15 days. With that in mind, Zhangchen began assigning today's tasks. Xiao Yun was in charge of roasting bear meat and collecting stones to build a stone house. Diao was responsible for guarding the seashore and looking after the fish caught yesterday. He found a suitable piece of land and planted citrus seeds. The 3 of them divided the tasks clearly and went their separate ways. Before leaving, Diao reminded Zhangchen to be careful, as he was currently a patient. Zhangchen nodded. I understand, Choner. Diao approached, kissed his cheek, and shyly ran off. My lord, you must return safely. Diao will be waiting for you at home. The sudden kiss left Zhangchen bewildered. The next moment, he chuckled. It feels good to be cared for. Last time he was injured due to carelessness, Zhangchen wouldn't make the same mistake twice. Back at the small wooden house, he took the treasure chest detector. The detector had only a few uses left before it became unusable. He also took the seeds, fertilizer, and a silver shovel. Leaving the camp, Zhangchen headed towards the lake to the east. What used to be a small pond was now upgraded to a vast lake. Looking inside, he saw countless fish and shrimp swimming. The water quality of the lake had also improved significantly. Truly a masterpiece of creation, Zhangchen couldn't help but marvel at the drastic change. With the lake, the surrounding land became fertile, attracting many medium-sized animals. Zhangchen saw rabbits, frogs, flocks of ducks, and even a few deer. It was a scene of abundance. After walking for a while, the treasure chest detector beeped. Zhangchen observed from the shore and spotted a silver chest in the water. Unfortunately, he was injured and couldn't dive, so he had to temporarily give up. After silently noting the location, he continued forward. To the north of the lake was exceptionally fertile land. Many wild fruit trees grew here, bearing fruits with unidentifiable names. It seemed like a perfect place for planting fruit trees. Zhangchen used the silver shovel to dig holes and carefully planted the citrus seeds. A total of 10 seeds, all planted flawlessly. With a 2-meter gap between each pair, they would receive sufficient sunlight. He then scooped water from the lake to irrigate the land, poured the glittering gold fertilizer, and removed the surrounding weeds to ensure their healthy growth. 2 hours later, the makeshift citrus orchard was planted. Wiping off his sweat, Zhangchen felt content. This should do it. Having spent some time in the countryside during his childhood, his skills were exceptionally proficient. Just as Zhangchen was about to leave after finishing the citrus orchard, a sudden change occurred. Damn, they're sprouting so quickly? Zhangchen turned to see green shoots emerging unbelievably fast. In his sight, a citrus tree had already sprouted and was growing rapidly. The gold fertilizer was working its magic. Zhangchen bent down to inspect and could visibly see them growing at a staggering speed. Truly the power of gold fertilizer. He stood guard by the citrus seedlings, excitedly watching them thrive. It was this action that saved the saplings from a disaster. Just as Jiang Chen was about to leave, he sensed the presence of mice. Mice liked to gnaw on young seedlings, much to the annoyance of farmers. Jiang Chen knew they were nearby and remained vigilant. An hour later, Xiao Yun hurried over. "My lord, my lady just saw several ships at sea, reportedly causing trouble in the area. She observed from behind the rocks for a long time, luckily without being noticed." Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief and asked, "Did Diao bring a telescope? How many people are there in total?" Xiao Yun replied truthfully, "My lady said through the telescope, she could see at least 10 ships. We need to observe further to determine the exact number of people. They didn't come to our island but circled around a few other islands before leaving. For now, it seems they haven't noticed our presence," Jiang Chen speculated. "So many people and horses, it doesn't fit the title of pirates if we don't find something to do. Arson, killing, and looting are the nature of pirates." Jiang Chen knew they were looking for a target. He didn't inquire much about pirate matters, letting Xiao Yun and himself build a fence. "Zilong, there are too many rats here, I'm worried they'll target the saplings." Xiao Yun looked around and saw the saplings had grown to 4 centimeters high, lush and green. He couldn't help but admire, Master's planting technique is truly miraculous, to make the saplings grow so quickly. "I've never seen anything so amazing before." Jiang Chen scratched his head awkwardly. It had nothing to do with him, it was all thanks to the miracle grow. But he accepted Xiao Yun's praise. Without a word, the two of them erected wooden walls on the spot. Xiao Yun chopped wood with an axe, while Jiang Chen polished the boards to prevent the rats from climbing up. Although it didn't solve the problem fundamentally, it could prevent rat invasions at night. Jiang Chen believed that in a day, these saplings would grow strong, and by then, the rats wouldn't be able to gnaw on them. As for sunlight, they had to sacrifice the saplings temporarily. Without rat poison, this was the best solution. On their way back home, they stopped by a chest in the water. Xiao Yun stripped off his clothes, dove into the water, and hoisted the silver chest on his shoulder. By the time they returned to the camp, it was already 6 p.m. Diao returned with a telescope and informed Jiang Chen of the pirates' movements. The pirates hadn't noticed the island yet, which was good. Jiang Chen asked Diao to bestow a blessing upon him. "Ding! Diao has cast the blessing status on you. Within 24 hours, there is a 60% chance of receiving double rewards when opening a chest." After receiving the blessing, Jiang Chen rubbed his hands and went to the back of Xiao Yun's wooden house. There, he found 3 bronze chests and 2 silver chests accumulated. "The auspicious time has come, let's open the chests for good luck," Jiang Chen shouted loudly. The bronze chest opened slowly. "Ding! Congratulations on triggering double rewards." "Ding! Congratulations on receiving 100 by 2 resurrection coins, totaling 200. Remaining resurrection coins, 4634. In Jiang Chen's view, the contents of the chest were slowly revealed. 2 large iron pots, 2 ladles, and 2 kitchen knives. Perfect for cooking. Just what we needed for cooking, not bad. Jiang Chen smiled, and Diao quickly put them away. After eating grilled meat all the time, it was good to have some stew or stir-fry occasionally. The second bronze chest also triggered double rewards. Ding! Congratulations on receiving 100 by 2 resurrection coins, totaling 200. Remaining resurrection coins, 4,834, 2 sets of cups, 2 bags of salt, 2 packets of cumin powder, 2 packets of chili powder, 2 packets of hot pot base, 2 barrels of cooking oil, and 2 bottles of high-proof white liquor. Well, it seemed like today was a day for the kitchen. Jiang Chen couldn't help but think so. 2 sets of cups solved the problem of drinking containers. They had been using clay bowls before, but now they could retire them. Salt was essential, especially during survival, for frequent replenishment and seasoning. Cumin powder and chili powder were essential for barbecue, perfect for grilling meat. Hot pot base could be used to cook hot pot, improving their meals. 2 barrels of cooking oil could be used for stir-frying, with a generous amount of 10 liters lasting a long time. High-proof white liquor could be used for drinking and was a relatively rare trading item for alcohol enthusiasts. Jiang Chen never drank except at the drinking table, so he planned to set it aside for now. The third bronze chest also triggered double rewards. Ding! Congratulations on receiving 100 by 2 resurrection coins, totaling 200. Remaining resurrection coins, 5034. Jiang Chen's face lit up. Upon opening it, there were 2 black windbreakers for men. They looked dignified and refined, clearly not cheap goods. Jiang Chen immediately put one on and felt the comfort. Not only was the size suitable, but the style was also quite fashionable, and unexpectedly warm, enough to be used as a quilt. This way, Diao wouldn't have to keep snuggling into herself late at night. Paired with the warm black bear fur, it greatly reduced the risk of catching a cold. Starting from tonight, the temperature dropped below zero. Getting a coat at this time was like a timely help. Of course, the extra coat naturally went to Xiao Yun. Under Jiang Chen's instructions, Xiao Yun reluctantly put on the coat, which fit him perfectly. Jiang Chen looked envious. If he had to rate it out of 10, he would give it a 9. 8. Such a handsome man was truly hard to find. Xiao Yun kept fidgeting in place, feeling a bit uncomfortable, ready to take it off immediately. Under Jiang Chen's coercion, he was forced to keep it on. "My lord, I'm not used to wearing this." Xiao Yun smiled bitterly. Watching Xiao Yun's awkward movements, Jiang Chen patted his shoulder and said with emphasis, "Zilong, sooner or later, you'll have to go out and charm the ladies. How can you attract the opposite sex wearing plain clothes every day? Trust me, your lord has always had good taste, and this outfit suits you perfectly." Xiao Yun's original clothes were too plain. After putting on the coat, he looked even more handsome. Spear in hand, coat draped over him, he exuded a heroic aura that no woman could resist. Jiang Chen was completely convinced that the current Xiao Yun could attract the attention of many beautiful women with just a casual pose. Such a handsome man couldn't possibly stay single forever. Jiang Chen vowed to find him a beautiful wife. Maybe next time, he could summon the original partner, Mayanlu? Since both of them had lost their memories and didn't recognize each other, they needed to prepare for this in advance. After opening 3 bronze treasure chests, it was time for the silver one. Jiang Chen nervously opened the one on the left. To his surprise, it triggered a double reward, which was delightful. Ding! Congratulations on receiving 300 by 2 resurrection coins, totaling 600. Remaining resurrection coins, 5634, the familiar voice sounded, bringing joy. With all 3 watching, the chest slowly opened. The items in the silver chest were usually of low quality but not too bad. It would be great if there were 2 combat-related armors, please. Jiang Chen silently prayed in his heart. It seemed like the heavens granted his wish, giving him quite a face. In his surprised gaze, 2 exceptionally dazzling items appeared. "Oh my god, it really happened!" Jiang Chen exclaimed excitedly. Xiao Yun also looked pleased and blurted out, "My lord, it's 2 silver chainmails." Jiang Chen picked up the 2 chainmails and examined them carefully. At that moment, the system's introduction sounded in his mind. Light chainmail, low-grade, a hard-to-wear armor with high density, strong resistance to slashing, chopping, and stabbing attacks. Wear it and fight to your heart's content. Xiao Yun finally had a reason to take off the coat. He quickly removed the coat and put on the chainmail. It not only fit perfectly but was also very flexible and convenient. The defense was top-notch, even Xiao Yun's iron-tipped spear couldn't easily pierce it. The chainmail covered a wide area, protecting vital parts securely, so there was no need to worry about getting injured. With this armor, Xiao Yun could truly navigate through a sea of enemies unscathed. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up with excitement, eager to see Xiao Yun demonstrate his skills. Surprisingly, he had not seen him go all out yet. The battle with the vulture lasted only a few minutes, which was unsatisfying. At this point, if only a horse could come, wouldn't that be perfect? Jiang Chen thought so and couldn't help but fantasize. Returning to the present, there was one last silver chest left unopened. Jiang Chen bowed to the sky, silently praying in his heart. A horse, or maybe a jar of quince paste. If not a horse, even a donkey would do. With trembling hands, he slowly opened the chest. There was no double reward this time, leaving Jiang Chen's heart half cold. Ding! Congratulations on receiving 300 resurrection coins. Remaining revival coins, 5934. Upon opening it, what caught their eyes was a blue and white egg. The 3 of them looked at each other in astonishment. An egg? What was going on? The blue and white egg was about 30 centimeters long, in a standard oval shape. Jiang Chen tried to use his insight eye to see the creature inside but failed. Neutral target detected. Sea Beast Egg Combat Power Evaluation, 0. Occasionally, blue ripples would appear on the surface of the Sea Beast Egg, giving it an almost mystical appearance. Jiang Chen reached out and gently touched it. A voice echoed in his mind. Sea Beast Egg, low grade. After hatching, it will yield a tameable sea creature. Jiang Chen gazed at the egg, lost in thought. So, the question is, which one of us will hatch this egg? The 3 of them looked at each other again. Jiang Chen was reluctant deep down. Xiao Yun also hesitated a bit. Diao raised her hand eagerly. I'll do it. After opening the chest, it was already 7 p.m. The temperature suddenly dropped to 0 degrees in a gust of cold wind, catching them off guard. Jiang Chen quickly lit a fire in the house. Crackling sounds filled the room as sparks flew, and a warm heat enveloped them. Tonight, we're having bear meat hot pot. Jiang Chen's excitement was unprecedented. As he spoke, a packet of hot pot seasoning appeared in his hand. Upon opening it, a strong fragrance filled the wooden house, making everyone salivate. Diao and Xiao Yun couldn't help but swallow their saliva. It had to be said that Jiang Chen's cooking skills were excellent. Just a packet of seasoning could raise their expectations immensely. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and put the hot pot seasoning into boiling water. Gurgle gurgle. Stimulated by the seasonings, a unique aroma entered the nostrils of the three present, reaching their brains and souls. It smelled so good. Even before the meat was cooked, the aroma was enticing. Diao and Xiao Yun were already craving it. With their eager eyes on him, Jiang Chen added the sliced bear meat into the pot to simmer. Then he added ginger, wild chili, and spring onions picked from the lakeside. The fragrance filled the air, and the appetizing smell wafted around. The bear meat slowly cooked in the boiling water, releasing a wild flavor. Soon, a delicious bear meat hot pot was ready. Jiang Chen picked up his chopsticks, skimmed off the bear fat on the surface, then gently picked up a piece of meat and put it in his mouth. Juices burst in his mouth, and the sweet meat fragrance filled his senses. Delicious! Jiang Chen was so happy he almost cried. This was the first time he had tasted such delicious meat since arriving on the island. Before this, they had only been eating roasted and stewed meat, which was bland and not to his modern taste. Now, finally, he had the long-awaited hot pot meat, feeling like he had ascended to heaven. Seeing Jiang Chen start, Xiao Yun and Diao couldn't wait to start eating. They picked up the wooden chopsticks, grabbed a piece of steaming bear meat, blew on it gently to cool it down, then savored it slowly with their lips and tongues. The whole process was filled with the aroma of meat, and they couldn't help but exclaim at the deliciousness. Lord, your cooking skills are amazing. Xiao Yun's eyes widened in astonishment as he ate and praised. His admiration for Jiang Chen grew even more. Diao didn't stop eating. She held the giant egg in her arms and gave Jiang Chen a thumbs up. Lord, your cooking is so delicious. I feel so happy. Since receiving the task to hatch the egg, she had never left the giant egg on the ground, even taking it with her when she went to bathe by the lake. Jiang Chen smiled proudly. This was the charm of technology and hard work. With just a small packet of seasoning, he could captivate the ancient people's taste buds. Hot pot was a heavyweight delicacy for them, equivalent to a fat man's nuclear bomb in the arsenal, surpassing most foods of that time. For Xiao Yun, who had spent years in the military, it was the ultimate weapon. The three of them fell silent, enjoying the bear meat until not a single piece was left. 4 pounds of bear meat disappeared in an instant. Xiao Yun had the biggest appetite, eating with oily lips and not stopping, even asking Jiang Chen to add another pound for him. Jiang Chen was naturally not stingy. There were still over 190 pounds of bear meat left, impossible to finish no matter what. He felt even more grateful towards Xiong who delivered the package. Not only did he not ask for his life, but also brought so much meat. How could he not be moved? After being full, Jiang Chen let Diao and Xiao Yun continue roasting the remaining bear meat. After half a day, much of the bear meat started to spoil and needed to be roasted and dehydrated immediately. Jiang Chen lazily sat on the wooden bed. A cold wind blew in, making the small door of the wooden house creak. The temperature was still dropping. Despite the fire's warmth, Jiang Chen still felt the cold. Even Xiao Yun couldn't bear it and had to put on a windbreaker. They had to make a fire tonight to be able to sleep. Besides the fire, they also needed to get some bedding. The windbreaker could cover most of the body, and the black bear skin could also be used for warmth. Jiang Chen entered the system's trading post to look for bedding-related blueprints. After searching, there were very few results. Only a few pages, and all of them were expensive. A low-grade silk quilt was priced at 10,000 units of stone and 15,000 units of wood. A low-grade cotton quilt was priced at 6,000 units of stone and 9,000 units of wood. A medium-grade velvet quilt was priced at 99,999 units of stone, or 999 kilograms of pure meat. Jiang Chen regretted not choosing the high-grade velvet bedding yesterday. If he caught a cold, it would be troublesome as medicines in this world were very valuable. Fortunately, he still had 7 units of vitality tobacco, which could be used to treat minor illnesses, so he didn't need to worry too much. Moreover, Diao needed to hatch eggs, requiring a very warm environment. Just as Jiang Chen was about to select a target, Mo Wei Yong sent a message. Jiang Gu, do you need a quilt? I have an extra blueprint here. Jiang Chen opened the friend list and found his avatar. Upon seeing the message, he immediately replied, "Oh? What price can I get it for, and what materials are needed for production?" Mo Wei Yong said, "Jiang Gu, we're good friends, no need to talk about money. I got this blueprint by trading fish, so I'll just give it to you. It requires animal feathers and coarse cloth for production, which should be easy for you." Jiang Chen happily said, "Mo Xiong, you're really kind, but I can't take advantage of you for free. Tell me, what do you want?" Freeloading was never his style, reciprocity was the way to go. Of course, this was for friends. Jiang Chen would definitely treat others differently. Mo Wei Yong sent a smiling emoji and replied, I heard you killed a bear, can I have the bear bile? I recently acquired a new talent that allows me to make strength pills using bear bile, it might come in handy. If the production is successful, I can share some with you, no problem. Jiang Chen asked, strength pills? What are they used for? Mo Wei Yong explained, strength pills can increase the body's strength level, mainly used to enhance power. Besides bear bile, you can also give me other materials, maybe I can research other formulas. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Mo Wei Yong's talent related to pharmacists piqued his interest. Without hesitation, he agreed to the request. Alright, no problem, trading a blueprint for bear bile is definitely worth it. I've initiated the trade, accept it quickly. Ding! The other party has accepted your trade request. Currently checking the trading environment for you. Trading environment check successful, connecting you to the trading partner. After a moment, the trade was completed. Jiang Chen lost a bear bile but gained a blueprint for a quilt. Down feather quilt, low grade 600 units of animal feathers, 100 units of fabric. Entering the trading post again, Jiang Chen searched for fabric. Several dozen results appeared. He chose one with a reasonable price and made the trade. 100 units of fabric were finally obtained in exchange for 5 pounds of bear meat. Exiting the trading post, Jiang Chen dismantled the feather bed and obtained 600 low-grade bird feathers. Placing the materials on the blueprint, he softly chanted the crafting spell. Ding! Material inspection complete. Do you want to craft a down comforter, low quality? Yes/no, yes. In the next moment, a black down comforter appeared on the wooden bed. Jiang Chen tucked himself in, feeling exceptionally warm. The north wind howled, players wailed. The temperature suddenly dropped below zero, catching people off guard. It was only the 5th day in the game, and many players hadn't finished building their wooden houses, having to sleep wrapped in leaves or grass. Despite the hardship, they gritted their teeth to survive. They were well aware that they were not here for a vacation, they had to endure for survival. Except for one person. 9 p.m. Jiang Chen and Diao Chan were now sleeping side by side. The warm bedding felt like a furnace, completely warding off the cold, even making them break into a sweat. Between them lay a blue and white giant egg. The egg was subtly trembling, indicating that the little life inside was about to hatch. In less than a day, the hatching process had been quite successful. It wouldn't be long before the little sea creature emerged. Jiang Chen had just checked the citrus tree and found that the seedlings had grown to 40 centimeters tall, quite astonishing. Their roots were sturdy, in good health, not fearing the attacks of rodents. In the darkness, Jiang Chen dismantled the surrounding wooden boards. Before falling asleep, he checked the wound on his chest. It was healing well, the effects of the tobacco treatment still slowly mending the wound. Diao Chan and Jiang Chen whispered to each other before drifting off to sleep. Soon, they entered the realm of dreams, unconsciously intertwining their fingers. A difficult night passed. A new day arrived punctually. Jiang Chen rose early and went to the lake to wash his face. He held a handful of pitch-black charcoal to use for brushing his teeth since there was no toothpaste. Cleaning his teeth had to be done in this more primitive way. After brushing his teeth, he cleaned his wound. The lake water was clear, fish and shrimp roamed the bottom. Jiang Chen wanted to take a traditional bath in it but refrained to prevent infecting his wound. Cupping some water in his hands, he wiped away the dirty blood from his chest with a cloth strip. Xiao Yun quietly approached him. My lord, good morning. Jiang Chen nodded in response. Zilong, how did you sleep last night? Xiao Yun, full of vigor, replied, I slept well, thanks to the windbreaker you gave me. It was perfect for making a blanket. After drinking water, I'm ready to go out for patrol. With the dramatic changes on the island, Xiao Yun naturally wanted to go out and assess the situation. Even though Jiang Chen had mentioned that there wouldn't be any more bears, it didn't deter Xiao Yun. It was in his nature, and Jiang Chen couldn't change that. Carrying a long spear, he bent down to drink water from the lake. My lord, this water is clean enough to drink directly. It's amazing how you can instantly bring such a huge change to the island, truly remarkable. With fish and shrimp in the water, it couldn't be that dirty. Jiang Chen agreed. You're right, and there are many fish in this lake, so Diao Chan won't have to go to the beach to fish anymore. I even saw ducks nearby yesterday, maybe we can catch and breed them. The lake could regularly produce fish, poultry, and amphibians. This was what 01 had told him, without deceit. Jiang Chen realized the benefits of upgrading the territory and needed to make good use of it. With this lake, they could not only fish and raise ducks but also bathe and drink, a multitude of benefits. The original cave had also turned into a stone mountain. It grew naturally every day, solving the problem of scarce stone resources. Jiang Chen instructed, Zilong, after roasting the bear meat, gather 6,000 units of stone. Remember to find time to patrol the south side of the island, those pirates might target us at any time. Although Diao Chan was keeping watch by the seaside, Jiang Chen still reminded her. The other party was, after all, pirates, not to be underestimated. If Diao Chan didn't notice their movements, they might be ambushed. Then, even the chainmail wouldn't be enough to wear, greatly reducing the chances of winning. Xiao Yun promptly responded, yes, my lord. His expression was resolute, reassuring Jiang Chen. As the two conversed, Diao Chan, holding a giant egg, sleepily walked over. My lord, you're up and didn't even call for me. The three bantered for a moment before grabbing their weapons and equipment and splitting up. Jiang Chen had a piece of jerky in his mouth as he headed straight for the orange tree. After a night of growth, it was worth looking forward to. Halfway there, he saw a snapping turtle by the water. Plunk! As soon as the turtle saw him, it immediately submerged, not daring to linger. Jiang Chen licked his lips. It had been a while since he tasted braised turtle. Arriving at the edge of the orange grove, Jiang Chen looked pleasantly surprised. What was only 40 centimeters tall last night had now grown to a general height of 60 centimeters. They could no longer be called saplings but rather small trees. Each small tree was thriving, displaying vitality under the bright yellow sun. Seeing them gradually branch out and grow robustly, Jiang Chen was overjoyed. Leaving the orange grove, Jiang Chen strolled northward. What was once a small grove with a few tall trees could now be seen as a lush forest, a good place to gather wood. Occasionally, a few deer would run through the forest. Jiang Chen carefully scanned the area but found no signs of carnivorous animals. As he walked, something tripped him, nearly causing him to fall flat on his face. Ouch! Jiang Chen's body collided with a tree but managed to steady himself. Turning around, he was about to complain when his frown softened into a smile. It's my beloved treasure chest. Jiang Chen turned sorrow into joy, beaming with happiness. Since Diao Chan's prayer time hadn't ended yet, it was a perfect time to open the chest. What could it be? Creak! The chest slowly opened, and a yellow light shone into Jiang Chen's eyes. Ding! Congratulations on triggering double rewards. Ding! Congratulations on receiving 100 by 2 resurrection coins, totaling 200. Remaining resurrection coins, 6134. The mystery was revealed. Inside were 2 bronze axes, of a quality that could be considered lower tier. Jiang Chen grinned. Well, the 2 axes I got on the first day are already half worn out. This nicely fills the gap and is quite good. He picked up the axes and strapped them to his waist. With the 2 axes in hand, he felt invincible. Jiang Chen continued into the dense forest, his gaze sharpened. In the dense forest, various insects and birds lived. After walking for a while, Jiang Chen realized that the small creatures in this forest were extremely dangerous. Taking a few steps would attract ant and insect bites. Thumb-sized ants had already left him with 2 large welts, causing excruciating pain. Fortunately, Jiang Chen had the insight to avoid many hidden insect nests along the way. Otherwise, he would have been swarmed by countless bugs, likely ending up covered in festering sores. However, there were rewards to be had. He found a total of 3 bronze chests along the way, all triggering double rewards upon opening. The first chest contained 2 boxes of anti-inflammatory and pain relief medicine. The second chest held 2 large iron buckets for water and 2 large towels. The third chest contained 2 military backpacks and 2 tactical flashlights. After leaving the dense forest, Jiang Chen arrived at the beach to the north. Finally out. In his quest for treasure, he was covered in dirt and mud. His feet were full of small bites from ants and bees, emitting a fiery pain. Jiang Chen checked his body, relieved to find no ants crawling on him, then sighed in relief. Walking through the dense forest, he had to endure this pain. If he were unlucky enough to contract some mysterious bacteria, it would be disastrous. Jiang Chen took out the anti-inflammatory medicine he had just obtained and applied it to the abscess. The medicinal mud covered the wound, emitting a cool sensation. The pain subsided, and he felt much more comfortable. Jiang Chen lay down to rest in the shade of a tree, his mind activating the system. The resurrection coins have reached 6734, enough to summon an S-class character. Who will it be? Memories of the 3 kingdoms gradually awakened. Jiang Chen immediately thought of the names Gan Ning, Zhou Yu, Sun Jin, Sun Su, Zhang Liao, Zhou Tai, and Lu Meng. In a world where over 90% was ocean, a navy was indispensable. Any one of these characters could wreak havoc. Gan Ning, styled Xingba, a renowned general of Sunwu during the 3 Kingdoms period, known as the pirate with the golden sails. He was Jiang Chen's first choice and the character he had admired most in his youth. Righteous and generous, he distributed his spoils to the common people, eliminated local bandits, and maintained peace for over 20 years. Fearless and ambitious, he never received the recognition he deserved. Xiao Yun styled Gongjin, a famous Grand Commander of Eastern Wu. As the top general of Eastern Wu, he excelled in commanding naval forces. His peak moment was the fire attack at Chibi, but he met his end due to jealousy of Zhuge Liang's talents. With his assistance, many future matters would be taken care of without Jiang Chen's direct involvement. Sun Jian, Sun Wentai, the tiger of Jiangdong, known as the tiger-slaying general. Sun Tzu styled Bofu, Sun Jian's eldest son, known as the Little Conqueror and the Rebel Punisher. Xiao Yun and Sun Tzu were close friends, a formidable duo in naval warfare. Zhang Liao styled Wan Yuan, a renowned general of Chao Wei during the Three Kingdoms period. His remarkable feat of defeating 10,000 enemies at Xiaoyao Ford was awe-inspiring. Sun Quan even earned the nickname Sun 10,000 due to this battle. Zhang Liao's naval warfare skills were also commendable, placing him in the upper echelon. Zhou Tai and Lu Meng were also formidable, likely ranking among the S-class characters. Su Shang, Pan Zhang, Cheng Pu, Huang Gai, Ling Tong, and Han Dang of Eastern Wu were all skilled individuals but probably did not reach the level of S-class characters, not within Jiang Chen's considerations. Jiang Chen's mind wandered, but he started to feel nervous. This was not a choice but a random selection, requiring him to be prepared for any outcome. After mentally preparing himself, he hesitated no longer. Resurrect the deceased initiate. Ding! Please enter the number of resurrection coins you wish to use. 99 coins summon a C-class character, 666 coins summon a B-class character, 1888 coins summon an A-class character, 6666 coins summon an S-class character, 2333 coins summon an S-class character exclusive item. The higher the character's level, the stronger their innate abilities and growth potential. Each summon result is completely random. Drawing the same character increases their rank by 1, drawing the same exclusive item increases its refinement level by 1. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. Spending 6666 resurrection coins to summon an S-class character. System, draw the card for me. Ding! Spending 6666 coins, currently resurrecting a random S-class character for you. Ding! Congratulations on successfully resurrecting error. Warning. An unknown error occurred in the system. The character refuses to be resurrected by you. Resurrection failed. Initiating emergency management measures, please be patient. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen was dumbfounded. What was going on? So, the other party could refuse to be resurrected by him? Who exactly was this person? Jiang Chen immediately thought of a name. Could it be Lu Bu? Did I steal his wife, and now he won't let me resurrect? Upon further thought, it seemed like a possibility. Lu Bu cherished Diao Chan deeply, and if he sought his wife taken by someone else, such a scenario could indeed occur. But he was already dead. Did he still possess such power? Could there really be a supernatural Lu Bu? Jiang Chen was uncertain, feeling extremely uneasy. If the resurrected Lu Bu retained his memories, he might just end up getting himself killed. Because if he were Lu Bu, he would probably do the same if he found out Diao Chan had changed her heart. Of course, this was just his own delusion. Jiang Chen asked the system, who did you revive this time? The revival this time failed. Does it mean my revival coin has gone to waste? Host, I have no way of knowing who was revived this time. This revival is considered valid. Please be patient and wait for our processing. Jiang Chen's face turned black. What do you mean you don't know? How can you say such a thing? I want to file a complaint against you. We apologize for the numerous accidents that occurred during this revival. We will compensate you accordingly later. Please be patient. Rest assured, the result of this revival will not change. What should come will come. Jiang Chen's face brightened. Since there was a reward, there was nothing to complain about. He even began to look forward to it, hoping that this glitch would be resolved later. This way, he could extort. No, legitimately ask for some good stuff. After resting for a while, it was already 11 o'clock in the morning. Strangely, there had been no announcements made today. The chat channels were filled with suspicion, and discussions about this matter began. Players couldn't make sense of it and some took the opportunity to slander Jiang Chen. These people spread rumors, claiming that Jiang Chen had been caught cheating and was now undergoing rectification. In their arguments, the Halton game announcements was solid evidence of Jiang Chen's cheating. Among them, the most enthusiastic accuser was Zhang Wei, the player from the Hua Kingdom who ranked 5th yesterday. He had long held a grudge against Jiang Chen and now he was mocking him openly. Jiang Chen is cheating, he must be facing punishment now, no need to sympathize with him. In my opinion, he should have been disqualified long ago. How could someone gain so many points in a single day, pulling ahead of the second place by over 10,000? I have never seen such an outrageous situation in the World Channel before. There is definitely something fishy going on here. Jiang Chen's rejection of his team application last time had truly humiliated him. He had thought he could surpass Jiang Chen in these few days, but Jiang Chen was getting stronger day by day, firmly holding the top spot in the rankings. He didn't give him any chance to show off. The jealousy in his heart was indescribable, so now he had to come out and make a scene. His words immediately caused a huge stir in the channel. The words of the 5th-ranked strong player carried some weight. Everyone remembered Zhang Wei's name and began to echo his sentiments. Jiang Chen didn't explain, indirectly confirming the credibility of the accusations. Many players began to doubt. Could Jiang Chen really be cheating? Jiang Chen didn't come forward to explain because he had been busy just now. He had wanted to stop these rumors, but then he thought better of it. Faced with these questioning voices, only facts could dispel the suspicion. As long as the rankings were out, all questions would be answered. Could there be a bug in the game system today? I knew it. How could the resurrection of the dead fail? It was fine the last 2 times. Thinking back to what had just happened, Jiang Chen came to this conclusion. Besides this, there was no other reasonable explanation. At noon, Jiang Chen returned to the camp. He carried a backpack on his back and held a bucket and various items in his hands. After putting everything down, he lit a fire to prepare to grill fish. A moment later, Diao Chan entered the small wooden house carrying a sea monster egg. "My lord, the pirates did not come today." Jiang Chen turned around and replied, "All right, understood. Go to the seaside and catch a sea fish. We will have grilled fish for lunch later." Diao Chan turned around and busied herself. It was a good thing that the pirates did not come to this place. Xiao Yun happened to enter the small wooden house and reported the situation to Jiang Chen. "Reporting to my lord, there are no dangers around the island. I just spent some time mining 300 units of stone. I should be able to mine another 700 units in the afternoon." Jiang Chen scratched his head in amazement. "So, you can gather about 1,000 units of stone in a day?" Xiao Yun replied with a smile. "It's a piece of cake. I even have energy to spare." Jiang Chen nodded in approval. "Jilong, try to maintain this efficiency," he added. "Don't forget, we need to be combat ready at all times to deal with pirate invasions. Gathering 1,000 units of stone in a day is already impressive. No need to overdo it. And we still face threats. We must not let our guard down. Balancing work and rest is the key." Xiao Yun agreed with a nod. Jiang Chen always ponders deeply, which is reassuring. At lunchtime, the 3 of them enjoyed a grilled fish weighing over 5 catties. It was a sea fish caught by Diao Chan herself, so she deserved the credit. Just as Jiang Chen was enjoying his meal, Mo Weiyong sent a message. "Jiang Ji, are you still there? How was your day? I hope you didn't encounter any trouble. I heard from Zhang Wei that you got into trouble with the authorities, is it true?" Jiang Chen replied, "Rumors end with the wise. Don't worry about it, the authorities will provide an answer." Jiang Chen didn't feel the need to explain further, just offered a comforting remark. Mo Weiyong happily responded, "Then I can relax and watch the show." When Zhang Wei saw you not responding, he started spreading rumors wildly, and many people believed his nonsense. He claimed to have invited you to join his team, but you refused. Now he's feeling smug, and I got blocked just for defending you in the channel. Jiang Chen smirked. The situation was indeed ridiculous, but it was merely amusing, as Zhang Wei couldn't actually harm him. In the end, he only harmed himself. Meanwhile, on a certain island, Zhang Wei was celebrating with his subordinates. Standing in front of a stone house, he declared, "Once we take over the Mandela Islands, we'll set sail to find Jiang Chen. Thanks to all of you, I'm now ranked 5th. Once Jiang Chen slows down, we can catch up and surpass him." The others echoed in agreement. "With over 60 of us, facing Jiang Chen the lone wolf doesn't scare us at all." "That's right, with Brother Zhang's talent, even if Jiang Chen has more resources, they're ours. Jiang Chen is too high profile, sooner or later, someone will take him down. So, it's up to us to do it. Brother Zhang Wei, you're now the leader of the Huagua players, we all follow your lead. Brother Zhang is mighty. You're so handsome, Brother Zhang." With his head held high, Zhang Wei looked extremely pleased. He had successfully tarnished Jiang Chen's reputation, causing quite a stir among the Huagua players. If this continued, he could become a prominent figure. Even among foreigners, Zhang Wei had garnered some supporters. There were too few Huagua players willing to oppose Jiang Chen, and his appearance filled that gap. Mactang had secretly contacted him to discuss matters related to Jiang Chen. "Zhang Wei, you're a smart person, I see great potential in your future. The empire of micronations needs your dedication to spread freedom and democracy worldwide." Zhang Wei received the message, feeling extremely delighted. The intention to recruit him was evident, and now was the time for him to reap benefits by serving them. Zhang Wei wasn't foolish, he understood the importance of aligning with powerful figures. Considering that Zhang Chen wasn't cheating, he was destined to be scorned by the Huagua players. In light of this, he decisively reached an agreement with them, promising to serve the micronation in the future. Zhang Wei believed in one thing: survival depended on allying with the strong. Mak Tang was generous and provided him with a lot of resources. Joining his faction was undoubtedly a good move. With hundreds of members in his current faction, they were actively expanding and showing signs of becoming the top force in the region. Being able to dispatch over a dozen ships spoke volumes. Mak Tang had great ambitions, and Zhang Chen was one of his biggest obstacles that needed to be eliminated. After chatting with Mo Wei Yong, Zhang Chen received messages from others. Yu Chaoqian and Sophia sent private messages one after another. Their words were mostly filled with concern, and Zhang Chen patiently replied. Yu Chaoqian felt deeply guilty for introducing Zhang Wei to Zhang Chen and expressed her inner remorse. Big brother Jiang, I really trouble you. I didn't expect Zhang Wei to spread rumors about you. I thought he was a good person. Zhang Chen replied, reassuring her to relax. Not only did the other party apologize verbally, but also wanted to send him a box of jerky. Zhang Chen declined, saying he didn't need it, and finally convinced her. Sophia's message was simple. Zhang Chen, the handsome guy, I heard you got into trouble with the authorities, and I'm very worried about you. Zhang Chen replied, what trouble could I possibly have? Rumors spread easily, but the truth is hard to come by. I'm not bothered, let him say what he wants. Sophia sent a grinning emoji. Alright, if you're fine, then Zhang Wei must be in trouble. I'm looking forward to a good show, there will definitely be bloodshed between you. Zhang Chen sent a sinister emoji. Wait and see, Snow Country's big sister. The one begging for mercy on the ground definitely isn't me. Sophia replied with a sly expression. Alright, I like your vengeful personality. Zhang Chen sent a rejecting emoji. Sorry, I appreciate your feelings, but I am a married man. Sophia? Sophia, when I said like, I meant admire, not the meaning in your Chinese language. Sophia, you're really married now? Sophia sent a flirtatious expression. Can you share a photo of your wife's private bed? I want to see the goods. Urgent, 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 urgent. Zhang Chen looked puzzled, surprised. It turned out the other party had this preference. Female gamers are really scary. He immediately exited the chat channel, not daring to engage with the other party anymore. While Zhang Wei's clownish behavior was despicable, Zhang Chen couldn't do anything to him at the moment. After a wry smile, life had to go on. After becoming a top player, jealousy was inevitable, and it couldn't be avoided. Even without Zhang Wei, there would be others causing trouble. If Zhang Chen really confronted them, he would only annoy himself. It was better to let them be and let them self-destruct. When the dust settled, the one who laughed last would be the winner. Zhang Chen was confident he would emerge victorious. Lunch break arrived. Zhang Chen lay on the wooden bed to rest. Just then, a familiar voice finally appeared. Day 6 game announcement. We apologize for neglecting the game system maintenance, resulting in a delayed announcement. As a result, we have provided compensation to each player, please check it carefully. Today is sunny with high visibility, temperatures ranging from -5 to 24 degrees. Important reminder, the red moon will descend today, and sea monsters will appear at night. This situation will last for 2 days. Killing sea monsters may have a chance to obtain reward items, so be cautious in your choices. Zhang Chen propped his head with his hand, carefully digesting the announcement. Key point 1, delayed game announcement with compensation rewards. Key point 2, the red moon descends, and sea monsters will appear at night. The appearance of sea monsters signaled a new crisis. What caught Zhang Chen's attention was the last sentence of the announcement. Killing sea monsters may have a chance to obtain event items, so be cautious in your choices. There are rewards. Whenever these words appeared, it meant someone would benefit. Zhang Chen understood that combat talents would shine at this moment. Meanwhile, players with awakening support or resource talents began to wail. In the channel, many players started discussing. The people who designed this event are truly beasts. Do they think the survival difficulty isn't high enough? I just built a small wooden house. These sea monsters better not destroy my home. I'm going all out. Today will be a feast. Better to die early and be reborn. My house is right by the sea. There's no hope now. Darn it. I've stocked up a lot of food at home. The sea monsters won't come after me just because of the smell, right? Luckily, I awakened a combat talent. Finally, it's coming in handy. Some were happy, some were sad. The joys and sorrows of humans do not intersect. The happiest ones were players like Zhang Wei. When he saw the announcement, he almost burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, this event is simply tailor-made for me. It's truly heartwarming. In his view, this was a great opportunity to surpass Zhang Chen and take the lead. Others like Maktang and Kawashima also shared the same thought. They firmly believed that the appearance of the Red Moon would be a turning point to surpass Jiang Chen. Everyone was eager to show off their skills. Jiang Chen remained calm, even feeling a bit pleased. It's just a battle, right? He was just worried that he hadn't found a place to showcase Xiao Yun's skills. As a transcendent god with mythical and legendary talents, he wasn't afraid of these sea monsters. It was simply a joke. Surprisingly, Jiang Chen himself was the most looking forward to the arrival of the Red Moon. The only thing he worried about was the possibility of pirates launching a surprise attack at this time. Pirates were humans, definitely harder to deal with than monsters. Just then, a voice echoed in his mind. Compensation for the delayed announcement is being delivered to you, please check outside. The compensation had arrived. Jiang Chen leaped out of bed, pushed open the wooden door, and checked. Bang! A shiny silver chest landed in front of his house. Oh, the official is quite generous. They even gave a silver chest. Jiang Chen's face lit up with joy as he hurried to inspect it. Coincidentally, Diao Chan's blessing had not expired yet, so he could get a double reward. He gently pushed open the chest. Creak! A familiar sound entered his mind. Ding! Congratulations, you triggered a double reward. Ding! Congratulations, you received 300 by 2 resurrection coins, totaling 600. Remaining resurrection coins, 668. Facing this sound, Jiang Chen was no longer as excited as before. Being a top player, life was actually quite dull. The items in the chest quickly revealed themselves. 2 small medical kits. Jiang Chen's face brightened. This was a good thing, adding more medical supplies. Upon inspection, there were band-aids, bandages, fever patches, alcohol swabs, gauze, anti-inflammatory pain relief ointment, a complete range of items. It was more than enough to treat minor injuries and common illnesses like colds and fevers. Jiang Chen placed the medical kits in the golden storage box for safekeeping. As one wave subsided, another rose. Rewards from the leaderboard kept coming. Congratulations on achieving first place in yesterday's leaderboard. Without a doubt, Jiang Chen had once again secured the top spot. His score had not increased by much, standing at 18,210. Interestingly, Zhang Wei's total score had reached 3,142, placing him fourth. Seeing the leaderboard data, people began to question Zhang Wei. Wasn't it said that Jiang Chen was cheating for real? What cheating? Zhang Wei is just a big liar. Not only is he doing well, but he's also staying at the top. Zhang Wei looked embarrassed, not expecting retribution to come so quickly. Faced with the accusations, he could only play dead and remain silent. Internally, he grew more resentful towards Jiang Chen. Damn it, Jiang Chen doesn't even care about me. But my goal has been achieved, these criticisms don't matter at all. Openly opposing Jiang Chen led him to successfully ally with Maktang. Zhang Wei lost credibility, but it wasn't a big deal. Only interests were eternal. Soon, the channel returned to its usual calmness. Jiang Chen still firmly held the first position, unshakable by anyone. He never explained anything, making others find him even more mysterious. What talent did Jiang Chen awaken? Why could he score so high every day? How long could he stay at the top? Discussions about him were gradually intensifying, and the legendary aura surrounding Jiang Chen grew stronger. While the channel was ablaze with discussions, Jiang Chen was worrying about the rewards. Please choose the corresponding reward from the following options. 1. High-end barbecue grill, medium. 2. 5 boxes of 24 packs of Angry Bull sour yogurt. 3. Complete works of Lucin *6664. Polong hair growth tonic 500 milliliters *55. 5 years of college entrance examination, 3 years of slacking off *13146. Adult magazine *520. No, what's all this about? Is this system serious? Jiang Chen saw these options and felt a bit overwhelmed. How to look at it? Only 1 and 2 seem somewhat useful. Complete works of Lucin. As a town writer who has been persecuted by Chinese language, Jiang Chen just wants to bring Lucin back to life and then execute him repeatedly. There's no way he would choose this. Even using it as toilet paper would be too much. Option 4 is even more bizarre. Polong hair growth tonic, clearly a knockoff product. Its hair growth effect is just a bluff. Besides, Jiang Chen doesn't have hair loss problems, so choosing this is completely useless. Option 5 is even more heavyweight. Jiang Chen recalls the 3 years tormented by college entrance exam simulations. Only someone who has studied themselves silly would choose it. When he saw option 6, Jiang Chen was completely speechless. Only someone with their brains in their pants would choose that. Jiang Chen, being a man, is also lustful. He believes it's normal for men to be lustful, after all, it's human nature. But Jiang Chen already has Diao Chan, this unparalleled beauty. How could he possibly be tempted? It's easy to go from frugality to luxury, but hard to go from luxury to frugality. If Diao-chan were replaced by a hunk, then maybe he would consider it. Without even thinking, he passes on this option as well. In the end, only 1 and 2 are left. Jiang Chen scratches his head, trying to think. In the end, he chooses 1. Jiang Chen has basically entered a comfortable life, with plenty of food. The barbecue grill solves the utensil problem perfectly and is quite practical. As for the Angry Bull sour yogurt, he can always take it later. Ding! Reward distribution in progress, please wait. Reward distribution successful, please check outside. Jiang Chen saw a barbecue grill descending from the sky with his own eyes. Luckily, it passed the quality check and didn't break. The barbecue grill is made of stainless steel, heat-resistant and durable. It has a vertically adjustable structure for easy grilling from different angles. The heat-insulating mesh design with adjustable mesh size and a special non-stick surface makes grilling easier. Additionally, it comes with accessories like barbecue tongs and brushes. With the barbecue grill, the quality of grilling can be improved, and it's also convenient to carry. Jiang Chen happily stored it next to the fire pit. Now he can have family barbecues, and the good times are yet to come. 3 p.m. Jiang Chen's talent of resurrecting the dead is still in progress. Even with good patience, he's getting impatient. System, what's going on? Host, there's an issue we can't resolve. We're still working on it. What about my compensation? Can't you add a little more? I know you're in a hurry, but please be patient for now. Hurry, 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 hurry. What's wrong with being in a hurry, King? What compensation will you give me? Come clean quickly. Congratulations, host, we finally resolved this incident. Your summoned object is. Hearing this voice, Jiang Chen couldn't help but start to anticipate. The third S-class character is finally here. But then he thought, what if it's really Lubu and he gets slaughtered? System, I won't be in danger, right? Fear. JPG host, the appearance of this character won't pose a danger to you. Please rest assured. Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief, his face relaxing. Then announced the result quickly. Ding! Your summoned object is the Martial Saint Guan Yu. Name, Guan Yu. Strength level, Rock Combat Power Assessment, 125. Talent, Martial Saint, Myth, Flooding of the Seven Armies, Legend. The clear voice entered his ears. Jiang Chen's mind went blank the moment he heard those 2 words. No wonder this person had refused his summons. It turned out to be the loyal and righteous Guan Yu, known for his loyalty and righteousness. Guan Yu, styled Yun Chang, also known as Lord Guan by the people. Not only was he invincible on land, but he also excelled in naval battles, a rare and exceptional warrior. He had led troops to attack Shangyang, flooded 7 armies, captured the Wei general Eugene alive, and defeated the fierce warrior Pang De. His military achievements were unparalleled and unmatched, but his most important quality was his loyalty to Liu Bei. In light of this, it was reasonable for him to refuse the system's summons. Jiang Chen suddenly understood everything and had a moment of enlightenment. So that's how it is. Can such a proud and loyal person really stay under my command? His already anxious heart now began to beat rapidly. The sensation was quite strange. A wave of spatial distortion appeared before him, but Guan Yu's figure was yet to materialize. Jiang Chen was extremely nervous, sweat dripping down his back. However, he tried to remain calm, not daring to breathe heavily. Faced with such a ruthless individual, he had to show even more ruthlessness. He straightened his back slowly, gazing straight ahead, gradually calming his breath. Is it Guan Yu, Lord Guan, who answered my summons but refuses to show himself? Jiang Chen spoke loudly, his tone firm. Under his gaze, the spatial distortion slowly expanded. A towering man with a red face, standing at 1.9 meters, walked out calmly and powerfully. Guan Yu was tall and robust, exuding a majestic presence. Despite nearing middle age, his face was still as red as fire, his muscles strong and solid. Beneath his thick black eyebrows were a pair of resolute eyes, sharp and piercing. Mr. Jiang Chen, I apologize for my tardiness, Guan Yu said, his eyes scanning the man before him. Sensing the scrutiny, Jiang Chen felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. Guan Yu's gaze was like a poised tiger. Any slight negligence on his part, and Guan Yu could turn and leave or strike him down. Guan Yu held a crescent moon blade in his hand, not the legendary green dragon crescent blade from appearances. The two stood facing each other for several seconds until Jiang Chen finally broke the silence. Lord Yun Shang, you were supposed to be a part of us, joining the stage of this world. But I am reasonable and won't force the system to keep you here. If you don't wish to stay, feel free to leave. Jiang Chen's eyes were calm, his tone unusually composed. Facing Guan Yu's scrutiny, he remained as calm as water, unmoving as a mountain. Guan Yu's expression softened, his brow relaxing. Proud by nature, he was one of the few conscious beings in the underworld. Thinking he could intimidate Jiang Chen with his presence, he was surprised by Jiang Chen's unwavering stance. Well, he would stay by his side for now. Guan Yu bowed respectfully. Guan Yu is willing to serve the Lord. But I must make it clear, if the Lord crosses my bottom line, I will not hesitate to leave. Jiang Chen remained composed, agreeing, with your words, I can rest assured. Guan Yu's words carried weight. With that assurance, it meant he wouldn't easily betray Jiang Chen. Whether he could keep Guan Yu by his side in the future would depend on fate. With a major issue resolved, Jiang Chen felt a sense of calm within. He felt an unprecedented exhaustion, his face suddenly pale. Dealing with Guan Yu was truly overwhelming. Damn, it was exhausting. Despite feeling immensely tired, the joy surpassed any other emotion. Who was Guan Yu? A martial saint. To have such a divine warrior under his command was already remarkable. Jiang Chen wandered near the camp with Guan Yu and instructed, by the way, Yun Chang. Besides me, there are 2 other companions you need to meet. Guan Yu nodded. Please introduce them, my lord. I will get along well with them. As they spoke, the 2 arrived at the place where Xiao Yun was hammering stones. Zilong, we have a new companion. Jiang Chen looked joyful and waved to call Xiao Yun over. At that moment, Xiao Yun was diligently collecting stones with a silver pickaxe on the rocky mountain. Wiping the sweat off his face, he turned around to see Jiang Chen. This glance instantly stirred Xiao Yun's heart. Guan Yu and Xiao Yun locked eyes, both feeling an electrifying sensation. How powerful is this person? Who is he really? Both of them unconsciously had the same thought. Masters recognize each other with just one glance. Jiang Chen keenly noticed this scene and introduced the man standing beside Xiao Yun. Zilong, this warrior is called Guan Yu. You can also call him Yun Chang, he will be our companion from now on. Yun Chang, this warrior is Xiao Yun, you can call him Zilong. I have some matters to attend to, I'll leave you 2 to chat. Xiao Yun's eyes sharpened. Understood, my lord. Guan Yu's eyes narrowed. Yun Chang obeys. The fighting spirit quickly rose, and their aura gradually intensified. The 2 of them were heating up for a battle, seemingly about to engage in combat. Seeing this, Jiang Chen didn't hesitate. He slipped away. He quickly ran to the side to check Guan Yu's talents. As expected, 1 mythical level and 1 legendary level talent. War Saint, mythical accumulate momentum during battle, once reaching 100%, activate War Saint mode. War Saint mode, any attack will trigger a guaranteed 200% to 300% critical damage. After the battle, momentum will slowly decrease to 0, flood 7 armies, legendary consume 80% energy, summon a torrential flood from the sky, limited to use in lakes, seas, rivers. After reading the descriptions, Jiang Chen felt a chill down his spine. Why are the people I summon getting more and more abnormal? Both were combat talents, visibly powerful. With Xiao Yun and Guan Yu, even a group of pirates and sea monsters would be no match. Jiang Chen marveled at this. Just as he was shocked, the system brought good news. Welcome back, your compensation reward has been credited. Congratulations on receiving the following item. S-level character exclusive item card *1. Jiang Chen was delighted. There really was a compensation reward. This system is something else. A wave of spatial fluctuations. The next moment, a card slowly descended from above. Jiang Chen carefully took it, his eyes gleaming. He looked down and absorbed the information in his mind. S-level character exclusive item card. Select an S-level character and summon their exclusive item. The S-level character exclusive item originally cost 2,333 revival coins. Due to a system malfunction, he received 1 directly, which was quite a windfall. Jiang Chen smiled. I have to say, the system is quite generous. 2333 revival coins, that's the savings from opening 2 golden treasure chests. Considering the current situation, the revival coins from a golden treasure chest were fixed at 1,000. With Diao blessing assistance, Jiang Chen had received double rewards several times, which led to Guan Yu's appearance. Otherwise, there might have only been Xiao Yun and Diao holding the fort. Encountering Diao was undoubtedly a stroke of luck for Jiang Chen. She is indeed my future wife. His inner pride was unmatched. Putting away the item, his gaze returned to Xiao Yun and Guan Yu in the distance. A battle was about to begin. Xiao Yun versus Guan Yu. Both were among the 5 tiger generals in the romance of the 3 kingdoms, and perhaps no one had witnessed them fighting before. Being able to openly witness this scene was a stroke of luck in Jiang Chen's life. He didn't dare to get too close, fearing he might disrupt their battle. Jiang Chen ran behind a tree and cautiously peeked out. With his insight talent, he could clearly see their movements even from 100 meters away. Both men put down their weapons, removed their shirts, and were left in close-fitting inner martial arts pants. Xiao Yun bowed respectfully, his eyes sharp. I am Zhao Zilong of Changshan, I challenge you. Guan Yu's eyes narrowed as he stroked his long beard. I am Guan Yu, Yunchang, I accept the challenge. As soon as the words fell, the two of them suddenly surged in momentum. Instead of immediately taking action, they stood facing each other in the arena, subtly shifting their steps to gather strength. Jiang Chen swallowed a mouthful of saliva, unwilling to miss any detail. It was time to fight. Xiao Yun's combat power is 120. Guan Yu's combat power is 125. The difference in combat power between the two sides was not significant, and both were blessed with mythical-level talents. This battle was destined to be extremely exciting. The battle began in an instant. Guan Yu took the lead, his hands moving as fast as lightning, delivering several straight punches towards Xiao Yun. However, Xiao Yun's agility was exceptional, swiftly evading with nimble and agile movements. He raised his hand to block a strike, simultaneously using his tiger claw to strike at Guan Yu's abdomen. Guan Yu slightly bent his body, using his elbow to counterattack Xiao Yun's jaw. Their fists and feet fiercely collided, emitting a dull sound, but neither was willing to back down. Xiao Yun leaped lightly, swiftly turning around and sweeping his left leg in an arc. Guan Yu dodged this leg by arching his chest, then pivoted with one hand on the ground, using his right elbow to clamp down on Xiao Yun's leg and forcefully push him. Xiao Yun's balance wavered, causing him to fall backward. However, he was prepared, using his hands to flip his body back up, kicking towards Guan Yu. Guan Yu rolled to avoid the kick, maintaining relentless attacks. Both of them moved swiftly like flying, engaging in a fierce battle, each seeking out the other's weaknesses, creating a scene of magnificent and awe-inspiring combat. Jiang Chen dared not blink, frantically analyzing the situation. Guan Yu had the advantage in size and excelled in close combat. His punches were as powerful as thunder, often using his weight to suppress his opponent. In contrast, Xiao Yun excelled in agility. He could use lightness techniques to swiftly dodge attacks in close combat and find angles to counterattack. Whenever Guan Yu threw heavy punches, Xiao Yun agilely evaded and swiftly struck at his opponent's vital points. The two clashed fiercely, like a battle between dragons and tigers. Soon, both of them were panting heavily, but neither was willing to admit defeat. Xiao Yun, you're good. Let me activate my War God mode. Guan Yu emitted a blood-red halo, entering the War God mode. In this state, every attack he made was extremely deadly. Guan Yu, you're not bad either. I haven't enjoyed a fight like this in a long time. Xiao Yun's bravery grew as he emitted a dazzling green halo, his power rapidly rising. His attributes had reached 200%, making him formidable. Let's go again. Alright, one red and one green, they clashed once more. The two were evenly matched, engaging in another intense battle. Jiang Chen was shocked, unable to speak. Initially exchanging moves, various techniques were swiftly displayed, thoroughly satisfying. They confronted each other for a long time, showcasing their ultimate skills. As time passed, both began to show signs of exhaustion. Guan Yu's steps became disordered, his direct attacks losing their previous strength. Xiao Yun exploited the openings, accelerating his strikes to deny Guan Yu any respite. A well-aimed kick hit Guan Yu's knee, causing him to stagger back a few steps, unable to hold his ground. Xiao Yun didn't let up, swiftly moving forward to lock his neck, gripping his shoulder with his right hand, preparing to follow up with a punch. Guan Yu exerted all his strength to straighten his waist and hips, using his body size advantage to flip Xiao Yun over. However, both were at their limits, panting heavily like bulls. In the end, both were exhausted, supporting each other as they stood up, laughing and shaking their heads. Jiang Chen let out a sigh of relief, silently reflecting in his heart. Guan Yu had briefly held the upper hand due to his physical advantage, but the tables turned as Xiao Yun's agility and skills gained the upper hand. The depth of their martial arts was unfathomable, each having their strengths and weaknesses. Overall, they were evenly matched. It would be difficult to determine a true winner. It seemed that a decisive move was necessary. Jiang Chen naturally refused to let them reach that point. Seeing the two supporting each other as they stood up, he felt relieved. It seems that the two have become friends, which makes things much easier. Strangers at first, the more they fought, the more they understood each other. Guan Yu rested his hands on his waist, patting Xiao Yun's shoulder. Xiao Yun, we each have our strengths and weaknesses, let's complement and encourage each other. In the future, we must often exchange pointers, and together assist Lord Jiang Chen in his career. I believe our combination will surely be invincible in the world. Xiao Yun smiled confidently. Brother Yun, today's exchange has truly given me a lot of insights. In the future, we must become sworn brothers from different mothers. What do you think? Guan Yu stroked his beard and laughed heartily. Haha, that's excellent. Jiang Chen walked over, shaking his head with a smile. Having a match and then becoming sworn brothers, it seems like you two get along well. Xiao Yun bowed respectfully to Jiang Chen. Lord, you have arrived. I felt an instant connection with Brother Yun, couldn't resist sparring a bit, please don't blame us, Guan Yu apologized. Brother Yun was excited to meet a master like Zhuge Liang. I hope you understand, my lord, Jiang Chen chuckled. It's alright, as long as you both feel good about it, just don't end up killing each other. I may be your lord on the surface, but more importantly, I am your companion. There's no need for so many reservations. Jiang Chen's words revealed his magnanimous heart. Guan Yu felt immensely relieved upon hearing this. His gaze towards Jiang Chen changed once again. Although young, Jiang Chen's character was dignified and generous, a person Guan Yu could get along with. Guan Yu pondered deeply, already considering various thoughts. Staying a bit longer in this world didn't seem like a bad idea. Jiang Chen was unaware of Guan Yu's thoughts, but the way he was being scrutinized made him feel a chill down his spine. Second brother Guan, could it be? He's evaluating me? It seems I need to perform even better in the future. Jiang Chen thought to himself. Unconsciously, he straightened his back and walked away. Yun, come with me. It's time to arrange your accommodation. Guan Yu followed Jiang Chen to the camp. As they were about to enter the wooden house, Guan Yu casually asked, Lord, what about the other companion? Where is she? Is she also a master like Zhuge Liang? Even after a fierce sparring session with Xiao Yun, Guan Yu was still not satisfied. He was already looking forward to meeting another formidable warrior under Jiang Chen's command. Hearing this, Jiang Chen coughed and said, Yun, she will be back soon. When she returns, try not to get too excited, you might scare her off. Last time, Diao Chan was indeed frightened when Xiao Yun appeared. Guan Yu seemed to understand the implication. Lord, is the other companion your wife? Jiang Chen's eyes lit up as he chuckled. Yun, you are truly clever, nothing escapes your notice. With that, Jiang Chen led Guan Yu into his small wooden house. This is my room. Don't worry, I will have a similar one built for you, you won't have to sleep in the wild. Guan Yu shrugged indifferently. It's fine, I can sleep anywhere. Lord, I plan to take a stroll around the area, I must be familiar with the surroundings. Guan Yu, being a soldier, had no particular preferences, as long as he had food to eat. Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. Alright, go ahead, when you come back, you'll see the small wooden house. Guan Yu bowed, retreated, and left with his guandao. Yes, my lord. Watching Guan Yu walk away, Jiang Chen felt a heavy burden lifted off his shoulders. He let out a long sigh, wiping off the sweat on his forehead. It's quite thrilling, I have actually become Guan Yu's lord. Only now did the excitement and pride in his heart quietly emerge. The fact that his orders were not resisted at all indicated that things were progressing smoothly. At this point, Jiang Chen had gained another extraordinary general under his command. The grand plan was taking a significant step forward. Sitting on the wooden bed, Jiang Chen took out his pipe and placed it between his lips. Let's rest for a while first, then I'll have another small wooden house built for him. After a while, Jiang Chen entered the trading post and skillfully found the blueprint for a small wooden house. The market price was around 300 to 400 units of wood. As soon as the sellers saw Jiang Chen entering the trading post, they began shouting frantically, Jiang Chen, what are you looking for? I have plenty of stones here, do you need more? Jiang Chen, I'll give you a 20% discount, can you give me an autograph? Brother Jiang Chen, I knew that Zhang Wei was slandering you, now his reputation is ruined. Yes, Zhang Wei is just a follower who goes with the wind, we despise such people the most. Jiang, I want to team up with you, can I buy a friend slot with 400 units of stone? Jiang Chen, I heard that Zhang Wei has allied with Mike Tang, you have to be careful. Jiang Chen ignored these words. Among these players, many of them have no stance of their own, they support whoever is winning. When Zhang Wei is arrogant, they support him. When Jiang Chen succeeds, they support him. They are like grass on the wall, swaying with the wind. Jiang Chen is very busy now, he can't be bothered with anything. Team up? Does he need it? He doesn't need it at all, having too many friends is hard to manage, too troublesome. As for what will happen to Zhang Wei, he has no interest. They are just petty people, not worth paying attention to, it's just for fun. As for his alliance with Mike Tang, it was already expected by Jiang Chen, nothing surprising. Birds of a feather flocked together. Even if Zhang Wei finds him, can he defeat Xiao Yun and Guan Yu? Jiang Chen ignored all the information and easily obtained the blueprint for the small wooden house with 6 pounds of bear meat. Without hesitation, he immediately left the trading post. He arrived behind Xiao Yun's small wooden house and opened the chest containing materials. 600 units of wood lay quietly inside. These were materials Xiao Yun had saved up in his spare time, convenient for building the small wooden house at a critical moment. Jiang Chen took out 200 units and placed them on the ground. Then, he skillfully built the small wooden house using the blueprint. Guan Yu's residence was settled. Jiang Chen took out the S-level character exclusive item card from his pocket. S-level character exclusive item card. Select an S-level character and summon their exclusive item. Under the sunlight, the surface of the card shimmered with a golden light. So far, Diao, Xiao Yun, and Guan Yu did not have exclusive items. I wonder how powerful this exclusive item will be. Jiang Chen was filled with infinite anticipation. In his understanding, anything with the word exclusive attached to it wouldn't be lacking in any way. Xiao Yun's Dragon's Courage Bright Silver Spear. Guan Yu's Green Dragon Crescent Blade. Any one of them would be exciting. He couldn't help but feel thrilled. Jiang Chen calmed his mind and then softly said, "Use." A voice sounded in his mind. Ding! Please select an S-level character from the following list and randomly draw their exclusive item. 1. Diao, exclusive items, Blood Pearl Necklace, 7-colored hairpin, Rainbow Feather Robe. 2. Xiao Yun, exclusive items, Dragon's Courage Bright Silver Spear, Night Illuminating Jade Lion, White Cloud Armor. 3. Guan Yu, exclusive items, Green Dragon Crescent Blade, Red Hair Horse, Red Dragon Armor. The voice disappeared, and a page appeared in his mind. Jiang Chen carefully examined it and marveled, this scene is truly spectacular. Each S-level character had 3 exclusive items. Depending on their talents, the specific types of items would differ. As for the specific uses of the exclusive items, Jiang Chen couldn't predict, he could only judge based on common understanding. The system also didn't provide any explanations, leaving people itching with curiosity. Who should I choose? Jiang Chen looked at the densely packed words and felt decision paralysis. He pressed his forehead with his hand, his brain working frantically. Diao Chan's exclusive items seemed to lean towards support types, but he urgently needed to increase his combat power, so he temporarily ruled out the first option. Therefore, he had to choose between Xiao Yun and Guan Yu. It had to be said that the combat power of the two was actually quite close. But in terms of potential and versatility, Xiao Yun had the upper hand. However, there was one problem: what to do if he drew the horse? Most areas in this world were oceans, and ships were the most convenient mode of transportation. After much hesitation, Jiang Chen ultimately chose Xiao Yun. System, I choose 2. Give me Xiao Yun's exclusive item. Currently drawing the exclusive item for you. Random result confirmed. Congratulations on obtaining the Night Jade Lion. It really is a horse. I'm done for. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's face darkened. How unlucky, just thinking about it brought it about. Before he could start feeling down, the system provided an introduction to the horse. Night Jade Lion, unique, also known as the Jade Orchid White Dragon Colt, named for its slender and fair appearance, elegant posture, and is Xiao Yun's exclusive mount. Combat power evaluation, 85 exclusive feature. When ridden by Xiao Yun, it can consume additional stamina, ignore terrain, and move on any surface. Jiang Chen was dumbfounded when he saw the latter part of the introduction. Ignore terrain? Running on water? A wave of spatial fluctuations. Under Jiang Chen's gaze, a snow-white horse approached, stepping lightly as if on clouds. It was immaculately white, with slender and strong limbs, a flexible waist, and a graceful posture. Jiang Chen quietly observed the white horse, feeling unparalleled awe in his heart. The white horse also gazed back at Jiang Chen with big eyes, as if speaking, "Little brother, where is my brother Zhilong?" Jiang Chen took a deep breath and gently reached out his hand towards the white horse. His movements were extremely gentle, afraid of startling it. His large hand touched the horse's head, starting to stroke from top to bottom. The soft horsehair felt comfortable to the touch, immersing Jiang Chen in it. This is a gentle and good horse. Zhilong is truly fortunate. Gurgle. The Night Jade Lion let out an affectionate neigh. For some reason, it had no resistance towards Jiang Chen, but rather a sense of familiarity. Just then, Xiao Yun happened to walk over carrying a chest full of stones on his back. Seeing this scene, his eyes welled up with tears. "Little white dragon?" Xiao Yun murmured incredulously. The chest on his back fell with a thud, catching the attention of the Night Jade Lion. 2 pairs of eyes, one big and one small, locked gazes. In an instant, both man and horse recognized each other's identities. Nay! The white dragon horse turned and ran towards Xiao Yun in the distance, its steps swift. Xiao Yun also strode forward, embracing it. Even though the two had been separated, the bond of their souls remained unbroken, as strong as ever. Little white dragon. A real man sheds tears. Xiao Yun paid no attention to formalities, tears blurring his eyes. Gurgle. The little white dragon nuzzled Xiao Yun's head affectionately, as if wanting to convey countless words. Jiang Chen watched the scene quietly, feeling joyful. The reunion of Xiao Yun and the little white dragon was undoubtedly a good thing. After a moment of intimacy, Xiao Yun mounted the white horse and galloped along the edge of the camp. Jiang Chen followed behind them, all the way to the seaside. The sight of the sea excited the little white dragon to no end. Nay! After a joyful neigh, the little white dragon carried Xiao Yun into the sea. Jiang Chen stood on the beach, watching as Xiao Yun rode past Diao on the white horse. Diao looked astonished, unable to believe what she was seeing. Zilong? Where did this horse come from? Xiao Yun smiled sideways, urging the horse faster, heading straight for the sea. Diao hurriedly tried to stop him. Oh my, that's the sea over there, don't go. Xiao Yun glanced back, leaving behind a confident remark. Mistress, rest assured, nothing will happen to me and the little white dragon. Jiang Chen ran to Diao side, explaining. Channer, you don't need to worry about them. Later, you will see something incredible. Diao looked puzzled. The two of them gazed into the distance, watching as Xiao Yun and the little white dragon entered the blue sea. Above the blue sky and sea, a snow-white steed galloped. Its long limbs cut through the waves like a knife, mane and tail fluttering in the wind. Xiao Yun and the night jade lion merged into one, dancing in the waves. The surging waves coming from all directions posed no obstacle to them, effortlessly avoiding them all. In their eyes, there was endless gratitude. Far away, Jiang Chen stood on the beach, his eyes filled with pride and admiration for this excellent pair. Truly a perfect match. Diao Chan also exclaimed, with Zhuge Liang obtaining this horse, it's like a tiger growing wings. This horse must have been summoned by our lord, right? She had already guessed the origin of the horse and asked so. Jiang Chen chuckled, of course, besides me, who else here has such ability? Diao Chan smiled faintly, stunning and captivating. Indeed. The sea breeze blew, the waves surged, and the white dragon steed galloped endlessly. Xiao Yun and it had become the overlords of this sea, enjoying the joy of belonging in freedom. Behind Jiang Chen and Diao Chan, Guan Yu approached carrying his green dragon crescent blade. My lord, General Guan Yu is here to report. Ha! How can there be a horse at sea? Why does the person on the horse seem so familiar? Soon, he noticed the clue. Xiao Yun? Jiang Chen snapped his fingers. Exactly, it's Xiao Yun. Guan Yu came before Diao Chan and paid his respects. I am Guan Yu, Guan Yun Chang, greeting the mistress. Seeing this burly man with a red face, Diao Chan instinctively hid behind Jiang Chen. Hello, I am Diao Chan. The other party's stature was too imposing, making it impossible for anyone to meet his gaze. Jiang Chen explained, Yun Chang, Diao Chan is timid, please don't mind. Diao Chan, Yun Chang and Zhuge Liang are trustworthy companions, no need to be so guarded. Guan Yu nodded. Mistress, rest assured, Guan Yu will not harm any good person, nor let any good person be harmed. As long as I have breath, I will help with anything. Diao Chan held Jiang Chen's hand tightly, nodding slightly. I understand. Guan Yu nodded at her, then turned his gaze back to the sea level. My lord, the horse under Zhuge Liang is truly a rare steed. His envy was evident in his words. In ancient times, the importance of horses was no less than that of weapons. Guan Yu was envious. Jiang Chen reassured him, don't worry, Yun Chang. I swear, the red hair horse will reunite with you in this world one day. Guan Yu bowed deeply to Jiang Chen. Thank you, my lord. With this statement, Guan Yu was completely devoted. After a moment, Xiao Yun rode back to the seaside on the white dragon. Dismounting, he excitedly approached Jiang Chen, half kneeling in respect. Thank you for the horse, my lord. Jiang Chen helped him up. Xiao Yun, there's no need for thanks between us, we're brothers. Xiao Yun's expression remained unchanged, his admiration for Jiang Chen deepened. With such a lord, what more could one ask for in this life? Guan Yu walked slowly to the white dragon, gently stroking it with care. A fine horse. His eyes were full of praise and affection for the white dragon. The white dragon was gentle, allowing Guan Yu's touch without resistance, lowering its head to nuzzle affectionately. Xiao Yun approached the white dragon and said to Guan Yu, Brother Yun Chang, you can try riding it. Guan Yu didn't hesitate, mounting the horse directly. With a light touch on the horse's back, the white dragon began to trot in place. Guan Yu's horsemanship was top-notch, on par with Xiao Yun, both showing their skills. The white dragon also cooperated well, not throwing its rider off due to unfamiliarity. After enjoying the ride, Guan Yu dismounted and returned to the group of three. Seeing Guan Yu looking relaxed, Jiang Chen also felt a bit restless. I want to ride too. With Xiao Yun's help, Jiang Chen stayed on the horse for 3 seconds. Then, due to unfamiliarity with the controls, he was thrown several meters away by the white dragon's sudden movement. Guan Yu caught Jiang Chen's body accurately, thankfully without injury. Damn it, you all can ride, why can't I, the one who summoned you, ride? Jiang Chen was speechless. The white dragon grinned, showing an angelic smile, innocent like a child. Back at the camp, it was already 6 p.m. The sky was getting dark, a blood-red moon slowly rising, casting the entire sea into a cold crimson hue. The sea roared, creating a thrilling echo with the splashing waves. The blood-red moonlight reflected on the turbulent sea, resembling vivid blood-colored monsters. Suddenly, a shrill and eerie laughter echoed. Cackling, the fierce sea monster hidden in the waves slowly emerged from the water. It had a hideous form with a human head and a fish body, twisted and ferocious, its eyes filled with murderous intent. The sea monster held a tattered harpoon in one hand, its fangs bared, emitting a strong fishy smell. At this moment, Jiang Chen was discussing strategies with 3 others in the small wooden house. Zilong, with your and Xiao Beilong's agility, you will be responsible for guarding the camp. We cannot be careless with our abundant resources. Yun Chang and I will deal with the sea monster. When necessary, I will come to you for help. Chonner, you stay inside the house and guard the sea beast eggs, do not venture out easily. The 3 nodded in agreement. Yes, my lord. Jiang Chen's arrangements were flawless, indeed the best choice at the moment. He picked up his chopsticks, continued to pick up a piece of meat, and put it in his mouth. Let's fill our stomachs first, tonight is bound to be long. To ensure Xiao Yun and Guan Yu could unleash their full combat power, Jiang Chen cooked 6 caddies of bear meat and fish today. Xiao Yun and Guan Yu praised the food and ate quickly. After a while, roars came from the seaside. Sea monsters in the sea were restless, eager to come ashore in search of food. Guan Yu put on his chainmail and rushed out. My lord, we should take action. Jiang Chen followed Guan Yu out of the wooden house. Wait for me, Yun Chang. His chest wound had not healed, so he could only hold on to Guan Yu's thigh tightly. The 2 arrived at the south side of the island and saw sea monsters with human heads and fish bodies in the sea. Fortunately, Jiang Chen had already moved the sea fish away, avoiding disaster. Squinting his eyes, his insightful eye was effective. Detected hostile creatures, sea monster minions, combat power range, 40-60. The sea monsters sensed Jiang Chen's gaze and began to howl as they approached the shore. Turtle, the combat power of these sea monster minions is higher than mine. Jiang Chen held a middle-grade military knife, sweating profusely. This was his first time facing so many enemies, and each one was stronger than himself. Guan Yu remained calm and looked down on the group of monsters. My lord, these enemies seem rather weak. Jiang Chen? No, buddy. Just trying to belittle me, huh? In front of Guan Yu, a 3-star being, Jiang Chen seemed like a primitive man. Upon reflection, what he said was true. Guan Yu had a combat power of 125, a level of strength comparable to a rock, 1 level higher than the sea monsters in Jiang Chen. They were not evenly matched opponents at all. Jiang Chen understood that sea monsters were difficult for ordinary players to deal with only a few exceptions. At this moment, many players were already complaining in the channel. This included the fisherman Ma Weiyong. He sent several private messages to Jiang Chen in a hurry. Ma Weiyong, Jiang Ji, the fish I caught today couldn't be moved, all eaten by sea monsters. Sob Ma Weiyong, how are things on your end? Do you have any weapons to deal with sea monsters? Please give me one. Ma Weiyong, urgent. Sea monsters are knocking on my door. Ma Weiyong initiated a trade request. Jiang Chen had been in a meeting with Xiao Yun and others before, only now noticing his messages. He accepted the trade request and casually gave him a middle-grade silver pickaxe from behind. Ma Weiyong was shocked. The other party directly threw a middle-grade item at him, which was a bit too overbearing. Middle-grade items could only be obtained from golden treasure chests, indicating their rarity. Ma Weiyong was so grateful that he burst into tears and quickly thanked him. Thank you, Jiang Ji. You are my light, my only myth. He handed the pickaxe back to himself, truly solving an urgent need. Ma Weiyong did not hesitate and handed Jiang Chen 3 power pills. Jiang Ji, these are medicines I made from bear bile and other materials. I was planning to sell them, but now I'm giving them to you directly. Take this, it will make you stronger when killing monsters. No more words, I'm going to kill that sea monster outside the door now. Jiang Chen accepted his gift without hesitation. Thank you for listening. End of trade. Jiang Chen held 3 red pills in his hand. High-quality strength pill. After taking it, it can permanently enhance strength attributes and stimulate desire for a period of time. Is this strength pill reliable? Seeing the description in the second half, Jiang Chen couldn't help but have wild thoughts. Without any hesitation, he directly swallowed one in front of Guan Yu. Gulp! The red pill went into his stomach, causing a strange fluctuation. The effect of the medicine quickly took place. A warm current circulated in his body, and a dragon wandered through Jiang Chen's meridians, cleansing his entire body. After a few seconds, his face turned extremely flushed, breathing heavily like a bull. Jiang Chen felt his body filled with strength. With a light clench of his fists, the veins in his arms bulged. System, check my status. Opening personal panel for you. Name, Jiang Chen. Strength level, mortal. Combat power evaluation, 35. Temporary combat power, 60. talents, resurrection of the dead, mythical, eye of insight, rare, basic sailing, common, novice fisherman, common, and additional temporary combat power appeared in the panel. This meant that his combat power had temporarily reached 60. Importantly, his real combat power had permanently increased by 5 points, proving that the strength pill could indeed permanently enhance attributes. Guan Yu noticed Jiang Chen's changes and exclaimed, "My lord, it seems like your combat power has increased a bit." Jiang Chen smirked, "What do you mean by a bit? If you have nothing to say, then say less." Guan Yu scratched his head in confusion, as he was clearly speaking the truth. Ignoring all that, he directly wielded his crescent blade and advanced to fight the enemies. "My lord, take care of yourself, watch me go and come back." After watching for so long without any sea monsters coming ashore, he was getting itchy. In the distance, in the sea, several humanoid sea monsters saw Guan Yu approaching alone, their eyes filled with greed. This human actually came to his death willingly. "I will devour him." They lacked intelligence, lower than most creatures, unable to discern the aura of a strong opponent. Little did they know, skilled hunters often appeared as prey. The sea monsters eagerly approached the shore, heading towards Guan Yu. Once out of the water, their oxygen would rapidly deplete, causing a sharp decline in their combat power. The best way to deal with sea monsters was to lure them ashore and engage in guerrilla warfare. Fighting them in the sea was extremely dangerous, akin to suicide for ordinary people. Guan Yu paid no heed and chose to confront them directly. He appeared calm, silently dragging his crescent blade behind him. This was his classic move from the past when he killed Hua Xiong. Dragging blade slash. A sea monster roared. It swung its tattered harpoon, attempting a blindside attack. Guan Yu moved. His eyes slightly cold, his right hand suddenly swung up. The crescent blade left a cold trace in the air, colliding with the sea monster's harpoon. Ding! The harpoon was deflected, and the sea monster split in half from head to toe. Blood splattered on the beach, a vivid sight. This was just the beginning. With each swing of Guan Yu's crescent blade, a sea monster was slain. The seawater turned red with blood. Jiang Chen also didn't stand idly by, following behind to collect the corpses. Ding! Sea monster corpse detected. Do you want to decompose it? Yes/no, yes. Ding! Decomposing sea monster corpse, please wait. Congratulations, you have obtained the following items: Novice Water Spirit Pearl *1, Cursed Sea Monster Flesh *23 kg, Undigested Rotten Fish Meat *3 kg. Moments later, on the beach in front of Jiang Chen, a disgusting pile of flesh appeared, along with a sparkling blue crystal orb. Cursed sea monster flesh, if you want to see God, just devour it, don't ask me how I know. Undigested rotten fish meat, sea monsters fear the undigested contents in their stomachs. You wouldn't really want to eat it unless you're not afraid of strange diseases. Seeing these descriptions, Jiang Chen knew he couldn't eat this pile of flesh, so he chose to ignore it as if it didn't exist and turned his gaze to the right. A sparkling blue crystal orb caught his eye. This is the primary water spirit pearl as mentioned by the system. Jiang Chen bent down to pick up the round bead, examining it carefully in front of his eyes. The bead shimmered with a peculiar light under the blood-red moonlight. Jiang Chen suddenly felt an urge to eat it. A voice echoed in his mind. Primary water spirit pearl, after consumption, it can slightly enhance water affinity and has an extremely small chance of awakening water elemental talent. Water affinity represents the compatibility with water. The higher the affinity, the longer one can stay in water, with stronger swimming and diving abilities. Jiang Chen was like a duck out of water, unable to swim. To survive in such a place, improving water affinity seemed necessary. The importance of the water spirit pearl was self-evident. As for whether one could awaken talent, it was all a matter of fate. This thing will become a necessity for many people, I must collect more of them, Jiang Chen murmured. He closely followed Guan Yu, not missing any of the corpses. Unfortunately, not every corpse would yield a water spirit pearl. Guan Yu killed nearly 30 sea monsters, producing a total of 10 water spirit pearls. In the trading post, the price of one water spirit pearl could fetch up to 300 stones, equivalent to 1/10 of a stone house and nearly 7 pounds of bear meat. The price was indeed exorbitant. Soon, the sea monsters realized something was amiss. Faced with the deaths of their companions, even the foolish ones sensed the danger. This person is formidable. Guan Yu was now in the mode of a martial saint. Killing sea monsters was like bullying children. In terms of esports, it was a clear father-son game. The gap in combat power could not be compensated by numbers alone. The sea monsters' attacks on Guan Yu, clad in chainmail, were barely scratching the surface. So far, Guan Yu had only suffered a minor injury to his calf, nothing serious. This was the result of his carelessness when he ventured into the midst of the sea monsters alone. If he had been more cautious throughout, nothing would have happened. Under the gaze of Guan Yu and Zhang Chen, the sea monsters began to retreat and sneakily submerged into the sea. Whenever Guan Yu took a step forward, the sea monsters would hide like startled birds. "Ah, I haven't had enough killing yet, you useless creatures." He stroked his beard lightly, standing in the waist-deep sea, sighing. Zhang Chen finished collecting the last corpse. In total, he obtained 30 primary water spirit pearls, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. Looking at the timid sea monsters before him, Zhang Chen was also somewhat speechless. Is this all? Just mere sea monsters, nothing more than a bunch of fish. Roar! Upon hearing these words, the sea monsters in the sea roared in impotent rage. Zhang Chen made a face at them. "Ugly monsters, if you dare, come and fight me." Despite the mockery, the sea monsters dared not approach. As soon as they saw Guan Yu standing beside him, their eyes filled with fear. The sense of impending death suppressed their hunger. Survival was paramount. It was 9 p.m. The sea monsters abandoned the island and swam in other directions. Unable to harm Zhang Chen, they sought to harm others. The two of them failed to catch a single sea monster again, feeling very dissatisfied. Zhang Chen returned to the shore dejectedly, sitting on the ground and angrily throwing stones. What a bunch of cowards. Looking at it this way, the red moon is nothing special. Guan Yu shook his head and sighed. Just when I was getting into the groove, I couldn't kill more sea monsters. They treated the sea monsters as prey, almost to the point of being abnormal. However, the same situation, seen through the eyes of other players, presented a completely different scene. Zhang Chen opened the chat channel. So far, over 2,000 people had died in the area. The red moon and sea monsters were nightmares for ordinary players, hastening their deaths. Those without combat talents finally realized the importance of weapons and armor. In the trading post, all combat-related items were increasing in price, as were medicines. Only a very few could become sea monster hunters like Zhang Chen. The two returned to the camp for rest. Zhang Chen found Xiao Yun riding a small white dragon and inquired about the situation. Xiao Yun dismounted and respectfully replied, "My lord, tonight we killed 15 sea monsters that came to attack. They came from the northern forest and were already weak by the time they reached here, easy to deal with. I also inspected the citrus trees you planted in my spare time, they are unharmed and growing well." Zhang Chen patted his shoulder, encouraging him. "Well done, Zilong. With you around, my camp is safe from any harm." Xiao Yun accepted the praise gladly. Then he took Zhang Chen to the pile of bodies. Zhang Chen had instructed earlier that the sea monster bodies should not be wasted and must be kept. Xiao Yun followed the instructions. Zhang Chen dismembered the bodies one by one and obtained 2 junior water spirit pearls. So far, a total of 32 junior water spirit pearls had been obtained, quite a windfall. The decomposed flesh was buried underground as fertilizer. After bidding farewell, Zhang Chen took a bath by the lake with a bucket and towel. The wound on his chest was no longer serious, allowing him to touch water. It would probably be fully healed in another day. The effect of the vitality tobacco is indeed powerful. I must save up more in the future. Zhang Chen thought to himself. Back at the small wooden house, he saw Diao holding a sea beast egg on the bed. Seeing him return safely, Diao immediately got up and embraced him tightly. A fragrant breeze swept in, disrupting Zhang Chen's thoughts. "My lord, you're finally back." Hearing this soft voice, Zhang Chen's eyes instantly glazed over. An intense impulse surged into his mind. "Ha? What's happening to me?" His second self quickly provided an answer. "My great sword is eager for action. I remember now. The great power pill will increase my reputation." Zhang Chen quickly pushed Diao away, locked himself outside the door, and silently recited the Diamond Sutra. "Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. Form is form, I am form. Oh no, it's not working." He hurriedly opened the trading post and searched for relevant safety equipment. No one was selling balloons, which was bad. Zhang Chen quickly went to the regional channel. "Is anyone selling balloons? Urgent." All players expressed surprise. Did a beautiful sea monster come for a visit? You know, some serpent sea monsters have unique reproductive organs. Appraisal complete, the person upstairs is a beast. Didn't expect even the great god Zhang Chen to have such needs. I'm killing monsters, he's making love. Is this the difference between me and the top player? Damn, this news is so damn explosive. Don't know which girl got lucky, I'm so envious as a single lady. Zhang Chen's friend, the Snow Country player Sophia, happened to see the information. She immediately sent a private message. "Sure, handsome general from Hua Country. Are you so eager to start a war with your wife?" Zhang Chen had no time for chit-chat with her and went straight to the point. "Without balloons, I'll suffocate tonight." On a distant island, Sophia laughed uncontrollably. I didn't expect Jiang Chen to be so interesting. I must visit him in the future and meet his wife. Sophia licked her lips lightly. With a wave of her hand, she traded a whole box of balloons to Jiang Chen. 30 in a box, use them as you please. You're welcome, there's more where that came from. Jiang Chen saw the familiar dudu and a huge weight lifted off his heart. Safety starts with me. Last time was because of safety precautions, that's why he was so reckless. Without a word, he opened the wooden door and embraced the puzzled Diao Chan. My lord, I'm still in my dangerous period. Sensing Jiang Chen's intention, Diao Chan blushed to the roots of her ears. Jiang Chen lowered his head for a kiss. It's okay, I'm prepared. Diao Chan's delicate hands wrapped around Jiang Chen's neck as she tilted her head for a kiss. Brother Jiang, go easy this time. The cold night passed quickly. The red moon finally set at 5 a.m. The sea monster disappeared beneath the surface of the sea, followed by the rising of a red sun. That night was incredibly perilous. According to a skilled player's statistics, nearly 3,000 players lost their lives forever. Of course, there were a few lucky ones who became overnight millionaires. Like Jiang Chen. 8 o'clock in the morning. Xiao Yun woke up early and went to the clear lake to freshen up. He coincidentally met Guan Yu coming out of a small wooden house. He waved and greeted, Brother Yun, good morning. Guan Yu nodded lightly in response, good morning, Jilong. As they spoke, he also came to the lake and scooped up some clear water to wash his face. Seeing Xiao Yun looking somewhat strange, Guan Yu asked, Jilong, is something on your mind? Xiao Yun answered truthfully, well, last night I thought I heard a cat meowing. The sound was quite annoying, but when I went out to look for it, it disappeared as soon as it heard me opening the door. I searched for a long time, and the little cat only left later. After confirming that there were no more sea monster attacks after 11 o'clock last night, the four of them went back inside to sleep. Xiao Yun had a relatively light sleep and was somewhat awake until dawn, hearing some strange noises. The sound was like a cat in heat, arousing his curiosity. So he went out to investigate but couldn't pinpoint the source of the sound. Guan Yu said seriously, oh, is that so? Jilong, why are you still up so late? That's not good. You need to rest well to have energy for the next day's work. Although he appeared puzzled, he was actually muttering to himself. Foolish Jilong, he's still too naive. Guan Yu was well aware of what happened last night. Men understand men best, and Guan Yu wouldn't expose this matter in front of others. But Xiao Yun was different. When he was summoned, his age was set to be in his 20s. Xiao Yun married late, so at this point, he was inexperienced and didn't understand such matters between men and women. Facing Xiao Yun's questions, Guan Yu could only brush it off. Xiao Yun continued, Brother Yun, I feel something is not right. I must figure this out, or I might not sleep for days. Guan Yu's face darkened. Jilong, listen to me, you don't need to worry too much about such matters. Xiao Yun hesitated, is that really okay? Guan Yu affirmed, Jilong, it's just a cat, you're being overly cautious. Lord said the invasion system has been shut down, and there won't be any more fierce beasts like black bears. As long as the sea monster is gone, we are safe. Thinking of Jiang Chen's confident figure, Xiao Yun was finally convinced. Alright, my negligence, I shouldn't have worried so much. Brother Yun, thank you for your guidance. It was unnecessary to lose sleep all night over a cat. After realizing this, Xiao Yun picked up his pickaxe and spear and headed straight for the rocky mountain. Guan Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, Jiang Chen came out of the small wooden house, adjusting his belt. He greeted Xiao Yun, and indirectly pointed out the issue to the Lord. My lord, last night, I heard some unusual noises. I wonder what your thoughts are on this. A knowing expression. Jiang Chen looked embarrassed, instantly understanding his meaning. Ahem, my oversight, I'll try to be quieter next time. This reminder was as enlightening as thunder. It seemed the soundproofing of the wooden house needed improvement. The stone house had to be arranged quickly. Guan Yu approached and whispered in his ear, My lord, Jilong is inexperienced, he really thought there was a cat meowing. Jiang Chen patted his head, feeling regretful. He had actually forgotten about Xiao Yun's late marriage. It was truly a pity for this innocent young man. Jiang Chen smiled wryly, it seems I need to find a wife for Xiao Yun soon. Gathering his thoughts, Jiang Chen quickly formulated the plan for the day. Yun Chang, today you are responsible for guarding the seaside. With Guan Yu around, the task of vigilance naturally fell to him. After a fierce battle last night, Diao Chan was exhausted. Jiang Chen naturally wouldn't let her overwork herself, only assigning her to continue hatching the eggs. Guan Yu clasped his hands in agreement. Yes, my lord. After the two left, Jiang Chen went to inspect the citrus grove. The small trees had grown to over a meter in height, with branches rapidly extending much faster than expected. Jiang Chen went to the lake, filled a bucket with water, and evenly watered the trees. Having an iron bucket made the task convenient. After finishing, he rested under a fruit tree. Mo Wei Yong sent a message. Hey, Zhang Ji, how was last night? Did you experience the feeling of ascension? Mo Wei Yong had heard about Zhang Chen's crowdfunding for balloons and couldn't contain his joy. Zhang Chen had already treated it as a dark history. He replied, let's not talk about it, I was too hasty. Don't mention it in front of me again, got it? Mo Wei Yong grinned. Don't be like that, we're both men, I understand. It's abnormal for a man not to be lustful. I'm curious, which beauty has caught your eye? Rumors of your girlfriend are all over the channel now. Many women have come forward saying you spent the night with them, it's hilarious. Hearing the last sentence, Zhang Chen's face turned dark. What nonsense, where did I get a girlfriend? Why are all these women fighting to be my wife? Mo Wei Yong chuckled. It's normal, admiration for the strong is a woman's nature. Who else can dominate the rankings like you, and you're so handsome, it's heart-stopping. Zhang Ji, take a look at the regional channel when you have time, you have many female fans, many beauties see you as a treasure. Zhang Chen was speechless. It seemed he needed to be more cautious with the power pill in the future. Its effects were too strong, sometimes not a good thing. He had indulged too much last night, lost control, and caused this shocking scandal. Meanwhile, Sophia also sent a message. Zhang Chen, handsome guy, how many balloons did you use last night? Did you take private bed photos of your wife? Show me quickly. Urgent. Everyone is looking for your girlfriend, the channel is in chaos, you're truly a sinful man. Zhang Chen replied, I'm really impressed by you. You're not doing anything productive, just trying to seduce someone's wife, right? But I still have to thank you for yesterday's gift, without doo-doo, I really wouldn't dare. Sophia replied, you don't have to give private bed photos, show me your jade hands, jade feet will do. If not, a tempting back will suffice. This request should be met, right? Zhang Chen directly refused. No, absolutely not. I will truthfully pay you for doo-doo, I won't agree to any strange requests. The women from the snow country were really scary. He exited the chat channel. Zhang Chen returned to the small wooden house and took out the water spirit pearl. Without hesitation, he swallowed one directly. Gulp! The water spirit pearl entered his throat, tasting slightly sweet with a hint of the sea. Let's see what this thing can do. Zhang Chen sat quietly, waiting for the water spirit pearl to fully digest in his body. After a few seconds, a cold stream entered his body. Zhang Chen shivered. So cold! The cold stream circulated in his body, making him shiver all over. Cells trembled uncontrollably, welcoming the impending changes. Soon, the cold stream turned into a warm flow, merging into his limbs, incredibly comfortable. The pores on his skin opened and closed, quite miraculous. It seems like I'm about to evolve. Zhang Chen murmured comfortably. After a moment, all changes returned to calm. The system sent a notification. You have taken a water spirit pearl and gained the talent Primary Water Adaptability. Primary Water Adaptability, normal growth type talent, able to stay in water for longer periods, slightly enhanced swimming and deep diving abilities, ding. Congratulations on unlocking the talent Underwater Breathing. Underwater breathing, rare, allows you to breathe underwater, extending dive time by 30 minutes. Is the drop rate so high? Underwater breathing is a divine skill, now you don't have to worry about drowning anymore. Zhang Chen didn't expect to awaken this talent by just consuming a water spirit pearl. With these two talents, he can stay underwater for at least 30 minutes and his swimming ability has also been enhanced. Are others this lucky too? He subconsciously opened the channel to check. Family, have you eaten water spirit pearls? Did you get any talents? I ate 20, and got a basic water adaptation talent. The one upstairs is really ruthless, at least had to kill over 60 sea monsters with 20 pearls. His name is Wang Defa, ranked 45th. I heard he awakened the Charm King talent, can charm the opposite sex to fight for him, and also, brother upstairs, it's crowded here, let's keep quiet. Awesome, I only killed the one at my doorstep and got one. Those who can't swim must eat one, and will learn to swim the next second. I heard someone on the World Channel got over 40, called Bell Grills? Damn! Bell. He's tough, heard he's been dominating the number 7777 channel for many days. Bell awakened the god of the food chain talent, already over 12,000 points. Zhang Chen must have also obtained many water spirit pearls, he won't be left behind. Zhang Chen is the eternal god. Zhang Chen left the channel, deep in thought. Some players ate 20 water spirit pearls and only got a basic water adaptation talent. This shows that the probability of getting talents is very low. To upgrade to intermediate water adaptation, he would need a lot more water spirit pearls. Zhang Chen already made a profit by getting underwater breathing with just one pearl. There are 31 water spirit pearls left. I don't lack food, weapons, or armor now, I'll sell some for resources. He opened the trading post, posting about selling water spirit pearls. Urgently selling 30 plus water spirit pearls, accepting stones, wood resources. Thinking, Jiang Chen felt something was missing. So he added one more line. Fake girlfriends, scandalous wives, stay away, thanks for understanding. Soon, a pile of messages flooded in. Jiang Chen, I want water spirit pearls. I want, urgent. Wow, so many water spirit pearls. Quickly rush, Jiang Chen is selling. Trade requests surged to 99 plus. Seeing this, Jiang Chen was somewhat surprised. This world is truly crazy. Checking the trade requests, many were eager for water spirit pearls. He had no trouble selling them. Jiang Chen was not polite, directly trading with the highest bidder. The first offered 700 stones. The second bid 1250 wood for 2 water spirit pearls. Soon, 15 water spirit pearls were sold. He gained 10,480 stones and 3,150 wood. Exiting the trade channel, Jiang Chen faced a mountain of stones and wood, quite spectacular. Taking out 2 blueprints for stone houses, he muttered for an upgrade in front of the wooden house. Ding! Material check complete. Do you want to upgrade the wooden house to a level 2 stone house? Yes/no, yes. Congratulations, your wooden house has been upgraded. With a wave of spatial fluctuation, Jiang Chen's wooden house turned into a stone house. The space doubled from 10 to 20 square meters, instantly becoming more spacious. The wooden bed became a stone bed, sturdier and larger. Wooden walls turned into stone walls, enhancing soundproofing, wind resistance, and rain protection. No more worries about strong winds and heavy rain. The wooden stool and chair remained the same, the mud pit upgraded to a stone stove. Inside, there was now a solid wood sofa and a round table. Diao woke up from the bed and was shocked to see the scene. Jiang Chen quickly shared the good news with her. Diao, how do you like this room? Diao joy was beyond words. It's amazing. Master, you're the best. Jiang Chen smiled proudly. Leaving the room, they arrived at Xiao Yun's small wooden house. With 2 level 2 stone house blueprints, they couldn't waste them. In a few seconds, Xiao Yun's small wooden house also turned into a stone house. Jiang Chen was confident that he wouldn't be bothered by catcalls anymore. It was 9 o'clock. The system issued a game announcement. Day 7 announcement of the game. Today is sunny with high visibility, temperatures ranging from 16 to 38 degrees. At 7 p.m., the red moon will descend punctually, be aware. Jiang Chen checked the leaderboard and found himself still in the first position. First place, Jiang Chen survival points, 21454. Second place, hidden survival points, 6144. Third place, Zhang Wei survival points, 5740. Within a day, Jiang Chen gained over 5,000 points, leading by over 15,000 points from the second place. Surprisingly, Zhang Wei had climbed to the third position, attracting a lot of attention. Players from Hua country occupied the first and third positions, an unprecedented situation. Jiang Chen scrolled down and found the names of 2 acquaintances. They were ranked 9th, Sophia, and 19th, Mo Weiyong. Both didn't hide their names. 9th place, Sophia survival points, 3587. 19th place, Mo Weiyong survival points, 2241. Impressive, Mo bro, you've climbed to 19th place without realizing it. Jiang Chen exclaimed. At that moment, Mo Weiyong sent a congratulatory message. Jiang bro, thanks to your high-grade silver pickaxe, I was fierce against the sea monsters yesterday. Ranking 19th is all thanks to you. The silver pickaxe was a high-grade item with immense power. Combined with Mo Weiyong's great strength pill, his combat power sword after consumption. Last night, he went on a killing spree with the pickaxe, taking down over 80 sea monsters, achieving remarkable results. Mo Weiyong had been hovering outside the top 3,000, and in just one night, he reached 19th place. Jiang Chen's contribution was significant, deserving gratitude. Jiang Chen congratulated, you're now a well-known figure on the leaderboard. Bring me more great strength pills, I like them, Mo Weiyong joked. Don't worry, Jiang bro, Mo Weiyong replied. I'll give you as many great strength pills as you need, we're buddies after all. Many people have added me as a friend and invited me to join their team, it's a rare treat. At that moment, on the beach south of the island, Guan Yu was familiarizing himself with the telescope. Shortly after, he noticed 2 small boats approaching. Who are they? Guan Yu squinted, not daring to be careless. After a careful look, he saw 2 military knives imprinted on the opponent's sails, with a prominent skull pattern. Guan Yu, unfamiliar with pirates, was grateful for Jiang Chen's explanation. If you see 2 military knives or a skull, you can basically confirm their origin. He immediately identified the pirates. Pirates were coming. Without a word, Guan Yu turned and ran towards the camp. On the azure sea surface, 2 sailboats were swiftly sailing. A pirate lackey put down the telescope, exclaiming, "The boss was right, there are people on that island." Just now, he had already seen Guan Yu's figure. Behind the lackey, the bald second mate sitting at the stern became interested. "Indeed. Last night, I felt something was off with the nearby sea monsters, and it turns out it's related to this island. Sea monsters only move towards inhabited areas." The second mate keenly noticed this phenomenon, hence had been vigilant. The lackey flattered, "Captain Suklay is wise. Thanks to the boss's brave monster hunting last night, Captain Duncan didn't punish us. The sea monsters in your hands are as weak as ants." Suklay stroked his beard, laughed heartily, feeling pleased. "You really know how to talk, kid. Once Lord Duncan is dead, the Serpent's fury will be mine. Remember this, I am the true owner of the Serpent's fury, Duncan is just a dying man." Suklay spoke his mind. Duncan, the current captain of the Serpent's pirate crew and the helmsman of the Serpent's fury. Due to his old age, mismatched strength, and ambition, the crew became discontent. Most importantly, he was stingy, often withholding wages. The captaincy should have passed to the young Suklay. However, an unexpected event occurred. Suklay got into trouble and was reported by First Mate Gray. Duncan used this as a reason to take control of the pirate crew again, rejuvenating his leadership. Suklay harbored resentment and vowed to reclaim his power. The crew continued to flatter, "Suklay, the Serpent's fury will be under your command sooner or later, it's just a matter of time. Then we can leave this place and plunder everywhere." Second mate Suklay coveted the position of captain, a well-known fact. Seeing Captain Duncan absent, the crew began to show loyalty. If Suklay succeeded in his betrayal, they could become first mate, a desirable outcome. Everyone chatted and laughed, not taking the upcoming events seriously. Suklay sent out 2 ships with a total of 20 men. In his mind, these foreign players were like lambs to the slaughter, easy to deal with. However, he never imagined that this action was a death sentence. The Grim Reaper had already marked his target. In the camp, Jiang Chen was troubled about choosing a reward. "Congratulations on reaching the top again. Please choose your reward from the following options: A1. Women's sanitary pads * 99" 2. Toilet paper rolls * 99" 3. 20 kilograms watermelon * 4" 4. Fine wine 750 milliliters * 12" Today, there were 2 fewer reward options. The system was clearly reducing the rewards for the rankings. It was likely that the rewards would decrease further, indicating increasing difficulty. Jiang Chen was prepared for this mentally. Since he had already passed the most difficult period, the rewards were becoming less important. Jiang Chen eliminated options 1 and 2, hesitating between 3 and 4. "I wonder if these watermelons are ripe." 20 kilograms watermelon * 4 sounded good, but he feared getting unripe ones. Jiang Chen ultimately chose 4. System, I choose the wine. Ding. Reward distribution in progress, please wait. Reward successfully distributed, please check outside. Stepping out of the stone house, a basket of red wine fell from the sky. Bang! Without further explanation, Jiang Chen placed them in a corner of the stone house. As the saying goes, fine wine for a hero. Guan Yu liked to drink, so giving him wine was a good way to win his favor and strengthen their bond. After placing the wine, Jiang Chen left the stone house. Guan Yu approached with his green dragon crescent blade to report. "Master, pirates are coming." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen showed no surprise. He remained calm, stroking his chin as he instructed, "Yun Chang, go and fetch Jilong and Xiaobelong." Guan Yu obeyed, leaving the scene. Moments later, the 4 men and a horse gathered inside Jiang Chen's stone house. Xiao Yun was touched to see his wooden hut transformed into a stone house. "Master's kindness, Jilong will surely repay." Jiang Chen waved his hand with a smile. "No need for formalities, I just didn't want you to be abducted by cats at night." Xiao Yun scratched his head awkwardly. "Master, you know about that too? I felt a bit silly myself, luckily brother Yunchang reminded me in time." Speaking, he glanced gratefully at Guan Yu. Guan Yu remained expressionless, trying hard not to laugh. Diao Chan looked pleasantly surprised. "Where's the cat? I want to keep it." Innocently, she had no idea what was happening. Xiao Yun was about to explain, but was promptly stopped by Guan Yu. "Madam, this is just an accident, there are no kittens here." Diao Chan looked puzzled. The next moment, her face suddenly blushed, as if she had just remembered something. She quickly covered her face and hurried out of the stone room. Jiang Chen shook his head helplessly. Seeing Diao Chan leave, he did not try to stop her. Xiao Yun looked puzzled. "My lord, what's going on?" Guan Yu continued to stroke his beard, his face turning red with suppressed laughter. He kept repeating to himself, we have received professional training, we won't laugh unless we can't help it. Zhang Chen pretended to be calm. Ahem, don't mind her. Then his tone suddenly became serious. Well, it's time to talk about the real issue. As Zhang Fei said, pirates are heading towards us. On the surface, the enemy only has 2 ships, totaling over 20 men. Remember, after the battle starts, try to keep one person alive for interrogation. Xiao Yun and Guan Yu saluted and loudly replied, yes, my lord. Their voices were loud and resonant, like the tolling of a giant bell. Hui hui. The little white dragon stood outside the house, echoing with a cry. Moments later, outside the stone room, Guan Yu put on his armor, holding his green dragon crescent blade, solemn and dignified. Xiao Yun mounted the little white dragon, wearing his armor, holding his spear, and carrying a black feather war bow and arrows on his back. Tall and majestic, they stood in front of the house for Zhang Chen's inspection. Zhang Chen walked out of the stone room with a military knife in hand, standing in front of them. He took the opportunity to check his wounds. It was healing well, already half recovered. Zhang Chen had no armor, only weapons. The risk of injury was too great. He couldn't participate in this battle for now. His main task was to protect Diao. As everyone prepared, Zhang Chen spoke solemnly, let's go. Yes, my lord. There were only a few people, but their voices were as loud as thunder. Stepping onto the island, Sakurai spat out, Pa, I didn't expect to find people here, it's really strange. Looking ahead, there wasn't even a decent coconut tree. The whole island was covered with dense forests, emitting a primitive scent. The lackeys followed closely, agreeing, boss, finding people here is already good. We searched for so long yesterday, but didn't see a single person. Sakurai exclaimed. Just one person, killing them probably won't give much experience. I hope he has companions, otherwise, we'll be at a loss on this trip. The pirate group's mission was to hunt players, their only way to level up. In their eyes, players like Zhang Chen were experience points. The group anchored and disembarked, following Sakurai. After a few steps, they saw someone in the distance. Sakurai squinted. Oh, they're coming out to die on their own, how interesting. And there are 3 of them, he, the lackey echoed. These people have already despaired the moment they saw our boss, probably here to beg for mercy. Surrendering to survive was better than resisting and losing their lives. If they encountered pirates short on manpower, they might get a chance to live. Becoming a pirate might not be a bad choice. The disparity in strength between the 2 sides misled the lackeys and Sakurai about Zhang Chen's intentions. Sakurai laughed triumphantly, ha, this saves us a lot of trouble. Searching for people on a strange island was not an easy task. Doing so without a high return rate was undoubtedly unwise. The fact that the other party was willing to meet them saved Sakurai a lot of trouble. The lackeys behind picked up their binoculars. Someone excitedly shouted, Boss, there's a beautiful Eastern woman. She looks like a fairy. I can't wait to battle her for 300 rounds. Heaven bless us. It's been years since I've seen such a beautiful woman. One after another, they grabbed the binoculars and looked into the distance. Sakurai's eyes lit up at the mention of a woman. He quickly stopped in his tracks and raised the telescope to his eyes to investigate. The next moment, Suklei was stunned. Beautiful. His possessiveness was ignited. She belongs only in the heavens. Brothers, we are in luck today. Suklei turned around and laughed heartily, his eyes burning with intensity. The group quickened their pace and moved forward. 300 meters ahead, Zhang Chen lowered his telescope. Can you see clearly, Cloudlong? Guan Yu nodded gently. Lord, I can see clearly. There are a total of 20 people, all choosing to disembark. Zilong and Xiao Beilong are already hidden in the woods, ready to ambush at any moment. Zhang Chen nodded with a smile. As I expected, they don't even consider us a threat. As he spoke, the others were already approaching the 3 of them. They came within about 10 meters and both sides slowly stopped. Zhang Chen stood at the forefront and spoke seriously. How should I address you, sirs? Can you lower your weapons and talk? Suklei drew his machete from his waist, licking his lips. If you have any last words, spit them out quickly, we don't have time for chit-chat. Zhang Chen replied calmly. Who are you exactly? Before you die, I must know your names. Suklei smirked. Alright, then I shall fulfill your wish. Standing before you are the infamous Snake Demon Pirate crew. To die by my hand, you are considered very lucky, as I never whip a dead horse. With these words, the henchman behind him chuckled darkly. He. Zhang Chen's eyes turned cold. Warning. You have encountered the Snake Demon Pirate Crew, Leader, Second Mate Suklei, Combat Power Assessment, 95, Combat Difficulty, Hard. The Eye of Insight identified the opponent's strength. Zhang Chen shook his head inwardly. A combat power in the 90s was not enough for Guan Yu alone. He put on a look of despair, gritting his teeth. So it's the renowned snake demon pirate crew. I wish to join you, is that possible? Suklay said arrogantly. No need, we have a crew of 90, we have no place for you. Except for women, a few more won't hurt. Suklay walked straight towards Jiang Chen, spreading his legs. He waved his knife, pointing to his lower body. If you want to leave here intact, put down your weapons and crawl under my crotch. Jiang Chen chuckled. Sorry, I was just joking with you. I must say, today it's you who should be begging for mercy. He wore a mischievous smile on his face, staring at Suklay as if he were a fool. Suklay was furious. How dare you play me? Cut him down, boys. I'll chop him into pieces, then dry him into jerky. Just then, Guan Yu's voice rang out like thunder. The one to be chopped into pieces is you. Before anyone realized, he had raised his crescent blade and swung it forcefully towards Suklay. Suklay didn't have time to see the movement clearly, his eyes scattered in an instant. Splat! Blood splattered, staining the beach red. Suklay's flesh, alive and well, was cut in half by a single blow. The leader was dead. Everyone was shocked. No one saw how Guan Yu made his move. A thought suddenly struck them. This person was a rock-solid master of unparalleled skill. A tremor sounded at their feet. A henchman turned to look, only to find a cold light approaching. Enemy! Before he could shout, his head was already pierced by a long spear. Xiao Beilong displayed his iron hoof trampling in the crowd, easily kicking several people into the air. Guan Yu swiftly struck out a few times, cutting these people in half while airborne. Several people died instantly, throwing the pirate crew into chaos. What was expected to be a slaughter turned them into prey. The henchmen were disoriented, with no will to resist. Run! The remaining dozen or so scattered like birds and beasts, fleeing towards the distant ships. Jiang Chen seized the opportunity and targeted a slow runner. With a powerful swing, he struck down the person. Blood splattered, turning the sandy ground crimson. Kill them! Just leave one alive. Jiang Chen's expression was exuberant as he shouted back at the two. Yes, sir. Xiao Yun and Guan Yu immediately gave chase. The pirates were in disarray, disregarding their comrades' lives, exerting all their strength to flee. Fear of death consumed them. Two of them ran the fastest and managed to board the ship first. They swiftly raised the anchor, pushed the ship off the shore, and quickly sailed away. The massacre on the beach frightened them, sending shivers down their spines. Not a single comrade survived more than half a minute. Xiao Yun and Guan Yu became reapers of lives. Who are these two? Why do they still have horses? Ah, I'm going crazy. Can't this ship go any faster? The ship slowly sailed towards the distance, the coastline gradually disappearing from view. Finally saved. The two looked at each other, breathing a sigh of relief. What? How do we explain this when we get back? What else can we say? The boss is dead, we have to tell the truth. We'll be seen as deserters by the captain's giant snake. God, please don't let that happen. Just then, the sound of rushing waves reached their ears. They turned around to see Xiao Yun riding a white horse, swiftly approaching the ship by skimming the waves. How could a horse run on the sea? Am I dreaming? Their minds went blank, eyes filled with disbelief. And at that moment, the white dragon leaped over their heads. Under the scorching sun, Xiao Yun, like a god descending, fiercely thrust his spear in midair. Thud! The spear pierced through a man's chest, instantly taking his life. The remaining man quickly surrendered, his eyes filled with fear, no hint of resistance. I don't want to die, I surrender. After over 20 years of life, this was the most desperate day for the pirate Chris. He carried Xiao Yun back to the shore, not daring to look at him throughout the journey. With a long spear at his neck, any disobedience would cost him his life. Jiang Chen awaited on the shore. Once the ship docked, Chris was brought to the blood-stained sandy ground. Speak up, how many of you are there, how many ships, and how long were you planning to stay here? Jiang Chen sat on a rock, puffing on a pipe, questioning. Chris, pale-faced, dared not hide anything. We have a total of 92 men. 11 ships, the largest being the Demon Snake, personally commanded by Lord Duncan. As for how long we were planning to stay here, I have no idea. Jiang Chen's pipe made a turn in his hand. You ran pretty fast. What's your name and position? Among the 20 people, this man ran the fastest. Seeing their leader killed, he ran to inform the others by ship. Luckily, Xiao Yun had the night illuminating lion, or else they couldn't have stopped him and would have watched him escape. Chris honestly replied, I'm Chris, a navigator serving under the second mate Suckly. Jiang Chen pointed at Suckly's body, casually saying, start with this dead man and tell me about your pirate group. Chris glanced at Suckly's body, his face turning white instantly. Feeling dry-mouthed, he spoke without hiding anything. After a moment of contemplation, Chris began, the deceased was called Suckly, the second mate of the pirate group, also known as the fourth in command. Above him are the captain, first mate, and chief mate. The captain is Duncan, we call him Lord. The first mate is the young and beautiful Lady Duncan, and the chief mate is the Snake Man Grey. Lord Duncan has led the pirate group for 40 years, he is our spiritual leader. He is incredibly powerful, possessing a demon snake dagger that can control sea serpents for battle, truly terrifying. That's how the demon snake pirate group got its name. Mrs. Duncan is an extremely charming woman, just turned 24 this year. Snake Man Grey is a man of exceptional physical strength and also Mr. Duncan's capable assistant. Jiang Chen squinted to digest the information. He had taken in too much at once, his brain feeling a bit overloaded. Guan Yu, beside him, stroked his beard and said, "My lord, this person's words should be true." To a certain extent, Guan Yu could discern the truth in others' words, thanks to his keen sixth sense. Xiao Yun also agreed, "Brother Yun Chang is right, I didn't detect any signs of deceit." Chris let out a sigh of relief, sweat trickling down. To save his life, he had to spill all the information, without holding back. Jiang Chen nodded slightly and continued, "How old is Duncan now?" Chris pondered for a moment and replied, "He's in his 70s, long past the retirement age. But don't be fooled by his appearance, as long as he has that magic snake dagger, no one in the entire pirate crew is a match for him. In the entire sea area, there is no one who can rival him." He specifically added the last sentence. Jiang Chen nodded, "I understand, I will definitely consider your opinion. Chris, do you have anything else to say? Think a little more? Such as treasures, I am quite interested in that." Chris was surprised inwardly. Trying to reach into Duncan's pockets was akin to seeking death. Duncan still had over 70 men under him. These 70 men were not to be trifled with, loyal and formidable in battle. On Jiang Chen's side, there were only 4 men and a horse, a stark contrast. Killing second mate Suckily didn't mean being able to kill Duncan. The idea of going after the treasure was even more absurd. Despite thinking this way, Chris pretended to ponder, then complied, "I really have no clue about the treasure. But I can guarantee, Mr. Duncan's estate is definitely not on the ship." Jiang Chen's eyes lit up, "Oh? Looks like I really need to meet this Duncan. Just thinking about him having buried treasure makes my mouth water." His words exuded confidence, as if it were a matter of course. Chris was silently speechless. What a joke! Mr. Duncan regarded the treasure as his nemesis, harboring thoughts of it was nothing short of wishful thinking. Even with dozens more people, they probably wouldn't be enough for Mr. Duncan to handle. However, he was smart enough to know not to say that. Chris feigned excitement and echoed, "Sir, this is indeed a rare opportunity. Mr. Duncan is a 1-star wanted criminal, killing him would fetch a substantial bounty. If you can find his sea chart and treasure key, surely the treasure will be in your hands." Jiang Chen's mood became even more cheerful. "After killing him, I can get gold?" Chris's pupils flickered slightly, preparing his words for a moment. "Yes, sir. Mr. Duncan is one of the targets of the Maritime Bureau's bounty. Hand over his special items to the Bureau, and they will reward you handsomely." Chris went on and on. About the grudges between the Bureau and the pirates, about how they were destined enemies. Jiang Chen pressed his temples, his mind racing. He gradually understood everything. The Maritime Bureau, known as the Ocean Inspectorate, was the world's justice organization. They bore the responsibility of combating pirates, maintaining order in the world's oceans. The Bureau and pirates were sworn enemies, in constant conflict. When the Bureau encountered enemies they couldn't handle, they would issue bounty missions to resolve them. And in this setting, players were the ones to tackle these tough challenges. Just then, a message came through his mind. Ding! You have received a bounty mission. Kill the leader of the Magic Serpent pirate crew, Duncan, target location, number 6666 sea area, bounty level, 1 star, reward? After killing any pirate leader for the first time, the bounty system will be activated, and special forces such as the Sea Alliance, Pirate Alliance, and Free People will appear. The voices faded away. Jiang Chen pondered, touching his forehead. I never expected there to be so many twists in this world. His pipe spun in his hand as Jiang Chen made a decision. The second mate is the pirate group's right-hand man, but his combat power is only in the low 90s. Their strongest combatant is probably just over 100, completely manageable. I've made up my mind about this bounty, he decided on the spot. Jiang Chen suddenly stood up and asked Chris, You're familiar with this sea area, right? Can you find his fleet? Chris replied bewildered, Yes, sir, how may I assist you? Jiang Chen made a natural expression. Need I say more? Of course, it's to seize Duncan at the first opportunity. Chris was taken aback instantly. Are you in a rush to reincarnate? What a lunatic! Jiang Chen knew he had to act immediately. If this matter dragged on, there would surely be trouble. With over 90 members in the pirate group, losing over 20 at once if delayed, the other side would definitely become alert, leading to unforeseen circumstances. Although Duncan was in his 70s, his mind was still sharp, unlikely to make such a mistake. What if he got scared and ran away? He was a walking goldmine, losing him would be a huge blow to Jiang Chen. Guan Yu and Xiao Yun shared the same thought, agreeing, "My lord, we should set off immediately." Indeed, just a few small bandits, nothing to worry about. Chris was puzzled upon hearing this. Seriously? Do you guys think you're invincible just by ambushing and killing over 20 people? In his view, Jiang Chen and the others' achievements were largely due to luck. Su Cray and the others were not that weak, it was their underestimation of the enemy tactically that led to failure. If a serious fight broke out, he believed the high probability of death would be on Jiang Chen. Yet now, they were clamoring to challenge the entire pirate group. Where did this courage come from? Seeing Jiang Chen so confident, Su Cray knew persuasion was futile and could only go alone. At the same time, he worried about himself. Today, it seemed he couldn't escape death, no doubt about it. Before Jiang Chen and his group acted recklessly, they would surely pin the blame on him first since he led the team. He would definitely be the scapegoat. Jiang Chen noticed his concern. "Chris, if you honestly lead us to find Duncan, I may spare your life. But if you have any ill intentions, your fate will be the same as Su Cray's." Pointing at the corpse, the warning was clear. Although Chris didn't believe it, he could only agree. "All right, I'll do my best to get the ship in position." Guan Yu patted his shoulder. "What's with your tone? Seems like you don't quite believe in our strength?" Chris shook his head repeatedly. No, I truly believe." Xiao Yun remained calm and said plainly, "Rest assured, my lord's word is his bond, he will not go back on it." Hearing Xiao Yun's words, Chris felt a glimmer of hope. Among those present, only his words carried some credibility. The scene of the white horse running on the sea lingered in his mind, becoming an unforgettable memory. Xiao Yun's strength was indeed formidable, capable of battling Duncan. If they could find a loophole and catch him off guard, there might be a chance to take down Duncan. What if this plan succeeded? Chris couldn't help but start to daydream. Moments later, Diao was brought back to the camp. The two embraced at the door, and Jiang Chen comforted her for a long time before letting her stay on the island at ease. The three men, a horse, and Chris boarded the ship. Jiang Chen stood at the back of the ship with his eyes closed, immediately visualizing the control panel in his mind. With the talent of basic navigation, he could simply move his thoughts to steer the ship on the sea. The sailing speed is related to the ship itself, the helmsman, wind force, and water currents. Overall, it's very complex. The full sailing speed of a pirate ship is around 18 knots. Under Jiang Chen's control, it can reach about 14 knots. Xiao Yun and Guan Yu watched in amazement. "Lord, he's truly skilled. Impressive, very impressive." Under the scorching sun, a lone boat sailed like a grain of rice in the blue sea. Seagulls soared overhead, fish swam in the water. In the surrounding waters, several sharks lurked, and whales spouted water in the distance. The sea breeze howled, scattering the hair of a few people. Jiang Chen felt the sea breeze on the boat, his mood incredibly complex. Soon, they would be fighting the pirates. The aftermath of killing lingered, the scene vivid in his mind. The white blade goes in, the red blade comes out. Killing felt good in the moment, but afterwards, a bit of panic sets in. What if that blade falls on me? Jiang Chen wasn't a ruthless person, he didn't show his fangs in everyday life. Killing, to him, was beyond reason. He approached Little White Dragon, gently stroking its muzzle to ease his tension. Little White Dragon let out a comfortable whinny, nuzzling him affectionately. Guan Yu sensed Jiang Chen's turmoil and didn't dare disturb him. Xiao Yun wanted to comfort him but was stopped by Guan Yu. Xiao Yun looked puzzled. Guan Yu explained, "Lord's first kill, it's normal to feel fear inside. Killing is a hurdle one must overcome in their heart, Jilong, you should know." Xiao Yun gazed at Jiang Chen affectionately. Under the throne, there will surely be mountains of corpses. Time passed quickly, and it was already 1 p.m. Under Chris's guidance, the boat passed 5 islands. "Sir, we have arrived." Jiang Chen collected his thoughts, his gaze firm as water when he opened his eyes again. He picked up the telescope and saw a distant black warship. It was about 30 meters long, 8 meters wide, made of sturdy black pine wood. The sides of the ship were adorned with terrifying snake patterns. The mouths of the snakes seemed to devour souls. At both ends were huge wooden carvings, depicting fierce snake heads. The central of the 3 sails was the highest, black with yellow edges, painted with a giant snake that spanned the entire sail. The Demon Snake. A resounding name echoed in his mind. Chris introduced Demon Snake, with a crew of 36, barely entering the category of a 2-star warship. Both the front and rear of the ship have a pirate 36-pound cannon, with a firepower value of up to 35. Full sailing speed reaches 35 knots, and the impact force is a terrifying 45, almost perfect. It's a pity that Duncan, an incompetent old man, is in charge now. The more Jiang Chen heard, the more excited he became. This ship's attributes outclassed his own hunter sailboat. If he could capture it, how great would that be? Guan Yu stroked his beard lightly. A 2-star warship surely won't disappoint. If Lord wants this ship, I'll fetch it for you. Xiao Yun exclaimed loudly, I'm at your service, Lord. Seeing Jiang Chen's spirits lifted, the two of them were filled with enthusiasm. Chris's face turned pale. What a bunch of lunatics. Jiang Chen laughed heartily. What are we waiting for? Let's kill fiercely. Chris, full speed ahead, charged towards the demon snake. Chris clenched his teeth and agreed, alright. Chris, will accompany you in this madness. Feeling Jiang Chen's call, he too became wild. What's there to fear? It's just death. The next moment, the boat sped towards the demon snake at an incredible speed, without even a slight turn. Meanwhile, on the demon snake, Duncan frowned in thought. What's this? How come Suklai's men brought some strangers over? Being of advanced age, he had no idea what the other party was up to, but with his experience, he gave the order. Men, intercept that ship, bring those strangers and their horses aboard. Tonight, we feast on horse meat. The voice was loud and powerful, yet tinged with a hint of decay. From the back of the cabin, an exceptionally beautiful woman emerged. She held a telescope in her pristine white hands, gazing into the distance. You useless old man, today is the day of your demise, Duncan sneered. Just a few of you think you can take my life, what a colossal joke. I am the captain of the Sea Serpent pirates, active in these waters for over 40 years. No one has been able to defeat me. Lady Duncan flashed her white teeth, mocking. You are the real joke here. Duncan, you may have my body, but you will never have my heart. Blushing, Duncan slapped her across the face. Enough, stop talking. Lady Duncan's face flushed red, her eyes filled with resentment. Around the Sea Serpent, numerous small boats floated. Upon Duncan's command, many sailors wearing headscarves entered them, steering the boats towards the distance, wielding various weapons with cruel expressions. Seeing a lone ship approaching in the distance, they eagerly rushed forward to make a name for themselves. The opposing side consisted of only 4 individuals, daring to challenge the Sea Serpent pirates. It was a blatant invitation to death. Guan Yu and Xiao Yun silently gathered their strength, emitting red and blue auras. The most nervous was Chris. He was the most uncertain person present. Thoughts of escape kept arising in his mind, but he was dissuaded by those around him. Jiang Chen remained calm, indirectly influencing and encouraging him. Could these two really be that powerful? Was he really going to cling to their protection today? Chris couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. The two sides quickly closed in, engaging in verbal sparring. The pirate lackeys recognized Chris, taunting him with whistles. Chris, you're truly a coward, today I'll stew you for dinner. Captured by a few outsiders? What a joke. Where's Suklai? Did these few knock him out, hiding in the shadows now? You've picked the wrong side. Chris, today we have an extra plate of human flesh for dinner. Chris's face turned pale, unsure how to respond. It was too late to turn the tables now, he was as good as dead. Chris cursed loudly. A bunch of useless fools, always blabbering on. Your daddy is right here, come and try to kill me if you dare. Tension rose instantly. The two sides were now just 50 meters apart. Many pirates began to draw their bows and shoot arrows. Swish, swish, swish. Arrows flew towards the ship, their sharp whistles cutting through the air. Guan Yu stood at the bow, wielding his crescent blade. The blade danced gracefully in the air, deflecting all the arrows away from the ship. The scene could only be described as flawless. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing continuously, arrows scattered into the sea, all intercepted by the blade. After a barrage of arrows, not a single person on the ship was injured. What's going on? The pirate lackeys were shocked, but what followed was even more astonishing. Under everyone's gaze, Xiao Yun launched a counterattack. Is shooting arrows all you know? He reached for the black feather war bow behind him, swiftly drawing the string and firing 3 consecutive shots. Swish, swish, swish. 3 arrows shot out, cutting through the air in straight lines. Thud, thud, thud. The next moment, 3 pirate lackeys fell, blood spurting from their throats. They collapsed, struggling briefly before their pupils dilated. What's happening? So accurate. The pirates were terrified. Xiao Yun bent his bow again, aiming at the nearest person. Don't rush, there's more to come. The pirates didn't dare to be careless, hiding under the ship, not daring to show themselves. The arrows whistled through the air, like death incarnate. Anyone who dared to peek out would immediately be struck by an arrow, meeting their end on the spot. Chris watched in horror from behind. Oh my god. Not only was this person skilled with a gun, but also a master with a bow. The admiration in his eyes was evident towards Xiao Yun. Guan Yu, unwilling to show weakness, eagerly jumped onto a nearby pirate ship. The pirates, seeing him coming willingly, immediately grabbed their weapons and prepared to fight back. You're here to die, aren't you? The men were furious, wanting to hack Guan Yu into pieces, swinging their weapons continuously. Guan Yu's eyes turned cold as he raised his crescent blade to block. Clang! The weapons of 3 men were easily deflected, and Guan Yu swiftly turned, executing a crescent slash that cut the 3 men in half at the waist. The sound of flesh and blood splitting was chillingly clear. The other sailors witnessing this scene were instantly shocked. Guan Yu squinted his eyes, readying his crescent blade for another strike. The opponents dared not have any illusions and chose to jump overboard directly. Spread out. These two are strong. I'll deal with them. Seeing several casualties already, the first mate, Snake Boy Gray, stepped forward. Standing at 1.9 meters tall, with exceptionally strong muscles, he was on par with Guan Yu in strength. Boom! Gray leaped onto Guan Yu's ship, wielding a large sword to face him. Your opponent is me. Jiang Chen focused his eyes and his insight immediately kicked in. Detected hostile elite unit, First Mate Gray, combat power assessment, 130, strength level, rock, combat difficulty, hell, he's also a top-notch expert at the rock level. The sailors, seeing the first mate stepping up, cheered loudly. Gray! Avenge our brothers! 17 of our brothers have already been killed, you have to give it your all. Gray responded, don't worry, I won't show mercy. His eyes burned with intensity, treating Guan Yu like prey. I know you're strong, but you've picked the wrong opponent. Today is your death day, I will turn your skull into a rice bowl to honor my brothers. Guan Yu assessed his opponent with a stern gaze. You talk a lot, but your skills are lacking. Gray's veins bulged, furious. You're just an arrogant guy, who gave you the confidence to say such things. Guan Yu stood tall, stroking his beard in response. Just because my name is Guan Yun Chang. As soon as he finished speaking, a dragging knife slash was unleashed, clashing fiercely with the opponent's large sword. When two strong individuals clash, blood is often shed with each strike. Both their weapons showed slight cracks. Guan Yu felt a tremendous force coming at him, blood trickling from his hand. Gray was also in pain, his hand throbbing. Gray's large sword was a low-grade weapon. Although not as powerful as Guan Yu's, it was of much higher quality. So in this move, he had a slight advantage. Gray laughed, the snake-like patterns on his face looking eerie. Ha, you're just all talk, your strength doesn't even compare to mine. Guan Yu narrowed his eyes, realizing he needed to upgrade his weapon. Conveniently, he could borrow one from his opponent. With this in mind, he didn't hesitate and swung his blade again. Power was silently accumulating, soon to activate the War God mode. It would be Gray's death knell. The two began to clash again, exchanging fierce blows. Both sides stopped fighting, focusing intently on the epic battle between the two. Gray's moves were cunning, occasionally sneaking in a damaging strike that punctured a small hole in Guan Yu's armor. Guan Yu countered with strength, his eyes ice-cold, showing no sign of retreat despite the injury. The sailors looked furious, as if they could see Guan Yu being defeated. Well done, Gray! Gray! Put more effort into it, are you not eating today? Gray's eyes were wild as he suddenly swung his sword. You're finished today. Guan Yu defended himself, pressing the sword against his chest. The damned one is you. The next moment, a red light flashed on Guan Yu's body, a terrifying momentum bursting forth. His moves became more lethal, each strike deadly. The power reached 100%, War God mode activated. Gray suddenly found it extremely difficult, struggling to defend against Guan Yu's attacks. A gash quickly appeared on his shoulder. He looked horrified, deeply surprised within. Just when he had the upper hand, how did the situation suddenly take a turn for the worse? As he pondered, Guan Yu had already entered a state of selflessness. With the first slash, Gray could barely hold onto his broadsword, struggling to resist. With the second slash, a bloody gash appeared on Gray's body, horrifyingly deep. With the third slash, Gray dared not resist anymore and turned to flee. Where do you think you're going? Guan Yu roared, kicking his leg in place, sending Gray flying 3 meters away. As Gray turned around, he only saw a cold flash of the blade coming towards him. Plap! His massive head fell into the sea, creating ripples of crimson. Gray, dead. Guan Yu caught his broadsword in midair, surveying the surroundings. Guan Yun Chang is here, who dares to challenge me? His voice resonated like a mountain bell, striking the souls of everyone present. The pirates swallowed nervously, their eyes avoiding his gaze. Seconds passed, yet no one dared to step forward and challenge him. Guan Yu stood firm, like a war god. First Mate Gray was defeated, and the pirates were in turmoil. Even with a strength of 120, they couldn't defeat Guan Yu, indicating his exceptional prowess. On the demon snake ship, the elderly Duncan witnessed the scene, furrowing his brow. Where did this wild dog come from, to be able to kill Gray? In that case, Sukure probably met the same fate. It seems I have to take matters into my own hands. After uttering a few words, Duncan turned and left, entering the dark cabin. On the sea surface, the battle resumed. Seeing the pirates hesitating, Guan Yu took the initiative to approach them. The surrounding pirates quickly regained their senses, avoiding direct confrontation and instead using throwing knives and bows against him. Brothers, there are more of us, we don't need to fear him. Gray has wounded him, we just need to hold him back. Quick, set sail. Guerrilla tactics, use guerrilla tactics. With a few loud shouts, many pirates set sail, distancing themselves from Guan Yu. Swish! Waves of arrows came towards Guan Yu, falling like raindrops. Guan Yu had to halt his steps and defend himself on the ship. Xiao Yun seized the opportunity, bending his bow and shooting down the pirates. Brother Yun Chang, I'll assist you. As he spoke, 3 more arrows were shot, taking down 2 pirates who couldn't evade. The pirates redirected some of their firepower towards Xiao Yun. Lord, stay behind me. Xiao Yun's eyes were sharp as he wielded his spear, deflecting the arrows off the ship. Jiang Chen, at the stern, couldn't let him get hurt. Guan Yu took a moment to catch his breath and shouted to Xiao Yun, Zilong, buy me some time, I'm about to unleash my skill. His eyes narrowed, his aura accumulating. A terrifying shockwave burst out from within him, instilling fear. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered as he recalled another talent of Guan Yu. Submerge the 7 armies. The pirates, not foolish, began shooting arrows at Guan Yu as they saw him preparing to unleash his ultimate move. At that moment, Xiao Yun mounted his horse, advising, Lord, I'll go help brother Yun Chang buy time, be careful. With that, Xiao Yun rode his white dragon off the ship, charging towards the pirates. The horse's hooves trod on the sea without hindrance, moving at an incredible speed as if on flat ground. Jiang Chen shouted, no problem, I can protect myself. With that, he steered the ship away at the fastest speed possible. Guan Yi was about to unleash his ultimate move. If not now, then when? Oh my god, what am I seeing? A horse running on the sea, a horse running on the sea. Attack him quickly, he's getting closer to us. The wind under the feet of the white dragon couldn't catch up, and in a blink of an eye, it reached the front of a ship. Xiao Yun raised his spear in his right hand and thrust it towards the panicked pirates ahead. Chi 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 chi. The spear pierced through their heads, hitting the mark every time. In an instant, 5 pirates fell, causing panic among the others. We're done for, why can't we hit them with our arrows? He's too fast, we can't react in time. I can't even see their shadows. The pirates were cursing and grumbling, but their arrows never ceased. Yet not a single arrow hit its mark. Meanwhile, Guan Yu's large blade also stopped swinging. His eyes widened, and he shouted, Die, you brats! Flood the 7 armies! Boom! Just as the words fell, a massive wave rose from the east. The pirates turned to look, a wave towering 20 meters high, rushing towards the ships. Oh no! Everyone subconsciously thought, filled with despair, abandon ship. Jump ship quickly! Someone shouted, and the pirates scrambled to jump ship, terror in their eyes. Jiang Chen's ship had already left the area. He turned back, his eyes filled with horror. This is too terrifying, can a human perform such a feat? Bang! Under Jiang Chen's gaze, the giant wave swept all the ships away. Many pirates who didn't jump in time were flung out with the ships, falling nearly 100 meters before crashing into the sea. Falling from such a height into the water was like jumping off a building. The sound of bodies hitting the water was incessant, the sea littered with corpses. Those who fell from a great height bled from every orifice, beyond death. After releasing the flood on the 7 armies, Guan Yu panted heavily, standing tall on the solitary boat. He had expended almost all his strength, extremely weak, unable to engage in high-intensity combat. The pirates' ships all capsized, a scene of devastation. Xiao Yun took care of the aftermath, poking at any swimming pirates on the sea. Soon, the sea was dyed red with blood. The little pirates were dead or injured, losing their fighting spirit. In the distance, only the devil serpent remained unscathed. Just now, a special protective shield appeared on its surface, defending against the attack. Lord Duncan emerged from the cabin, his eyes filled with horror. Damn, the ship's waterproof cover is broken. Who is this person after all? At some point, he had a black dagger in his hand. Duncan sighed. Forget it, it seems this is a calamity my devil serpent pirate crew must endure. As long as we get through today, we can rise again tomorrow. His eyes suddenly turned wild. The next moment, he cut his wrist, letting blood flow into the dagger. Come, my child. A magical chant. Seconds later, the entire sea vibrated visibly. Jiang Chen and the others all looked towards the seafloor. What's happening? Chris exclaimed in fear. It's Lord Duncan, he has summoned the Black Serpent. Sir, we need to leave immediately, or it will devour us alive. He shouted at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen remained calm, saying, I won't abandon Zhou Long and Yun Chang. If you want to leave, go ahead. Don't worry, you fulfilled your mission, and I keep my word. He pointed to an unmanned boat nearby, indicating the person could leave at any time. After struggling for a moment, Chris decided to stay. Then I won't leave either. In everyone's sight, a water snake nearly a meter wide emerged from the sea. It was pitch black, covered in old shells, tens of meters long. The giant snake opened its golden eyes, gazing at Xiao Yun standing on the boat. Jiang Chen's inside eye provided information. Detected hostile elite unit, Cursed Sea Serpent, combat power assessment, 160, intensity level, rock, combat difficulty, combat power 160. Seeing this number, Jiang Chen was greatly shaken. Higher than Xiao Yun and Guan Yu's numbers. What did this mean? Can they defeat it? Seeing Xiao Yun's eyes, Jiang Chen felt an inexplicable confidence. No, they can definitely win. Xiao Yun remained calm, as if undisturbed. He gently stroked his horse and softly said, Little white dragon, are you afraid? Hui hui. The sound was loud and fearless, even a hint of disdain. Xiao Yun's mouth curved into a smile. What are we waiting for? Let's go. Swish. A white shadow crossed the sea as a giant serpent hissed, and the two clashed instantly. The sea serpent let out a long cry, its massive jaws lunging towards Xiao Yun. The white horse stumbled, dodging the giant mouth. Simultaneously, Xiao Yun raised his long spear, thrusting it into the serpent's body like lightning. The sea serpent howled in pain, thrashing wildly. Xiao Yun tightly gripped the reins as the white horse kicked the serpent's head, then swiftly pulled out the spear, bringing out a gush of blood and flesh. At that moment, he emitted a green light all over, his momentum still rising. The sea serpent suddenly swung its body, its tail sweeping towards the white horse. The horse leaned towards the sea, evading the attack. Xiao Yun bent low, executing a 180-degree turn and charged straight at the giant serpent. Seizing the opportunity, the sea serpent opened its jaws wide to strike Xiao Yun again, unaware that it was a deliberate opening left by Xiao Yun. The white dragon beneath him effortlessly dodged the attack, causing the serpent to miss. Xiao Yun grabbed the spear with his right hand, raised it high above his head, and thrust it towards the serpent's eye. Splurt! The serpent's eye was injured, oozing a thick white substance as its body writhed uncontrollably. Unsatisfied, Xiao Yun aimed for the serpent's mouth, piercing it with the spear, causing immense pain. Xiao Yun lightly squeezed the horse's back, and the white dragon leaped out of the serpent's reach. The sea serpent, heavily wounded, grew furious. Ignoring its injuries, it forcefully twisted its body towards Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun, wise as he was, avoided direct confrontation. His goal had been achieved. Riding the white dragon, Xiao Yun charged towards the demon snake, aiming straight for its leader. Duncan, witnessing this scene, panicked instantly. Oh no, his horse is faster than the black snake. What do I do? He's coming towards me. Duncan had expected the black snake to subdue Xiao Yun and Guan Yu, but the situation had taken an unexpected turn. This was beyond his calculations. It was a disaster. Although the black snake was formidable in combat, its speed was no match for the white dragon, only able to trail behind. Without hesitation, Duncan ordered the ship to sail forward. Full speed ahead, don't let that man catch up. If they couldn't win the fight, at least they could run. As long as they could safely escape the sea area, there would be a day of revenge. However, Duncan had underestimated the situation. Xiao Yun's bravery in battle had reached 300%, boosting the white dragon's power as well. The battle with the sea serpent was just a distraction. Stacking buffs to capture the leader was the real strategy. Jiang Chen had warned beforehand that the black snake must be kept alive, otherwise, obtaining Duncan's dagger would be meaningless. Where do you think you're going? Hand over the dagger and surrender. The voice echoed in Duncan's ears. Soon, Xiao Yun and the white dragon caught up with the demon snake. Despite the sea serpent chasing fiercely from behind without slowing down, it could only catch the white dragon's tailwind. Stop him. Duncan quickly ordered the sailors to intercept. Everyone looked at each other, shaking their heads. Captain, we can't beat him. Captain, let's surrender. After the recent battle, they had lost all will to resist. Some silently approached the side of the ship, ready to jump and escape at any moment. They were not fools. In such a situation, survival was paramount. Duncan was furious. I pay you so much salary, and this is how you treat me? Someone immediately retorted, is the salary you give us that generous? 30 copper coins a month, working year-round without rest. You treat us like beasts of burden. You despicable capitalist, I've had enough of you. Yang Wei, you old dog, you're just a soft egg who can't even stand up straight. Duncan's face turned livid, insulted beyond measure. In such moments, no one would respect this old fool. Among pirates, there was no pure friendship, only pure self-interest. Seems like you're having a lively chat. Mind if I join? A voice rang out, and dark clouds covered the sky as everyone instinctively looked up. Xiao Yun rode on a small white dragon, leaping several meters high into the air and landing directly on the deck. Holding a long spear, his long hair flowing, he smiled as he looked around. Surrender now, and my lord may spare your lives. Duncan's face turned grim as he drew his sword from his waist. Do you think I will surrender? Come and take my life if you dare. Let me tell you, even if the sky falls. Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly spat out blood. A cold sensation struck his chest. Old man, did you ever think you would be killed by me? A cold, indifferent female voice came from behind. Duncan's wife lightly pushed the hilt of the blade, causing another wound. Duncan's pupils gradually dilated as he turned around with all his strength, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the woman who killed him. Did you never truly love me? Duncan's wife mocked him. Love? When you killed my parents, you didn't say that. The blade in her hand pierced deeper, aiming for his heart. Duncan's dagger fell as the black snake in the sea wailed and disappeared into the depths. Thud! Duncan's body fell to the ground, his eyes wide open, staring back at the woman who killed him. Zhang Chen boarded the ship and found only a beautiful woman remaining. The other pirates had been mercilessly killed by Xiao Yun. Zhang Chen walked behind the woman, pondering his words. You can call me Emily. I wasn't Duncan's wife originally, just a girl who dreamed of sailing. One day, he broke into my home and took me away as his wife. Before he could ask, Emily introduced herself. Zhang Chen didn't expect this NPC to be so cooperative. Was she afraid of being killed by him? Emily appeared calm but was actually anxious. No wonder you hate Duncan so much, even wanting to kill him yourself. With that, Zhang Chen didn't spare her another glance, turning to look at Duncan's body. That was the main target today. Emily was just a woman, not worth caring about, even though she was beautiful. Zhang Chen didn't rush to search the bodies but bent down to pick up the black dagger. The ancient blade, comfortable grip, and sharp edge all hinted at its extraordinary nature. As he held the dagger, a whisper entered Zhang Chen's mind. I am Lena, a cursed sea serpent. Give me blood, and Lena will serve you. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the relic Embrace of the Sea Serpent. Embrace of the Sea Serpent, relic drip blood on it to form a contract, and the sea serpent Lena will serve you. The black snake's name was Lena. What kind of relic was this? Zhang Chen had never heard of it before. Was it even better than top-tier items? Without hesitation, Zhang Chen cut his own arm with the dagger. Blood flowed onto the blade, and Lena uttered a low murmur. Hello, my new master. I am injured now and need more blood to fully heal. Zhang Chen rolled his eyes. Xiao Yun had been a bit too harsh, causing severe injuries. Lena, the sea serpent, had 110 combat power left and needed to be fed with blood to recover. After storing the ring, Zhang Chen bent down to search the bodies. Ding! Detected the body of the pirate leader Duncan, automatically decomposing for you. What would come out of it? Zhang Chen rubbed his hands in anticipation. Congratulations on obtaining the following items: Silver Serpent Ring, Treasure Map, 2 stars, Treasure Key, Duncan's Captain's Uniform, low grade. Silver Serpent Ring, Relic Special Item, wearer gains the ability to control the sea serpent, and can check the ship's status at any time through mental recognition. Zhang Chen's face lit up. Sea serpent, I'm in charge. Without a second thought, he quickly put the ring on his left index finger. Congratulations on gaining control of the sea serpent. Automatically displaying ship information for you. Name, Demon Serpent level, 2 stars durability, intact crew capacity, 36 maximum speed, 35 knots maneuverability, good impact force, 45 firepower, 35 special facilities, level 1 waterproof cover, damaged, level 1 mist disperser, level 1 wind deflector. From the attributes, it is far superior to the Hunter sailboat. Most importantly, it has 3 additional facilities, a waterproof cover, mist disperser, and wind deflector. Unfortunately, the waterproof cover was damaged by Guan Yu's skill, and Zhang Chen temporarily doesn't know how to repair it. Fortunately, the mist disperser and wind deflector are functional, making the ship highly resistant to risks. There's simply no comparison between 1-star and 2-star ships. Zhang Chen was excited inwardly, eager to take control. He closed his eyes, delving into his consciousness. The ship's condition was visible at a glance, every corner clear, revealing every activity. Boom! Driven by his mind, the demon serpent roared to life and moved slowly, resembling a sea monster. Zhang Chen skillfully changed the ship's course towards his own island. After stabilizing the route, Zhang Chen, led by Chris, entered the cabin. Inside the spacious cabin, there was a crew room, a captain's room, 3 toilets, and a warehouse. Entering the warehouse, Zhang Chen saw weapons piled in a corner. Knives, guns, swords, bows, there were nearly 100 pieces. The majority were of ordinary quality, with less than 10 low-grade weapons and no sight of a mid-grade weapon. There were over 900 arrows, ensuring no shortage for a long time. On the left side of the warehouse was the food area, with dried meat, vegetables, fruits, biscuits, totaling hundreds of pounds. In addition, there were many daily necessities, toothbrushes, toothpaste, shampoo, shower gel, creating a homely atmosphere. It seemed Captain Duncan was a clean person. "I've struck it rich." Zhang Chen smiled with joy. Chris pointed to the empty space on the right, explaining, "Sir, this was originally for storing ammunition, but unfortunately, it's empty now." Zhang Chen nodded. "We'll deal with the cannon ammunition later, no rush. From now on, you are my first mate, Chris, do you understand?" Chris accepted joyfully. "Yes, Captain, I am at your service." Zhang Chen's decision to promote him had reasons. Firstly, there was a shortage of manpower, needing someone capable to manage minor matters. Secondly, Chris lacked the ability to sail away with the demon serpent, eliminating the worry of theft. Thirdly, Zhang Chen could monitor his actions at any time, ensuring no mischief. Chris was delighted to become the first mate. Having witnessed the terrifying combat abilities of several individuals and admiring Zhang Chen's charisma, he had no thoughts of rebellion. Being by the side of a strong leader was undoubtedly fortunate, much better than under Duncan's command. After bidding farewell, Zhang Chen stepped into the captain's room. Emily was sitting on the bed, waiting silently. Seeing Zhang Chen enter alone, she quickly stood up and bowed. "Hello, Sir Zhang Chen. May I ask, how will you deal with me?" Her previous composure had vanished. Standing before the man who held her fate, Emily appeared extremely nervous. Zhang Chen glanced around, inspecting the cabin carefully, and casually asked, "What can you do?" Emily's eyes were filled with sadness. "I'm just a simple farm girl, I can do any miscellaneous tasks." Zhang Chen instructed, "Then follow Chris and let her teach you how to clean the ship." Emily nodded in agreement. "Yes, Captain." With that, she immediately left the room to find Chris. Zhang Chen then searched the captain's room at ease. He found plenty of men's and women's clothing, solving the team's clothing and warmth issues. As for the extra bedding inside, he planned to move it back to the island. The captain's cabin was small and stuffy, and it would sway from time to time. Diao-chan probably wouldn't want to spend the night in there. After searching for the second time, he didn't find anything else valuable. Stepping out of the captain's cabin, he entered the crew's quarters. As soon as he stepped in, Zhang Chen immediately covered his nose and mouth. Dozens of sailors' hammocks were randomly arranged on the side, covered with grease and unknown liquids, emitting a foul smell. In the corner, there was a small kitchen for cooking, with several dirty water barrels and empty wine bottles neatly displayed next to it. The air was filled with the smell of alcohol and sweat, making it very unpleasant. Zhang Chen quickly left the cabin to breathe fresh air. "Let's check the other loot." On the deck, he squatted down and picked up a treasure map, 2 stars. The next moment, the treasure map disappeared. Ding! A treasure location has been marked for you, please open the sea chart to confirm. Zhang Chen opened the sea chart and found that the treasure location was not nearby but in an unexplored mist. "It's so far. Looks like I can't get there anytime soon. But it's a 2-star treasure after all, the contents inside must be worth looking forward to." Zhang Chen decided to temporarily give up. He then picked up a treasure key and silently put it away. Only this key could open the treasure's door, so he had to keep it safe. With that, there was only a set of captain's uniform left on the deck. Zhang Chen carefully picked it up. Duncan's captain's uniform, low grade throughout Duncan's pirate career, he never took off this outfit. "As long as I have clothes, I have a life. Without clothes, I have nothing. Looks like this is something to hand over to the maritime officer. I wonder how many gold coins they'll give me." Zhang Chen gently stroked the clothing with his hand, then stored it in the captain's cabin. This was an important item that needed to be well preserved. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the speed of the sea serpent was fast, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived at Zhang Chen's island. "Hu Han-san is back again." Zhang Chen was the first to disembark and ran towards the distance. Diao-chan was waiting in the stone house, her hands clasped together in silent prayer. Upon hearing the familiar voice, she immediately opened the closed door and ran towards Zhang Chen. "My lord, you're finally back, I missed you so much." The beauty nestled in his arms, tears wetting her eyes. After some comforting words, everyone gathered to eat hot pot, celebrating today's great harvest. Outside the stone house stood Chris and Emily. After smelling the aroma of meat from inside, their mouths watered. "Wow, it smells so good. What kind of dish did they make? I've never eaten anything like this at sea. Emily licked her lips and murmured. Chris was equally eager. I'm so hungry, I wish I could go in and eat too. Their statuses were vastly different, making it almost impossible for them to enter this big family. Just then, the stone door swung open, and Zhangchen handed out 2 large bowls. This is hot pot. After you finish, hurry up and clean the stains on the ship, get rid of the smell, got it? The 2 gratefully took the bowls, being careful not to be careless. Hot pot, it sounded delicious. Emily took a sip of the hot soup and instantly tears welled up in her eyes. It was damn delicious. Chris followed suit, taking a sip of the soup. His expression instantly became ecstatic. The 2 large bowls of meat soup were quickly finished. The man and woman returned to the sea serpent, starting to patiently clean the bloodstains left on the ship. Night fell quickly, with the red moon casting its glow over the land. Sea monsters began to appear, wreaking havoc and screeching by the sea. After dinner, Jiang Chan and Guan Yu went to the seaside as usual. After a good rest, Guan Yu regained his strength, and killing sea monsters was as easy as slaughtering dogs. Jiang Chen was eager to try, and he took out the embrace of the sea serpent. It's time to show my true strength. He gently cut his arm, and a drop of blood fell into the dagger. My dear master, Lena has sensed your call. The sea instantly surged, followed by a black giant serpent. Under the blood-red moonlight, it raised its head from the sea and placed it obediently at Jiang Chen's feet. Master, what are your orders? Jiang Chen smiled with delight. Kill these sea monsters for me. Yes, my master. The giant serpent obeyed and joined the team to slaughter the sea monsters. Jiang Chen lit his vitality pipe. I'm in a good mood today, so I can feed you more blood. Upon receiving the command, Lena let out excited murmurs. My master is great. The sea serpent Lena, in cooperation with Guan Yu, quickly slaughtered the sea monsters. Jiang Chen followed, picking up corpses and occasionally drawing a bit of blood to treat Lena's wounds with his dagger. 3 hours later, the scene was a mess. Blood stained the beach and sea, attracting sharks for a feast. The sea monsters abandoned the area once again and fled. Soon after, they disappeared from sight. Over 200 sea monsters were hunted down that night, yielding a rich harvest. Farewell, my great master. Following Jiang Chen's orders, the sea serpent Lena concealed herself in the sea. Jiang Chen, satisfied with the outcome, returned to the camp with 69 water spirit pearls. The group shared their spoils and went back to their rooms to rest. Everyone was tired, so they chose to rest early that day. The next morning, Jiang Chen woke up early, washing by the lake before 7 o'clock. Looking up, he noticed the red moon had vanished. The sea breeze tousled his hair. Yesterday was quite thrilling. They had faced a pirate group of nearly 100 people and returned unscathed. They hadn't even rested at night, spending hours killing sea monsters with Guan Yu and Lena. Excited, Jiang Chen had a sleepless night. Back in his stone house, he decided to catch up on sleep. Before that, he planned to consume the dozens of water spirit pearls. With his wealth, he didn't need to trade them for anything, so he gambled on whether eating them would grant him talents. He took out the remaining water spirit pearls from yesterday, ready to consume them all. 17 plus 69, a total of 86 water spirit pearls. Jiang Chen lay on the bed, swallowing them like beans. 1, 2, 30, 50. During this time, nothing happened. Jiang Chen couldn't help but wonder if the game's drop rate had changed. Was it targeting him for being too lucky? Refusing to believe it, he continued to throw the water spirit pearls into his mouth. Jiang Chen wanted to see how far he could go. When people are in high spirits, they tend to challenge themselves. Jiang Chen swallowed all the water spirit pearls. A cold nutrient entered his body, nourishing it, and his water affinity skyrocketed. When he reached 70 pearls, the system finally reacted. You have consumed 70 water spirit pearls and gained the talent Intermediate Water Affinity. Intermediate Water Affinity, rare, a growing talent that allows you to stay in water longer, enhancing swimming and diving abilities moderately, reducing underwater stamina consumption by 30%. Finally, an improvement. Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief, his eyes filled with joy. The slightly enhanced swimming and diving abilities have turned into moderate enhancement, and there's an additional practical attribute. A 30% reduction in underwater stamina consumption. Human stamina consumption in water is significant, highlighting the importance of this attribute. A 30% increase is equivalent to a third of enhancement. Jiang Chen was satisfied with the result. From now on, he would be the team's main underwater combat force. Guan Yu, Xiao Yun, and Diao Chan's water skills are not that great. The remaining water spirit pearls should be given to them. Jiang Chen handed the pearls to the 3. Thank you, my lord. The 3 naturally didn't refuse and immediately consumed them. As expected, they all gained the talent Basic Water Affinity. Jiang Chen decided to digest the remaining 12 water spirit pearls himself. Gulp, he swallowed them down. Besides feeling a cold sensation inside, no changes occurred. With that, all the water spirit pearls were consumed, and Jiang Chen lay still on the stone bed. Let's get started. After working so hard, it's time to take a break for myself. With the pirate and sea monster crises resolved, there's nothing around threatening my life. I'm here to relax, not to get into trouble. Jiang Chen thought firmly. About 30 minutes later, lying on the bed, he drifted into a dream. Time passed, and in the dream, Jiang Chen suddenly felt a sticky sensation on his thigh. Stop it, little cicada. I currently have no worldly desires. Jiang Chen mumbled in his dream, unconsciously rolling over. At that moment, a faint, delicate squeak reached his ears. Chirp, chirp. The sound was delicate and charming, like that of a bird. Jiang Chen slowly opened his eyes upon hearing the sound. Before him was an adorable, featherless bird. It was wet all over, standing at just over 10 centimeters tall, without any feathers. Insights revealed: neutral sea creature hatchling, popo bird, gender, female, combat power assessment, 0. Jiang Chen was startled, realizing immediately that the sea creature egg hatched by Diao had cracked. Chirp, chirp. The popo bird's voice sounded urgent, as if begging for food. She stood there trembling, looking pitiful. Jiang Chen quickly called for Diao. Seeing the little creature, Diao maternal instincts kicked in instantly. What a cute little thing. She looks hungry. I'll feed her, my lord, you should leave. Jiang Chen said with a stern face. Shaner, it seems the bird doesn't drink human milk. Chirp, chirp. The popo bird protested. As a noble sea creature, she must drink milk. Diao turned away, removed her revealing clothes, cradled the bird, and fed her. My lord, rest assured, I'll take good care of her. She will surely become a part of this family in the future. Jiang Chen felt helpless but had to comply with the stubborn Diao. Just a sea creature, what's so special about it? Forget it, do as you wish, just don't let it harm you. Diao reassured. My lord, don't worry, Diao knows her limits. This little one is so cute, she won't harm me. Jiang Chen shook his head and left the stone house. Stretching lazily in place, he prepared to check on his beloved serpent sailboat and relax by the seaside. The weather was fine today, with clear blue skies and seagulls soaring freely above. Just as he took a few steps, a message came through the friend channel. Jiang Chen opened it to find a message from Li Chengfeng. Brother Jiang Chen, the 500 medium wood and 2000 common wood you requested a few days ago, I can provide them now. Jiang Chen suddenly remembered his unfinished hunter sailboat. He replied immediately. There's a traitor, cancel the trade. Li Chengfeng? Jiang Chen chuckled. Just kidding, let's proceed with the trade. Li Chengfeng, you scared me. Jiang Chen promptly initiated the trade request with Li Chengfeng. The other party quickly accepted. Ding! Currently detecting trade environment. Trade environment detected successfully, connecting to trade partner. In the trade interface, Jiang Chen placed over 90 pounds of dried bear meat. Then he clicked confirm. Li Chengfeng also placed 500 medium wood and 2000 common wood, then clicked confirm. After mutual confirmation, the trade concluded smoothly. Thud thud. Piles of wood appeared on the ground. Medium wood and common wood looked similar, but the former was harder. Jiang Chen took out the model of the hunter sailboat from the treasure chest and softly chanted repair. Ding! Repairing hunter sailboat for you. Hunter sailboat repair successful, displaying ship information automatically. Name, hunter sailboat level, 1-star durability, intact crew capacity, 12 maximum speed, 25 knots maneuverability, good impact force, 25 instructions, summoned by placing in water, cannot be retrieved. Jiang Chen arrived at the seaside and tossed the boat model into the water. Boom! A small boat appeared next to the Serpent's Fury. The two boats, side by side, resembled a father and son. Jiang Chen boarded the hunter sailboat and began to control it with his mind. The small boat circled around the Serpent's Fury a few times. Jiang Chen gradually got used to its feel. Although not as fast as the Serpent's Fury, it excelled in quick turns and agility. Most importantly, the small boat had a shallow draft, allowing it to access places larger ships couldn't. In narrow bays, the hunter sailboat had to be deployed. Each boat had its own advantages and disadvantages, serving different purposes. Jiang Chen called for Chris, preparing to hand over the boat to him. Chris nodded in agreement, not daring to disobey. Yes, sir. With his orders given, Jiang Chen boarded his own Serpent's Fury for a cruise. Accompanying him was the female sailor Emily. She had now shed her luxurious clothes for simple sailor attire. Duncan's death had brought her liberation, and she was happy to be by Jiang Chen's side. Emily diligently scrubbed the deck, humming a tune, showing no signs of sadness. Jiang Chen stood at the bow, feeling the sea breeze. At that moment, the system announcement rang out punctually. Day 8 announcement of the game. Yesterday, we organized an important discussion. The cause was a player killing the pirate leader, far exceeding the game's expected progress. We made a major decision to advance the opening of the bounty system. Starting today, the seas will see the emergence of the Sea Alliance, Pirate Alliance, and Free People, joining as forces of justice, evil, and neutrality in the game. At the same time, we will permanently cancel the distribution of Leaderboard Rewards. Considering the game's increased difficulty, we have prepared some benefits for everyone. From now on, numerous mysterious events will occur in the seas, so explore the marked points on the nautical chart. Simultaneously, we will provide each player with a free boat, so please pay attention to receiving it. I now announce that the game is entering the 2.0 phase. The era of universal navigation is upon us. The text of this announcement was more extensive than ever before. Players spent a lot of energy digesting all the information. The world channel and regional channels exploded with activity. Messages in channel number 6666 reached 999 plus within a minute. What's going on? Someone took down a pirate? Terrifying. To kill a pirate on the 8th day, what strength? Could it be the work of the great god Zhang Chen? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even the top players from other regions were taken down by pirates. Zhang Chen would only have run away. Zhang Wei, what a joke. If it's really Zhang Chen, I'll eat my words. Damn, the third-ranked powerhouse. I'll remember that for you, buddy. He's a tough one. Zhang Chen smirked. Seeing the lively discussion in the channel, he couldn't resist joining in. Zhang Wei, you said it. Remember to provide video proof later. As soon as he spoke, the channel erupted. Great God Zhang Chen, I want to make love to you. I'll take whatever you want. Wow, Zhang is mighty. Wow, could it really be Zhang Chen who did it? I'll spread this news to everyone, even on the world channel. So explosive, it scared the crap out of me. Pirates are everywhere, and Zhang Chen has become so powerful that he can take on multiple foes single-handedly. Various messages came in succession. Zhang Wei, seeing this scene, immediately felt indignant and quickly sent a message. Zhang Chen, you're nothing but a clown. The rankings will reveal the truth. Do you dare to bet with me? If you didn't kill the pirates, then you're the one eating dirt. Although he was extremely nervous inside, he refused to admit defeat. What if Zhang Chen was really the one? It couldn't be that coincidental, could it? Zhang Chen was eager for the challenge, relishing the confrontation. Fine, let's bet. Once the rankings are out, everyone will see a surprise. Since the other party wanted to play along, he would play along to the end. On the other side, members of Zhang Wei's team saw this information and couldn't help but feel anxious. Boss, what if Zhang Chen really killed the pirates? Yeah, you agreed too straightforwardly, there's no turning back now. Zhang Wei stood up, his face red with anger, and shouted, "Who are you bunch of useless people to give me advice? I don't need you to teach me how to do things. Let me tell you, Zhang Chen is in for it today." Everyone looked at each other in silence, afraid to refute Zhang Wei's words, fearing a slap might come their way. In these past few days, Zhang Wei's temper had worsened more than twofold. Whenever Zhang Chen was involved, he would unconsciously feel angry. Zhang Chen, just you wait. Zhang Wei gritted his teeth, thinking so in his heart. On the other side, Zhang Chen remained calm as water in his heart, even feeling a bit amused. If he didn't give the other party any leeway, they would always find opportunities to target him. Giving him a little lesson would do some good. Just then, Sophia from the Snow Country sent him a message. Hey, Zhang Chen, handsome, so it was you who killed the pirates. Well done, I'm starting to like you more and more. Zhang Chen replied. You don't like women anymore, now you like men? Whether I killed those pirates or not, you'll find out soon. Sophia sent a grinning emoji. My liking for you is at 80, for your wife it's at 1000. How strong are the pirates, easy to defeat or not? Zhang Chen replied with a thumbs down emoji. Simple, as long as you have hands. Sophia? Sophia, you're amazing, you're awesome, you're aloof. Sophia, you must have a ship now, when are you coming here to find me? I have something important to discuss with you. Zhang Chen flatly refused. No, I won't let Diao Chan meet you. Sophia, so your wife's name is Diao Chan, duly noted. Zhang Chen's face darkened. He had accidentally let slip. He exited the chat box and saw Mo Wei Yong had sent a message. Zhang Ji, you're really amazing, you actually completed the first kill of the pirates. The news has spread all over the world now, all channels are discussing your matter. Zhang Chen replied. Do you really trust me that much? Mo Wei Yong chuckled. Ha, the silver pickaxe you gave me already speaks volumes. Mid-grade weapons are truly amazing, I killed many sea monsters yesterday, and today my ranking can rise again. Zhang Chen gave a thumbs up. Awesome, keep up the good work. Mo Wei Yong sent a pleading emoji. Zhang Ji, can I not return the dreaming love pickaxe for now? I have to hold it when I sleep, otherwise I can't fall asleep. I'll give you a few more power pills later, so you won't lose out. Zhang Chen replied. I couldn't ask for more. Mo Wei Yong said proudly. There's one more thing, I need blood and flesh essence here to make more advanced medicines. Do you have that over there? Zhang Chen pondered for a moment. He did have 4 blood and flesh essences, which had been sitting there for a while. Considering the slow ripening speed of citrus fruits, Zhang Chen decided to invest in giving Mo Wei Yong a share first. If this worked out, he could indirectly benefit as well. Zhang Chen quickly replied. I happen to have one here, it's yours. Mo Wei Yong exclaimed, wow, you really have it. Zhang Ge, thank you so much. I've decided to be your exclusive pharmacist for life. The two immediately started the transaction. Without a word, Zhang Chen handed over a drop of blood and flesh essence. Mo Wei Yong also gave Zhang Chen 2 power pills. With this, Zhang Chen's power pills count reached 4. After some thought, he decided to take one on the spot. Enhancing strength was not something to be delayed. With a howl, a red pill went down, and his body instantly warmed up. Attribute panel changes, unfolding information for you. Name, Zhang Chen, strength level, mortal, combat power evaluation, 40, temporary combat power, 70, talents, resurrection of the dead, mythical, eye of insight, rare, basic sailing, common, basic fishing, common, underwater breathing, rare, intermediate water adaptation, rare. Minutes after taking the pill, Zhang Chen's mind shook, suddenly remembering something. Oh no, I forgot about the side effects of this thing. Turn around, head back. Without hesitation, he immediately turned the ship around. 30 minutes later, the boat docked at the shore. Zhang Chen rushed out of the boat and headed straight for the camp. Inside the stone house, Diao was playing with a small sea creature when she heard a loud knock on the door. She quickly opened the stone door and saw Zhang Chen, now transformed into a redskin duck. Diao, I'm sorry. With a swift move from Zhang Chen, Diao clothes disappeared in an instant. A well-shaped, extremely enticing body caught her eye. Ha! What's going on? Zhang Ge, slow down. Oh my! Zhang Chen's eyes were bloodshot as he threw Diao onto the bed. No time to explain. The next moment, the battle began. On the stone table, a young female bird named Bobo witnessed everything. Her young mind was greatly shaken. After a while, Zhang Chen stepped out of the stone house, took a deep breath, and wiped off some sweat. Impulse is the devil. I swear, this will never happen again in the future. Just then, a notification came from the system. Ding! Free ships are being distributed to all players, please check outside. Zhang Chen came to his senses, looked up at the sky, and saw a fist-sized ship model descending. He reached out, gently took it, and examined it carefully. Name, simple sailboat, level, insignificant, durability, intact, crew capacity, sex, maximum sailing speed, 15 knots, maneuverability, normal, impact force, 15, usage, summoned by placing in water, cannot be retrieved, this ship hasn't even reached 1 star, it probably won't last through a few storms. With just one glance, Zhang Chen stored it in a box. The ship was too low level and seemed useless for now, at least for him. However, for over 95% of players who had never seen a ship before, this was a generous gift from the system. The channel was peaceful, filled with joy for receiving ships. Besides, the system also kindly provided a basic sailing talent sphere, which when consumed would grant sailing skills. Anyone could learn to sail. Since Zhang Chen already had this talent, he decided to keep it for now. Ding! Bounty system activated, please check promptly. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Zhang Chen opened the system interface and found a new feature. Bounty system revealed the current bounty mission triggered. On Zhang Chen's panel, there was only one entry: kill the leader of the Sea Serpent pirate group, Duncan, difficulty 1 star, mission progress, successfully killed the target, please go to the designated location to find Caesar to submit the mission item, mission reward? Following the prompt, Zhang Chen opened the sea map. In a distant area, an exclamation mark was marked. After clicking on it, he saw a prominent reminder. Head to the northern domain number 6666, and search for the White Rose. White Rose. This name sounds impressive, probably a high-level ship for some NPC, Zhang Chen silently noted down the name. With this, the future itinerary was set. The destination was in the north. Besides the target point, Zhang Chen also noticed many question marks on the nautical chart. The announcement stated that heading to these areas could trigger certain reward events, a benefit for players. There might be treasure chests, worth a visit. Closing the chart, Zhang Chen began contemplating his future plans. It seemed that the landscape of the game world was undergoing significant changes. Every player now had a ship, no longer confined to a small island. The chances of people meeting increased, and large teams could quickly form. At the same time, certain malicious individuals were more likely to find their targets, like Zhang Wei, Macintosh, and Kawashima. Jiang Chen's location would sooner or later be exposed to everyone, making this place a target. By then, would he be able to defend his island? Jiang Chen felt it was time for a change. Although this is where I made my fortune, it's ultimately just a tiny place. In the future, I need to venture out to seek development. I can't be stuck in building this small place. The original plan was to develop this place into his own paradise. However, Jiang Chen had too few manpower and insufficient resources. Even if the construction was completed, it was highly likely to benefit others. Unable to stay content, he had to seek change. With the best ship in the world at his disposal, it was the perfect time to expand his ambitions. The opportunities gained from sailing would undoubtedly be higher than staying here. Just as Jiang Chen was contemplating, today's leaderboard was released. All players rushed to check it, leaving the system dumbfounded. Shortly after, Jiang Chen's private messages were flooded, reaching over 999 plus. Without a doubt, he was still at the top, and his score was incredibly staggering. 54,112. The second place only had 7,872 points, a gap of over 40,000 points. Undoubtedly, this difference spoke volumes. Jiang Chen was definitely the one who killed the pirates. No one doubted the authenticity of this matter. The regional chat channel instantly filled up, with online numbers reaching over 60,000. People from all walks of life gathered here, spreading the news frantically. Jiang Chen really killed the pirates. Damn, Jiang Chen really did it. With this score, when will I ever catch up? I've only got 11 points so far. Jiang Chen is truly a freak. Now Jiang Chen is not only the regional number 1 but also the world number 1. Number 23 channel's White Mist Goddess only has over 30,000 points. She awakened the mythical talent Guardian of Light and still couldn't beat Jiang Chen. Ha! Can't even beat him with a mythical talent? Could it be that he awakened dual talents, and both are mythical level talents? No way. I don't believe it. Damn. Why do I only have rare talents? This is unfair. I only have ordinary talents. I finally had a decent meal today. I am Jiang Chen's dog. Woof woof woof. The news spread to the world channel, causing a huge uproar. The total online population once reached a staggering 4 billion, setting a historical record. Everyone was repeating Jiang Chen's deeds. In the friends list, Mo Yong, Sophia, and Yu Chaoqian sent their congratulations. Jiang Chen replied to each one without any ripples. Alas, invincibility is so lonely. It takes a lot of time just to reply to a message. It's really exhausting. At this moment, on a certain island, Zhang Wei was cowering in a corner. Am I really going to eat dirt? He hadn't dared to look at the leaderboard since it started. In fact, there was no need to look because his private messages had already been flooded. Within the regional channel, numerous people started to make a fuss, urging Zhang Wei to come out and do a live broadcast of eating shit while standing on his head. Brother, you're eating this shit today. I declare, you are the new era's laughingstock. Seeing these words, Zhang Wei knew he was in trouble. At this point, all he could do was hide in a corner and wait for the storm to pass. But would Jiang Chen let him off the hook? Of course not. In the regional channel, Jiang Chen directly tagged Zhang Wei. At Zhang Wei, remember to send me the video of you eating shit while standing on your head. I want to keep it for a lifetime. If you dare to provoke me again, I will just release the video for everyone to enjoy. Do you understand, Zhang Wei, my friend? Receiving this message, Zhang Wei's eyes were filled with resentment and humiliation. Damn it, Jiang Chen, just wait for me. After I find you, I will definitely ruin everything for you. After leaving the channel, Jiang Chen no longer paid attention to the matter. Given Zhang Wei's character, he probably wouldn't even fulfill that promise. But he didn't really care. The villains had their ways of dealing with each other, and the various insults in the channel had been enough for him. The keyboard warriors began to show off their power, relentlessly attacking Zhang Wei's fragile nerves, leaving him mentally exhausted. Faced with such people, no one would show mercy. Jiang Chen strode confidently to the citrus grove. He was in a great mood, feeling refreshed. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the small trees had grown to nearly 1.5 meters high, with many branches already budding flowers. Once the buds bloomed, or pollinated, they would form fruits. Jiang Chen exclaimed in delight, faster than expected. It seems that we won't need 15 days to harvest a round of fruits. The fertility of the golden fertilizer exceeded expectations. Coupled with the favorable environment and fertile soil, the process was expected to be much quicker, as Jiang Chen had anticipated. Just the thought of the sweet and delicious citrus fruits made his mouth water. 5 p.m. Jiang Chen squinted in the sun at the door. With a few subordinates now, he had less work and more leisure time. Check the status of the ships. He silently commanded in his mind, sinking into the consciousness of the silver snake bracelet. After a wave of consciousness fluctuations, an image appeared in his mind. Chris and Emily were on the Serpent's Fury, diligently cleaning the cabin. Good, it seems these two have no ulterior motives. They work hard, no need to intervene for now. Jiang Chen relaxed his vigilance towards them. Since he had recruited them yesterday, he occasionally monitored them to prevent any surprises. To his relief, they seemed honest. Jiang Chen had strict requirements for strangers, and earning his approval was not easy. But Chris and Emily had managed it for now. I wonder how Yin Chang and Zilong are doing. Jiang Chen suddenly thought. In the early morning, he had sent the two to explore the remaining treasure chests on the island. It had been hours now, and there should be results. As if on cue, Jiang Chen turned to see Xiao Yun and Guan Yu walking towards him. They stopped beside him, and Xiao Yun spoke first. My lord, we have explored the entire island, and all the treasure chests have been found. Unfortunately, both treasure chest detectors have been used up and are now unusable. Xiao Yun's face was somewhat pale for some reason. Jiang Chen stood up and stretched lazily. No unexpected incidents, right? Xiao Yun nervously replied, none at all, absolutely none. Jiang Chen clapped his hands, well done. How many treasure chests in total? Guan Yu asked. 1 gold chest, 3 silver chests, and 8 bronze chests. The gold chest was found by Zilong in a large snake nest, but he accidentally got bitten and poisoned. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen immediately showed concern, not daring to be careless. Zilong, let me see the wound. Xiao Yun insisted. My lord, it's really nothing serious. I have cleaned the wound, it's nothing serious. Jiang Chen's expression was solemn. Zilong, listen to me. Let me see. Xiao Yun couldn't argue with him and had to roll up his pant leg. It's really nothing. Jiang Chen leaned forward to take a closer look. At first glance, it seemed fine, but upon closer inspection, Jiang Chen noticed a swollen abscess on Xiao Yun's calf. The area around the abscess was decaying and emitting a foul smell, with dark blood oozing out continuously. You said it's nothing, but it's clearly infected. Wait here, I'll get some medicine, don't even think about running away. Jiang Chen hurriedly went into the stone house to search for medicine. Guan Yu took the opportunity to say a few words to Xiao Yun. Zilong, yesterday a big snake couldn't even harm you, but today, a small snake almost got the best of you. You need to be more careful in the future. Hearing this, Xiao Yun felt a bit indignant. Brother Guan, didn't bees sting your butt several times? You even rested under a tree for a long time. Guan Yu blushed, feeling embarrassed. Just a few bees, I didn't expect them to be so fierce, I had to run 500 meters to escape. But now I'm fine, I'll recover in a while. Jiang Chen walked out of the stone house and overheard their conversation. Holding a small medical kit, he looked displeased. Guan, where are you injured? Let me check. Guan Yu shook his head repeatedly. Lord, don't listen to Zilong, there's nothing wrong with me. Jiang Chen signaled to Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun suddenly understood. Since persuasion didn't work, it was time for a more forceful approach. Moments later. A foul smell emanated from Xiao Yun's stone house. Jiang Chen wiped his sweat, looking at Guan Yu, who had been subdued by Xiao Yun. He was reminded of someone from the past as his gaze fell on the numerous welts on Guan Yu's buttocks. He marveled, Guan, how did you endure being stung so many times? If it were me, I would have cried for my mother long ago. After a few seconds, he opened the medical kit, applying alcohol, anti-inflammatory, and detoxifying medicine on Guan Yu's buttocks. Guan Yu's expression improved. After finishing, he lay on the bed like a dead fish, chuckling, Zilong, you dare to ambush me. Xiao Yun laughed, Brother Guan, I did it to help you recover, I meant well. Jiang Chen frowned, reprimanding them, stop behaving like this in the future, avoiding medical treatment is not a good practice. In such places, cunning little creatures are more terrifying than the big ones. Xiao Yun and Guan Yu remained silent. This statement indeed made sense. They could deal with hordes of pirates but struggled against cunning venomous creatures, which was ironic yet true. Jiang Chen's gaze shifted to Xiao Yun. It's your turn, Zilong. Xiao Yun obediently lay on the bed, resigned. Come on, Lord, I'm ready. Jiang Chen's face darkened. Why did that sound so strange? Jiang Chen rolled up his pant leg, sprayed some alcohol, and disinfected the wound several times. After a while, the black blood from the wound gradually disappeared. Xiao Yun felt guilty, scratching his head. Lord, we were careless this time, causing you to use so much medicine. Jiang Chen comforted him, everyone makes mistakes, it's not a big deal. As long as you're alive, that's what matters, this is nothing serious. Guan Yu and Xiao Yun were injured, but Jiang Chen was the most distressed. It was not easy to have these two strong men, and it would be a pity if they suffered due to their stubbornness. Having defeated pirates yesterday, dying from a small insect today would be truly ironic. As their lord, Jiang Chen had to nip this behavior in the bud. So he decided to check their bodies and apply medicine once a day until their wounds healed completely. Night fell quietly. Jiang Chen found Diao and had her perform a blessing. Ding! Diao has bestowed upon you the blessing status. Within 24 hours, there is a 60% chance of receiving double rewards when opening chests and treasures. It's time to open the chest. Jiang Chen, feeling a bit nervous, arrived at the neatly arranged chest placement area. Let's start with the golden chest. Good luck, may we be victorious tonight. The chest slowly opened, but no double rewards were triggered. Darn, what a loss, the golden chest didn't double up. Ding! Congratulations on receiving 1,000 revival coins. Remaining revival coins, 1668. Jiang Chen took a closer look and found a talent sphere inside. Holding it in his hand, he examined it carefully. The gilded surface exuded a mysterious aura. Information about the item came to his mind. Alchemy, extraordinary, can convert all lifeless items into gold coins, losing 20% of the real price during the conversion period. Tip: conversion of each item is irreversible and can only be done once. Jiang Chen was thrilled upon seeing this description. Alchemy? What a great skill! With this talent to convert items into gold coins, I can trade with the ghost merchant again in the future. Jiang Chen had quite a few items on him, but not a single gold coin left. Last time, in order to buy the ghost merchant's citrus seeds and gold fertilizer, he even lost a high-grade silver shovel. He was actually quite heartbroken at the time, as the silver shovel was an item obtained from a golden chest, definitely worth more than just a few coins. With this talent, Jiang Chen could directly convert useless things into gold coins, without any middleman making a profit. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen threw the crystal ball into his mouth. A mysterious warmth flowed through his body, slowly absorbed until it disappeared. Ding! Congratulations on mastering the talent Alchemy, extraordinary, automatically opening your character panel. Name: Jiang Chen. Strength level: Mortal. Combat power evaluation: 40. Talents: Resurrection of the Dead, Mythical, Insightful Eye, Rare. Basic Sailing, Common. Novice Fisherman, Common. Underwater Breathing, Rare. Intermediate Aquatic Adaptation, Rare. Alchemy, extraordinary. Jiang Chen felt a change in his hands. From now on, he was a man with the Midas touch. By placing his hand on any item, he could convert it into gold coins. Would this work? Jiang Chen suddenly had an idea. He tentatively placed his hand on the golden chest. Alchemy, activate. A strange spatial fluctuation occurred. The golden chest on the ground was sucked into a spatial crack and disappeared the next second. Ding! You successfully converted the discarded golden chest into 3 gold coins. Thud. A few seconds later, a ship model and 3 gold coins appeared on the ground. Jiang Chen couldn't help but comment, only 3 gold coins, is that all? I'm starting to doubt the composition of this golden chest. He had thought the surface of the golden chest was made of gold, but the result was unexpected. Is this game being stingy even in this aspect? Saving every bit. Jiang Chen shook his head helplessly. But despite saying that, he felt a bit pleased inside. Being able to exchange for 3 gold coins was not bad at all. Let's take a look at this ship model first. He held the ship model in his hands. The next moment, the ship model disappeared, and a prompt came to his mind. Congratulations on obtaining the Beiyang ship model. Collect all Beiyang ship models to unlock and build the 4-star battleship Beiyang. Current progress, 50%. Beiyang, one of the special warships secretly built by the Beiyang fleet, showcasing the strongest combat power of the Beiyang fleet, the invincible warship that countless captains in Hua would dream of. Another Beiyang ship model. It's been a while since I last saw one. Jiang Chen felt joyful. So far, he had collected 5 Beiyang ship models. With 5 more to go, he could unlock the blueprint to build the Beiyang ship. The 2-star magic serpent is already so powerful. I wonder how this 4-star warship will be. Jiang Chen couldn't help but start fantasizing. He calmed his mind and his gaze fell on the 3 silver chests and 8 bronze chests beside him. Jiang Chen opened the 3 silver chests one by one. Inside were items: an iron crossbow, low grade, a pirate bow, low grade, and 2 flying cloud spears, low grade. All were weapons, and only one triggered a double reward. Ding! Congratulations on receiving 300 resurrection coins. Ding! Congratulations on receiving 300 resurrection coins. Ding! Congratulations on receiving 600 resurrection coins. Remaining resurrection coins, 2848. The flying cloud spears would be perfect for Xiao Yun. The iron crossbow was given to Chris, who was skilled with crossbows, and there were also some crossbow arrows in the magic serpent's warehouse. The pirate bow was handed to Guan Yu. Guan Yu was good at archery, although not as skilled as Xiao Yun. Of course, his archery skills were still lower than Xiao Yun's and needed further improvement. Apart from these weapons, there were also 2 medium-grade military knives, a silver pickaxe, and a silver shovel in the team. There was no need to worry about running out of weapons. After distributing the loot, Zhang Chen opened the bronze chests one by one. 6 of them triggered double rewards. He received a total of 1,400 resurrection coins. Now he had a total of 4,268 resurrection coins, just over 2,000 short of summoning an S-class character. However, Zhang Chen was disappointed to find mostly useless items in the bronze chests: an axe, purified water, a small knife, dry rations, and cloth. These were all things he didn't need. Fortunately, he found a lighter and a cigarette at the end, which were somewhat useful. I wonder if Xiao Yun and Guan Yu smoke. Zhang Chen became interested and immediately found Guan Yu, who was eating hot pot indoors. Yun Chang, want a smoke? A smoke after a meal is like living the life of a god. Guan Yu handed him a cigarette with a sincere look. Guan Yu examined the cigarette for a while, looking puzzled. Lord, is this thing not poisonous? Zhang Chen smiled mysteriously. It's not poisonous, try it, it's exhilarating. Guan Yu cautiously took it, placed it in his mouth, and Zhang Chen lit it with the lighter. Guan Yu took a deep breath, then coughed out a puff of smoke the next second. Cough, this is really strong. He quickly adapted to this novel sensation and started blowing smoke rings. Zhang Chen blew out a smoke ring and said, "How is it, Yun Chang, feeling good?" Guan Yu nodded slightly, looking pleased. "I feel like I'm floating in the clouds." Xiao Yun sat on the side, watching the two of them smoke, and suddenly wanted to join in. "Lord, I want one too," Guan Yu and Zhang Chen said in unison. "You're just a kid, don't pick up bad habits," Xiao Yun retorted, scratching his head. "Where am I a kid? You guys talk nonsense all the time." Zhang Chen and Guan Yu exchanged a glance, remembering something amusing, and laughed. Xiao Yun was even more puzzled. "What are you two up to?" On the other side, Diao, who was eating hot pot at the stone table, blushed. "You guys eat, I'm full." She hurriedly ran out of the room to find a corner to hide in. After smoking, Zhang Chen went outside and exchanged all the useless items in chests. He exchanged 8 discarded bronze chests for 8 gold coins, 3 discarded silver chests for 6 gold coins, and 1 discarded gold chest for 3 gold coins. He received a total of 17 gold coins just from the chests. Adding the gold coins from exchanging items, he got a total of 100 gold coins, making a small fortune. The next morning at 8 o'clock, Zhang Chen stretched and went to the front of the house to wake up Xiao Yun and Guan Yu. "Wake up, we're setting sail today." The two woke up from their dreams and hurriedly got up to wash by the lake. Xiao Yun and Guan Yu both drank some grape wine last night and ended up getting drunk, which led to this scene. It must be said that the quality of the wine given by the system was very high. Guan Yu only took a sip and was completely hooked, sipping one after another, making Xiao Yun envious. The two of them directly finished half of the 12 bottles of grape wine, getting heavily drunk. Finally, with the timely intervention of Zhang Chen, they finally stopped drinking. "If you keep drinking, Guan Yu, you might end up demolishing your own house." Zhang Chen saw Guan Yu going crazy with alcohol and felt a bit scared. 20 minutes later, the group started packing up. Food was abundant on the ship, with enough for thousands of caddies, so there was no need to worry. After some consideration, Zhang Chen decided to bring all the dried meat from there. This place was bound to be discovered by others, and it would surely be looted. Water was plentiful on the ship, with 5 large barrels, enough for several people to drink for half a month. Clothes and bedding were abundant on the ship, wear whatever you want. Soon, the group packed up their belongings. With food, clothing, shelter, and transportation all in place, they could set off at any time. Zhang Chen didn't rush to leave but instead went to the territory of Shi. 01, how far can you transmit messages to me? He asked. After the long voyage, there was only 01, the mentally disabled artificial intelligence, left in the camp. Without anyone to maintain it, Zhang Chen was afraid of being robbed. The 2 stone houses and 1 wooden house here, as well as the citrus grove, were his hard work. 01 immediately replied, "Master, there is no limit to the distance of 01's message transmission, but there will be a delay beyond a certain distance. If the master plans to sail far, please remember to come back home often." Zhang Chen said with a wry smile. "All right, I understand," 01 added, wishing the master smooth sailing in good health. After everything was done, Zhang Chen went to the stone house. Diao was feeding the Bobo bird at the stone table. This Bobo bird now had a name, Purple Moon. The name was simple, as she had grown purple feathers. Purple Moon grew rapidly, reaching 20 centimeters in just one day, with her feathers becoming fuller. Her way of eating had also changed, from nursing to eating meat, and she had a big appetite. Just this morning, she had already devoured over half a caddy of meat, more than Jiang Chen, an adult, could eat. Diao Chan, bring this little eater, we should set off. Yes, my lord, Diao Chan replied simply, then carefully held Purple Moon in her arms. Her movements were extremely gentle, as if she were treating her own daughter. Purple Moon showed no resistance, still savoring the taste of today's meat feast. Held gently in Diao Chan's arms, she felt the motherly care. Chirp chirp. Purple Moon looked at Jiang Chen provocatively, a smug expression on her face. Can you get this treatment, stinky poop? Jiang Chen understood the meaning behind this look and couldn't help but smile. It seemed like she was showing off to him. One day, I will educate you thoroughly. He. Jiang Chen thought to himself, showing a triumphant smile. Diao Chan approached and affectionately took Jiang Chen's hand. My lord, let's go. The two of them walked out of the house one after the other. After walking 200 meters, they turned back and bowed deeply to the land. Thank you for the gifts of nature. Xiao Yun and Guan Yu saw the two coming out and immediately started covering the house with branches and leaves to camouflage it. This way, even if someone came, they wouldn't easily discover the clues here. Soon, the camouflage work was completed. Jiang Chen looked from a distance and could only see fallen leaves and grass through the trees. Alright, that's it, let's board the ship. With that, the group boarded the demon snake. The sea breeze blew, lifting everyone's hair. Today, the sea was clear, the weather pleasant, a good time to set sail. Jiang Chen's consciousness sank into it, excitedly starting the boat. Boom! The sound of roaring erupted, and the massive boat began to move. Chris turned and jumped onto the hunter's sailboat. Captain, we can set sail now. Jiang Chen pointed north with his military knife, full of heroism. Hoist the sails, set sail. Xiao Yun and Guan Yu simultaneously opened the sails on the mast, shouting, Hoist the sails, set sail. Swish! 3 sails opened together, and the serpent demon slowly started moving. Chris also started the hunter's sailboat, cruising closely behind. After stabilizing the course, Jiang Chen opened the sea chart, probing with his divine sense. There are many question marks along the northern route, all worth exploring. The closest one currently is here. Jiang Chen chose a direction and slightly adjusted the course. The sea wind howled, and the waves surged. 2 ships, one large and one small, swiftly moved forward. Sailing life was not as beautiful as Jiang Chen had imagined. In his view, it was just like that. In the first 2 hours, he was still immersed in excitement and joy. But as time passed, his mood calmed down. In fact, sailing life was incredibly dull because the surroundings were always the same. Those who had not experienced it would find it fresh, but anyone with such stories would understand the reason behind it. Fortunately, Jiang Chen was someone who knew how to adjust himself. After enjoying the sea breeze at the bow, he went to the crew room and played landlord with Xiao Yun and Guan Yu. 2 hours later. Bomb, 3 of a kind, I win. Jiang Chen threw a simple hand of poker cards on the floor, laughing. Guan Yu and Xiao Yun exclaimed at the same time. How come you always get the bomb every round? It's not fair. Jiang Chen chuckled. Landlord is a game of luck. Where's the unfairness in that? Besides, why did you split the 4 twos instead of using the bomb directly? Isn't that just serving the cards on a platter? Xiao Yun scratched his head in confusion. Strange, I thought it would be better to play it this way. Guan Yu angrily threw down his cards. A few more rounds. Why do you always trump my cards? I don't want to be your teammate anymore. Only when the Lord is with me can I win lying down. Jiang Chen chuckled on the side. Playing modern games with these two naturally gave him an advantage. Although they were smart too, they definitely couldn't match up to him, the landlord king. Alright, let's go up to the deck. The destination is straight ahead. Jiang Chen said solemnly. Xiao Yun and Guan Yu glared, showing their disagreement. No, one more round. Jiang Chen's face darkened. Anyone who doesn't comply, I'll give them a body check today. With these words, Xiao Yun and Guan Yu instantly shrank their necks. Okay, let's go. Jiang Chen saw that his words had an effect and secretly chuckled. After leaving the cabin, the 3 took out their binoculars to look ahead. A kilometer ahead was their destination. Xiao Yun spoke first. Lord, what a huge island. Guan Yu echoed. Indeed, it's much larger than our island. As the 2 said, in the distance was a large island covered with dense vegetation. For some reason, Jiang Chen always felt that it exuded a certain ominous aura. Jiang Chen opened the sea chart and confirmed. Yes, the question mark is right there. I wonder if there are players on this island. Jiang Chen decided to circle the island before making a plan. In the afternoon. After a simple inspection, he found several bodies lying on the east side of the island, already rotten and smelly. Strangely, these bodies were dressed differently from players. Even more bizarre, they were all headless corpses. Something strange seems to have happened here. Jiang Chen tentatively reached a conclusion. Finally, after discussing among themselves, they decided to land and explore. Chris, Emily, and Diao were responsible for guarding the ship. Jiang Chen, Xiao Yun, and Guan Yu armed themselves and disembarked. 3 men and a horse landed on the east side, first inspecting the body. Disappointingly, the body did not provide any clues, and the truth had to be sought from scratch. Without lingering, the 3 men slowly proceeded towards the depths of the island. Jiang Chen walked and observed, noticing no traces of player activity here. Clusters of coconut trees beckoned to him, exuding a vibrant energy. Zilong, Yunchang, go and fetch some coconuts, Jiang Chen ordered. Yes, my lord. The 2 men hurried to different coconut trees. Thud! Green fruits fell from the sky, landing on the beach. Soon, a pile of green coconuts appeared in front of Jiang Chen. He picked one up and examined it closely. Information popped into his mind. Vitality coconut, a unique fruit grown on islands. Consuming it temporarily increases maximum stamina and rapidly restores thirst levels. Good stuff, it can increase maximum stamina. Jiang Chen realized from the description that he should stock up on it. There was plenty of space on the ship, and he was worried about having nothing to store. But this matter needs to be explored before acting. Not too hastily. Jiang Chen's main goal was still to obtain the reward of this island. So, he planned to deal with this later. The 3 men cut open the coconuts with knives and each drank one to quench their thirst. Jiang Chen did not hesitate either. He opened the largest one and drank all the juice in one go. Gulp, gulp. The sweet coconut water entered his stomach, filling him with a burst of energy. He felt full of strength, ready to slay any monsters that came his way. After discarding the empty coconuts, the 3 men continued towards the depths. The island's environment was dominated by forests, and the hot and humid air made them uncomfortable. In tropical environments like this rainforest, dangers lurked everywhere. Various insects, snakes, and ants crawled underfoot, occasionally surprising them. Fortunately, all 3 men were dressed neatly, with no obvious vulnerabilities. Jiang Chen wiped off some sweat, feeling a bit itchy on his thighs. He wanted to take off his clothes but resisted the urge. Xiao Yun and Guan Yu, wearing armor, felt the same. My lord, why is it so hot here? Yes, I feel like I'm soaked, can hardly catch my breath. Jiang Chen wiped his sweat again, slightly impatient. How long have we been walking? Xiao Yun and Guan Yu asked simultaneously. About 20 minutes, Jiang Chen looked around and saw dense forests, with the sky blocked by giant trees, preventing sunlight from entering. Darkness always evoked danger. Jiang Chen keenly sensed something and a bad thought crossed his mind instantly. He suddenly warned, there might be danger here, we need to be careful. As he spoke, a whistling sound echoed in his ears. Swish, swish. 2 arrows swiftly shot towards him. My lord, be careful. Xiao Yun quickly shielded Jiang Chen, pushing him to the side. Jiang Chen watched as the arrows grazed past his face. He immediately shouted, ambush. The next moment, a group of unclothed individuals emerged around them. Their dark brown skin covered with only leaves, eyes gleaming with hostility as they advanced towards the group. Woo woo woo! Ayo ayo ayo! Everyone shouted strange slogans, seemingly conveying a message. Jiang Chen regained his senses and recognized their appearance. Detected hostile tribe, wild people tribe, combat power range, 50 to 90. Seeing this information, he immediately shouted, they are wild people, kill them. Yes, my lord. Xiao Yun and Guan Yu echoed in unison. With that, Xiao Yun rode a small white dragon towards the nearest wild person. Guan Yu guarded Jiang Chen, not daring to slack off. Jiang Chen quickly took out a power pill and swallowed it. Gulp! After ingesting it, his actual combat power increased to 45. His temporary combat power soared to an impressive 75. Damn bastards, trying to ambush me again, come on, bring it on. Jiang Chen was filled with an unusual anger, grabbing his military knife and charging towards the nearest wild man. Seeing him approaching, the wild man quickly put away his bow and arrows, grabbing a wooden spear to face the enemy. Woo 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 loo loo loo! The wild man let out a series of shouts, rallying himself. Screw you, take this. Jiang Chen's eyes were fierce, putting all his strength into a powerful strike. The opponent's body, along with the long spear, was cut in half, blood splattering everywhere. My lord, watch out behind you. Guan Yu closely followed him, killing the wild man who tried to ambush them with one swift strike. Splurt! The ground stained red with blood, a large head flying through the air. Jiang Chen, bloodthirsty, suddenly dodged an arrow, then continued forward. I'm going on a killing spree today, no one can stop me. The wild man who shot the cold arrow was taken aback. How did he dodge it? How did he do it? While the wild man hesitated, Jiang Chen's blade was already in front of him. I'll make you regret being born. I'll use your skull as a bowl. Crack! The military knife cut through the air in an arc, ruthlessly striking the wild man. A piercing scream echoed as the wild man's body was instantly split in half, soon ceasing to breathe. His body fell to the ground, eyes filled with despair and fear. Guan Yu, witnessing Jiang Chen's ferocity, was also surprised. How did Jiang Chen change so much after his first kill? He was quite fierce now. Xiao Yun, seeing this scene, was also influenced. Swinging his spear vigorously, wild men fell one after another. Die, you beasts, how dare you harm my lord? Guan Yu, not backing down, wielded his large blade, reaping the lives of the wild men. At this moment, the wild men finally realized something was wrong. How are these few people so fierce? Terrifying outsiders. Thinking they had the upper hand, they didn't expect the other side to be a group of madmen. What are they waiting for? Run! Woo woo woo! Drip drop drip drop drip drop. After a urgent cry, all the wild men panicked, dropping their weapons and fleeing. Jiang Chen saw this and immediately shouted, "Chase them!" The three of them, bloodthirsty, pursued. Even the slower wild men met their end. Xiao Yun rode a white dragon, like a ghostly reaper in the rainforest, quickly taking the lives of nearly 40 wild men. Guan Yu, not to be outdone, his but still sore, ran awkwardly, his large blade dancing non-stop. Jiang Chen's eyes were bloodshot, his body bursting with astonishing strength and speed, leading the charge. His target was the enemy leader. Come and fight me if you dare. Running and shouting loudly, his voice deafening. Gripping his razor-sharp military knife tightly, he occasionally swung it, cutting through the dense thorns and leaves ahead, clearing his path. Seeing Jiang Chen's fierce momentum, the wild leader dared not stop, fearing Jiang Chen would devour him alive. With one side chasing and the other fleeing, they fell into a brief stalemate. Finally, following the footsteps of the wild men, Jiang Chen arrived at a sacrificial site. The ground was littered with crimson heads, as if some evil ritual was taking place. Bursting out of the bushes, Jiang Chen saw the scene around him change, his mind instantly calming down. Where is this? Surveying the surroundings, he murmured subconsciously. The sacrificial site was made up of white giant stones, forming a circular ring. The wild leader arrived at the altar, completely disregarding Jiang Chen's killing intent, immediately kneeling down and chanting a spell. His devout attitude and fanatical expression were exceptionally strange. Jiang Chen was momentarily overwhelmed by this aura, unable to move forward to stop him. Glancing around again, he suddenly noticed 5 people lying in the middle of the altar. 5 living people. Their mouths and noses were blocked by red blood-stained cloths, rendering them voiceless, while their bodies were bound by red ropes, immobilizing them completely. Upon seeing Jiang Chen, everyone frantically pleaded with their eyes. Please save us. Jiang Chen heard a voice suddenly in his mind. Ding! You have encountered a group of free people. Your next actions will affect the attitude of these free people towards you. Please handle with caution. Free people seems like the neutral force mentioned by the system. Forget it, let's deal with the Wild King first. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate, gripping his sword tightly as he walked towards the altar, heading straight for the Wild King. At that moment, Xiao Yun and Guan Yu caught up. My lord, don't go there, there's something strange about this place. Jiang Chen halted his steps upon hearing Xiao Yun and Guan Yu's warning. With their reminder, he looked towards the Wild King. He. The Wild King stood up as if possessed by a demon, emitting a terrifying aura. Jiang Chen squinted, assessing the situation with his insightful eyes. Detected enemy elite unit, Mad Wild King, combat power assessment, 100, strength level, peak mortal, combat difficulty, extremely hard. Fortunately, it's just this much combat power. There's nothing difficult for Xiao Yun and Guan Yu to handle. Jiang Chen thought to himself. Just then, the anxious voices of Xiao Yun and Guan Yu suddenly reached him. My lord, we can't enter this altar, you must be careful. Jiang Chen looked surprised and turned around, only to find a strange red barrier rising around the altar. Xiao Yun and Guan Yu were blocked outside the barrier, unable to enter. My lord, be careful of this Wild King, Xiao Yun shouted. Jiang Chen turned to look at the Wild King, feeling a chill down his spine. He had been deceived. The Wild King looked at him mockingly, emitting an evil laughter. He. You despicable outsider, do you think I'm a fool? Your companions can't come in, now let's see how you escape from my grasp. Jiang Chen was astonished to hear the Wild King speak. The Wild King speaks? The Wild King looked disdainful. Do you think I'm a Wild King? Ha, how ridiculous. I am the famous ocean wizard, Gerald. Being stranded on this island is just bad luck. Luckily these wild people are all naive fools. I can now be reborn in this world and achieve the ultimate goal of my deep-sea empire. Jiang Chen sneered sarcastically. A great wizard relying on the bodies of wild people to sustain himself, what a big joke. Gerald smirked. So you've just walked into my trap. Honestly, your body is indeed 1,000 times better than the wild people, and I see mystery in you. Once I take over your body, I will gain supreme magical power. Jiang Chen frowned and asked, mystery? What is that? Is it tasty? Gerald no longer answered that question, sneering. Do you think I would tell you? How ridiculous. Go to hell. His aura was like a powerful storm, overwhelming, leaving people in awe. Jiang Chen raised his sword to face the enemy, not daring to be careless. This was his first time fighting such a strong opponent alone, with a strength level of 100. Gerald rushed towards Jiang Chen, slashing with his claws, his nails extending to 5 centimeters in an instant. Jiang Chen dodged but couldn't completely avoid it, receiving a claw strike on his waist, leaving a blood mark. He turned pain into strength, enduring it and swung his sword towards Gerald's head. Die! The blade struck Gerald's head, leaving a deep blood mark. After both sides stood firm, Gerald covered his wound, frowning slightly. This person's weapon was unexpectedly sharp. He thought he could withstand the opponent's attack, but he was injured on the first strike. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth, clutching his waist. His palm turned extremely red in an instant, as a sharp pain surged through him. If the opponent struck a few more times, it might cost him his life. Without hesitation, he immediately took another power pill. Gulp! The red pill slid down his throat, quickly taking effect. Ah! Jiang Chen roared, veins bulging all over his body. The effects of the power pill could stack, but with each pill consumed, the effect would weaken, accompanied by significant side effects. No time to worry about that now, just get through this crisis first. Boom! With a rumble from within his body, Jiang Chen's combat power soared to 95. Coupled with the blessing of the military knife, dealing with the Wild King was no issue. The Wild King was dumbfounded. What was happening? What had he just taken? Before he could react, Jiang Chen, blushing, swiftly attacked with the military knife, as fast as lightning. He took a step forward, covering a distance of 4 meters, carving a graceful arc in the air and delivering an ultimate strike above Goral's head. Forcing me to take pills, huh? Prepare to die. Goral had no way to dodge this blow above his head, forced to defend himself. However, he underestimated the terrifying attack power of the high-grade military knife. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed. Goral looked agonized, blood splattering from his hand. At first glance, both hands had been chopped off by the military knife. My witchcraft hands, they're actually severed. Goral's mind went blank, at a loss. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Chen pursued, exerting all his strength to strike again. You want to fight me and still daydream? Take another blow from me. Swish! The blade cut through the air, accurately hitting Goral's neck. The next moment, his massive head fell to the ground. Wild King Goral, dead. The battle was over. Jiang Chen's vision darkened, his body collapsing where he stood, losing consciousness. Agony. A piercing pain coursed through his body, as if nails were ravaging within. Shortly after, Jiang Chen slowly opened his eyes, beginning to hallucinate. In the illusion, he saw his beloved woman, Diao, completely exposed. Jiang Chen could only stay motionless, unable to move. Under his gaze, Diao slowly approached him. Lord, you must get better. The next moment, Jiang Chen fell into a gentle reverie. The continuous soft moans in his ears were like whispers of an angel. Jiang Chen and Diao embraced deeply, showing no intention of parting. After a long time, Jiang Chen opened his eyes and saw the petite figure of the sea beast Purple Moon. Chirp chirp. Seeing Jiang Chen awake, she flapped her purple feathered wings excitedly, chirping. Stinky, you're finally awake. Diao rested by the bedside, and upon hearing the voice, she immediately opened her eyes. She slowly leaned towards Jiang Chen, whispering softly, Lord, can you see me? Jiang Chen turned his gaze, seeing Diao flushed face. I didn't die. Diao eyes were teary, choked up. Silly, of course you didn't die. If you died, what would this lonely woman do? With that, she leaned against Jiang Chen's chest, unable to stop crying. Jiang Chen slowly reached out to embrace Diao. It's okay, Channer. After a long time, the two finally separated. Diao explained everything that had happened. After Jiang Chen killed the Wild King, he fell into a coma on the spot. Xiao Yun and Guan Yu waited for 3 hours until the red barrier disappeared. They immediately carried Jiang Chen onto the ship and performed first aid. After the rescue, Jiang Chen fell into a deep sleep. And that sleep lasted for 2 days. During these 2 days, a storm raged in the sky. Diao remained silently by his side, refusing to leave. Just now, Jiang Chen finally woke up. I actually slept for 2 days, Jiang Chen said, somewhat incredulous. Taking 2 power pills at the same time had such severe side effects. I can't do that again in the future. At that moment, Xiao Yun and Guan Yu also arrived upon hearing the news. My lord, you have finally awakened. My lord, I knew you would be fine. Seeing their master wake up, tears welled up in their eyes, filled with deep emotions. Emily and Chris also arrived. Captain, you have finally awakened. They showed joy on their faces, their happiness indescribable. Jiang Chen nodded lightly. I have slept for so long, how are things on the ship? The crowd was overjoyed and began to speak. Xiao Yun wiped away a tear. My lord, everything is fine. Seeing you safe puts my heart at ease. Guan Yu, with a firm tone, said, My lord, you should rest and speak less. We will take care of things on the ship, you don't need to worry. Jiang Chen shook his head with a carefree smile. Don't worry, I am well aware of my situation, you don't need to worry. There was a hint of inexplicable confidence in his words. Chris suddenly suggested, we must celebrate the Lord's awakening. How about a grand feast tonight? Everyone's eyes lit up, agreeing enthusiastically. I think it's a great idea. That's perfect, we have plenty of food on the ship. My lord, let's do it this way. Jiang Chen did not join in their excitement but thought of something and suddenly asked, how are those few people, have they been rescued? Xiao Yun replied truthfully, My lord, rest assured, those 5 are currently on deck awaiting orders. Jiang Chen stood up and said, Alright, you take care of the celebration, I will go check on those people. Everyone dispersed to carry out their tasks. Jiang Chen struggled to stand up, feeling a sharp pain in his waist. Diao said with concern, Be careful, your wound is quite severe. Jiang Chen shook his head, It's nothing, just a minor issue. Despite the intense pain, he managed to stand up the next moment. Diao couldn't stop him and had to support him with her body to prevent him from getting hurt again. My lord, be careful, don't do anything foolish, do you hear me? Her tone carried a hint of reprimand. Jiang Chen had to agree. Alright, I understand. After a while, the 2 arrived on deck. The 5 freemen were admiring the scenery by the ship's side, tears streaming down their faces as they saw Jiang Chen approaching. Thank you, my lord, for saving our lives. The leader expressed gratefully. Jiang Chen walked and observed them. Wheat-colored skin, healthy bodies, and Eastern faces. They were dressed like the bodies on the beach, in blue and white striped clothes. Freemen. A neutral third party in the game, also known as civilian NPCs. In the game's setting, all freemen are people who yearn for life and are full of hope for the future. Most freemen are friendly and kind-hearted individuals. The purpose of freemen is to sail far and wide, attempting to find their own utopia. If there is no utopia, they will build one. Being friends with them can be quite helpful for survival. Of course, all this information was known to Jiang Chen from the system. How to treat them specifically depends on their sincerity. What Jiang Chen cared more about was what he could gain from saving them. After all, he had suffered such serious injuries for them. So, he needed to be compensated. With this in mind, Jiang Chen spoke to them, The Great Lord has informed me of my mission. Rescuing you from the water and fire is my lifelong aspiration and honor. However, I have been injured during this time, so, as he spoke, he deliberately glanced down at his injured abdomen. I've made it clear enough, right? Jiang Chen thought to himself. Just then, a voice sounded in his mind. Ding! The leader of the freemen highly agrees with your words, and your favorability rating has reached its maximum value. Easy to handle. A barely perceptible smile appeared on Jiang Chen's face. Upon hearing these words, the leader of the free people was deeply moved in an instant. Respected sir, your kindness is truly beyond repayment. The 5 of us have unanimously decided to serve you from now on and hand over all the coins we have on us. As he spoke, he hurriedly searched his companions and collected 79 gold coins, handing them over to Jiang Chen. We apply to join your team, to serve you, and to create a utopia together. Ding! The leader of the free people applies to join your fleet, do you agree? Yes, recommended/no. Note, the other party's favorability has reached the highest level. They will never betray you after being won over. Jiang Chen heard this prompt and grinned. Delighted. The ship was conveniently short of some black slaves. No, companions. Ding. You have gained 5 new crew members, profession, Free People Swordsman. Congratulations on unlocking the new feature Free People Development System. From now on, you will temporarily follow Chris. He is the first mate of this ship, responsible for assigning your tasks. Jiang Chen dismissed the new crew members with a few words. Then, he ran to the bow of the ship, feeling the sea breeze, and activated the crew development system. It listed all the basic information of the crew members, including age, gender, specialties, and most importantly, the crew advancement function. After carefully reviewing the rules, he discovered that this was similar to the unit advancement system in some games, with the current profession of the 5 free people being free people swordsmen. Scratching his head, Jiang Chen inquired, "System, how can I fulfill the advancement conditions for them?" Host, you can assign them to designated leaders. As time passes, the free people will gradually gain experience from the leader and evolve into an advanced state. Important reminder, the higher the talent of the leader, the higher the probability of the free people appearing on his special advancement path. The system rattled off a bunch of information. Jiang Chen pondered for a while before finally understanding the meaning behind it. The advancement path of these 5 free people was fixed. They would typically progress from free people swordsman to elite swordsman. However, if handed over to high-talented leaders like Guan Yu or Xiao Yun, they might evolve into special units. Jiang Chen thought to himself, Guan Yu and Xiao Yun are both highly talented. I wonder what kind of units they will evolve into. Decision made, Guan Yu will take 3, Xiao Yun will take 2. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen directly assigned the 5 individuals to the 2 leaders. If they could produce special units, it would undoubtedly be a good thing. The 2 leaders showed joy, as the opportunity to train subordinates was a source of happiness for them, with no reason to refuse. The chance to make a name for themselves was something everyone desired. The 5 free people were loyal to Jiang Chen, naturally not refusing this allocation. Hoo! Ha! Hey! Soon, everyone began training on the ship. Guan Yu and Xiao Yun were both experts in military training, and training their subordinates was like a fish to water for them, believing they would soon have an excellent army. Jiang Chen watched as everyone busied themselves, smiling contentedly. Very good, at this rate, I might be able to retire soon. The joy in his heart was evident. As the Grand Marshal leading the fleet, seeing his subordinates gradually shine was quite an interesting thing. The stage for Xiao Yun and Guan Yu was truly vast. Jiang Chen couldn't wait to see the 2 of them leading their armies to conquer all. In the evening, a grand feast was held on the ship. Jiang Chen was in high spirits, bringing out all the wine to entertain the crew. Tonight, no one leaves sober. Drink up, drink heartily for me. The others laughed and echoed his words. Thank you, my lord. Our lord is wise. Delicious wine, sumptuous feasts, and sweet coconut juice. Each item was beyond what other players could reach. Everyone ate heartily and drank to their fill, indulging themselves to the fullest. After once again experiencing the threat of death, Jiang Chen's thoughts underwent another transformation. Life offers few chances for revelry, so why not seize the moment now? He was the most spirited one at the banquet, completely disregarding his own image. It was 9 p.m. Jiang Chen and Diao sat by the boat, leaning against it while gazing at the stars. Channer, you've been through a lot these past few days. Diao face slightly flushed, spoke softly. My lord, it's you who has been through a lot. With my lord by my side, I am truly happy. Jiang Chen gently embraced her, whispering sweet words. It wasn't until late at night that the 2 finally went to sleep on the boat. The next morning, Jiang Chen woke up early and went to the deck to feel the sea breeze. It was another sunny day with clear skies as far as the eye could see. Since the day before yesterday, there had been no more announcements from the system. Jiang Chen thought it was due to his unconsciousness, so he decisively opened the chat channel and contacted Mo Weiyong. Old Mo, has there been no game announcements from the official side these past few days? Mo Weiyong quickly replied. Jiang Gu, I've missed you so much in just 2 days. That's right, there have been no announcements these past few days. I don't know what's going on. Even the rankings haven't been published. Your popularity has dropped a lot. Jiang Chen replied, I wish I had no popularity. You have no idea, I've been bombarded with private messages lately. This was no exaggeration. Ever since Jiang Chen achieved the first kill as a pirate, his private messages had been exploding. He couldn't keep up. Not only were players from the regional channel messaging him, even those from foreign servers were joining in, causing him a headache. Jiang Chen didn't know them, so he had to treat them all as harassment. Mo Weiyong chuckled. I've been getting quite a few private messages lately too. With that silver pickaxe of yours, I've been hunting wild beasts on the island every day. I can't bear to log out even during system invasions. Jiang Chen gave him a thumbs up. Awesome, how many pounds of meat have you gotten? Mo Weiyong smiled mysteriously. Over 700 pounds, it's a small fortune. Thanks to your share of blood and flesh essence, I've already leveled up to the rock level. My combat power is now at 102, impressive, right? Jiang Chen exclaimed in amazement. You, kid, are really something. A rock-level expert, TSK, terrifying. Mo Weiyong laughed. It's not just me, many players have reached this level already. It's not just me who's had strokes of luck, Jiang Gu, be careful not to be retaliated against. Seeing this, Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. Mo Weiyong's warning was not unfounded. Just 2 days of stagnation, and others had made such great progress. If he didn't work harder, he would fall behind. With this in mind, Jiang Chen immediately called Guan Yu and Xiao Yun. My lord, are we going back to the island again? We're all ready, prepared to strike back at any time. The two looked fierce, determined to clean up the savages on the island. Jiang Chen smiled. Seeing your high spirits, I feel relieved. How are those brave warriors? Xiao Yun replied truthfully. Reporting to my lord, I have already recruited the 3 of them. There are no issues in battle. Guan Yu stroked his beard and laughed heartily. My lord, our big knives have been eager for action for a long time. Jiang Chen turned his gaze to the 5 free militia fighters behind the 2. They were all lively and determined. Xiao Yun equipped each of them with a gun and a bow, while Guan Yu provided his men with a large knife. Detected friendly unit group, free militia, combat power range, 50 to 60, Jiang Chen marveled. These guys, in just one day, how did they all become stronger than me? Then, he led the 7 of them back to the island once again. As they set foot on the island again, Jiang Chen, with injuries, walked in the middle this time. After clearing the way last time, there were hardly any savages left, so their progress was swift. The remaining few stragglers were easily found by Xiao Yun and swiftly dealt with. After confirming it was safe, Jiang Chen and the others returned to the altar they had visited the day before. The environment here hadn't changed at all, still maintaining its original appearance. Jiang Chen searched around and found the body of the Wildman King. He bent down to touch it, prompting the system to start breaking it down. Ding! Breaking down enemy unit Wildman King for you. Congratulations on obtaining the following items: Garrel's severed hand, cursed item, sinister thigh bone, relic, 56 kilograms of high-grade human flesh, primary blood and flesh essence *1. After a few seconds, several items appeared on the ground. Jiang Chen had already obtained the primary blood and flesh essence before, so he picked up the blood-red bead and decided to keep it for now. Next, his gaze fell on a pile of minced meat. It was human flesh. Jiang Chen took one look and felt no desire to taste it, deciding it was only good for burying as fertilizer. Then, his eyes landed on a pair of deep blue severed hands on the ground. These severed hands seemed to possess a special kind of magic, drawing his gaze towards them. Jiang Chen picked up the hand and examined it closely. Garrel's hand, cursed item, you can try eating it, it's absolutely delicious, eat until you're numb, Jiang Chen scoffed. System, what's the deal with this cursed item? Host, cursed items usually have some special effects. Before identification, please refrain from forming any special thoughts about it, Jiang Chen continued to inquire. Who can I find to identify it? The system remained silent for a while. Jiang Chen shrugged, fine, looks like I have to find out myself. He instructed his subordinates to store the hand in a sealed bronze chest. With that done, only a dark thigh bone remained on the ground. What's this now? Bone soup material. Jiang Chen furrowed his brow, picked up the thigh bone, and sniffed it near his mouth. A strong stench hit him. The thigh bone was extremely heavy, as if filled with molten iron. Jiang Chen grasped it and swung it in the air a few times, causing a chilling howl in the air. Sinister thigh bone, relic. A strike against an enemy's body can induce bone and flesh tremors, causing internal bleeding. Tested, extremely effective when aimed at the head, 5-star rating. Jiang Chen looked surprised. This is quite a weapon. He swung the thigh bone in the air again, making a whooshing sound. Next, he approached a large tree. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, then swung the bone club forcefully at the solid tree trunk. Bang! A crisp vibration sounded out. A halo appeared on the surface of the tree bark, extending deep into the trunk. Crack! The next moment, the trunk twisted into a lump, bursting out flowers from the inside as if a huge firecracker had been set off inside. The entire tree fell straight back, the process swift and decisive. Such power! Jiang Chen couldn't help but exclaim. He selected another tree in the distance and hurled the bone club. Bang! The tree trunk and the bone club collided, creating a thunderous sound that startled the birds nearby. Slowly approaching the tree, everyone saw that the point of impact on the tree had blossomed. The whole tree leaned crookedly, ready to fall at any moment. Jiang Chen was astonished, unable to speak. Equally amazed were Xiao Yun and Guan Yu. My lord, this bone club is quite something. Indeed, if we turn it into a throwing club, it could catch the enemy off guard. Jiang Chen rubbed his head, pondering. Great idea, Zhilong, do you know how to do it? Xiao Yun smiled. Of course I do. Jiang Chen immediately handed over the bone club, watching him work quietly. Xiao Yun skillfully tied it with a rope in just a few moves, creating a throwing club with a range of tens of meters. He went to an open space, lifted the throwing club, and gently swung it in place. Bang bang bang, the bone club hit the surrounding trees, making a startling sound that caused birds and beasts to cry out in alarm. The surrounding trees were felled neatly by the Bone Club, all falling in unison. It was truly a formidable weapon in the crowd. Jiang Chen swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Thus, this throwing club became Xiao Yun's exclusive weapon. Jiang Chen couldn't use it, after all, he didn't have the skill to control it. If he accidentally hit himself with it, it would be disastrous. After counting the spoils of war, Jiang Chen used alchemy to transmute the ruby chest into 10 gold coins. Immediately after, everyone prepared to leave. Just then, the system sent a message. Ding! Congratulations on completing the hidden task on this island, clearing the wild human lair. Please stand in the center of the altar and pray. The system will distribute special rewards to you. Jiang Chen's eyes widened slightly, a hint of joy in them. More unexpected gains? Following the instructions, he went to the center of the altar and stood there to pray. Under the gaze of Xiao Yun and Guan Yu, waves of red light continuously emanated from Jiang Chen's body, as if a heavenly god was descending. After a moment, the center of the altar emitted a dazzling light. In the middle of the tall altar, a brilliant red treasure chest appeared. Jiang Chen looked up, his expression excited. Ruby treasure chest? In front of him was a square red gemstone chest, reflecting an enticing crimson luster in the sunlight. Jiang Chen set out with blessings. Without hesitation, he chose to open the chest on the spot. Ding! Congratulations, you triggered double rewards. Ding! Congratulations, you received 3,000 by 2 resurrection coins, totaling 6,000. Remaining resurrection coins, 10268. The familiar sound made him excited. Jiang Chen's gaze was extremely tense as he slowly peered inside. 2 dazzling red orbs emitting bright light caught his eye. Could these be talent orbs? With just one glance, he knew he had struck gold. Jiang Chen gently picked one up to examine. A great female character summoning orb, resurrection of the dead talent-specific item. After use, summons an A-grade female character. He was stunned for a moment, then exclaimed, "It's not a talent orb, it's a character summoning orb." The information in his mind left him feeling astonished. Jiang Chen's mind was a bit muddled. A-grade character, priced at 1888 resurrection coins, not bad. But it can only summon female characters, which is a bit troublesome. Jiang Chen didn't choose to use it immediately, but began to hesitate. His crew was indeed a bit short-handed now, manpower was truly lacking, but the presence of women was a double-edged sword. If he summoned 2 burdens, Jiang Chen really couldn't guarantee he could take care of them properly. Why not use alchemy to transmute these 2 character orbs into gold coins? Jiang Chen scratched his head, this idea popping into his mind. After a long time, he finally made up his mind. How about using one first? Jiang Chen stood outside the altar and uttered a sentence. System, use the A-grade female character summoning orb. Ding! Currently summoning an A-grade female character for you, please wait. Congratulations, you successfully summoned Sun Shangxiang. Here is the character information automatically displayed for you. Name, Sun Shangxiang, strength level, mortal, combat power assessment, 92, talents, bow enchantress, extraordinary, 100-meter sniper, rare. When Jiang Chen heard this name, he felt a shock in his heart. Sun Shangxiang? System, well done. Ha, my Xiang. Jiang Chen's face lit up with joy, his eyes fixed on the spatial fluctuations before him. When it came to his favorite female warrior in the 3 kingdoms, Sun Shangxiang's name was definitely on the list. She was strong in martial arts, skilled in archery, and had a strong personality. In the current environment, she could definitely make a difference, at least not be a burden. Looking at her attributes, she completely outshone his own self after taking 2 strength-enhancing pills. Not to mention the 2 seemingly good traits she possessed. Under Jiang Chen's gaze, Sun Shangxiang slowly walked out from the spatial gate. She had black hair tied in braids, her features were delicate and 3-dimensional, her gaze sharp and keen. Due to her long-term martial arts training, there were faint muscle lines on her arms. Sun Shangxiang was wearing a fiery red warrior robe, carrying a fire phoenix short sword on her back, looking around with fiery eyes. When her gaze met Jiang Chen's, her eyes revealed a bright look. Lord, I've missed you. Without another word, Sun Shangxiang leaped directly into Jiang Chen's arms. Xiao Yun and Guan Yu were instantly thrown into chaos. Lord, an assassin. Lord, I'll save you. Jiang Chen was taken aback by Sun Shangxiang's actions and was momentarily stunned. Sun Shangxiang exuded a unique fragrance that made him feel refreshed. Before he could react, Sun Shangxiang had already disentangled herself from him. Didn't expect to encounter 2 great masters today, what a gain. She drew the short bow from behind her, looking eager. Without hesitation, Xiao Yun lunged at her with his spear. Stay away from my lord, you thief. The sound of the spear whistled through the air, aiming straight for Sun Shangxiang. Unfazed, she drew her bow, dodged by bending down, and took the opportunity to pull the string taut. My spear missed. What's going on? Before Xiao Yun could react, Sun Shangxiang shot an arrow at his armor. Swish! The arrow flew at incredible speed, grazing Xiao Yun's armor without causing any harm. Guan Yu watched from the side, exclaiming in amazement. This woman is extraordinary. Xiao Yun, step aside, let me deal with her. Seeing her formidable skills, he couldn't resist joining the fight. Sun Shangxiang smiled brightly, revealing her white teeth. Great, I love facing formidable opponents like you. Guan Yu narrowed his eyes, somewhat disdainful. I can defeat you, the thief, within 3 moves. Sun Shangxiang's eyes blazed with determination. I doubt it. It seemed a showdown between the two was imminent. Just then, Jiang Chen stepped in between them. Hold on, I have something to say. After a long while, Jiang Chen managed to calm them down. Guan Yu, upon hearing his explanation, suddenly realized. Lord, if you were going to summon reinforcements, you should have said so earlier. I mistook Sun Xiaomei for a thief. Sun Shangxiang, hands on her hips, retorted with a pout. How do I look like a thief? You, blushing and all, totally resemble a bandit. Guan Yu stared at her. Your unruly behavior, hugging and clinging to my lord at first sight, is completely improper. Sun Shangxiang blushed slightly but didn't hold back. Blushing uncle, I'm the lord's personal maid. Hugging and kissing my lord, isn't that normal? Guan Yu, disbelieving, asked, is this unruly girl really your personal maid, my lord? Xiao Yun's expression kept changing. A personal maid with such combat prowess, truly remarkable, my lord. Jiang Chen's face turned red in an instant. So this was the system's setting for Sun Shangxiang? Little system, you have no shame. Can I really share a bed with Diao and Sun Shangxiang? Impossible. No matter how I think about it. The two women will definitely end up fighting at night. And Sun Shangxiang will surely win. Jiang Chen hurriedly explained, it's all just a misunderstanding. Both of you calm down, stop arguing. Finally, both sides quieted down and stopped confronting each other. Jiang Chen took Sun Shangxiang aside. He needed to give her some mental massage. Wanting to be his personal maid, that was out of the question. Just as Jiang Chen was about to say something, Sun Shangxiang suddenly hugged him tightly. Lord, why did you go out for so long without finding me? Doesn't Shangxiang look cute enough for you to like me anymore? Hearing this, Jiang Chen broke out in a cold sweat. And no, I've always missed you a lot. Sun Shangxiang clung to him like a monkey, her face beaming with happiness. Really? My lord, you are so kind. Xiang will never leave you again. Jiang Chen's face suddenly darkened. Come down first and listen to me. Sun Shangxiang was immediately frightened by his seriousness. My lord, what did Xiang do wrong? Jiang Chen pretended to contemplate, putting on a dignified look. Xiang, how did you treat big brother Guan Yu just now? He is my most loyal subordinate. How can you call him a bandit? Sun Shangxiang panicked and quickly jumped off him, looking like she had done something wrong. Should I not have said that to him? Shangxiang, you know you're mistaken will be punished seriously. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Sun Shangxiang was so obedient, it seemed the system's training was successful. With his hands behind his back, Jiang Chen pondered for a while before saying, insulting the soldiers is a sin against heaven. I will remove your maid title and let you follow Guan Yu to fight and gain merit. Sun Shangxiang's face turned pale and her mind was in turmoil upon hearing this. She had truly angered her lord. She quickly half-knelt, gritting her teeth in response, yes, my lord. Sun Shangxiang obeys. Although she spoke earnestly, a tear glistened in the corner of her eye. Thinking about the distance between her and Jiang Chen's status, she felt disappointed in her actions. It was all because she had been too impulsive. Jiang Chen cleared his throat and added, ahem, rest assured, if you do well in the future, I will try to fulfill your requests as much as possible. After some thought, he gave Sun Shangxiang a glimmer of hope. Indeed, when Sun Shangxiang heard this, she immediately smiled brightly. Thank you for your kindness, my lord. I swear, I will work hard with big brother Guan Yu in the future to build achievements and conquer lands for you. I will show the world through actions that women can also be true heroes. Shortly after, Jiang Chen brought Sun Shangxiang back to the group. Sun Shangxiang saw Guan Yu and immediately knelt in respect. General Guan, I was impulsive just now. My lord punished me to work under you. Can you forgive me? Guan Yu narrowed his eyes, straightened his posture, and spoke sternly, I will not give you special treatment just because you are a woman. Since you chose to be punished, you must endure some hardship, understand? Sun Shangxiang solemnly accepted the command. Shangxiang is not a submissive woman. I will become a female hero in the future. General Guan, please give me your orders. Guan Yu, pleased with her words, stroked his beard and said, your insight is indeed commendable. The praise in his words was evident. They both clasped their hands in reconciliation, burying past grievances with a smile. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen wiped a sweat discreetly and breathed a sigh of relief. It seems I handled the situation well as a mediator. While resolving the issue, Jiang Chen also reflected on his actions. It seemed that in the future, he would need to inform everyone before summoning. After a while, Jiang Chen issued orders to the group. Xiao Yun's team was responsible for hunting, Guan Yu's team for collecting coconuts and fruits, while Jiang Chen took Sun Shangxiang to check on the situation of the demon snake and introduce her to the new companions like Diao Chan. Walking along, he finally had the opportunity to carefully examine Sun Shangxiang's talents. Bao Demonis, extraordinary passive skill, when handling a bow and arrow, speed increases by 50%, and stamina consumption decreases by 30%. Tracking shot, rare active skill, consumes 30% stamina, the next 3 arrow shot will automatically track the target, with a maximum tracking distance of 300 meters. Sun Shangxiang's talents were all related to bows and arrows, suitable for a long-range damage dealer role. Shangxiang's archery skills may be even stronger than Zhuge Liang's. Having an archer in the team is a reason to rejoice. Jiang Chen was extremely satisfied with this outcome and began to contemplate summoning another A-level character. Who would this new summon bring forth? Zhang Xingcai, Guan Yinping, Zhirong? Any one of them will do. After much contemplation, Jiang Chen still didn't choose to keep a trump card hidden and instead focused his attention on over 10,000 resurrection coins. Opened a ruby treasure chest, got 6,000 resurrection coins, can be considered a sudden wealth overnight. Tonight, I must summon an S-class character to liven things up. Thinking of this, he showed a pleased expression, with a slight upturn of his mouth. Just then, Sun Shangxiang beside him noticed his expression. Just returning to the ship, why is the Lord so happy? Is that Diao Chan really that good? Sun Shangxiang felt an inexplicable flame burning in her heart. No matter how pretty she is, I will definitely surpass her. Sun Shangxiang has never been afraid of anything. After leaving the forest and arriving at the beach, Sun Shangxiang finally saw Jiang Chen's snake demon ship. Wow, my lord, you actually have such a good ship. Sun Shangxiang was born in Jiangdong, so she is naturally familiar with ships. The ships in the game are much better than those in the late Eastern Han Dynasty. Jiang Chen chuckled. Of course, this ship was snatched by me at a great cost, how could it not be good? Sun Shangxiang's small face was excited and extremely flushed. My lord, can I also sail such a ship in the future? Jiang Chen waved his hand. Of course. Sun Shangxiang immediately hugged Jiang Chen's arm happily. My lord, you are so good to me. Jiang Chen silently pushed her away, not daring to be too intimate. Times have changed, modern shipbuilding technology is very advanced, which is a huge blow to the ancients. In Sun Shangxiang's eyes, the snake demon ship is like a dream love boat, surpassing all the ships of that time in every aspect. If she could sail such a ship, it would definitely be a great fortune. The two boarded the ship one after the other. Sun Shangxiang happily jumped onto the deck and exchanged greetings with Chris and Emily. Hello, I am Sun Shangxiang. Chris and Emily, right? I know you, my lord has already introduced you to me. The man and woman looked at each other with puzzled expressions. Then their gazes turned to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen explained the situation, and soon both sides got acquainted. Where's Diao Chan, is she still in the cabin? Jiang Chen casually asked. Sun Shangxiang smiled, seeming a bit smug. Could it be that she saw this lady's handsome figure and was too scared to come out? Just as she thought so, a pleasant female voice entered her ears. I'm here, my lord, you're back. As the voice fell, Diao Chan walked out of the cabin and exchanged glances with Sun Shangxiang. Perched on her shoulder was the 40-centimeter tall Pidgeotto, Purple Moon. Is this my aunt? Jiang Chen chuckled and made a simple introduction. Diao Chan, this is Sun Shangxiang, a spirited female warrior aspiring to be a heroine. From now on, she is our companion. Sun Shangxiang saw Diao Chan's appearance and her eyes widened instantly. So beautiful. Diao Chan smiled gently, walked gracefully with lotus steps. So it's Miss Sun, please take care of me. Her movements were gentle and generous, her tone elegant and dignified, showing the demeanor of a lady. Sun Shangxiang inwardly sighed, but still maintained a stubborn smile on her face. Nice to meet you, Diao Chan. Madam. Oh no, I've met a master. When two women meet, their strengths and weaknesses are immediately apparent. Although Sun Shangxiang is strong in martial arts, she is not as outstanding in temperament as Diao Chan. Diao Chan smiled lightly, her beauty shining like a flower. Miss Sun, please follow me, I will choose a good spot for you in the cabin. We have more men here, so please don't mind. With these words, she had already walked to Sun Shangxiang's side and gently linked her arm. Diao Chan's charm was infinite, elegant in speech yet polite, leaving Sun Shangxiang momentarily speechless. Although she was unwilling to be led by the other party, she could only go with the flow, without any intention of resistance. All right, I understand. The two gradually disappeared into the cabin. Jiang Chen scratched his head and smiled, speechless. Facing Diao, Sun Shangxiang was completely powerless to fight back, her demeanor suppressed tightly. Chris and Emily saw the two walk away and immediately looked at Jiang Chen with admiration. Captain, where did you abduct this beautiful girl from? Yes, and Sun Shangxiang is agile, clearly a martial artist. Jiang Chen mysteriously smiled and pointed to the sky. Where else could she come from? Of course, she fell from the sky. The two shook their heads, saying in unison, I don't believe it. Jiang Chen shrugged helplessly. I'm telling the truth, believe it or not. In the afternoon, Guan Yu, Xiao Yun, and others returned one after another. Their shoulders were full of prey, including 2 wild deer, 3 small wild boars, and dozens of wild rabbits. Jiang Chen approached with a smile, praising them. To catch so much game, you've worked hard. The system's decomposition function came in handy again, and after a series of operations, a total of 800 caddies of meat were obtained. For a long time, the fleet didn't have to worry about food. Xiao Yun smiled and said, Lord, there are still many energetic coconuts on the island that haven't been collected. We'll go back later. Unfortunately, we didn't find any treasure chests. Guan Yu shook his head, regretful. Yes, there isn't a single treasure chest here, it's really strange. Jiang Chen speculated, stroking his chin. Maybe because this isn't a player's territory? Host, only player territories produce treasure chests, Jiang Chen asked, so, if I build a territory stone here, can I refresh treasure chests? Then what are you waiting for? Quickly buy a blueprint in the exchange. Surely there would be someone selling territory stone blueprints in the exchange. Just as Jiang Chen was about to open it, the system poured cold water on him. Host, the reputation system is currently not available, all players can only build 1 territory stone, Jiang Chen frowned. The reputation system is not available? Then how do I unlock this system? Host, when the game reaches a certain stage, the reputation system will be automatically unlocked. Jiang Chen fell silent. He chose not to dwell on it and put the matter aside for now. Since there were no treasure chests, after scouring this place, they would have to hit the road immediately. Xiao Yun and Guan Yu went back to the island to collect energetic coconuts. Jiang Chen lazily lay on the deck, still needing to rest due to the wound on his waist. Beside him was Ziyue, who had just come out of the cabin. Chirp chirp. She made a cute chirping sound and nestled into Jiang Chen's chest. Jiang Chen gently stroked her feathers and looked at Ziyue's small body. Turtle, you've grown to over 40 centimeters in just 3 days, quite heavy. Ziyue puffed up her cheeks and flapped her chubby purple feathered wings. Chirp chirp. Stinky poop, you're the heavy one. I'm a standard beauty. Jiang Chen naturally didn't understand her words and thought she was asking for food. He casually took out a piece of jerky from his chest and handed it over. In this process, a drop of blood and flesh essence fell out, landing on the deck. Jiang Chen was about to pick it up when Ziyue snatched it and swallowed it before he could react. Chirp. Ziyue made a proud chirping sound, as if showing off. Jiang Chen reached out to her. Good girl, listen to me, give me the bead. Ziyue didn't respond but raised her head, swallowed the bead, then burped. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen's face turned dark. You can eat this thing too, spit it out quickly. Ouch, it hurts. He suddenly stood up, momentarily forgetting that the wound on his waist was still acting up, and the purple moon had already flapped its wings and flown far away, entering the cabin. Jiang Chen covered his face in regret. This was like a tiger falling in Pingyang and being bullied by birds. For primary blood and flesh essences that had been painstakingly saved up were gone just like that, with one missing. Damn bird, if it weren't for Diao protecting you, I would have roasted you long ago. Jiang Chen thought fiercely in his heart. Night fell quickly. Guan Yu, Xiao Yun, and others arrived on the ship with several large boxes of coconuts and fruits. Jiang Chen inspected the contents of the boxes. Wow, durians, loquats, bananas, mangoes, coconuts, you name it, hundreds of pounds of them. Tonight, they must replenish their vitamins vigorously. Jiang Chen immediately ordered another grand barbecue for tonight. Everyone quickly got to work, bringing out the high-end barbecue grill Jiang Chen had obtained earlier. 2 hours later, all 11 members gathered together. Jiang Chen was rarely happy and brought out 2 bottles of high-proof liquor he had hidden for a long time. He raised his glass to toast, to our female warrior, Sun Shangxiang. After speaking, he downed the drink in his cup. Everyone followed suit, finishing their drinks. Jiang Chen's face was slightly red, and he continued with a smile, in the time to come, our team will grow rapidly. New companions will join the fleet one by one. Everyone needs to get along well, understood? Xiao Yun was excited and nodded in agreement. Lord, your vision is always so good, Zhulong deeply believes in this. Guan Yu also felt deeply moved. With the Lord leading us, I believe our team will become stronger and stronger, aiming for the peak. Diao blushed slightly and exchanged glances with Jiang Chen. Lord, Shonner will always be with you to the end. Then, she emptied her cup with great enthusiasm. Sun Shangxiang also spoke up. Lord, Shangxiang arrived late and didn't go through the most difficult times with you all. But I swear, from now on, Shangxiang will bravely fight the enemy and help the Lord conquer thousands of miles. Chris and Emily were inspired and said, thanks to the Lord, we have been reborn, and Chris and Emily will serve the captain forever. Jiang Chen smiled contentedly. Good. Since you all praise me so much, I won't hide it anymore. Tonight, I plan to summon a new companion, but let's not have a repeat of today's mistake. Everyone immediately became interested. Oh, I wonder where this new warrior comes from, male or female. Lord, let's start right away, we are used to this. Oh, another expert? My big sword is already eager. Lord, bring it on quickly. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. Watch closely, he will appear here soon. As he spoke, he called the system in his mind. Ding! Please enter the number of revival coins you want to invest. Quantity 99, summon C-level character, quantity 666, summon B-level character, quantity 1888, summon A-level character, quantity 6666, summon S-level character, quantity 2333, summon S-level character exclusive item. The higher the character level, the stronger the talent and growth limit, and the result of each summon is completely random. Drawing the same character increases the seat by +1, drawing the same exclusive item refines the level by +1. Jiang Chen did not hesitate and directly chose the classic 6666 level. System, summon S-level character. Ding! Consuming 6666 revival coins, randomly summoning an S-level character for you. Congratulations on successfully summoning Guan Ning, automatically displaying character information for you. Name, Guan Ning, strength level, mortal body, combat power assessment, 86, talents, mythical salesman, legendary river crossing dragon. Guan Ning squinted his eyes, regaining his vision in a white light. Before him stood a handsome young man, with an endless blue sea and boundless night sky above. The young man looked at himself with a puzzled expression as if he had seen a ghost. Ha ha! Jiang Chen, long time no see, Xingbai is here to play with you. Guan Ning greeted Jiang Chen in a slightly childish tone. Jiang Chen was bewildered, and Xiao Yun, Guan Yu, and others were also puzzled. Where did this little brat come from? Indeed, Guan Ning had just turned 18, with a hint of childishness still on his face. Young Guan Ning was outstanding in appearance, with delicate and handsome features, sporting a casually styled short hair. At that moment, Guan Ning lazily held a reed in his mouth. Hey, Jiang big brother, I'm talking to you, didn't you hear me? As he spoke, he loosened his loose and thin clothes with one hand, revealing a well-proportioned and sturdy upper body. His slender fingers toyed with the reed, his eyes casual, exuding a wild and agile aura. Seeing this unruly young man, Jiang Chen felt a bit overwhelmed. System, why did you summon a minor here? Don't you know that hiring child labor is illegal? Host, Guan Ning is already 18 years old, so there's no issue. I don't believe it, I want to complain. Host, complaints are ineffective. Jiang Chen sighed inwardly, then scrutinized the young man once again. Guan Ning exuded a scent of a little rascal, giving off a vibe of someone who deserved a beating. Seeing him, Jiang Chen couldn't help but think of a childhood friend who loved to skip school. His fists clenched. This guy looked like a little troublemaker who hadn't even grown proper hair yet. Jiang Chen had to recall the history, and soon it all made sense. Yes, Guan Ning had an early background as a pirate, probably getting into some questionable antics regularly. In his youth, he was a bit of a troublemaker. Jiang Chen never expected that the system would summon the young Guan Ning. The thought of having to communicate with this young Guan Ning made him feel uneasy. Dealing with such a restless host was too much. Seeing that Jiang Chen was ignoring him, Guan Ning immediately lost interest and turned away. He saw the surging waves under the moonlight and became excited. Jiang big brother, do you mind if I go for a swim in the sea? Jiang Chen quickly shook his head. I haven't introduced you to the others yet, can you wait a bit? Guan Ning, with the reed in his mouth, said, Jiang big brother, although I'm your brother in name, I never said I had to listen to you. With that, he happily ran to the seaside and leaped into the water. Before disappearing, he left 2 sentences. Jiang big brother, don't worry, I'll be back before midnight tonight. If I'm not back, you can go ahead without me, I'll catch up with you. He was as fast as lightning, impossible to stop. Jiang Chen watched him vanish into the waves, speechless in an instant. Xiao Yun, Guan Yu, Diao, and others started discussing. What's going on? How did the Lord bring a little brat here? The Lord must have his reasons for doing so. Sun Shangxiang came to Jiang Chen's side, hands on her hips, showing her confident smile. Lord, let me handle this disobedient little brat. Jiang Chen pressed his temple. Gan Ning is quite mischievous, you won't be able to control him. He knew that such kids couldn't be managed by anyone else, only he could handle them. Everyone turned to see that Gan Ning had already disappeared into the water. Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile wryly. Let's disperse, everyone. Gan Ning will come back on his own sooner or later. They all dispersed, returning to the feast. Jiang Chen sat on the beach, examining Gan Ning's talent. Sailboat Master, myth active skill, consumes 50% of energy, paralyzes the opponent's ship for a period, duration based on the target and own attribute differences, paralyzing ships, a control-type divine skill, truly a top-tier talent. Jiang Chen's lips curled slightly, unable to hide his joy. In this world full of oceans, naval battles always reigned supreme. The ship had lost its ability to move, which was as good as waiting for death. Gan Ning's first talent truly gave Jiang Chen a big surprise. His gaze continued to move down to the second talent. Crossing Dragon, legend passive skill, ignores 80% fluid resistance underwater, increases speed by 200%, gains permanent underwater breathing ability. Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel envious of Gan Ning when he saw this. Is the heavens really favoring him so much? Ignoring 80% fluid resistance means greatly enhanced agility in water. A 200% increase in speed. This boost is exceptionally abnormal. The permanent underwater breathing ability means Gan Ning can sleep underwater, launching surprise attacks on enemies. All these effects indicate that Gan Ning can thrive in the sea like a fish, without worrying about drowning. This can't be described as abnormal anymore, it's simply monstrous. Jiang Chen exclaimed in amazement. Xingba's only flaw lies in his attributes. Although his combat power of 86 is higher than mine, he can't even compare to Sun Shangxiang. He's still a bit young and needs training and nurturing. Gan Ning's weakness lies in his attributes and also in his personality. His arrogance makes him vulnerable in this deceitful world. Jiang Chen must protect him to let him shine in the future. Xingba, you've come at the right time. The world stage is vast, it's your place to shine, and I will help you build that stage. With this in mind, he began to envision the future. On the other side, Gan Ning, who was roaming the sea, was extremely excited. Ah ha ha ha, the ocean in this world is so vast, I'm in luck. It's a pity Jiang Ji still sees me as a kid. I must achieve great things to show him. According to the system's setting, Jiang Chen is Gan Ning's half-brother. Whenever he's bullied, Jiang Chen always steps in to protect him and teach those bad people a lesson. After turning 18, Gan Ning is eager to change this. He doesn't want Jiang Chen's protection anymore and is determined to prove his abilities. Achieving merit in battle is the best way. So where are Jiang Ji's enemies? Gan Ning stopped in the water, pondering deeply. I'm such a fool, I forgot about this. I don't even know where the enemies are, how can I help him? Gan Xingba, you need to wake up, you're not a child anymore. He slapped his face in the water, creating a string of bubbles. Just then, a voice came from the sea surface. Who's there? Captain, I've been observing the sea for a long time, there can't be anyone under our ship, it's probably just fish moving. That makes sense, we finally located Jiang Chen's position, sneaking up on him for a big surprise. Jiang Chen definitely doesn't know yet, he's fallen into the ambush of our Yamato country. We have a full 50 men, he's doomed tonight. His big ship will be ours by then. Upon hearing this, Gan Ning became excited. His eyes narrowed, and excitement surged within him. The opportunity to achieve merit had arrived, hadn't it? Gan Ning wasn't one to hesitate. He acted decisively, but even in his eagerness to achieve merit, he didn't lose his rationality. On the contrary, he became more cautious than ever. Anyway, let's first gather some intelligence on the enemy. Jiang Ji told me that without enough information, all battles are reckless. From their words, they have over 50 people, we can't be careless. Gan Ning quickly assessed the situation in the water and soon identified the target. He slowly raised his head, observing their movements through the starlight above. Ships passed by on the sea from time to time. Their speed was incredibly slow, making them hard to detect in the dark night. Gan Ning was underwater, able to clearly see the traces of all the ships. 5 ships. 6 ships. 7 ships. The ones nearby are small boats, I can drag people down to kill them, and then go to plunder their weapons. In the middle, there is a big ship, not easy to deal with. Gan Ning swam slowly in the sea, finally figuring out the general situation. He followed behind a small boat, poking his head out. Gurgling. In the dark night, an unidentified creature full of seaweed appeared behind. Who's there? We're under attack. Suddenly, a player from the Yamato faction shouted. He looked alert, focused on the seaweed, not daring to move, tightly gripping his weapon, ready to release it at any moment. Gan Ning remained motionless, his body drifting back with the seawater, looking like a lifeless object. Are you mistaken? That's just a clump of seaweed. Nagano, you're too paranoid, no one can stay underwater for so long. We've just confirmed it many times, there's no one around. Two Yamato players nearby yawned, losing interest after a glance at the seaweed. I hope I'm just being paranoid. Nagano no longer paid attention to the seaweed, squinting his eyes and starting to doze off. Gan Ning breathed a sigh of relief and silently left the seaweed. I won't touch this boat for now. He swam slowly to another side and looked up. Several players were already asleep, snoring by the boat. It's your turn. Gan Ning grinned, suddenly lunged out and dragged a player into the water. Splash! A loud and piercing sound of water. Gan Ning's movements were extremely agile, seizing the opponent's weapon before they could react. Cough cough cough. The Yamato player inhaled seawater, coughing violently, unable to discern what was happening. Gan Ning's expression turned cold, his right hand exerted force, the long knife in his hand leaving a trail in the water. Daring to plot against my brother, this is the consequence. The next moment, the blade slashed across the Yamato player's throat, blood gushing out. Kai! Immediately, his body convulsed in the water, life quickly extinguished. Only then did the people on the boat realize what had happened. Just as one of them was about to shout, a phantom appeared behind them. Splash! Another sound of someone falling into the water. The next moment, a blood-red ripple rose on the sea, dyeing the entire area red. The second person, dead. What's going on? Why did two people suddenly fall into the water? They're dead, their bodies are floating over there. Was it the work of a shark? Quickly use a flashlight to search, hurry. The people, in panic, grabbed flashlights and frantically searched for the culprit. Where is it? Where did it go? I didn't see anything, my vision was blocked by a blood-red hue, couldn't see a thing. It won't come back, will it? It shouldn't. The commotion on the boat caught the attention of the leader of the Yamato faction. What's happening? Why are you making so much noise? What if Jiang Chen and the others find out? How did Kawashima tell you before? Our actions need to be discreet, you know. Jiang Chen is not an easy opponent, do you guys have any idea? A middle-aged man in black light armor, with a scarred face resembling a hawk, shouted. He was the commander of this assassination mission, named Kawasaki no Byoshi. Seeing his teammates acting so foolishly, Kawasaki no Byoshi was furious. However, faced with his reprimand, the teammates were also embarrassed, quickly explaining. Big brother Kawasaki, 2 people on our boat died. We have no idea how they fell into the water, it's really eerie. Sea monster. It must be the work of a sea monster, we better leave this area quickly. Big brother Kawasaki, I think we should return tonight, let's plan again next time. The people were in a panic, eager to retreat. Kawasaki no Byoshi was even more furious. Handle this matter properly, who allowed you to doze off? We've planned for so long, all for tonight, are we giving up just like that? Proceed with the operation as planned, turn off your flashlights, Jiang Chen will escape if he sees them. It was just 2 lives, not worth pitying in Kawasaki's eyes. He immediately decided to make everyone behave and continue with the operation. Slowly, the group came to their senses amidst Kawasaki's scolding. Even if they were unwilling in their hearts, they could only silently accept this order. As the leader of the team, Kawasaki possessed 2 extraordinary combat talents, and if they dared to refuse, there was only one outcome. Death. Kawasaki's face twisted in a grimace as he spoke to those around him. If anyone dares to speak again, I'll kill them on the spot. Tonight's operation will be a triumphant success, any sacrifice is worth it. The fleet continues to move forward, maintaining a speed of 15 knots towards the target. The group returned to their positions once again, no longer discussing the matter. Of course, no one dared to doze off anymore, even if they were exhausted. Just then, Gan Ning, hiding under the boat, revealed his fangs. Want to continue the operation? Then I'll play with you all the way tonight. The boat continued to move forward, a bit faster than before. The vigilance of the group was raised, not daring to approach the edge of the boat. They were afraid that one misstep would lead them to be dragged into the sea by the sea monster and killed. As time passed by, the group's boat was less than 3 nautical miles away from Jiang Chen's serpent ship. During this time, surprisingly, there were no further accidents. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It seems the sea monster has left, it won't come looking for us after being full. It's a pity for those 2 companions, they sacrificed their lives gloriously for the operation. Let's sit down and rest, no need to be so tense. With that, many people began to sit at the bow of the boat, looking much more relaxed. However, at that moment, a sudden change occurred. Ah! A sudden scream rang out. It was followed by a familiar splash. Several splashes of blood sprayed onto the sea, making a terrifying gurgling sound. In less than 2 seconds, another player from Yamato died. The group's hair stood on end as they looked in horror in the direction where the person fell into the water. How come it's back again? It's over, this sea monster has targeted us. As soon as the words fell, 2 more people were dragged into the water simultaneously. Help! Ah! Before they could let out a complete sound, their lives were already cut short. In the next minute, more people fell into the water and died. The bodies on the sea surface increased, the scene becoming exceptionally bloody. Kawasaki Nobuyoshi, seeing this scene, finally couldn't bear the pressure. He gritted his teeth and exerted all his strength to say, "All hands on deck, stop the ship. Those who are alive gather together, don't go near the edge of the boat." At that moment, Guan Ning had already gone far away, laughing heartily as he dived into the deep sea. "Ha ha ha, let's see if you dare to ambush me, brother Jiang." At this point, Kawasaki Nobuyoshi was already considering giving up. Out of the original 50-person team, only about 40 remained. If this continued, before they reached Zhangchen, their side would be completely wiped out. Damn it! We prepared a secret weapon to deal with Zhangchen, but it was obstructed by this sea monster. Now we can't even get close to him. How can we unleash its full power? Kawasaki Nobuyoshi's face turned pale with frustration. People around him tried to persuade him. "Lord Kawasaki, life is more important. Lord Kawasaki, there's an old saying in China, as long as there are mountains, there will be firewood to burn. Yes, let's retreat quickly, maybe we can save a few more people." Their words had no effect, instead fueling Kawasaki Nobuyoshi's determination to win. His eyes bloodshot, almost crazed, he said, "No, I won't. Tonight, Zhangchen must disappear from this world. He has had a significant negative impact on the development of Yamato province. We can't keep him around any longer. All sailors, unleash your talents and charge towards Zhangchen at the fastest speed. The target is less than 3 nautical miles away. We'll risk our lives and use the secret weapon against him." Kawasaki Nobuyoshi shouted to the crowd, his words extremely inspiring. His speech immediately elicited responses from numerous warriors. "Charge, kill Zhangchen. Even if I die, I'll make Zhangchen pay. We have the secret weapon, we're not afraid of him at all, let's do this." Everyone seemed possessed, their emotions instantly stirred up. Guan Ning squinted his eyes, murmuring to himself, "What kind of secret weapon is that? Oh no, if they manage to launch a successful surprise attack, brother Zhangchen might really be in trouble." With this thought, he no longer hesitated and swiftly swam towards the direction of the serpent demon ship. At that moment, Kawasaki Nobuyoshi led the ships in the ultimate charge towards the serpent demon. Several people chanted incantations, and a swift light rose from the surface of the ships. In the following moments, the fleet's speed gradually reached 25 knots, swiftly advancing at a speed of 13 meters per second. Guan Ning's eyes were anxious as he darted through the ocean at an incredibly fast pace. Faster, even faster. He kicked his legs in the water like a fish, feeling as though he was burning his life away. Staying in the water for too long would inevitably lead to fatigue, and Guan Ning, despite his talent reducing 80% of water resistance, found it challenging to compete fiercely with these people. 15 meters per second was originally his swimming speed limit. Due to the surge of adrenaline, Guan Ning reached a speed of 20 meters per second. He held only one belief in his heart, to return to the serpent demon before these people. Soon, exhausted Guan Ning finally saw a glimmer of hope. The serpent demon is just ahead. However, at that moment, a shark blocked his path. Guan Ning's body carried the scent of blood, naturally attracting this result. The shark opened its mouth full of sharp teeth and lunged towards him. Roaring, Guan Ning muttered a curse, then stopped to wield his long knife against the enemy. "You've come at the perfect time, daring to disrupt my plans." Swinging his legs like a fish, he effortlessly dodged the opponent's bite and slashed the shark's dorsal fin as he turned around. The shark convulsed in pain and fled. Guan Ning didn't linger, didn't even spare a glance at the shark, choosing to continue forward. Delivering the message was crucial. When he reached the front of the serpent demon, he emerged with his head covered in seaweed, leaping onto the deck like a fish. At that moment, Jiang Chen and his group were in high spirits, still reveling in the festive atmosphere. The only one completely sober was Xiao Yun, who hadn't touched a drop of alcohol. He heard a strange sound of water and, holding his spear, walked to the edge of the ship. He happened to see a seaweed-covered figure boarding the ship. Where did this villain come from? Surrender quickly. Without hesitation, he thrust his spear. Unexpectedly, the opponent's movements were incredibly agile, evading his attack with ease. "It's me, Guan Ning." Xiao Yun relaxed upon hearing the familiar voice. "Stay where you are, take off your mask, show me your true face." Guan Ning immediately complied, removing the seaweed from his head. Xiao Yun recognized his face upon closer inspection. Xingba, you rascal, you've returned so quickly. Guan Ning quickly and vividly recounted his experience without any delay. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun furrowed his brow and quickly found Jiang Chen, who was playing rock-paper-scissors with Guan Yu. Lord, something bad is happening. A group of players is approaching our ships, claiming they will use a secret weapon against us. Jiang Chen, with a drunken face, hiccuped upon hearing this. Ah, Xingba, you really know how to joke. Our team is so strong, no one can rival us. Who would come looking for death in the middle of the night? In their conversation, there was not a hint of awareness of the impending crisis. Guan Ning quickly explained and presented the long knife in his hand. It's true, this knife is the evidence. Jiang Chen was about to mock, but his smile froze the next second as he saw the cherry blossom pattern on the blade. This is Itachi. So, which country's player would usually wield this kind of sword? He quickly drank a sip of sweet coconut juice, his eyes instantly sharpening. Most likely the Yamato Kingdom. Jiang Chen instructed Guan Ning to tell everything truthfully, no concealment allowed. Guan Ning complied. After hearing it, everyone's expression turned serious. Jiang Chen went to the ship's side with a telescope and looked in that direction. As expected, a dark fleet was indeed approaching them. If it weren't for Guan Ning's reminder, they wouldn't have noticed the enemy at all. How did they find me? No, now is not the time to worry about that. We need to figure out how to deal with it. Jiang Chen's heart was incredibly strong, and he immediately devised a plan. He walked in front of everyone and spoke slowly. The newcomers are from the Yamato Kingdom. They are players like us, probably around 40 of them. Their combat strength shouldn't be strong, manageable, but they seem to have a secret weapon. I don't know what tricks they have up their sleeves, so everyone must be on high alert. With that said, everyone began preparing for battle, changing equipment as needed. Xiao Yun and Guan Yu were the main force, most vulnerable when charging into battle, so the best armor, chainmail, was still worn by them. Guan Ning could only unleash his full strength underwater, so he continued lurking in the sea, ready to ambush the ships at any moment. Sun Shangxiang was responsible for protecting Jiang Chen, serving as a long-range attacker. Diao Chan and Ziyu were in charge of beauty and charm. Others each had their roles, ready to adapt as needed. After everything was set, Jiang Chen had everyone extinguish the candles to create an appearance of an unguarded ship. This was to deceive the enemy and make them complacent. What could their secret weapon be? It better be what I imagine, or you will surely disappoint me. Jiang Chen muttered in the night sky, a fierce fire burning within him. He casually lit a vitality tobacco, holding the cigarette in his mouth, his eyes sharp. Everything was ready, just waiting for the right moment. In the pitch-black night, Kawasaki Nobyoshi kept checking the movements of the snake demon from the telescope. Heaven is on our side, their ships have no lights, they must all be asleep. With this, our secret weapon can unleash its full power. If the plan goes smoothly, we can capture Jiang Chen tonight. The people around him showed joy. Really, Boss Kawasaki? Heaven is truly favoring us, giving us such a good opportunity. Boss Kawasaki undoubtedly made the right decision, even the sea monster chose to spare us. Although that sea monster is terrifying, it must be full after eating so many people, it won't harm us again. Boss Kawasaki, what rewards can we get after killing Jiang Chen? At the mention of rewards, everyone's eyes filled with greed. Kawasaki Nobyoshi smiled mysteriously, striking a pose. He provocatively asked, all I know is, the reward is related to that person. What do you think it could be? Gulp. This statement instantly sparked everyone's imagination. It's related to that person, no wonder Kawasaki boss is so determined. Kawashima's ability to establish a relationship with that person is truly remarkable. If we gain the favor of that person, our future will be much better. Once Jiang Chen is dead, we will prosper. That person seemed to be a magical term, instantly stirring everyone's emotions. Kawasaki Nobyoshi smirked inwardly. The lowly foot soldiers with little talent never had a chance to stand out, and in the end, the one who benefited the most was himself. Time passed by minute. Kawasaki and the others slowly approached the demon snake, everyone's heart pounding in their throats. Success was within reach. However, when the distance between them was only 300 meters, Kawasaki faintly sensed that something was amiss. The air was too quiet enough to raise suspicions. Kawasaki was always cautious in his actions, which was why he was chosen for this mission. What if they fell into the enemy's trap? He waved for the fleet to stop and carefully observed through his telescope. In the starlight, Kawasaki saw a group of people suddenly appear on the demon snake. And the one leading them, who else could it be but Jiang Chen? Oh no, they were prepared. Before they could react, a sharp whistling sound of arrows followed. Swish, swish, swish. Oh no, it's an ambush. Fleet, disperse quickly and activate the protective shield for defense. Kawasaki shouted urgently. His days of battle experience allowed him to make the right decision immediately. Upon hearing his shout, everyone snapped back to reality and began to hurriedly prepare. They each held a blue small sphere in their hands. After crushing the spheres, a blue light shield suddenly emerged above the ships. The arc-shaped blue shield blocked most of the arrow rain, minimizing casualties. Only a few unlucky ones were shot dead at the beginning of the arrow rain, with overall minimal casualties. Jiang Chen murmured from a distance, "Indeed, there are players from Yamato awakening defensive talents. I wonder who made these barrier spheres." With his insight, he clearly saw the scene of the spheres being used and received a prompt in his mind. Detected enemy group, players, combat power assessment, 8110, the opponent's average combat power was around 90, undoubtedly a group of elites. They dared to come looking for trouble, they must have been prepared. What worries me more is how they found me. Jiang Chen realized this, so he wasn't too surprised and began to focus on other matters. To find a ship on such a vast sea was no easy task. The players from Yamato must have used some means. Xiao Yun, Sun Shangxiang, and the others briefly paused their shooting. "Lord, the arrows cannot penetrate the blue barrier defense, should we continue shooting?" Jiang Chen waved his hand, "Continue shooting, I want to see how many attacks their shield can withstand." Following his command, they immediately resumed shooting. Kawasaki Nobuyoshi saw this scene and chuckled. "Jiang Chen, your feeble arrows are useless, surrender the demon snake, and maybe I'll spare your life." Jiang Chen retorted, "I appreciate your kindness, but my principle towards despicable scoundrels like you is to leave none alive. You're still talking tough at death's door." Jiang Chen ignored him and turned to Sun Shangxiang. "Shangxiang, conserve your energy, I think I know what their secret weapon is." Although Sun Shangxiang was puzzled, she agreed, "Yes, my lord." Jiang Chen squinted at Kawasaki's ship, focusing on a strange wooden board on the deck where no one stood, clearly suspicious. Could it be a cannon? Jiang Chen became more certain of his guess. Soon, the mystery was revealed. Kawasaki looked around and realized that their ship had already surrounded the demon snake in a semicircle. Even if Jiang Chen wanted to escape, he had to pass through them first. Without hesitation, he ordered his companions to bring out the secret weapon. "Quick, bring out our Yamato cannon. Jiang Chen's demon snake is within optimal firing range, one shot could end them." His subordinates immediately complied, pressing a switch in a corner to activate it. A few seconds later, an ancient black cannon appeared on the deck. The minions aimed the cannon at Jiang Chen without a word and fired a pitch-black cannonball. The smile on Kawasaki's face could no longer be concealed. "Jiang Chen, you surely didn't expect to find this on our ship, did you?" Jiang Chen sneered. "To be honest, you guys do have some skills to get your hands on this. But unfortunately, I have already anticipated everything you have planned." Kawasaki sneered coldly. "It's really a matter of losing face and suffering. Knowing you're going to die yet still so arrogant. What are you waiting for? Fire at will." With a command, the people behind immediately sprang into action. The fuse was lit swiftly, and a fierce black smoke rose from the sea. Jiang Chen leaned in close to Sun Shangxiang's ear. "Shangxiang, this is your chance to shine. I believe you can do it." Sun Shangxiang's face was full of pride, showing no signs of backing down. "Lord, there's no need for you to say that. This achievement belongs to Shangxiang." She drew her bowstring taut, aiming her arrow at the dark mouth of the cannon. The next moment, the cannon roared. Sun Shangxiang's arrow had already been released. 100-meter sniper shot. Target, the airborne cannonball. Boom! In the next moment, the arrow and the cannonball collided in the air, causing a massive explosion that blew the cannon barrel apart. A terrifying shockwave accompanied by deadly shrapnel sprayed all around. Kawasaki, standing at the bow of the ship, was thrown back by the shockwave, directly disabled by the explosion. "What's going on? How did I blow myself up?" The same fate befell those around him, with only a few managing to escape unscathed. The powerful force of the cannonball instantly shattered the ship's blue light shield, rendering it defenseless. Jiang Chen gave a cold command. "Attack all forces. Xingba, it's time for your performance." The next moment, Xiao Yun rode a white dragon out of the ship, heading towards Kawasaki's flagship. At the same moment, Guan Ning boarded the ship and used his talent to immobilize it in place. "Today is the day of your demise." On the flagship, only a few players from Yamato remained with any fighting capability. Surrounding them were teammates with pale faces, lying on the ground wailing. Even their leader Kawasaki did not survive. Seeing Guan Ning jump onto the ship with a fierce look, they had no resistance left in them. "I surrender. Please don't kill me." A Yamato player directly chose to surrender. Guan Ning did not spare him, raising his sword above his head and delivering a fatal blow. "See you in the next life." Swish! A large head fell. At the same time, Guan Yu and Xiao Yun also arrived on the battlefield. After boarding the ship, they swiftly killed everyone with their formidable combat skills, taking control of the flagship in no time. This bloody scene caught the attention of the surrounding small boats, causing chaos among the Yamato players who scrambled to escape. Is such terrifying combat prowess really achievable by humans? We, mere minions, dared to pick a fight with Jiang Chen, truly overestimating ourselves. Run! The combat strength of Jiang Chen's team had exceeded everyone's expectations. With just one arrow, they killed Kawasaki and his group, instantly taking control of the ship's movements. With Kawasaki's death, they naturally had no reason to throw their lives away. The greed in their hearts was instantly replaced by the fear of death, with survival becoming their only hope. Jiang Chen had no intention of letting them go. He quickly shouted to Guan Yu, don't spare a single one. Guan Yu understood his gaze and immediately began to gather his momentum. Before the small boats could accelerate, Guan Yu bellowed, flood 7 armies. A towering wave descended from the sky, sweeping from east to west towards all the small boats, its momentum terrifying. The Yamato players turned back in horror, their eyes wide, mouths agape, unable to put into words the fear in their hearts. Oh my goodness, what's happening here? Where did this giant wave come from? I really don't want to die. I was wrong, I shouldn't have come to trouble Jiang Chen at all. Abandon ship, quickly abandon ship. He, none of you can escape, even if I have to drag you all down with me. Yoshida, are you out of your mind? Why are you grabbing my leg? I have no grudge against you, why frame me? Cut off his hand quickly, Yoshida has gone mad, beyond saving. The players from Yamato were in chaos, some going crazy, others trying to flee, and some even starting to harm each other. Jiang Chen watched it all unfold. What a great show! Tonight's banquet, you are the main characters. He smirked slightly, slowly embracing the embrace of the demon snake. At this point, he didn't need to shed his own blood to summon Lena for help. Boom! The towering water finally crashed onto the small boat, shattering the blue light shield in an instant. The small boats of the Yamato players capsized, powerless to resist. The crew on board were thrown hundreds of meters into the air, then fell onto the water's surface, lifeless and bleeding from every orifice. Of the 30 Yamato players, only a few survived after a few seconds. Jiang Chen spoke slowly, Zilong, Shangxiang, wherever I point, shoot an arrow at the people there, understood? With his insight, he could naturally detect many things amiss. Trying to play dead? Not a chance. Xiao Yun and Sun Shangxiang nodded in agreement. Following Jiang Chen's orders, they continued to make sure the players were truly dead, preventing anyone from feigning death. In the end, Jiang Chen discovered at least 5 people pretending to be dead. Not satisfied, Jiang Chen instructed Chris to pile up the bodies and set them ablaze. Chris followed orders, piloting the hunter sailboat to collect the bodies at sea. Soon, he found 3 individuals still breathing, so he decisively ended their lives. Moments later, the sea turned into a crimson purgatory. Jiang Chen silently watched from the boat, clicking his tongue. Is that all? Less than 10 minutes and they're all wiped out, how boring. Despite his words, he felt a bit anxious inside. Tonight, it was thanks to Sun Shangxiang and Gan Ning, otherwise, Jiang Chen's fate would have been uncertain. The power of the cannon had already been experienced by Kawasaki and the others on Jiang Chen's behalf. Shortly after, the scene returned to calm. Jiang Chen steered the demon snake to the shore, setting fire to all the bodies. Then he boarded the main ship of the Yamato players, searching through Kawasaki's scattered bodies. Soon, he found a ring in one of the pockets. Octopus Ship Ring, special item, wearer gains the ability to control the octopus ship and can check the ship's status through the Sea of Consciousness at any time. A ship delivered to my doorstep, there's no reason not to use it. Jiang Chen chuckled and accepted Kawasaki's gift. Besides the ring, he found a crumpled map in the man's trousers. Strong smell. Jiang Chen held his nose and opened it. His expression turned serious as he examined the small map marked with a prominent red dot and some conspicuous Yamato text. Luckily, the system had a translation function, allowing Jiang Chen to understand their language. By the starlight, he slowly read the contents between the lines. According to Lord Mori's analysis, as long as we go to this location, we can find Jiang Chen. Although I'm a bit skeptical of his guess, after all, it's a terrifying being summoned by Kawashima from the altar. Lord Mori also brought the ultimate weapons, cannons and poison gas bombs. But I think, we won't need the poison gas bombs yet. In a surprise attack, the cannons are enough to deal with Jiang Chen. Perhaps, we should keep the poison gas bombs? Kawashima's leadership is too weak. I don't want to lick the Americans' boots anymore. I've hidden the poison gas bombs in the warehouse's mezzanine. After reading everything, Jiang Chen fell into deep thought. Lord Mori? Why did that surname sound so familiar? The person who walked out of the altar. What does this mean, resurrection? The only thing Jiang Chen could understand was that Kawasaki might have intentions of rebellion. Otherwise, why would he hide poison gas bombs in the warehouse interlayer? If this poison gas bomb is really used, I guess I will die in my dreams. These people are really vicious. Jiang Chen's expression was somewhat unpleasant. Fortunately, nothing happened, and he even seized the poison gas bomb for himself. Yun Chang, help me with something. Jiang Chen called Guan Yu to search for the interlayer in the warehouse. Yes, my lord. Guan Yu left to carry out the order and returned shortly after with 3 dark green artillery shells. Jiang Chen bent down to examine them carefully, his brows furrowed. The green shells were round with some unknown protrusions on the surface. Jiang Chen was not surprised that Yamato could produce such harmful things. After all, poisoning was their old tradition. Now that he had this in his hands, he naturally intended to use it against players from Yamato. Jiang Chen instructed Guan Yu to keep the item safe. Then he returned to the Devil Serpent and gave Gan Ning a manly hug. Well done, Xingba. Thanks to you, we were able to escape a disaster tonight. You have made a great contribution. Gan Ning rubbed his nose, his eyes filled with pride. Brother Jiang, my contribution is so significant, I should at least be rewarded with a ship. As he spoke, he glanced at the octopus-shaped ship ring on Jiang Chen's hand. Jiang Chen smiled wryly. Alright, since the credit is yours, I certainly won't refuse. But you must understand, the ownership of this ship ring belongs to me. If you do something wrong, I will take it back without mercy. Furthermore, now that you have the octopus, you must take good care of it. All maintenance costs will be your responsibility. From now on, we are no longer brothers, but more of a subordinate relationship, do you understand? Gan Ning's eyes were firm as he clasped his hands in return. Thank you, my lord. Jiang Chen took off the ship ring and handed it to Gan Ning. Remember what I said, Xingba. Name, Octopus, Level, 1 star, Durability, Slightly Damaged, Crew, 28, Maximum Speed, 30 knots, Maneuverability, Good, Impact Force, 30, Firepower, 30, Special Facilities, Level 1 Fog Dispersal Device, Level 1 Windproof Device. The next morning, Jiang Chen slept until the sun warmed his buttocks before getting up. When he went up to the deck, the first thing he saw was Gan Ning cleaning the octopus. Xingba, not going out to sea early in the morning, and already taking the initiative to clean the ship? Jiang Chen teased. Gan Ning replied with a silly smile. My lord, I really like this ship, I must take good care of it. For Gan Ning, the ship was no less than a second life, representing Jiang Chen's affirmation of him. Jiang Chen smiled broadly. It seems you are adapting quickly, very good. Gan Ning nodded with a silly smile, the sound of the brush in his hand continuous. Jiang Chen ignored him and shook his head as he returned to the warehouse to inventory yesterday's spoils. Food, at least a few £1,000. Weapons, a total of over 60. Surprisingly, the majority were ordinary weapons, with over 20 low-grade weapons, but not a single medium-grade weapon. Artillery shells, a total of 10. 7 were regular shells, and 3 were poison gas shells. Clothes, bedding, and other daily necessities. There were plenty of these things on the octopus, no need to worry about running out. The happiest was Dao Chan, as she found a pretty and stylish pink skirt, saying she would wear it every day for Jiang Chen to see. In addition, Jiang Chen found over 30 blue spherical beads, primary barrier balls. When crushed, they will deploy a barrier to defend against physical attacks. The larger the ship, the shorter the barrier's duration. This is a good thing, leaving me so many of them. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen distributed some of the beads to Gan Ning and Chris. And that was that. He opened the nautical chart, planning for the future. Kawasaki and the others must have used some unsavory means to find their positions. The only way to solve this crisis was to move frequently. They had to leave this area as soon as possible today. Jiang Chen immediately stepped onto the deck and called for a morning meeting. From now on, our mission is to head north until we find the White Rose. Do you have any opinions on the current situation? Xiao Yun took the lead. Reporting to the Lord, I think we need to increase the night watchman on the ships to prevent enemy attacks. Furthermore, setting up a patrol route would be the best. Jiang Chen nodded in approval. Great idea. This way, we can ensure our safety at night. Jilong, your idea is excellent. We happen to have a hunter sailboat that can do this. Chris, I appoint you to take charge of this. Chris accepted eagerly. Yes, Captain, Chris promises to complete the task and ensure everyone's safety. Jiang Chen looked at him with satisfaction. This pirate-born man unexpectedly proved to be reliable. Guan Yu stroked his beard and said slowly, My lord, the night watchmen on the ship need to rotate regularly to ensure everyone gets rest. Jiang Chen agreed. That's a good idea. You will be in charge of the scheduling, Yunchang. Guan Yu accepted. I will comply. Sun Shangxiang raised her hand excitedly. My lord, Shangxiang can do anything, just give me orders. Jiang Chen nodded. Don't worry, I won't let you idle. You can work with big brother Guan. Sun Shangxiang agreed. I will comply. Gan Ning, not wanting to be left out, quickly raised his hand. Me too. Jiang Chen nodded slightly. Any other suggestions? Gan Ning raised his hand again. My lord, I'm just a commander without troops. There's so much food on the ship that it would take half a year to finish. I need some men to help me out. Xiao Yun and Guan Yu had their own followers, so he felt a bit left out. Gan Ning managing the octopus was indeed a tough job. This reminder made Jiang Chen realize something. He rubbed his chin and thought, it just so happens that there are quite a few S-rank warriors now. It's time to recruit some subordinates. With 3 ships in the team now, the workload had suddenly increased. Cleaning the ships, cooking, gathering, exploring, guarding, all required more manpower. Due to the lack of resources before, Jiang Chen had not considered calling in C or B rank individuals. But now, with his abundant resources, he could support many subordinates. Thinking this, Jiang Chen agreed. Xingba, you're right. Our team should grow larger. It's time for companions. Yunchang and Zhilong, what do you think of this proposal? Xiao Yun and Guan Yu looked pleased. My lord, Xingba's suggestion is reasonable. It's time for our team to expand. Guan Yu agreed. My lord, I see no reason to refuse Xingba's proposal. I agree with Gan. Jiang Chen nodded and smiled. Then I will comply and bring you a few more subordinates. Wait for me, I'll be back in a moment. With that, he walked off the ship. Gan Ning, receiving Jiang Chen's approval, lit up with excitement. After arriving at the beach, Jiang Chen first checked the number of revival coins left. There were still 3,602 coins. System, activate the talent of resurrecting the dead. Ding. Please enter the number of resurrection coins you want to invest. Quantity 99, summon C-grade characters. Quantity 666, summon B-grade characters. Quantity 1888, summon A-grade characters. Quantity 6666, summon S-grade characters. Quantity 2333, summon exclusive items for S-grade characters. The higher the character's level, the stronger the talent, and the higher the growth limit. The result of each summon is completely random, drawing duplicate characters. Constellation +1, drawing duplicate exclusive items. Refinement level +1, Jiang Chen said directly. Give me 30 C-grade characters. Host, you have 2 ways to summon C-grade characters. 1. No talent, attributes will slightly increase. 2. Randomly get positive or negative talents, with lower attributes. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment and ultimately chose 1. I choose method 1. It doesn't matter if there are no talents, as long as they can help out. At the moment, it seems that C-grade characters are not needed to provide combat power. Xiao Yun, Guan Yu, and others are already sufficient to hold the scene. Moreover, considering that option 2 would give characters negative talents, Jiang Chen decisively chose method 1. Ding! Summoning 30 C-grade characters for you, please wait. Everyone waited for a while, suddenly seeing strange fluctuations in the space in front of Jiang Chen. Buzzing. People with different appearances and figures walked out of it one by one.